Chapter 1. A magnificent finale. There are 9 seconds left in the game, and the Minnesota Timberwolves lead the Cleveland Cavaliers 196. The Minnesota Timberwolves are set to reclaim the NBA crown after 2 years, Stephen Curry exclaimed excitedly. No, Stephen, don't rush. There's still time. Who knows? The Cavaliers might create a miracle. After all, they still have Tim Melo, who just surpassed Michael Jordan in the last game to become the all-time leading scorer in NBA playoff history. That we mustn't underestimate him, said a black commentator next to Curry. Curry nodded. Let's wait and see. With 9 seconds remaining, the Cavaliers prepared to inbound the ball. The Timberwolves applied tight defense, hoping to force the ball out of bounds to waste time. Trey inbound the ball. Melo makes an extreme backdoor cut, accelerating from half court. Melo catches the ball. Curry shouted in excitement. Melo catches it, takes a dribble, steps left, and shoots a jumper from just outside the three-point line. The referee's whistle blew at that moment. Foul! Foul! The Timberwolves committed a foul beyond the three-point line. The ball was already in the air, tracing a high arc as it flew. The arena fell silent. If this shot went in, it would be a 31, reigniting the Cavaliers' hopes of winning the championship, giving the dying Cavaliers a shot of adrenaline. If it missed, even if they made all 3 free throws, the Timberwolves would retain possession, putting the Cavaliers in a nearly impossible situation. Unless they could grab the offensive rebound after making 2 of the 3 free throws and score again. But what were the odds of that happening? The Minnesota Timberwolves boasted the best center in the NBA, a 5-time Defensive Player of the Year, a 12-time All-Star, a 2-time MVP, a 4-time Finals MVP, a 6-time rebounding champion, and 10-time All-NBA first-team and defensive first-team selections, standing shoulder to shoulder with the greatest legendary centers in NBA history. Shaquille O'Neal, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Wilt Chamberlain, Hakeem Olajuwon. His achievements were on par with these legends. This game was the 7th and final match of the 2035 NBA Finals. Minnesota's superstar center, Ike Venice, had already recorded a staggering 34 points, 28 rebounds, 8 blocks, 8 steals, and 10 assists, a near quintuply double dominating the Cavaliers' interior. The Cavaliers' 2 big men, both earning over $10 million in salary, had combined for a meager 18 points on 11 and 14 attempts. If it weren't for Tim Melo's brutal 57 points keeping them in the game, it would have been a foregone conclusion. All eyes were on the shot as it soared through the air, followed by the sound of the net swishing. The arena erupted with excitement. The shot is good. The three-pointer is good. Curry shouted. Tim has created a miracle. Tim has created a miracle. 31. 31. Another commentator exclaimed, caught up in the excitement. Yes, Tim's shot will be remembered in history. He will now step to the free throw line. And if he can make this free throw, the Cavaliers will tie the game, and everything will be filled with suspense again. Another commentator added. With this shot, Tim also set a record, becoming the 2nd player after Elgin Baylor to score 60 points in a finals game, a great legacy after 70 years. The Timberwolves foul was intended to send Melo to the line for 2 free throws. Even if he made both, there would still be a 2-point gap. Even if they made 1 of 2 and grabbed the rebound for a putback, there would still be a 1-point difference, and the Timberwolves would still hold the initiative. Melo must have anticipated this, but he probably didn't expect Melo to shoot so quickly, almost releasing the ball the moment he touched it, Curry noted. Another commentator remarked, that shooting speed is probably comparable to yours back in the day. Now we just have to see if he can make this free throw. If he does, history will be altered, but Tim's shot has already made history. Curry nodded. The faces of the Minnesota Timberwolves players were grim, and the coach was expressionless, but anyone could see the turmoil inside him. On the Cavaliers' bench, however, there was jubilation as they waved towels in celebration. Melo stepped to the free throw line and confidently made the shot, tying the game at 100-100. The Minnesota Timberwolves called a 60-second timeout, and the coach planned the final play. Guys, don't lose heart. We haven't lost, we've led the entire game. We can't falter here. Stay focused, and we will win the championship. There are 5 seconds left, and we have 1 more possession. The initiative is still ours. The Timberwolves coach encouraged. The coach is right. Brothers, we've worked hard all year. We can't let this get us down. Venice said, seeing his teammates a bit disheartened. On the Cavaliers' side, the mood was high. Come on, guys. We have hope again. We must seize that damn championship trophy. The Cavaliers coach said that at this moment, the Cavaliers' morale soared. Melo's shot was too crucial, igniting the entire arena. The applause and cheers from the crowd of 40,000 erupted like an explosion. This shot was comparable to many of the most iconic shots in NBA history, including Michael Jordan's The Shot and Ray Allen's three-pointer in Game 6 of the 2013 NBA Finals that changed the legacy of 2 great superstars. The game resumed, and the Minnesota Timberwolves brought the ball up court. Their power forward inbound the ball, with Venice stationed in the paint and the others gathering near the free throw line. The Timberwolves' strategy was for the power forward to pass to Venice, who would use his 2.18-meter height and exceptional leaping ability to catch and dunk the ball. But would everything go as planned? The Timberwolves' power forward struggled to pass the ball against the Cavaliers' forward, lifting it high to Venice, who leaped and caught the ball. He caught it. "Ike has the ball," Curry shouted. Venice went for a powerful dunk, ready to slam the ball into the hoop, but just then, a figure shot out from the side, leaping up to block Venice's shot against the backboard. The entire sequence happened in the blink of an eye. "It's Tim Melo. Tim just gave Ike a huge block," the commentator said. The ball hit the backboard and bounced out beyond the three-point line, and the Cavaliers regained possession. Due to Minnesota's alley-oop attempt, the game clock had just started, so only 1 second had elapsed, with 4 seconds remaining. The Minnesota Timberwolves immediately scrambled back on defense. Tim Melo, like a bolt of lightning, dashed to the front court, shaking off a defender. The Cavaliers' point guard, with a slight tremor, sent the ball flying like a guided missile straight into Melo's hands. Melo has the ball. "It's a ton-on situation," the commentator announced. There was 1.5 seconds left. In an instant, near the free throw line, Melo executed a turnaround jumper, taking only 0.8 seconds from jump to release. As he shot, the final buzzer sounded. However, no one was paying attention. All eyes were on the ball that Melo had just shot. Everyone's heart raced in an instant, thump, thump, as if it was about to leap out of their chests. The ball hit the rim, bounced high, and hit the top of the backboard. Many spectators let out a sigh. The ball didn't go in. It seemed like the game would go into overtime. "It looks like we're headed for overtime. It's so exciting. The final showdown," Curry said. Melo felt a bit disappointed. He lowered his hands. Knowing his current condition, his stamina was completely drained, and going into overtime was truly a risky situation. Just as the announcer finished speaking, the basketball bounced a few times above the backboard and fell directly into the net. The shot was good. The entire arena seemed to explode in an instant. A roar of cheers erupted. The ball went in. The referee signaled that the basket was good. The two commentators couldn't sit still anymore, shouting, "It went in! It went in! It's a buzzer beater! Unbelievable! It's truly incredible! A shot that is hard to believe." Today we witnessed the birth of a true miracle. Congratulations to Cleveland for an astonishing comeback, defeating the Minnesota Timberwolves 102-100 at the last moment, winning the 2035 NBA championship. At the same time, the Cavaliers achieved back-to-back championships from 2034 to 2035. Look, Cavaliers historical legends LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Love have rushed from the stands to hug Melo. The commentator pointed to the big screen. At this moment, the entire Cavaliers team went wild. All the players, including coaches and assistants, rushed up to hug Melo. He was pinned to the ground by more than 10 people, and everyone cheered. A smile filled Melo's face, unable to hide his joy. This was his 4th championship, but it was also the hardest one. Ike's strength was truly formidable. After everyone dispersed, Melo saw LeBron approaching. He was his childhood idol and the goal he aspired to. Although he had surpassed LeBron in many aspects, it didn't diminish his respect for him since LeBron brought the Cavaliers their first championship in history. "Congratulations, you're the best," LeBron hugged Melo and said. "Thank you, LeBron." Melo replied sincerely. On the other hand, Ike from the Minnesota Timberwolves stood on the court with his head down, clearly showing his immense disappointment. After a season of hard work, it all turned into vapor. He felt utterly powerless and blamed himself for being too careless. How could he be blocked at the last moment? Melo was only 1.98 meters tall, while he was a full 20 centimeters taller. How could he be blocked by him? This year, he had almost won every award. MVP, All-Star voting leader, First-Team All-Defense, Best Defensive Player, Rebounding Champion, and Block Champion was just one. Championship trophy short. Teammates and coaches came up to pat Ike on the head, comforting him not to be too sad. He had worked hard, and it wasn't his fault. In the end, both teams shook hands. Melo approached Ike, embraced him, and said, "Ike, you're strong. You're the toughest opponent I've ever faced in my career. But this trophy is incredibly important to me because I've decided to retire." "I'm sorry, brother." Ike was taken aback, feeling confused and even a bit lost. They both entered the league around the same time, although Ike came from high school while Melo entered after finishing college. Ike was the first overall pick, and Melo was the second. Their careers had intertwined for 14 years, and they had dominated the NBA for nearly a decade. Together, they won 6 MVPs, 8 championships, and 7 All-Star voting titles, always making the first team and all-defense teams. They didn't know each other before entering the league, but after over a decade of competition, they had become close friends off the court. "Brother, you." Suddenly, Ike felt a pang in his nose, realizing that Tim occupied such an important place in his heart. Without him in the NBA, he would lack so much expectation and joy. Melo released Ike, gave him a meaningful glance, and walked away, leaving Ike standing there, somewhat at a loss. Tim Melo was named the NBA Finals MVP with an average of 41 points, 8 rebounds, and 14 assists, and in the final game, he scored an unprecedented 63 points, along with 3 rebounds and 5 assists, making Ike Venice's nearly quintuple double stats seem insignificant. With this championship, Tim Melo's trophy count reached 4, and his historical status was rated by many media outlets as second only to basketball legend Michael Jordan, reaching the second highest level in history. This championship also marked a perfect conclusion to Tim Melo's NBA career. His career averages were 29.4 points, 11 assists, and 7 rebounds, with nearly triple-double stats. Over 14 years, he scored a total of 31,116 points, ranking 5th in history and first on the NBA playoff scoring list. He received 12 first-team and all-defense selections for MVP trophies, for Finals MVP trophies, 2 DPOY awards, 5 assist titles, 2 steals titles, and 5 scoring titles, with a career high of 67 points. This will update a chapter daily, focusing primarily on Eternal Dawn, with 2 chapters a day. Chapter 2. The Boy. In a remote mountain village in Chongqing, China, there lived a family consisting of just a grandfather and his grandson. 13 years ago, this grandfather brought a 4-year-old child, carrying a suitcase, to this mountain village. At that time, he was still a somewhat handsome middle-aged man, but over the years, he had almost 1 foot in the grave. When he first arrived, his identity made the local villagers a bit suspicious. Although the brand of the suit he wore was unrecognizable, and its price was unknown, the villagers could tell that the fabric was extraordinary, and his demeanor was impressive. Clearly not an ordinary person, the villagers had an eye for such things. However, as this middle-aged man gradually integrated into the village life, the villagers slowly accepted him as one of their own. The villagers were inherently kind and innocent, taking good care of this single middle-aged man. Some well-meaning villagers even tried to find him a wife, but he politely declined. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had gone by. The boy had grown to 17 years old, now standing an impressive 1.91 meters tall. Many villagers were quite astonished, as they had been inquiring about the child's background over the years. When they learned that the boy was his grandson, everyone was skeptical. The middle-aged man slowly revealed the story. The child's parents had offended someone and were murdered. The murderer was caught and sentenced to death. But he, feeling disheartened and weary of life, decided to bring the child to this place to completely distance themselves from the big city they once lived in. Upon hearing the child's tragic backstory, many villagers shed tears. The kind-hearted villagers took care of the boy after that, ensuring that he received a portion of whatever good food or fun activities came their way. If any nice clothes or good materials were available, they would make something for the boy. Although the middle-aged man was not short on money, he was still grateful for everyone's help and care. Thus, the child grew up surrounded by the villagers' affection. The child's name is Zhang Yunze, and his grandfather's name is Zhang Chunsheng. Zhang Chunsheng was a well-known figure 20 years ago. He was the college coach of NBA legend Tim Melo, the only Chinese head coach in the NBA who coached the Toronto Raptors for 4 years and led the Chinese national team to a historic 4th place in the Olympics, losing to Argentina by just 1 point in the battle for 3rd place. However, after that incident, he completely distanced himself from basketball, the noise and controversies, and the distractions of the secular world, and chose to live in seclusion. On that day, Zhang Yunze carried a rabbit in his hands as he traversed the mountain path. The rabbit's ears were elevated, its wide eyes gazing at Zhang Yunze with a delightful innocence, utterly devoid of fear. "Xiaobai, you truly are a swift little creature. Be careful, or one day I might stew you, and then we shall see how fast you can run," he jested. The rabbit seemed to grasp Zhang Yunze's words, letting out a couple of soft grunts, tucking its head in slightly, and timidly covering its eyes with its paws, unwilling to meet Zhang Yunze's gaze. Zhang Yunze erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Xiaobai, you are becoming increasingly adept at being adorable." The rabbit, releasing its paws, grunted defiantly, its red eyes fixated on Zhang Yunze, as if protesting. This rabbit, named Xiaobai, was brought back by Zhang Chunsheng several years prior from an unknown source, purportedly to train Zhang Yunze's endurance. Each day, Zhang Chunsheng would release the rabbit, prompting Zhang Yunze to chase it down. He would have to run over 10 kilometers of mountainous terrain to capture the mischievous creature. Yet, there were occasions when Xiaobai would simply disappear, only to return home by itself at dusk. Today, however, it had run nearly 20 kilometers of mountain trails. Even Zhang Yunze found himself somewhat exhausted. Upon returning home, Zhang Chunsheng was already waiting for him outside the courtyard. With the rabbit nestled in his arms, Zhang Yunze approached his grandfather. Zhang Chunsheng remarked, "Ah, Xiao Zhe has returned. You must be exhausted. Quickly go in and take a shower, then join us for dinner." Zhang Yunze nodded slightly, placing the little white creature on the ground before stepping into the house. He shed his garments and ventured into the stone-constructed bathroom. After a brief interlude, Zhang Yunze emerged to find that his grandfather had already laid the dishes upon the table. He retrieved a pair of chopsticks from the kitchen, and thus, the grandfather and grandson took their seats at the table, commencing their evening meal. Zhang Chunsheng inquired, "Xiao Zhe, how far did you run today?" Zhang Yunze pondered for a moment and remarked, "Today, that rascal Xiaobai has scampered off to Nanshan Head, which is nearly 20 kilometers away." Beneath the table, Xiaobai raised his head and let out a couple of indignant snorts, as if to protest, clearly asserting that it was not his fault for running far. Rather, it was Zhang Yunze's inability to catch up to him. Zhang Chunsheng smiled gently, patting Xiaobai, who obediently fell silent and lowered its head to nibble on a piece of carrot. Zhang Chunsheng remarked, "Indeed, your endurance is now nearly on par with that of long-distance runners. This year, I plan to transfer you to a school in the urban area of Chongqing. After all, you are now in your second year of high school and will soon face the college entrance examination. I hope you can gain admission to a prestigious university, as your academic performance has consistently been commendable. The education in this small mountain village is inadequate, and I do not wish for you to be hindered by it. However, Grandpa, I do not wish to leave you." Zhang Yunze knew that going to the city meant departing from his grandfather, who had stated that he would never leave this mountain village. Zhang Chunsheng smiled and said, "I have already entrusted an old friend of mine. He will take care of you over there. Additionally, after we finish our meal and take a short rest, we shall engage in another session of one-on-one practice." Zhang Yunze nodded and lowered his head to devour his meal. He understood his grandfather's character. Once a decision was made, it was immutable. Rather than engage in fruitless debate, he chose to accept the situation. Although he felt a pang of reluctance to part with his grandfather, the advancements in communication technology assured him that he could call daily. After finishing his meal, they rested for about an hour before standing beneath the basketball hoop in the courtyard. This hoop had been purchased 2 years prior by Zhang Chunsheng at a considerable expense, and he maintained it regularly. As a basketball coach, he recognized the significance of a quality hoop. A subpar one could easily lead to accidents, especially since Zhang Yunze often executed slam dunks. Thus, the hoop's quality was paramount. When Zhang Chunsheng acquired the hoop, he spent nearly 200,000, a price so steep that even in this remote mountain village, the seller was willing to deliver it personally. Additionally, he purchased a rain cover to shield the hoop during inclement weather, protecting it from corrosion and rust. Zhang Yunze also diligently applied paint to the hoop, ensuring that despite 2 years of use, it remained as pristine as when it was first installed. At the tender age of 4, Zhang Yunze began his basketball journey under the guidance of Zhang Chunsheng. Now, at 17, he stands an impressive 91 meters tall, with a wingspan of 12 meters. His vertical leap reaches 1 meters, and his standing reach is 69 meters. His innate basketball talent rivals that of American high school prodigies and even compares favorably to some of the league's youngest stars. Zhang Chunsheng ensures that Zhang Yunze adheres to NBA training standards, focusing on shooting, driving, and off-ball movement daily. Additionally, they engage in moderate strength training every 3 days and high-intensity workouts weekly. Zhang Chunsheng is generous with nutrition, stocking the home with an abundance of supplements and milk for Zhang Yunze. He understands that proper nourishment is crucial to support such rigorous training. Otherwise, it could lead to malnutrition and hinder growth. There is wisdom in the saying that the poor cultivate literary skills while the affluent pursue martial prowess. For those training in martial arts, adequate nutrition is paramount to ensure physical development keeps pace. Fortunately, Zhang Chunsheng is not financially constrained. Aside from his other income sources, his years as an NBA coach yield approximately $5 million annually. After taxes, he has accumulated over $10 million in 4 years. Had it not been for Zhang Yunze's profound passion for basketball, Zhang Chunsheng might have chosen a different path for him. Yet he nurtures the hope that one day his son will grace the NBA, given Zhang Yunze's extraordinary physical gifts. The wealth Zhang Chunsheng has amassed, along with his savings, could easily sustain Zhang Yunze for a lifetime. After over a decade of professional training, Zhang Yunze's skills have reached the pinnacle of American high school basketball. His dribbling is second nature, a fundamental skill he has mastered to the extent that he can simultaneously dribble 4 basketballs with both hands. In terms of shooting, under Zhang Qinqing's insistence, he practices at least 300 shots daily, 200 mid-range, and 100 three-pointers. After years of dedication, he now boasts a 2-point shooting percentage of 90, a free throw percentage of 90, and a 3-point shooting percentage of 85. Zhang Qinqing imparted to Zhang Yunze a myriad of basketball techniques, footwork, and feints, encompassing the triple threat, fadeaway, back pivot, and Euro step, among others. Over the span of more than a decade, Zhang Qinqing devoted himself to transmitting the entirety of his basketball skills and experiences to Zhang Yunze. Zhang Yunze is remarkably diligent, learning at an astonishing pace, prompting Zhang Qinqing to often lament that he is indeed a splendid prospect, perhaps even more exceptional than his father. Each time this thought crosses his mind, a shadow of melancholy crosses Zhang Qinqing's countenance. Most notably, Zhang Yunze's speed is extraordinary. His first step is so rapid that even Zhang Qinqing, accustomed to NBA superstars, cannot help but marvel. 100 meters in just 5 seconds. Were he not pursuing basketball, one could surmise he would excel in sprinting as well. For the past 5 to 6 years, Zhang Qinqing has been diligently training Zhang Yunze's endurance, for as a basketball coach, he understands that this period represents the most opportune time for foundational development. Through these years of training, Zhang Yunze's endurance has reached the standards of long-distance runners. In his daily life, Zhang Yunze frequently plays basketball with his schoolmates. However, his skill and physical attributes overshadow them entirely, providing little in the way of challenge. This disparity troubles Zhang Yunze, leading him to take advantage of holidays to escort Zhang Yunze to major cities like Shanghai, where he could engage with local basketball virtuosos. Initially, Zhang Yunze faced difficulties, but soon he discovered that he could effortlessly surpass his opponents, gliding past them with a mere step before executing a powerful dunk. Even from beyond the three-point line, he would simply rise for a jump shot, achieving an astonishing shooting percentage of 80, akin to shooting in open space. Eventually, no one dared to challenge him in one-on-one matches. It would be akin to seeking torment. There was no other choice. Zhang Qinqing had to allow Zhang Yunze to practice alone, mastering various movements and footwork. Zhang Qinqing resolved that once Zhang Yunze graduated from high school, he would surely leverage connections to enroll him in a prestigious basketball university in the United States, lest this basketball prodigy be overlooked. The level of basketball in the domestic arena was undeniably lagging behind Zhang Yunze's rapid progress. It was known that CBA teams had learned of Zhang Yunze's existence and sought to contact him, only to find him elusive, leaving the scouts, who traveled from afar, in bewilderment. Chapter 3. Parting ways. Just last year, Zhang Qinqing took Zhang Yunze to America to visit an old friend, now a coach for the University of North Carolina basketball team. During their visit, Zhang Yunze engaged in a one-on-one challenge with Ronnie Brutes, the star point guard of the team. Initially, Brutes regarded the young Chinese talent with disdain, believing that while China's interior players had shown promise, the guards were woefully inadequate. Some even mocked that under the defense of NBA stars, Chinese guards could barely cross half-court, highlighting the weakness of the domestic guard line. However, Brutes ultimately paid the price for his arrogance. They played 10 shots, and Zhang Yunze triumphed with a score of 7-3, showcasing a repertoire of breakthroughs and mid-range shots that overwhelmed Brutes. This loss left Brutes utterly convinced of Zhang Yunze's prowess. The previous year, under the leadership of small forward Steve Lavin, the University of North Carolina had successfully claimed the NCAA championship, which stands as the pinnacle of collegiate athletics in America, particularly in basketball, a sport that commands immense attention. The NCAA finals were so significant that even the NBA would yield to its prominence. At that time, Brutes was the team's core point guard, averaging 12, 3 points, 8 assists, and 4 rebounds per game from the round of 16 to the finals, making him a highly coveted prospect for the upcoming NBA draft, likely to be selected within the top 8. While dominating Brutes in their one-on-one encounter might not definitively reflect the broader game dynamics. After all, basketball is a team sport, not merely a contest of individual skill. It nevertheless indicated that Zhang Yunze's abilities were already comparable to those of the nation's top young players. A remarkable feat for a mere 17-year-old. His old friend, the coach, was profoundly impressed, exclaiming that China had birthed a basketball prodigy. The coach asserted that if Zhang Yunze remained free from major injuries, he would undoubtedly enter the NBA by the age of 18, likening him to the legendary Tim Melo. Both sharing the same position as point guards, each possessing unanswerable shooting and penetrating skills. Upon returning to China, Zhang Yunze reflected on the fruitful journey to America. Not only had he faced off against some of the finest collegiate basketball athletes, but he also participated in 5 internal scrimmages at the University of North Carolina, averaging an impressive 11 points, 4 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2 steals on 60 shooting. This performance prompted the coach to insist that once Zhang Yunze graduated high school, he must be secured for the University of North Carolina, regardless of the conditions, including scholarships or tuition waivers, fully aware that his old friend was not lacking in resources. Unbeknownst to them, several NBA scouts attended the games, expressing keen interest in this Chinese high schooler. Their scouting report noted his exceptional court vision, high basketball IQ, ability to read the game adeptly, find defensive weaknesses, maintain ball security, deliver precise passes, and showcase excellent shooting and penetration skills. They highlighted his remarkable speed, with a first step that reached superstar levels, abundant stamina, composure, and an unwavering ability to make swift, optimal decisions. Weaknesses include a frail physique, a lack of resilience, and defensive inconsistencies, all of which present opportunities for improvement. Although his off-ball movement is frequent, it often lacks purpose. When attempting to disrupt the opponent's formation, it can inadvertently lead to confusion within his own team's offensive maneuvers. He requires further development through competitive play, as his experience remains limited. He often commits unnecessary errors, making him susceptible to offensive fouls, resembling the style of Tim Melo. Should he participate in the draft, he is projected to be selected in the 12th to 20th position of the first round. At last, the day of departure has arrived. After packing his belongings, Zhang Yunze boarded the bus heading to Chongqing. As he left, his eyes were filled with tears, marking the first time in many years that he would part from his grandfather. He felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Chongqing uttered but a single phrase: "Child, strive diligently and fight fiercely for your dreams." Zhang Yunze's aspiration is to enter the NBA and become a premier superstar, akin to his idols Michael Jordan and LeBron James. Zhang Yunze, with a heavy heart, boarded the vehicle, gazing longingly at the place that had nurtured him. An indescribable sense of sorrow enveloped him, as if the most precious part of his life was departing from his grasp. Zhang Yunze gazed vacantly out of the window, watching the almond trees and other foliage recede along the roadside, lost in boundless contemplation. "Grandfather, I shall strive diligently and not let you down," he silently vowed to himself. After a protracted journey of 5 hours, the vehicle finally came to a halt at the Longtusi bus station in Chongqing. Zhang Yunze stepped out of the car and stretched leisurely. Although he had visited Chongqing numerous times before, the city now appeared imbued with a sense of hopeful anticipation for the future. Zhang Yunze, standing at an impressive height of 191 meters, donned a white training short-sleeve jersey emblazoned with the number 23, which he had purchased during his time in the United States. His legs were clad in black Jordan shorts, also bearing the number 23, while his feet were adorned with the latest Nike Air Tim Melo 14 sneakers. He carried a striking black and red backpack, exuding an aura of charisma complemented by his fresh buzz cut, rendering him remarkably captivating. Throughout his journey, numerous young women turned their heads in his direction, exhibiting an extraordinary rate of admiration. A few even approached him, seeking his contact information, which left Zhang Yunze blushing with embarrassment. After reluctantly providing his phone number, he hurriedly made his escape, leaving behind a trail of melodic laughter. Zhang Yunze retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number left to him by his grandfather. This number belonged to a high school basketball coach, whom his grandfather had entrusted with a significant responsibility. The esteemed coach, Wang Yunlong, was a prodigy of Zhang Chunsheng, having served as a coach in the CBA and the national team, and even held the position of assistant coach under Zhang Chunsheng for 2 years with the Raptors. However, disheartened by Zhang Chunsheng's retreat from the limelight, he returned to his alma mater to teach physical education while concurrently coaching the school's basketball team. Under the guidance of this legendary domestic coach, the high school clinched 5 city championships and 3 national championships over the past decade, establishing itself as one of the most renowned basketball institutions in the country. "Hello, Uncle Wang. This is Xiaoze. I've arrived at Longtusi," Zhang Yunze announced. "Xiaoze, please hold on. I'm caught in some traffic, but I will be there shortly. Can you tell me your exact location?" Wang Yunlong inquired from the other end. Zhang Yunze pondered for a moment, surveying his surroundings before responding, "I am outside exit 5 of the light rail station." "All right, just wait for me. I will be there in no time," Wang Yunlong assured him before promptly ending the call. Zhang Yunze retrieved the cap from his backpack and donned it, for the sun blazed with an intensity that was rather unbearable. Yet, even with the cap perched upon his head, his allure remained strikingly high. After a brief moment, a BMW X6 came to a halt at the roadside, and the driver's window descended. A middle-aged man leaned out, gesturing towards Fang Tian and calling out, "Xiao Zhe, over here." Upon sighting Uncle Wang, Zhang Yunze immediately dashed over and settled into the front passenger seat. After shutting the door, the car sped away. "Xiao, you've grown so tall and handsome in just a year. I wonder how many girls at school will be smitten by you," Wang Yunlong remarked with a smile. Zhang Yunze removed his hat, shyly ran his hand through his hair, and offered a bashful smile as he said, "Uncle Wang, it's nothing special, really." Wang Yunlong chuckled and responded, "Last year you were merely 186. This year, judging by your height, you must be at least 190. Zhang Yunze nodded and remarked, "I have reached a height of 191 meters. I often wish I could grow to 198 meters, just like Michael." Wang Yunlong chuckled, "Ha, little Zay, you are indeed a fervent admirer of Jordan. By the way, I heard that NBA superstar Tim Melo is coming to Chongqing today for an event. I'll have Xiaoan accompany you shortly." "Xiaoan," Zhang Yunze murmured, a graceful figure materializing in his mind. The car drove into an upscale community in Chongqing, situated adjacent to the Wanda Plaza, where the property prices were among the highest in the vicinity. It seemed rather incongruous for a teacher to reside in such a place and drive a BMW X6. Yet everyone was well aware of the teacher's illustrious past as an NBA assistant coach, national team head coach, and CBA team head coach. This impressive array of titles left little room for further speculation. Wang Yunlong's residence was a duplex apartment with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Wang Yunlong shared a room with his wife, while Wang Yuehan occupied another. The remaining 2 rooms were directly offered to Zhang Yunze, who found everything, bed linens and blankets, newly replaced. Wang Yunlong even prepared a few sets of fresh clothing for him, placing them neatly on the bed. Upon opening the wardrobe, Zhang Yunze discovered several pristine vintage Bulls jerseys featuring Jordan's number 23, clearly a thoughtful gesture from Wang Yunlong. "Wang Uncle," Fang Tian whispered, feeling a swell of gratitude. Wang Uncle was, aside from his grandfather, the kindest person to him. However, Wang Uncle often mentioned that his grandfather had done him great favors, and thus, this kindness seemed insignificant in comparison. Chapter 4. The NBA legend Tim Melo Fang Tian organized the few articles of clothing he had brought into the wardrobe. He hadn't packed much, as his grandfather had provided him with a bank card containing his tuition and living expenses for the year. He instructed Zhang Yunze to purchase clothes if he lacked any. As for the exact amount on the card, Zhang Yunze had yet to check. At that moment, Wang Yunlong entered and exclaimed, "Little Zay, how do you like it so far?" Zhang Yunze nodded and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Wang." Wang Yunlong waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's nothing. It is my duty. By the way, did I not mention earlier that Tim Melo is coming to Chongqing? He is at the Wanda Plaza, just downstairs. I wonder where Xiao Han has run off to. It seems you'll have to go alone. I still need to head to school shortly to train the school team in preparation for the national competition at the end of the year. Your aunt is also busy providing tutoring for the graduating class and will not return until later this evening. Therefore, for lunch, you may eat out at your convenience. Do you have any money on you? If not, I can lend you some." As he spoke, Wang Yunlong reached into his wallet, ready to offer some cash. Zhang Yunze hurriedly exclaimed, "Uncle Wang, Grandpa has given me a bank card. I have money." "Very well, then you can manage on your own. I must take my leave. I have class in half an hour." With that, Wang Yunlong swiftly handed Zhang Yunze a set of house keys and departed in haste. Stepping out of the room, Zhang Yunze entered the living room, where he noticed a framed photograph of Wang Yuehan displayed on the coffee table. He picked up the frame and gazed at the girl in the picture, a smile inadvertently gracing his lips. They had known each other since childhood, though it had been several years since their last meeting. Recalling Uncle Wang's mention of the imminent arrival of Tim Melo for an event, Zhang Yunze felt a twinge of curiosity. Although he did not particularly idolize Melo, his admiration was reserved solely for the legendary number 23 athletes, Michael Jordan and LeBron James. He was nonetheless intrigued to witness an NBA star in person. After all, he had only seen Jordan and James in videos, as their era felt quite distant. Furthermore, Tim Melo was once a student of his grandfather, who held great esteem for him. Zhang Yunze was eager to meet his grandfather's most accomplished disciple, who, in essence, was Zhang Yunze's legitimate senior in their shared martial lineage. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Yunze slung a crossbody bag over his shoulder, packed his wallet, phone, and keys, and set off. The Wanda Plaza was now teeming with people. Yet Tim Melo had yet to make an appearance, a testament to his immense popularity. The acclaim of multiple ticket sales titles was indeed well-deserved. Despite the sweltering heat and blazing sun, the fervor of the crowd was undeterred. Zhang Yunze struggled to weave his way through the throngs of enthusiastic fans, finding the experience quite overwhelming. At last, from a makeshift stage ahead, the booming sound of rock music filled the air, and the lights began to flicker. The host emerged from backstage, shouting to the audience below, "How are you all?" The crowd responded in unison with an exuberant, "Very well." The host continued, "Without further ado, please welcome NBA superstar Tim Melo." The rock music crescendoed, echoing for miles. At that moment, a towering African-American figure, standing at 198 meters, strode onto the stage, none other than the NBA superstar Tim Melo. The crowd erupted in wild cheers, a chorus of MVP ringing out. Many waved large caricatures of Melo and banners that fluttered wildly. Melo held a basketball in hand, standing on the stage as he waved to the crowd below. With a graceful jump shot, he flicked his wrist, sending the ball soaring in an elegant arc towards the throngs of adoring fans. Zhang Yunze's gaze sharpened as he noticed the ball hurtling directly towards him. He rose onto his toes and lifted his hand, and, as if enchanted, the ball found its way into his grasp. With a deft motion, he secured the basketball firmly in his grip, his impressive vertical leap of 269 meters, leaving those around him in awe. Envious glances were cast his way, while Tim Melo on stage looked on with mild astonishment. He was aware that individuals of Chinese descent typically possess smaller hands, making the ability to catch a ball quite rare. To his surprise, this somewhat delicate-looking youth had managed to do so, prompting a subtle smile from Tim Melo directed at Zhang Yunze. Zhang Yunze smiled slightly in acknowledgement. The host on stage announced, "Congratulations to this fortunate individual for winning the commemorative Spalding basketball gifted by Tim Melo. For those who did not win, do not despair. There will be numerous activities shortly, presenting further opportunities to receive a signed basketball from Tim." Zhang Yunze lowered his head to examine the basketball in his hands, which indeed bore the signature of Tim Melo. As the first segment commenced, the host invited Tim to share his thoughts on winning the NBA championship, adding that he would announce a significant decision at the end. Tim Melo took the microphone and began speaking in a flawless American accent, while the host translated alongside him. "Thank you all for being here. I am deeply grateful for your support. Regarding this championship, I can only attribute it to divine favor. The final moments, particularly that decisive shot, were truly astonishing. Although I exerted myself diligently and my teammates gave their all, there are times when one's strength wanes. Fortunately, that night, fortune favored us, which enabled us to secure this miraculous victory." "Tim, how do you assess your opponent, the one often referred to as your rival, Ike Venus?" the host inquired. "Well, Ike is quite an intriguing fellow. He is always formidable, and facing him brings immense pressure. In this championship, he performed remarkably well. But alas, luck was not on his side. It seems I have the better looks and the favor of Lady Luck," Tim Melo replied with a smile. As Tim Melo's words lingered in the air, the audience erupted in laughter, with many chanting MVP. Now, we transition to the segment everyone has eagerly anticipated, a face-to-face encounter with Tim. "You will have the opportunity for a one-on-one showdown," the host announced, gesturing towards the nearby basketball court. The crowd responded with thunderous cheers and applause. "Now, let us invite the fortunate individual who received the basketball to the stage." Tim believes in the existence of luck. "Since you have obtained the ball, it signifies that fate has chosen you," the host proclaimed loudly. All those around Zhang Yunze cast envious glances in his direction, wishing they could take his place and engage in a one-on-one duel with Tim Melo. Zhang Yunze, somewhat incredulous, pointed at himself, questioning whether he had truly been chosen. Tim Melo nodded at him, while the host proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, please make way for this young man," allowing him to come up. Zhang Yunze then became convinced that it truly was himself. As the crowd gradually parted to create a passage, Zhang Yunze pushed his way through and ascended the stage. "What is your name, young man?" the host inquired. Zhang Yunze smiled gently and said, "My name is Zhang Yunze." The host scrutinized Zhang Yunze from head to toe and remarked, "Oh, you must still be a student, right? What grade are you in? Do you often play basketball?" "Oh, I shouldn't take pride too much, but judging by your attire, it appears you do play. You're wearing Tim's sneakers, so it seems you're also a fan of Tim. How do you usually perform on the court?" Zhang Yunze nodded non-committally and remarked, I am a student, currently in my third year of high school. My skills are rather average. I merely play for fun. Zhang Yunze displayed a remarkable humility. The host chuckled. Are you feeling nervous or excited about your upcoming one-on-one with Tim? After all, he is a superstar of the NBA. Haha, not particularly nervous, just quite happy. Zhang Yunze replied, somewhat bashfully. All right, let us all extend our applause to Yunze. Now, let us invite Tim and Yunze to the court. Tim Melo smiled gently at Zhang Yunze and encouraged, good luck. Zhang Yunze's proficiency in English is largely attributed to his grandfather's guidance, which is quite impressive. Casually passing the TOEFL at school poses no challenge for him. Zhang Yunze responded, I will give it my all, you should be cautious. Tim merely chuckled, not taking his words to heart. This was not due to Tim's underestimation. The chasm between amateur players and professionals is profoundly vast, especially when juxtaposed with the world's finest basketball athletes, a disparity akin to that of heaven and earth. In his previous visits to China for events, he typically exerted only a fraction of his strength, allowing ordinary basketball enthusiasts to struggle under his defense, often unable to maintain possession of the ball. There was once a player who claimed to be the best street baller in China, challenging him to a one-on-one match, only to be rendered incapable of dribbling, repeatedly losing the ball to Tim's deft interceptions. This experience left him utterly intimidated, never daring to challenge Tim again, as he was thoroughly outclassed. At that moment, amidst the crowd, a graceful young woman gazed at Zhang Yunze as he took to the stage, momentarily taken aback, murmuring to herself, how could it be him? Zhang Yunze entrusted his bag to the staff, while the large screen on stage projected the entire basketball court, allowing everyone to witness the one-on-one match without needing to change their positions. Now, let me explain the rules of the game. A total of 10 shots will be taken, and after each successful basket, the serve will alternate. According to the rules of street basketball one-on-one, there is no backboard, and a missed shot will also result in a change of serve. The host announced, student Yunze may serve first. Zhang Yunze, clad in basketball attire, appeared perfectly suited for the game, while Tim Melo donned a more casual outfit. Zhang held the ball, positioned just beyond the three-point line, while Tim assumed a defensive stance near the free throw line. All right, the match commences, the host proclaimed. Chapter 5, One-on-One with Tim. Zhang Yunze glanced at Tim, who was not closely guarding him, and inquired in English, is Tim not going to defend closely? Zhang Yunze boasts an exceptionally high three-point shooting percentage when left unguarded. With just a couple of steps, he can establish his rhythm for an open three-pointer. In such a scenario, Zhang Yunze could effortlessly outshoot Carmelo Anthony, irrespective of the latter's stature as an NBA superstar. Carmelo's perspective, however, is that since this is merely an event, there is no need for overly stringent defense. A rigid defense might embarrass others, which is hardly desirable. After all, it is an occasion meant for enjoyment. Thus, he opts to put on a semblance of defense, allowing others to score and ensuring a pleasant experience for everyone involved. Carmelo gestures to Zhang Yunze, indicating that it is perfectly fine to proceed in this manner. Zhang Yunze, unpretentious as ever, effortlessly launched a jump shot from beyond the arc, his wrist flicking as the ball soared through the air. Tim Melo raised his hand in an attempt to block, yet did not leap. A crisp swish echoed, plunging the arena into a momentary silence, which was soon shattered by raucous cheers, with the crowd fervently chanting Zhang Yunze's name. Clearly, his successful three-pointer delighted everyone. The host exclaimed, the shot is in. Absolutely remarkable. It is evident that our classmate Yunze exhibits remarkable precision in his three-point shooting, and his form is exceptionally standard. Amidst the crowd, a delicate girl murmured, I never expected your shooting to be so accurate now. Tim Melo, taken aback, had not anticipated such precision from the young player before him, whose shooting technique seemed almost as if it had been honed through formal training. It was no wonder he pondered why no one was defending him closely. During his years in China, he had seldom witnessed anyone making three-pointers in his presence. Even when they attempted, none succeeded, as facing him typically induced a degree of tension and pressure. However, this young man appeared completely unfazed, exhibiting remarkable ease. Tim Melo smiled and gave Zhang Yunze a thumbs up, saying, impressive, very impressive. Though Zhang Yunze had made a three-pointer, it was only one shot. Now it was Tim's turn to inbound the ball. While Zhang Yunze's three-pointer astonished us, we were eager to see how he would fare defensively. Observing his physique, he seemed to hold his own, not at a significant disadvantage in height. As Tim held the ball at the three-point line, Zhang Yunze moved in to defend him closely. Tim began to dribble and change direction, attempting to shake off Zhang Yunze. The basketball was adeptly maneuvered between Tim's legs, occasionally reversing direction. Yet despite two swift changes, he could not elude Zhang Yunze. Tim suddenly sensed that this young man was formidable, the defense he faced reminiscent of that from an NBA-level player. With a subtle smile, he burst leftward, only to find Zhang Yunze keeping pace with him, his footwork matching Tim Melo's agility. It seemed Tim's defense was commendable as well. Perhaps we were about to witness an exhilarating one-on-one showdown, the host declared excitedly. However, after taking a couple of steps forward, Tim executed a deft behind-the-back dribble to regain control of the ball, swiftly changing direction to break right. Caught off guard, Zhang Yunze was momentarily out of position, nearly losing his balance, but managing to steady himself. Nevertheless, Tim Melo slipped past him with ease, executing a simple layup under the basket as the ball sailed through the hoop. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, chanting MVP. Truly, Tim Melo's breakthrough was razor-sharp, nearly causing Zhang Yunze to falter. Yet, we must commend Zhang Yunze for his surprising defense, which had even compelled Tim to unleash his special moves. The host exclaimed with palpable excitement. The cheers from the audience continued unabated, filling the atmosphere with vibrant energy. Zhang Yunze, with the ball beyond the three-point line, found Melo unwilling to relent this time. Instead, he closed in, maintaining a distance no greater than a few dozen centimeters. Zhang Yunze assumed the quintessential triple threat stance, his right foot extending forward, while Melo reached out to disrupt him, showing no signs of being deceived by Zhang's feints. It was evident that Yunze displayed remarkable professionalism. Who would have thought such a basketball virtuoso resided among us? The host remarked. Among the crowd, a graceful girl raised her delicate eyebrows, whispering proudly, "Indeed. My brother Xiaoze has been trained since childhood by Grandpa Zhang." Beside her, the girl's close friend widened her eyes, eagerly gazing at the large screen in anticipation of what was to unfold. Suddenly, Zhang Yunze sprang into action, his first step as swift as lightning. In that fleeting moment, Tim Melo found himself momentarily out of position. However, being an NBA superstar, he quickly readjusted, executing a broad lateral movement to re-establish his defense and block Zhang's path to the basket. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yunze executed a sudden pivot, stepping right and turning his body to face the hoop, rising for a smooth fadeaway jump shot. Tim Melo leapt to contest the shot, but Zhang's release was so rapid that it rivaled Melo's own shooting speed. With age diminishing his explosive power, Tim barely reached Zhang's release point, rendering his attempt to disrupt the shot futile. The ball swished through the net, igniting an eruption of cheers from the audience, with some even chanting Zhang Yunze's name. Tim Melo's expression grew serious. It wasn't the embarrassment of conceding a basket under his defense that concerned him, but rather the competitive fire that Zhang had ignited within him. In Zhang, he glimpsed a reflection of his younger self, and he noted a striking resemblance in their technical movements. He recognized that some of Zhang's skills and physical attributes could rival those of NBA players. When had such a prodigy emerge from China, this young lad appeared so promising. Tim Melo set aside his playful demeanor, preparing to bring forth at least his regular season prowess for a genuine showdown with Zhang Yunze, a gesture of respect towards the young talent. He ruffled Zhang Yunze's hair and remarked, "You are remarkable, quite impressive." Zhang Yunze smiled shyly. The competition was becoming increasingly exhilarating, and it was evident that Tim was also prepared to showcase his true skills. Yunze's basketball prowess astonished us all, the host remarked. Tim Melo dribbled the ball outside the three-point line, searching for an opportunity to break through. Zhang Yunze defended exceptionally well, offering Tim barely any space to maneuver. Yet, Tim Melo was indeed an MVP. With a swift behind-the-back dribble, he broke through from the left side, and Zhang Yunze quickly followed suit. As Melo approached the free-throw line, he executed a sudden stop for a jump shot. Zhang Yunze attempted to block the shot, but was a fraction too late. Moreover, Melo's release was remarkably quick, and the basketball traced a beautiful arc before swishing through the net. The game was intensely competitive. It was astonishing to witness such grassroots basketball talent here. One could imagine Tim was quite pleased as the score stood level at 2-2. The host continued. In the background, a blond man in his 50s inquired of his companion, "Is it possible to ascertain this child's identity? I believe he could come for a trial with our team." The individual beside him, also a foreigner, expressed mild surprise. "Harry, are you serious? This kid looks to be around 17 or 18. And didn't he mention he is still in high school? The league has long relaxed the draft conditions, anyone over 18 can enter. This child possesses remarkable physical attributes. Did you notice? His speed can keep pace with Melon, and his first step is extraordinarily rapid. Melon nearly got bypassed by him just now. How could we overlook such a promising young talent? But Chinese guards, the man hesitated. What is wrong with Chinese guards? Are we to believe that geniuses cannot emerge from China? With a population exceeding 1 billion, the likelihood of discovering talent is far greater than in our country. It's just that many are overlooked. If we hadn't found him here today, what do you think the chances are that this child would truly embark on a professional basketball career? The companion nodded thoughtfully. That's a valid point. But I wonder if he has any aspirations to enter the professional league? How will we know unless we ask? But I suspect there shouldn't be any issues. Did you see the determination and passion in that child's eyes? He showed no fear even when facing a superstar like Tim. Such qualities are rare and invaluable in a player. At this moment, Zhang Yunze was in possession of the ball, dribbling outside the three-point line, attempting to shake off Melon's defense to find an opportunity for a three-pointer. However, Melon's defense was indeed formidable, effectively blocking all his shooting avenues. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Yunze executed 2 rapid crossovers and finally found a sliver of space. He stepped forward and then retreated to the three-point line, launching a jump shot from a standstill. Melon leaped to contest the shot, but the ball had already left Zhang Yunze's hands the instant he took off. The ball soared towards the basket, followed by the crisp sound of the net swishing. A wave of exuberant cheers erupted from the crowd, an exhilarating spectacle. An ordinary individual, facing the formidable defense of an NBA superstar, successfully sank a three-pointer, an occurrence so rare it may only be witnessed once in a lifetime. The shot was made. Classmate Yunze, undeterred by Tim's staunch defense, launched the three-pointer, and even under such intense pressure, his shooting form remained impeccably intact, his release swift beyond measure. It was an astonishing basket. The host exclaimed. Melo, somewhat incredulous, marveled at the execution of the shot. He had believed his defense to be near flawless, confident that under such circumstances, no one, even in the NBA, could consistently make such a shot. Yet this young man effortlessly executed a sidestep followed by a jump shot, his release time comparable to his own. A term suddenly flashed in his mind, one he was often labeled with by others: unnaturally precise. Remarkable, truly remarkable, Melo praised. Zhang Yunze smiled as he passed the ball to Melo. Melo, holding the ball, dribbled just outside the three-point line, while Zhang Yunze did not press too closely. Consequently, Melo executed a smooth jump shot from 1 meter beyond the arc, the basketball tracing a graceful arc through the air before finding its mark. The shot was successful. Indeed, it was a remarkable long-range three-pointer from Tim, resulting in a tie at 3-3, a truly unexpected turn of events, as the host exclaimed. Chapter 6. A narrow defeat now. It was Zhang Yunze's turn to serve. Holding the ball outside the three-point line, he faced tight defense from Tim and Melo. Zhang Yunze seemed to struggle to make a pass, but this challenge was evidently no match for him. Suddenly, he lunged with his right leg towards the left front, then spun around to face away from Melo, executing a feint to the right before swiftly pivoting and breaking left. Tim immediately pursued, but Zhang Yunze's speed was astonishing. After just 2 dribbles, he arrived beneath the basket and quickly attempted a layup, sending the ball soaring towards the hoop. At that moment, however, Tim Melo leaped high from behind Zhang Yunze, delivering a powerful swat that sent the basketball crashing against the backboard before he snatched it out of the air. A one-handed rejection. The prowess of the Defensive Player of the Year was on full display. Oh! Tim executed a spectacular one-handed block, thwarting Zhang Yunze's layup. Truly, he deserved the title of the NBA's best defender, able to deny such a shot with ease. The host exclaimed in awe. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers and applause, a cacophony that showed no signs of abating. After securing the ball, Tim quickly dribbled beyond the three-point line, then charged forward, executing 2 swift crossovers before turning and bulldozing past Zhang Yunze, culminating in a powerful 2-handed dunk. Zhang Yunze's physical prowess in confrontation still leaves much to be desired. Whenever Tim exerts himself, Zhang is unable to withstand the force and is unceremoniously knocked aside, losing his shooting space. However, one cannot fault Zhang too harshly, for he is merely 17 years old, with ample room for growth, while Tim, at the age of 36, has spent 14 illustrious years in the NBA. Tim has executed a magnificent 2-handed slam dunk. It is truly remarkable. This matchup has been a visual feast for us. The current score stands at 4-3. with Tim in the lead. The fervent fans of Tim in the stands are passionately and exuberantly chanting MVP. MVP, their voices harmonious and thunderous. Zhang Yunze felt somewhat disheartened as Tim Melo gently patted him on the back and handed him the ball without uttering a word. Zhang Yunze could not fathom how a shot from such an angle could be blocked. It seemed he had underestimated the prowess of the NBA's best defensive player. His understanding of defensive strategies was largely shaped by encounters with local basketball enthusiasts, which paled in comparison to the defensive awareness, capability, and attitude exhibited by NBA players. The disparity, particularly when it came to the elite defenders, was unfathomably vast. Zhang Yunze, with the ball in hand, approached the game with utmost caution. He meticulously analyzed Tim Melo's defense, searching for any potential weaknesses. Zhang Yunze held the conviction that even the most proficient defenders must possess vulnerabilities. However, Melo's defense appeared nearly impenetrable. Left with no choice, Zhang Yunze executed a powerful drive, retreating for a back-to-the-basket maneuver. As he edged closer to the paint, near the left free throw line, he collided forcefully with Melo, then rose for a fadeaway jump shot. Melo leaped to contest the shot, demonstrating exceptional defensive prowess. The attempt by Zhang Yunze struck the rim, bouncing off as Melo soared to secure the rebound. Under the formidable defense of Tim, Yunze missed his first shot. The commentator announced, Tim Melo now has possession. Melo, undeterred, faced Zhang Yunze and launched a swift three-point jump shot, the ball swishing through the net. It was again Zhang Yunze's turn, but this time, as he dribbled between his legs, Tim Melo seized the moment, intercepting the ball with precision. He then stepped beyond the arc and executed another three-point jump shot. The atmosphere in the arena ignited with fervor as Tim Melo showcased his caliber as an NBA superstar. Although Zhang Yunze displayed considerable skill, he fell short of the monumental standards set by a true superstar in both technical prowess and physicality. Tim's flawless defense illustrated the dual responsibilities of a player in a game, not merely to attack, but also to defend. In this one-on-one duel, Tim Melo imparted a valuable lesson to Zhang Yunze. Historically, Zhang Yunze's defensive abilities had been lacking, yet his formidable offensive skills often obscured this flaw. The score stood at 5-3, with Melo leading by 2 points. Zhang Yunze also sensed the vast chasm between himself and Tim Melton. Even when he faced the star forward of the NCAA championship team, the most outstanding player of the Final Four, he did not experience such immense pressure. Is this the caliber of a player whose historical standing in the NBA ranks only second to that of Michael Jordan? Zhang Yunze was filled with an indomitable spirit of combat. This competition served as a testament to his years of relentless effort, a culmination of over a decade of hard work. He refused to concede defeat, even in the face of an NBA superstar. He would exert every ounce of his strength and never surrender. All he desired was victory. He was a fervent zealot, obsessed with the pursuit of triumph. Zhang Yunze unleashed an immense power, penetrating from the right side beyond the three-point line. With two deft between-the-legs maneuvers, he evaded Tim Melo's defense, creating a slender window for his shot. He then launched a high arc, the ball soaring through the air, striking the backboard before gracefully cascading into the hoop. The bank shot was successful. Remarkable. You're truly exceptional, Melo remarked. Zhang Yunze expressed his gratitude with a simple, thank you for your compliment. The score stood at 4-5. With the final ball remaining, would it be Tim who triumphed, or would Yunze stage a remarkable comeback? Let's anticipate the outcome. For today's 1v1 confrontation was nothing short of spectacular, defying all expectations. Where, one might wonder, was the applause for such an exhilarating match? As the host's words faded, a thunderous cheer erupted from the audience, accompanied by enthusiastic applause. In that decisive moment, Tim Melo stood at the top of the arc, clutching the ball with both hands, while Zhang Yunze held his breath, intently observing Tim's every move. Despite being at a disadvantage, his desire to win fueled his determination. Surrender was not an option, and defeat was simply unacceptable. Victory was imperative. With a sudden burst of energy, Tim Melo launched himself forward, breaking to the right. Zhang Yunze immediately stayed close behind him. Near the two-point line, Melo executed a sudden stop and feigned shot. However, Yunze, seasoned experience, remained grounded and did not jump. Even as Melo executed two successive fakes, Yunze stood resolute. Yet, on the final attempt, Yunze misjudged the moment. Melo truly released the ball. By the time Yunze reacted and leaped to block, it was too late. The ball had already left Melo's hands. Soaring through the air with a graceful hook shot from 4 meters out, it swished through the net. Tim Melo had claimed victory in his one-on-one duel with Yunza. Nevertheless, Yunza's performance was commendable, deserving of our utmost respect. To contest so fiercely against Tim was a feat that elicited profound admiration from all present, as the host proclaimed. Defeated, Zhang Yunza hung his head in disappointment. Despite giving his all, he had lost. Even Tim Melo had not played at full intensity. Was the gap truly so vast? Tim Melo placed the ball down and approached Zhang, gently embracing him, one hand resting on his head. "Child," he said, "you are the most talented player I have ever encountered. Keep pushing forward. The sky is your only limit. I hope to see you on the NBA court one day. Keep striving." "Thank you, Tim. I will work hard," Zhang Yunza replied, touched by the gesture. Tim Melo regarded the young talent before him, recognizing the immeasurable potential that lay ahead. Ultimately, it was only with an intensity akin to that seen in the finals that he had managed to secure victory over Zhang. Chapter 7. Street Basketball 3v3. After concluding his match with Tim Melo, Zhang Yunza departed, clutching the basketball gifted by Tim. He had little interest in the upcoming activities. Instead, he wished to reflect deeply on the reasons for his loss. He sensed that the cause extended beyond mere technical skills, delving into psychological and experiential realms. Upon returning to his community, Zhang Yunza made his way to the neighborhood basketball court, which was currently deserted. Everyone seemed to have gone to watch Tim Melo. He began to shoot hoops, the ball echoing as it swooshed through the net. Engrossed in his practice, he occasionally sprinted for layups, replaying the moments from his one-on-one with Tim Melo in his mind. Zhang Yunza stood near the center circle, clutching the ball and gazing at the hoop. Suddenly, an impulse surged within him, and he forcefully thrust the basketball into the net. With the ball cradled in his arms, he accelerated with fervor, taking a swift step as if propelled by an arrow released from its bow, racing toward the hoop. As one foot landed on the free throw line, Zhang Yunza powerfully pushed off the ground, soaring high into the air. Raising the basketball with one arm, he assumed the pose of a battle axe slam. With a thunderous crash, the ball slammed into the rim, and in that moment, Zhang Yunza felt a surge of pin-up energy escape from his chest. This was the third time he had executed a dunk from the free throw line. The first time was during his trip to America last year. He had attempted it several times since, achieving success only once, while the others fell short. Unexpectedly, the frustration from losing the game today became the catalyst for his triumphant dunk from the free throw line. "Wow, that was incredibly impressive, a dunk from the free throw line," came a voice of astonishment from behind Zhang Yunza. Zhang Yunza turned around and noticed a few young men approaching, each holding a basketball. They appeared to be enthusiasts of the sport, residing in the same community. Zhang offered them a slight smile and inquired, "Are you here to play basketball as well?" "Indeed," one of them replied. "Dude, you're incredibly skilled. Are you a professional?" "Though a professional at your age seems unlikely." "Are you from a sports academy?" Zhang Yunza shook his head and remarked, "Not at all. I am merely an enthusiast." "Alas, isn't Tim Melo holding an event outside? Aren't you all inclined to attend?" The individual shrugged in resignation and replied, "There are simply too many people. It is impossible to see anything. Moreover, my companions and I are quite critical of Tim Melo. So it is better that we do not go. If Yak were to come, we would undoubtedly attend. Why didn't you go as well?" Zhang Yunza chuckled and remarked, "So that is how it is. I went there and returned, finding nothing particularly captivating, so I decided to practice basketball alone. Just right with the 5 of us. Shall we team up for a 3v3 match? However, given your prowess, it seems anyone paired with you is destined to win effortlessly, haha." The companions nearby laughed heartily in agreement. "It's all in good fun, after all," Zhang Yunza added. "Indeed, as long as everyone enjoys themselves, that's what matters," replied another. Soon, the teams were formed. Zhang Yunza teamed up with a stout individual and a tall, slender man standing over 1.8 meters, while their opponents comprised 2 players also exceeding 1.8 meters and one towering at nearly 1.9 meters, thus enjoying a height advantage. The stout man, however, stood only 1.7 meters tall, but with Zhang Yunza on their side, such advantages were rendered insignificant. The first possession on the makeshift court began with a free throw. The team that scored would then gain possession. If all free throws were successful, they would continue to shoot until one side failed to score. The opposing team missed their first free throw, a common occurrence in informal games. Zhang Yunza approached the free throw line and effortlessly sank his shot, securing possession for his team. The stout man, holding the ball, positioned himself beyond the three-point line. Zhang Yunza called for the ball in the key, and the stout man lofted it to him. Zhang Yunza caught it and, with a fluid motion, executed a hook shot. Success. "Wow, that was precise, my friend. It looked so effortless." one of the opponents exclaimed. Zhang Yunze chuckled as the ball remained in their possession. The plump player received the ball and passed it to the lanky man. Zhang Yunze made a reverse run to circle around the perimeter, but at that moment, the plump player had already surged into the paint. The lanky man passed the ball directly to him, and the plump player executed a series of feints before twisting his body to attempt a layup. The basketball spun around the rim several times before finally settling into the net. Well done, my friend. You are truly becoming one of the four kings of the basketball court, remarked an opponent. The four kings? What do you mean? The plump player asked, bewildered. With a sly grin, the opponent replied, the agile, plump fellow, the hook-shot elder, the stout rebound monster, and the tall, slender long-range king. You are indeed the agile, plump fellow. How dare you? You are the real, plump fellow. The plump player retorted, indignantly slapping the man on the back. The man merely chuckled in response. The ball remained with Zhang Yunze, who passed it from beyond the three-point line to the lanky man near the free-throw line. Upon receiving the ball, the lanky man attempted a quick jump shot, but alas, the ball clanged off the rim, and everyone prepared to vie for the rebound. Just then, a shadow darted overhead. Zhang Yunze leaped high into the air, seizing the basketball that had ricocheted off the court, and executed a stunning one-handed putback dunk, sending the ball soaring through the hoop. The arena fell into an astonished silence, all eyes riveted on Zhang Yunze, as if he were an extraterrestrial. Goodness, my friend, that was absolutely magnificent. A one-handed putback in midair, exclaimed the crowd in disbelief. Such a spectacle was typically reserved for television, and witnessing it firsthand was an exhilarating experience beyond measure. A towering figure standing over 9 meters tall, even exceeding Zhang Yunze by half a head, remarked, "Your athleticism is remarkable. I observe that your hand surpassed the rim by a considerable margin. Though I'm taller, I can only barely manage a dunk." Another individual chimed in, "Lindsay, did you not see him leap from the free throw line? Such an extraordinary feat diminishes the surprise of a putback dunk." This observation prompted a thoughtful nod from a tall man. It was Zhang Yunze's possession once again. Positioned beyond the three-point line, the stout fellow passed the ball to him. Zhang Yunze, undeterred by the towering defender, dribbled twice and then executed a swift pull-up three-pointer. The ball traced an elegant arc before swishing effortlessly through the net. This is insurmountable. This guy is simply phenomenal. It feels like we are merely setting ourselves up for failure, lamented the tall individual. Indeed, I share your sentiment. Should we consider redistributing teams? Suggested another. Come on, Dupai, that's not how it works. If you can't win, you can't just call for a reshuffle. Absolutely not. The stout fellow retorted with discontent. Dupai merely shrugged, falling silent, as if acknowledging his own defeatist reasoning. Calling for a team reshuffle simply because of another superior performance was hardly fair. The ball remained with Zhang Yunze's team, the score standing at 4-0. The stout fellow passed the ball to Zhang Yunze once more. This time, the tall defender, wary of another pull-up shot, pressed closely, obstructing Zhang Yunze's shooting path. However, Zhang Yunze swiftly stepped out with his right foot, breaking left with a speed akin to lightning, leaving the tall man trailing behind. As he approached Dupai, who was attempting to defend, Zhang Yunze released a left-handed layup that soared over Dupai's outstretched hand, kissing the backboard before gracefully dropping into the hoop. The opposing trio found themselves utterly speechless as the ball remained in Zhang Yunze's team's possession. The stout fellow eagerly passed the ball to Zhang Yunze once more, reveling in the prospect of witnessing the other team's chagrin. The lanky player had no objections to passing the ball to Zhang Yunze, believing that if he could score, he should continue to do so without hesitation. Zhang Yunze, with an air of confidence, launched a three-point jump shot despite the towering defender's presence. The tall opponent exerted every ounce of effort to thwart him, yet the basketball effortlessly swished through the net. "Impressive, truly impressive, my friend," exclaimed the plump companion, astonished. "Your aim is nothing short of remarkable." The lanky fellow offered a thumbs up in acknowledgement. "It's a one-man show. I genuinely feel we stand no chance. This brother is extraordinary, capable of dismantling us single-handedly," one of the opposing team members remarked, a hint of resignation in his tone. Both the lanky player and the tall defender nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting a shared understanding. "Indeed, I concur. Though I was named the best defensive player of the school team, I was simply outmaneuvered. It's utterly humiliating." Little did they realize that the Zhang Yunze they spoke of had recently engaged in a one-on-one match with NBA superstar Tim Melo, not only holding his ground, but even taking the lead at times. It was no surprise that they were no match for him. In their perception, A single player from a school team could dominate any game, but today that notion was thoroughly challenged. Suddenly, a voice, grating like a duck's quack, interrupted. Well, if it isn't our esteemed young Master Li, are you here today to accept our challenge? Chapter 8. A bloodbath. It's you, Rinyu. The individual named Dubi seethed, casting a menacing glare at Rinyu. Oh dear, young Master Li. Why do you appear so flustered? Have you considered my proposal from yesterday? 5-on-5. And the loser calls the winner father? You from the 4th middle school were quite arrogant, yet now you seem rather subdued. Rinyu approached slowly, flanked by 5 others, one towering at nearly 2 meters tall. Damn it, shall Li just face them? What is there to fear? The tall one interjected. Huh, do you see that, young Master Li? Your friend exhibits more spirit than you do, Rinyu remarked with a mocking tone, unable to bear Rinyu's ugly demeanor. Even Zhang Yunze felt compelled to respond. Calling someone father is rather trivial. How about we make a wager? The loser must circle the court on all 4s and bark like a dog 3 times. Zhang Yunze proposed with a playful expression. Who are you? Fei Yu Flaonu, inquiring. Is young Master Li here with you? Or have you come as his aide? Young Master Li cast a pleading glance towards Zhang Yunze, who responded with a smile. I am indeed his ally. But tell me, do you dare accept my challenge? Zhang Yunze's gaze was laced with provocation. Li Tianhong looked at Zhang Yunze with gratitude, fully aware that today's match was unavoidable. Winning seemed an insurmountable task for just the 4 of them, but with Zhang Yunze's involvement, the outcome could change significantly. It was evident to him that Zhang Yunze's skills exceeded those of the average player, bordering on professional caliber. His shooting form, precision, and speed were extraordinary. Are you certain? Rinyu's expression was somewhat unfriendly as he glanced at Zhang Yunze and then at Li Tianhong, perplexed by the audacity of these individuals to make such bold declarations. At that moment, Li Tianhong, emboldened, declared, Rin, I will accept your terms for the match. Now let us see if you dare to meet my conditions. A hearty laugh erupted from Rinyu and his companions, finding the situation utterly amusing. Dare I? Huh, just be sure not to weep later if you lose, Rin retorted. Brother Rin, I could easily take on 2 of these novices, chimed in a towering youth behind Rin, who stood over 2 meters tall. Their confidence is laughable. Very well. I shall grant you some time to prepare. Just don't claim we are bullying you afterward, Rin scoffed. Li Tianhong pulled the group aside and turned to Zhang Yunze, saying, Brother, thank you. May I ask your name? I am Zhang Yunze, he replied. Brother, you underestimate them. Did you see that giant? He was once a substitute in the CBA. Facing him and his ilk, even enthusiasts like us, will not be an easy feat, Li Tianhong sighed. The tall player and the heavier one added, If it weren't for that 2-meter-tall player, winning against them wouldn't be particularly challenging for us. CBA substitute? Zhang Yunze scoffed. Don't speak of substitutes. Even if he were an all-star, I wouldn't be intimidated. I have outperformed the main guards of NCAA championship teams and even held my own against Tim Melo. Why should I fear a mere CBA substitute? Professional players may seem formidable to the average person, but countless professionals have fallen to my prowess over the years. Rest assured, I will handle that player. He won't even score a point. Is that true? Li Tianhong could hardly believe his ears. Was Zhang Yunze genuinely this confident, or was he merely boasting? Ultimately, the 5 players from their side, excluding the heavier one, prepared for a full 5v5 match, aiming for 30 points. Whoever reached 31st would claim victory. Rinyu stepped onto the court, casting a cold glance at them as he smirked. Just don't cry if you lose. As long as you don't make excuses when you lose, Li Tianhong shot back. What a joke. Do you really think we will lose? The towering player asserted. The referee, a young man brought along by Rinyu, had obtained his national level 2 referee certification. Although he was affiliated with Run, Zhang Yunze was unconcerned about biased officiating. In the face of absolute strength, even foul play would be futile. The jump ball commenced between Zhang Yunze and the CBA substitute, with a height difference of nearly 10 centimeters. Yet, with his explosive power and impressive vertical leap, Zhang Yunze swiftly tipped the ball into the hands of his teammate. Zhou Zhu handed the ball to Zhang Yunze, who dribbled across half-court. His defender, standing around 9 meters tall and slightly taller than Zhang, attempted to guard him. However, Zhang Yunze effortlessly maneuvered to the top of the arc and, facing his opponent's defense, executed a clean 3-point shot, sinking it flawlessly. The basketball swished through the net with a perfect arc. Damn it, Rinyu exclaimed in frustration. Well done, brother, cheered Zhang Yunze and his companions. Let us show them who's boss. As the opposing team prepared for the inbound, Rinyu dribbled the ball to the front court and deftly lobbed it to the towering player, standing over 2 meters tall. Zhang Yunze, however, instructed the taller defender to move outside, asserting that he would take on this challenge. The towering player, upon realizing he was being guarded by someone shorter, smirked arrogantly, preparing to back down Zhang Yunze for a one-on-one confrontation. Yet, after a couple of dribbles, he found himself unable to advance, as Zhang Yunze held his ground firmly, rendering him immobile. Stunned, he realized he had never encountered such resistance on the court. With his physical stature, he was accustomed to overpowering any opponent with ease. In his moment of bewilderment, he suddenly discovered that the ball had vanished from his grasp, snatched away by Zhang Yunze. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yunze swiftly dribbled the ball down the court like a bolt of lightning, leaving the opposing team with no chance to foul him. He executed a seamless three-point shot, and the ball swished effortlessly through the net. "How could you let that happen?" Ren Yu shouted at his teammate. Acknowledging his blunder, the player could only glare at Zhang Yunze in silence, unable to offer a defense. "Impressive, brother." Li Tianhong and others raised their thumbs in admiration for Zhang Yunze. Initially, they believed their chances of victory, even with Zhang Yunze on their side, were slim. However, after witnessing his remarkable performance, their hopes soared. If Zhang Yunze could display such prowess, a victory was not merely a distant dream, it was almost assured. Ren Yu's expression darkened as he brought the ball to the front court, confronted by a lanky defender. Without hesitation, Ren Yu passed the ball and immediately cut towards the basket. The player who received the ball executed a bounce pass to Ren Yu, who then bulldozed through the lanky defender and effortlessly laid the ball in. Both Ren Yu and the defender stood at around 1.8 meters tall, but Ren Yu's robust physique clearly gave him the upper hand. The score was now 6-2. Zhang Yunze dribbled the ball into the front court, and the towering opponent, standing at over 2 meters, stepped forward, keen to redeem himself after having just lost possession. His defensive posture was impeccable, a testament to his professional training. However, Zhang Yunze executed 2 swift crossovers, leaving his adversary struggling to keep pace. Fong Tian accelerated into the paint, effortlessly bypassing the defender. As another defender approached to assist, Zhang Yunze soared into the air, undeterred by the impending challenge, and performed a powerful axe dunk, emphatically slamming the ball into the hoop. Li Tianhong and his teammates erupted in ecstatic cheers, rushing to high-five Zhang Yunze, while Ren Yu and his cohort wore expressions of utter dismay. It was a rarity to witness such a dunk on an outdoor court, especially one executed over an opponent during a match. It was nearly an impossible feat, even for CBA players, demanding extraordinary explosiveness and leaping ability. "You got this, Yunze. You're truly incredible," Li Tianhong exclaimed with a grin. "Quick, get back on defense. Stop chatting," Zhang Yunze teased. Li Tianhong shuklat. A foreboding sensation crept into Ren Yu's mind. This player appeared exceptionally formidable, far beyond the ordinary, seemingly possessing the capacity to dominate CBA bench players. Yet, he looked so young. Surely he couldn't be a professional athlete. How could he be so remarkably skilled? The score stood at 8-2. Chapter 9. Ruthless domination. With a grim expression, Ren Yu accepted the ball passed by his teammate and dribbled across the midline. A pang of regret washed over him for agreeing to the wager with Li Tianhong. He realized he had acted impulsively. Yet, he couldn't fathom where Li Tianhong had discovered such a talented player. With no alternative, he pressed onward. He passed the ball to the CBA substitute, knowing that their only hope of victory lay in his performance, as he was among the elite professional players. The CBA substitute received the ball at the free throw line, lifted it high, and directly passed to Ren Yu, who cut sharply into the lane. However, Li Tianhong closely guarded him, denying him a shot opportunity. Reluctantly, he had to pass back to a teammate outside. The player received the ball and attempted a three-pointer from beyond the arc, but missed despite the open look. The three-point shooting percentage on outdoor courts was notoriously unreliable. The 1.9-meter tall member of the school team seized the rebound and passed it to Zhang Yunze, who quickly advanced the ball, engaging in a 2-on-1 situation. With a deft turn and fading jump shot, he evaded the defender and scored effortlessly. The score now read 10-2. Ren Yu approached the CBA substitute, Lin Hua, and said, "Regardless of the circumstances, you must step up. If we wish to win, we can only rely on you now. Your offense must be resolute." Lin Hua nodded, acknowledging, "I understand. I truly have no idea where Li Tianhong found such a skilled player. I feel his abilities are comparable to many CBA starters." Ren Yu furrowed his brow, incredulous, and replied, "CBA starters? That can't be possible. I don't know either." Lin Hua shook his head. In this round, Ren Yu directly passed the ball to Lin Hua in the paint. Lin Hua faced off against the 9-meter-tall player from the school team, who was forcefully pushed back into the 3-second zone. Despite exerting every ounce of strength, he was unable to withstand the pressure. The disparity in their physiques was too significant. Weighing merely 180 pounds, he was no match for Lin Hua, who weighed a robust 210 pounds, an imposing difference of 30 pounds, compounded by a height difference of nearly 10 centimeters. As Lin Hua settled into the 3-second zone, he contended with his defender and executed a delicate hook shot, sending the ball soaring. Nearby, Zhang Yunze, positioned near the free throw line, revealed a hint of disdain in his smile. Suddenly, he accelerated, shaking off his defender, and leaped high into the air. His right hand soared upward, and in an instant he seemed to defy gravity, as if he were flying. A closer look would reveal that at that moment, Zhang Yunze's head had nearly surpassed the rim. His astonishing vertical leap was truly remarkable. Zhang Yunze's objective is the basketball launched by Lin Hua. He aims to block Lin Hua's shot, but Lin Hua has already released the ball, and the release point is quite elevated. Can Zhang Yunze make it in time? However, in the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded that left everyone present utterly speechless. Zhang Yunze effortlessly seized the basketball, which had yet to reach its apex, firmly grasping it in his hand. As he descended, he cradled it against his abdomen. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, and the scene fell into a profound silence, all captivated by this extraordinary spectacle. Zhang Yunze astonishingly blocked Lin Hua's shot with a single hand. The height at which Zhang Yunze executed the block was such that his head nearly surpassed the rim. What manner of extraordinary being is this? My goodness! Rinyu couldn't help but exclaim. What on earth is this? They are on completely different levels. Zhang Yunze let out a cold smile. He was not one to seek attention, yet Rinyu's actions were utterly excessive, prompting even him to intervene. If he did not teach Rinyu a lesson, he believed he would be failing himself. Like a bolt of lightning, he surged towards the court, leaving everyone behind, executing a powerful dunk that made the entire hoop tremble. The score stood at 12-2. Once again, Rinyu passed to the interior for Lin Hua, but Zhang Yunze emerged from nowhere, intercepting the pass with finesse. He then executed a breathtaking fast break, culminating in a three-point shot that found its mark. 15-2. The 5 players on Rinyu's side resembled wilted eggplants, unable to lift their heads. The gap was insurmountable, rendering them utterly despondent. They felt as if, in Zhang Yunze's eyes, they were merely novice players flaunting their inept skills before an NBA star. The chasm between them was so vast that it crushed their spirits, leaving them devoid of confidence. They were uncertain of what Zhang Yunze could not accomplish. Steals, blocks, three-pointers, breakaways, dunks. He excelled in every aspect, single-handedly dismantling their team with ease. This was an unimaginable scenario for Rinyu. Ever since he met Lin Hua, they had dominated the courts, never once experiencing such humiliation. Lin Hua had consistently outperformed everyone, which had fueled Rinyu's arrogance, leading him to provoke others. However, during a 3v3 match, Rinyu was blocked by Lin Tianhong, and as a result, he declared a challenge to uphold his pride, insisting that the loser must call the winner father. Little did he know that retribution would come swiftly. They had been thoroughly outplayed by an outsider, a fact that would leave them with no face to show in the vicinity, let alone the impending humiliation of having to run laps around the court while barking like dogs. After Zhang Yunze intercepted the ball from Lin Hua once more, Lin Hua, filled with rage and embarrassment, pushed Zhang Yunze. Despite the shove causing him to stagger, Zhang Yunze skillfully maintained his grip on the ball, showcasing his exceptional dribbling prowess. Zhang Yunze had yet to erupt. A few individuals on his side, including the stout one, charged directly at Lin Hua. Despite Lin Hua's imposing stature, they showed no fear, glaring at him with the fervor of impending conflict. Deep down, they were grateful to Zhang Yunze. Had it not been for him today, they would have been at a loss for resolution. Observing Zhang Yunze being shoved, they were determined not to let the matter rest. Damn it, Rinyu, are you so inept at basketball that you resort to fighting? Lin Tianhong bellowed. While Rinyu came from a wealthy and influential family, Lin's background was no less formidable, rendering him undaunted by Rinyu's presence. Zhu Gan positioned himself protectively in front of Zhang Yunze, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Hua, seemingly contemptuous of someone who would stoop to both losing a game and resorting to violence. Claiming to be part of the CBA, yet bringing disgrace to it, he remarked, "If it's a fight you want, I'm more than willing to oblige," declared a member of the school team. They had always been the bullies at school, rarely facing the brunt of aggression themselves. Even the local delinquents feared them. The unity within the team was formidable. If one of their own was provoked or bullied, the aggressor would soon find themselves confronted by a multitude of burly figures. Consequently, petty thugs generally avoided provoking them, keeping a safe distance. There had once been an ill-fated delinquent who dared to bother a newcomer on their team. The outcome was dire, as the other team members sought out the troublemaker and left him hospitalized. With Li Tianhong's influence, the authorities dismissed the minor incident without taking action. The school, reliant on the team's prowess for reputation, merely issued a verbal reprimand, rendering the delinquents suffering virtually in vain. Ren Yu furrowed his brow. He was aware that the situation stemmed from Lin Hua's blunder. Though Ren Yu was arrogant, his bravado was rooted in reason. He was not one to instigate trouble without cause. Additionally, he recognized that Li Tianhong's family background was comparable to his own. Should matters escalate, he could very well find himself at a disadvantage. In justifying his arrogance when in the right, he knew others would hesitate to retaliate. However, should he act without reason, it would provide ample opportunity for others to exploit the situation. Zhang Yunze gazed at those who stood up for him, feeling an inexplicable sense of gratitude. It was not that he feared Lin Hua. In a physical confrontation, he could easily take on 5 more like him. His thoughts drifted to his brothers back in the village. Chapter 10. Wang Yuehan. Upon returning home, Zhang Yunze took a shower, reflecting on the events that had just transpired. A warm sensation enveloped his heart. Although he had assisted them in their basketball game out of sheer disdain for the situation, their unwavering loyalty made him feel that his act of righteousness had been worthwhile. Earlier, Ren Yu and Lin Hua had offered their apologies to Zhang Yunze. Realizing that the match could no longer proceed, Ren Yu understood that victory was nearly impossible for them, so they proposed to settle the matter with a monetary compensation. The thought of making them crawl around a basketball court, barking like dogs, was simply unthinkable. Li Tianhong recognized the impracticality of such a demand as well. Fearing that desperation might drive them to reckless actions, he suggested that Ren Yu put forth some money as a token, akin to inviting everyone for a meal. Ultimately, Li Tianhong extorted 3,000 yuan from Ren Yu, thereby bringing the matter to a close. Subsequently, each of them provided their phone numbers to Zhang Yunze, inviting him to join them for basketball in the future. Zhang Yunze duly noted their contacts. As for the 3,000 yuan, Li Tianhong allocated 500 yuan to Zhang Yunze, who adamantly refused. However, Li Tianhong insisted that without Zhang Yunze, it would have been them facing the financial loss that day. To decline would mean disregarding their newfound friendship. Ultimately, unable to withstand Li Tianhong's insistence, Zhang Yunze accepted 2,000 yuan. At that moment, Zhang Yunze was in the bathroom, showering and humming a cheerful tune, a look of contentment adorning his face. As he deemed himself sufficiently clean, he turned off the shower and began to dry himself with a towel. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening echoed from outside, prompting Zhang Yunze to ponder quietly whether it was Uncle Wang or Aunt Xie returning. However, had they not mentioned that they would only return in the evening? It was still just past 3 o'clock, far too early. He heard footsteps approaching the bathroom, and then he noticed the doorknob turning, the door slowly creaking open. A graceful figure appeared in the doorway, her gaze instantly fixating on Zhang Yunze, who was facing away from the entrance, still drying himself after a shower, without a stitch of clothing on. The visitor was none other than Wang Yuehan, who gasped in shock, quickly shutting the door and fleeing in embarrassment. Zhang Yunze was instantly taken aback, for he had never anticipated such a predicament. Upon his return, the house was empty, the door left unlocked, which consequently led to the current awkward situation. Zhang Yunze donned a pair of clothes and emerged from the bathroom, only to find Wang Yuehan sitting on the sofa with a flushed face, though her demeanor exuded a hint of irritation. Zhang Yunze contemplated sneaking back to his room, utterly unsure of how to confront Wang Yuehan. "Halt!" Wang Yuehan commanded. "Xiaozhe, come here." Zhang Yunze obediently settled onto the sofa, casting an awkward glance at Wang Yuehan as he stammered, "A little Han, it's been a while." Wang Yuehan let out a discontented huff, retorting, after such a long absence, "You resort to lewd behavior? Not locking the door while bathing. Xiaozhe, you are quite grown up now, yet still so oblivious." Zhang Yunze felt a bit embarrassed. "Well, it was an accident. I noticed no one was home, so..." Wang Yu looked at the visibly anxious Zhang Yunze and suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "All right, little Zhe, I was just teasing you. Seeing you so tense, I'm not angry with you. Just remember to always lock the door when you take a shower in the future." Zhang Yunjia nodded, vowing never to forget to lock the door again after such an embarrassing incident. I understand, he replied, still feeling a touch of awkwardness at the thought of Wang Yuehan having seen him completely exposed. However, Wang Yuehan, seemingly unfazed, remarked, Brother Xiaoze, it's been a while since we last met. Your skills in basketball have improved remarkably. You were able to hold your own against him. Did you witness that? Zhang Yunjia inquired, puzzled. Indeed, I was watching from the sidelines, she giggled. I heard from my father that you've transferred schools. If you were to join my father's team, our school would undoubtedly clinch the National High School Championship next year. Zhang Yunjia smiled and replied, I'm not quite certain. Who can say for sure? Wang Yuehan leaned closer to Zhang Yunjia, her face alight with cheerfulness. Brother Xiaoze, do let me have a look. It has been ages since I last saw you. Have you grown even more handsome? If you were to join our class, the girls would undoubtedly swoon over you. Oh, that is not the case. I'm still the same, Zhang Yunjia said, feeling a bit bashful as he scratched his head. Wang Yuehan glanced at her phone to check the time and said, Come on, Brother Xiaoze, let us head to the supermarket to buy some groceries. With you here, I will prepare dinner tonight. Hee. She then smiled brightly. All right. Zhang Yunjia nodded in agreement. Zhang Yunjia donned a casual outfit, yet he still sported a pair of Tim Melo sneakers. It wasn't that he was unwilling to change. Rather, he had brought only a single pair, suggesting that he would need to purchase 2 more pairs shortly. Before long, the two set out, with Wang Yuehan linking her arm through Zhang Yunjia's. They had known each other since childhood, and Wang Yuehan used to revel in the act of holding onto Zhang Yunjia's arm. Though those days seemed distant, she instinctively resumed the gesture, feeling the remarkable softness emanating from his arm. Zhang Yunjia appeared somewhat flustered, with a certain part of him responding in kind. Meanwhile, Wang Yuehan seemed entirely oblivious to the previous awkward encounter in the bathroom. Unbeknownst to her, she continued to cling to him, for in her heart, Zhang Yunjia would forever remain her beloved elder brother. As they walked along the street, they resembled a pair of celestial beings, Zhang Yunjia standing at an impressive height of 191 meters, while Wang Yuehan measured 172 meters. The young man exuded a handsome and upright demeanor, while the young woman was charming and delicate, effortlessly drawing the gaze of passers-by and garnering quite a few second glances. They strolled past a Nike store, where Zhang Yunjia took Wang Yuehan inside. The sales assistant, observing their attire, immediately recognized them as potential customers and thus greeted them with a warm demeanor, enthusiastically presenting various options. However, Zhang Yunjia seemed solely interested in sneakers, showing little enthusiasm for the casual shoes suggested by the saleswoman. In contrast, Wang Yuehan was quite engaged, assisting Fang Tian in selecting casual footwear. Casual attire must be paired with casual shoes, she remarked. Do you have the classic edition of Tim Melo 14? Zhang Yunjia inquired. The classic Tim Melo sneakers are a limited edition, typically available only in overseas markets, making them a rare find domestically. Zhang Yunjia owned a pair, a gift from Tim during a trip to the United States last year, which his grandfather had passed down to him. Zhang Yunjia observed that the Nike store was quite expansive, comprising 3 entire floors, and being a flagship location, he inquired about the availability of a particular model. Should it be in stock, he intended to make a purchase. Among the Tim 14 sneakers, his favorites were the classic version and the vibrant orange-yellow pair he was currently wearing. The technological advancements of the shoes were undeniable, showcasing Nike's cutting-edge basketball shoe technology. He was particularly fond of the color schemes of these 2 models. The classic version featured a combination of white, red, and yellow, echoing the colors of the Cavaliers team uniform. After a moment of contemplation, the sales assistant responded, I don't quite recall, but we do have the shoes available, albeit in limited stock. Allow me to consult with the manager. A sense of excitement surged within her, for the classic Tim Melo 14 sneakers were priced at $2,800, and a successful sale would earn her a commission of 10, amounting to $280, a significant sum considering her daily wage was just over $100. Before long, the sales assistant returned, cradling a shoe box in her arms. This is the last pair we have, size 45. Would you like to take a look? She inquired. Zhang Yunjia took the box, opened it, and indeed found the classic Tim Melo 14. He inquired, how much is it? $2,800. Will you be paying by card or cash, sir? The sales assistant immediately asked, anxious that Zhang Yunjia might change his mind, rendering her efforts futile. I'll pay by card, Zhang Yunjia replied, producing a card. Wait a moment. Brother Xiaoze, allow me to handle this. Since it's your first visit to my home, let me buy these shoes as a gift for you, Wang Yuehan said, gently pushing Zhang Yunjia's card away. But these sneakers are quite expensive. I can't let you bear the cost, he insisted. It's all right, brother Xiaoza. I'm not short on money. My father gives me an allowance each week, and I hardly use much of it, so I've saved quite a bit. Please, let's not argue about this. If you keep insisting, I might think you don't regard me as a sister, but as a stranger, Wang Yuehan pouted. Zhang Yunze nodded in understanding, aware of Wang Yuehan's temperament. He realized that if the argument continued, she might genuinely become upset. Clearly, it was not worth provoking her over a mere 2,000 yuan. Thus, he decided to acquiesce. Thank you, Xiaoan, Zhang Yunze said. Wang Yuehan feigned a grand demeanor, patting Zhang Yunze on the shoulder, and remarked, Oh, discussing such matters between us only strains our friendship. Zhang Yunze smiled and nodded. Wang Yuehan offered a faint smile and addressed the sales assistant, saying, Please charge it to my card. With that, Wang Yuehan produced a credit card. The sales assistant felt a surge of joy. She was indifferent about who was footing the bill, as long as a purchase was made, enabling her to earn a commission. Chapter 11. The joyful pair. The couple returned home with nearly 200 yuan worth of groceries. Zhang Yunze had arrived, and Wang Yuehan intended to showcase her culinary skills by preparing a lavish dinner, as a gesture to welcome Zhang Yunze. Upon reaching home, Wang Yuehan promptly entered the kitchen to begin her preparations. Zhang Yunze attempted to assist her, but was promptly shooed away by Wang Yuehan, who insisted she could manage on her own and urged him to watch television instead. Zhang Yunze shrugged in resignation and exited the kitchen. Just as he stepped out, he heard a sound. Turning back, he noticed the kitchen door had closed and been locked. This girl, he thought, shaking his head in exasperation, before settling back onto the sofa and turning on the television. Zhang Yunze idly flipped through television channels until he landed on the sports channel, which was currently broadcasting a replay of last year's playoffs, specifically the first game of the Western Conference semifinals between the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Los Angeles Clippers. Minnesota's starting lineup featured the league's premier center, Ike Wainez, whose prowess could be likened to the greatest centers in NBA history. The power forward was a European role player named Niemans, a quintessential blue-collar interior player. The small forward was the 8-time All-Star, Lance Cabal, renowned for his ability to orchestrate offensive plays. The shooting guard was a promising third-year player, merely 23 years of age, who boasted an average of 19 points per game with a shooting accuracy of 49, including 4 three-pointers at a 39% success rate. The point guard, a high school classmate of Ike Wainez, had been selected 10th overall by the Timberwolves. Throughout his career, he averaged 12 points, 11 assists, and 4 rebounds per game, epitomizing the traditional point guard role. On the Clippers side, they boasted a 10-time All-Star point guard, Jason Nowie, who had previously clinched the MVP title and was considered the top point guard in the league. They also featured one of the league's top 3 power forwards, Blake Airy. The Clippers shooting guard averaged 3 points per game with a 45% shooting percentage this season. Meanwhile, their small forward was recognized as one of the league's elite defensive players, adept at neutralizing opposing perimeter scorers, having narrowly missed the DPOY title 4 times to both Ike Wainez and Tim Melo. The Clippers center was a quintessential blue-collar interior player with minimal offensive capabilities but exceptional physical attributes, averaging 13 rebounds per game, including 4 offensive rebounds, along with 1 blocks. The formidable rosters of both teams promised a clash of titans. Although Zhang Yunze was already aware of the outcome, Minnesota advancing to the Western Conference Finals with a 4-2 series victory, while the Clippers remained absent from the conference finals for several years, leading to the fans' jokes about the 183-meter masked man. This knowledge did not hinder his enjoyment of the game. He watched intently, absorbing some of Nowie's passing concepts. Despite the Clippers' prolonged absence from the conference finals, Nowie's greatness as the league's premier point guard was undeniable, with his timing, vision, speed, and innovative passing ideas worthy of Zhang Yunze's contemplation. One particular long pass from Nowie to Airy in the backcourt left Zhang Yunze in awe. Everyone had overlooked Airy's stealthy advance to the frontcourt. After securing the rebound, Nowie executed a no-look long pass that soared through the air like a cannonball, landing perfectly in Airy's hands, who then completed a powerful dunk with effortless grace. Zhang Yunze observed 2 crucial points. After Norway secured the rebound, he did not glance at the frontcourt's alii. Instead, he executed a swift turn and passed the ball. This remarkable precision stemmed from the years of synergy between him and alii, allowing him to intuitively anticipate alii's movements. Moreover, the accuracy of such a long pass without even looking at the recipient speaks volumes about his prowess, undoubtedly justifying his title as the premier point guard. Many fans have drawn parallels between them and another legendary duo from the Clippers over a decade ago, the illustrious twin stars, Chris Paul and Blake Griffin. Supporters believe that Norway and Ali are not only the most perfect successors to Paul and Griffin, but may even surpass them. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, Zhang Yunze found himself dozing off on the sofa, only to be stirred by a peculiar itch on his face, as if something were gently scratching him. Zhang Yunze opened his eyes to find Wang Yuhan bending over him, her large eyes sparkling with delight. Her hair cascaded down, tickling his face. But what captivated him most was the breathtaking expanse of her fair skin revealed by her posture, a sight that was both alluring and astonishing. He had never anticipated that this girl possessed such remarkable allure beneath her usual attire. Zhang Yunze mused to himself. Zhang Yunze could not help but swallow hard. Wang Yuhan followed his gaze and instantly felt her face flush with embarrassment. She quickly covered her chest and delivered a sharp slap to Zhang Yunze's head, scolding, "Xiaoze, how have you become so wicked? Why are you staring around like that?" Wang Yuhan then sat down beside him, crossing her arms over her chest to shield her neckline, glaring at Zhang Yunze with indignation. Zhang Yunze exclaimed in indignation, "How could this be my fault? It was you all along. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw it clearly. How can I possibly be blamed? Xiaoze, you have the audacity to argue. I am the one at a disadvantage, not you." Wang Yuhan angrily seized Zhang Yunze by the ear, fuming with frustration. Zhang Yunze cried out in pain, repeatedly pleading for mercy. "Annie, I was wrong. I shall never dare to look again. If I do, I will gouge out my own eyes and offer them to you as a ball to kick." "Oomph, that is more like it." Wang Yuhan released her grip. Zhang Yunze rubbed his ear, which was painfully tugged, and remarked, "You remain as violent as ever. I can only imagine the torment your boyfriend must endure." "Oomph, I don't have a boyfriend." Wang Yuhan pouted in response. "No boyfriend? I find that hard to believe. With your beauty, there must be many suitors vying for your attention," Zhang Yunze countered. "Yet, none of them catch my eye. Not a single one is worthy." Wang Yuhan shrugged nonchalantly. "Haha, indeed. Now that you, Xiao Han, have blossomed into such a beauty, it's only natural that you attract more admirers. Your standards have certainly risen. Unlike the days when you trailed behind me like that snotty little girl," Zhang Yunze laughed. "I recall a time when you were so concerned about Uncle Wang discovering your runny nose that you swallowed it back." Wang Yuhan's face instantly flushed crimson as she retorted, "Zizha, you speak nonsense. That never happened. Are you looking for a fight?" With that, she raised her hand, feigning a blow at Zhang Yunze. Zhang Yunze, however, showed no fear and asserted, "I am merely stating the truth." As soon as his words left his lips, he swiftly turned and leaped into action, seeking an escape. "Come back, brother Xiaoze," Wang Yuhan exclaimed, noticing Zhang Yunze's hasty retreat. She promptly pursued him, her arms flailing dramatically, resembling a fierce creature. As a key player on the school's women's basketball team, Wang Yuhan possessed remarkable speed, reflexes, and agility, making it far from easy for Zhang Yunze to elude her grasp. Zhang Yunze leaped onto the sofa, followed closely by Wang Yuhan, who disregarded the decorum of a lady. She seized a cushion from the sofa and hurled it at Zhang Yunze. Caught off guard, he stumbled and fell onto the adjacent sofa bed. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yuhan pounced on him, and the two began to wrestle playfully. Wang Yuhan pinned Zhang Yunze down with the cushion sitting atop it, while she grasped his face firmly with both hands, scolding him in a huff. "Apologize, Xiaoze Gidge, or I shall squish you." "I'm sorry, I won't dare again." Zhang Yunze pleaded for mercy. The two continued their playful banter, creating a scene of sheer joy. Chapter 12. Wang Yuhan's culinary skills at that moment. The door swung open, revealing Uncle Wang and Auntie Xie returning home. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of the two playfully tussling on the sofa, presented in a rather peculiar posture. From Uncle Wang's perspective, Zhang Yunze lay beneath Wang Yuhan, who was perched on him, her body slightly leaning forward as if engaged in some activity. Clearing his throat, Uncle Wang coughed a few times. Instantly, the two separated, their embarrassment palpable. Wang Yuhan sprang to her feet and dashed into the kitchen, exclaiming, "I'll check if the food is ready." Though she left in a hurry, it was evident that her face was as red as a ripe apple. Zhang Yunze felt quite embarrassed, his face flushed with awkwardness as he scratched his head and said, "Uncle Wang, Auntie Xie, you're back." Wang Yunlong and Xie settled onto the sofa, with Wang Yunlong gradually saying, "Xiaoze, how are you adjusting?" "Yes, I'm getting used to it." Zhang Yunze nodded in response. "That's good to hear. That girl Xiao Han hasn't been bothering you, has she? She can be quite strong-willed at school, always reluctant to concede, but she is genuinely kind-hearted and means no harm, Wang Yunlong remarked. Yes, Uncle Wang, I understand. Xiao Han is indeed a very kind girl, and she treats me well. How could she possibly bully me? Zhang Yunze replied. CF1 patted Wang Yunlong and said, Dear, didn't you see how well Xiao Han and Xiao Zhe get along? There is no way Xiao Zhe would bully her. It seems that the arrangement made by the old man might actually come to fruition. With a smile, CF1 cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Yunze before looking towards the kitchen. At that moment, Wang Yuehan was in the kitchen, pressed against the door, eavesdropping on their conversation. Haha, indeed, Wang Yunlong laughed heartily. I think it's a wonderful idea. The children are not so young anymore. Perhaps in a couple of years, we can settle this matter. I think it's quite feasible. Xiao Zhe is growing increasingly handsome. CF assessed Zhang Yunze with a mother-in-law's scrutinizing gaze, causing him to feel somewhat uncomfortable. The exchange between Wang Yunlong and CF left Zhang Yunze bewildered, prompting him to ask, Uncle, Annie, what are you talking about? I don't understand. You don't know? Didn't the old man mention it to you? Wang Yunlong said, surprised. About what? I'm completely in the dark. Zhang Yunze replied, perplexed. About the childhood betrothal, Wang Yunlong explained. Wow, what? Childhood betrothal? With whom? Zhang Yunze's head began to spin. He was utterly unaware of such a significant matter. Who else could it be? Of course, it's with Xiao Han, Wang Yunlong stated. At that moment, in the kitchen, Wang Yuehan's face turned crimson as she lowered her head, feeling a mixture of excitement, confusion, and a hint of resistance. She murmured to herself, Am I to marry brother Xiao Zhe? But I only see him as my brother. As this thought crossed her mind, a sense of loss enveloped her. Could it be that I truly regard him merely as a brother? She reminisced about her childhood days spent in the mountains with her brother Xiaozhe, where they often played together throughout entire holidays. During those innocent times, she would hold his hand as they ran freely across the hills, declaring with childlike sincerity that she wished to marry him and be his bride when she grew up. However, as time passed and they matured, that whimsical promise faded into obscurity, seemingly forgotten. Strangely, when she learned of his betrothal to Zhang Yunze and the prospect of marrying him, an inexplicable feeling of resistance welled up within her. Yet amidst that conflict, there lingered a flicker of anticipation at the thought of being united with Xiaozhe. Her heart was a battleground of contrasting emotions, fiercely at odds with one another. Deep down, she cherished and was reluctant to disrupt the bond they currently shared, akin to siblings. She feared that if they were to become a couple, the inevitable disagreements would arise from trivial matters, a reality she had witnessed in the relationships of her friends. Yet, the bond of siblings was devoid of such discord. It was filled only with mutual care and affection. She sincerely wished for her relationship with Xiaozhe to remain in this realm, thus shying away from contemplating the notion of becoming his wife. In the living room, Zhang Yunze exclaimed in astonishment, Uncle Wang, what is going on here? With a hearty laugh, Wang Yunlong responded, in your childhood, the old man noticed your close relationship with Xiaohan and took it upon himself to arrange your engagement. When you both grew up, the plan was for you to marry. Both Xiaofeng and I agreed, and thus the matter was settled. Uncle Wang, I only see Xiaohan as a sister. We live in an era of free choice in marriage. How can one establish a betrothal in such circumstances? Besides, I am certain Xiaohan would not consent, Zhang Yunze replied. Upon hearing Zhang Yunze's words, which relegated her to the status of merely a sister, an unbidden wave of disappointment washed over Wang Yuhan in the kitchen. Wang Yunlong chuckled heartily and said, Ultimately, it is up to you both. You are correct. We live in an age of free choice in marriage. The old customs of arranged unions and parental dictates no longer hold sway. Zhang Yunze nodded, remaining silent. Soon, Wang Yuehan emerged from the kitchen, presenting an exquisite dinner, a medley of delectable dishes that she had meticulously prepared, 6 dishes and a soup. Wang Yuehan had always been an exceptional cook, typically preparing the evening meals at home, though rarely had she crafted such a sumptuous feast. As everyone gathered around the dining table, gazing at the array of culinary delights, Wang Yunlong jested, Little Zhe, ever since you arrived, the meals have become significantly more lavish. Ha ha, as the saying goes, women bring abundance. It truly is the case. We rarely enjoy such a feast. Dad, that's not true, Wang Yuehan replied, a hint of bashfulness in her voice as she hurriedly served some dishes into Wang Yunlong's bowl, saying, Dad, do try today's offerings. All right, I shall taste it. Wang Yunlong responded. Wang Yuehan then placed 2 pieces of meat into Zhang Yun's bowl, saying, "Brother Zhe, you are still growing, so do eat more meat." "Thank you," Zhang Yunzi replied. "Haha, oh dear, little Zhe, just look how well Han Nin treats you. I am left with only vegetables, and yet she serves you meat, treating you even better than her own father." Wang Yunlong chuckled. "Uncle Wang, that is not true. Han Nin treats you very well too," Zhang Yunzi said, feeling a bit shy. "Dad, stop joking," Han Nin playfully scolded, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Observing Wang Yunlong's antics, causing both children to blush. Xiefan lightly tapped Wang Yunlong's bowl with her chopsticks, saying, "Old Wang, with so many dishes in your bowl, can't you keep quiet? Should I fetch you some more?" "Enough, enough, I have had my fill." Wang Yunlong quickly covered his bowl. This scene elicited hearty laughter from Zhang Yunzi and Wang Yuehan, filling Zhang Yunzi with a profound warmth. Perhaps this was what constituted a family. He had grown up solely with his grandfather, who had treated him with great kindness, yet could never replace the irreplaceable positions of a father and mother in a child's heart. He had never truly experienced paternal or maternal love. Chapter 13. The visit of Tim Melo. Just as everyone was enjoying their delightful dinner, the doorbell rang. "I'll go answer it," Wang Yuehan said, rising to her feet. Upon opening the door, the sight that greeted everyone was astonishing. Standing at the entrance was none other than NBA superstar Tim Melo, accompanied by a few others. "Tim, is that really you?" Zhang Yunzi exclaimed in surprise, addressing him in English. "Tim Melo," Wang Yunlong echoed, equally astonished, while Wang Yuehan was even more taken aback. She had seen Tim Melo earlier that afternoon and could hardly believe he was now at her home. "I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour," Tim Melo remarked. "Han, quickly invite the guests in. If others see them outside, it could cause quite a stir, which will be troublesome," Wang Yunlong advised. Wang Yuehan nodded and stepped aside, saying, "Please, come in and take a seat." Tim nodded and stepped into the room, followed closely by others. Once everyone had entered, Zhang Yuehua closed the door, and 2 imposing figures clad in black stood guard by the entrance, presumably bodyguards. Xiefan recognized the individual before her as the NBA superstar she had seen on television. Dismissing her meal, she promptly rose to serve water to the guests. Placing the glasses before them, Tim and his companions expressed their gratitude. "I apologize for intruding so late, but my visit is not solely for myself. Rather, it is our assistant general manager who wishes to speak with you," Tim conveyed to Zhang Yunzi. "Scout, allow me to introduce," Tim said, gesturing towards a middle-aged man with blonde hair. "This is our assistant general manager, Harry Paul." He then pointed to another individual, appearing to be in his 40s, who had previously stood beside Harry. "This is our senior scout, Anthony Kenny." "Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you all," Zhang Yunzi replied. Harry chuckled warmly, saying, "Greetings, Zhang. If it weren't for Tim today, we might not have discovered you. I wonder if you have any interest in playing in the NBA?" As soon as Harry's words left his lips, the room fell silent. Wang Yunlong and Wang Yuehan understood the weight of Harry Paul's statement. They were extending an invitation to Zhang Yunzi. Over the past few decades, only 6 Chinese players had made it to the NBA, a rare achievement, and only 2 had gained notable recognition, both as centers. If Zhang Yunzi were to enter the NBA, he would be the first Chinese guard, specifically a point guard, to do so. Even Xiefan knew that if a Chinese player made it to the NBA, it would capture the nation's attention. Zhang Yunzi was taken aback and remarked, "Mr. Harry, I don't quite understand your words." Harry Paul chuckled and replied, "Here's the situation. Regarding your one-on-one with Tim, we believe you exhibited remarkable talent, and we would like to extend an invitation for you to participate in a tryout with us in Cleveland. Additionally, if possible, you could also take part in our intra-squad scrimmages. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Harry, but I am only 17. Isn't it a bit early to discuss entering the NBA?" Zhang Yunzi stated, revealing no hint of modesty. He was confident that his skills could undoubtedly secure him a place in the NBA. Even his grandfather had remarked that his natural talent was on par with that of Tim Melton, if not superior, particularly in terms of technique during their respective eras. "Of course, we are aware of that. This is merely a tryout. You will certainly return to continue your studies. Frankly, your talent is exceptional, among the best I have encountered in Chinese players." Tim also expressed that he felt a degree of pressure when matched against you. "Your first step, speed, and shooting release have all reached the elite levels of the NBA. Tim even mentioned that your shooting accuracy might already rival that of NBA standards, especially considering your ability to score against his defense, which is quite impressive," Harry continued. "Zhang, your talent is remarkable, and I sincerely hope you will come to our team for a tryout." if you are willing to participate in the NBA draft and enter the pinnacle of world basketball. We still possess a first-round pick for the 2036 season. Should you attend the tryout and perform well, we would be eager to select you with our first-round pick. Indeed, Tim was correct. I discussed this with the manager prior to your arrival. Your talent is truly outstanding, and your skills have left a profound impression on us. Your ball handling was remarkably stable, even under Tim's defense. If you agree to come for a tryout and ensure that you will not participate in any other team's tryouts, we will certainly select you with our first-round pick next year. What do you think? Harry concluded. Wang Yunlong was utterly astonished. Having served as an assistant coach in the NBA, he understood the significance of a first-round pick. The Cavaliers' 2036 first-round pick was acquired through a trade with the Atlanta Hawks and came without protection. The Cavaliers' own first-round pick had already been traded away, and the Hawks had consistently languished at the bottom of the league in recent years. This meant that the Cavaliers' pick for the upcoming year was very likely to be a lottery selection. A lottery pick signifies a high-ranking rookie, which offers a much more favorable entry into the NBA compared to ordinary selections. Zhang Yun's hesitation did not stem from a lack of desire to accept the offer. Rather, he had made a promise to his grandfather to consider entering the NBA only after completing his university education. His grandfather had imparted to him the wisdom that university is the optimal period for honing one's skills, and that participating in collegiate leagues, particularly the esteemed NCAA basketball circuit, is the best pathway to acclimatize to the rigors of high-intensity competitions. For the sake of his future development, it would be prudent for him to attend a year of university. Observing Zhang Yun's indecision, Harry found himself intrigued. Typically, one would expect anyone to eagerly accept the prospect of being a first-round pick, especially a Chinese player who would likely jump at the chance to enter the NBA, even if it meant being selected at the very end of the second round. The allure of joining the NBA, the pinnacle of basketball, where one competes alongside the most formidable athletes in the world, coupled with the promise of substantial fame and financial reward, is a temptation that few could resist. Zhang Yun's reaction elevated Harry's opinion of him. A young man who remains unshaken by fame and fortune undoubtedly possesses limitless potential. Harry said, "How about this? You must be on summer break from school, correct? Allow me to extend an invitation on behalf of the Cleveland Cavaliers for you to visit our team. Enjoy some time with us and partake in a trial training session. Does that sound agreeable?" Zhang Yunza cherishes such opportunities immensely, especially considering that Harry has assured him that, should he participate in next year's NBA draft and successfully complete the training, he would select him with a first-round pick. This is indeed a monumental opportunity. In truth, had he not promised his grandfather, he would have readily accepted Harry's invitation to try out in Cleveland long ago. Zhang Yunza nodded and said, "All right, I agree." Harry smiled slightly and replied, "Do you have a visa? If not, I can guarantee for you under my name, and then you can go to the American consulate. The visa can be processed swiftly." Zhang Yunza nodded and remarked, "I possess a visa, valid for 10 years. "Oh," Harry responded, momentarily taken aback, then continued, "That is quite fortunate. We plan to return to the United States in 15 days. Why not accompany us?" Chapter 14, Coach Gray. Zhang Yunza cast a glance at Wang Yuehan, then turned his attention to Wang Yunlong and Xie Fun, and addressed Harry. "Is it possible to take them along to America?" Harry replied, "You should inquire with Tim about that. Haha, for we are aboard his private jet." Zhang Yunza turned to Tim Melo, who chuckled heartily, "Of course. There are plenty of vacant seats on the plane. It's absolutely no problem." However, Wang Yunlong interjected, "Xiaoze, I appreciate your kind offer, but both I and your Aunt Xia have numerous commitments at school and cannot leave. I must focus on training the team, as the National League begins in 2 months. Aunt Xia has to provide supplementary lessons for the graduating class. She is the grade director and also the homeroom teacher, so she is equally tied up. Perhaps you could go with Xiaohan instead?" Wang Yunlong cast a knowing smile at Zhang Yunza. Xiaohan was taken aback, pondering whether her father wished for her to embark on a trip to America with brother Xiaoze alone. However, she realized that, despite her age, she had never ventured out alone with a boy. Suddenly, she felt an unexpected thrill at the prospect of this journey with brother Xiaoze, reminiscent of a romantic scene from a movie. Blushing at the thought, she chastised herself. "What am I thinking? This is merely a brother-sister relationship. What a pity that you and Annie cannot join us," Zhang Yunza remarked. Wang Yunlong smiled and replied, "We appreciate your kindness. Si Yang, would you like to accompany me to America?" Zhang Yunza asked, looking at Wang Yuehan. She nodded, her excitement and anticipation barely concealed in her eyes. At that moment, Wang Yunlong suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I almost forgot the most crucial detail. Xiaohan does not yet have a visa, and with such limited time, it cannot be processed in time. So Xiaohan cannot go. Zhang Yunze felt a slight twinge of disappointment. Wang Yuehan shared his sentiment. She had been looking forward to the trip with Zhang Yunze, and the visa issue was difficult to accept. However, Harry chimed in, "Haha, it's no problem. I will write a letter of recommendation on behalf of our Knights team and Melo, inviting you to America. We will arrange for a special expedited visa. It should be ready in a week, which gives us ample time." "Really, Mr. Harry? Thank you so much," Zhang Yunze exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Not all. It's a small effort," Harry replied with a smile. At that moment, Wang Yuehan felt immense joy. She would indeed be able to travel to America with brother Xiao Zhe, which was simply wonderful. Her face flushed with excitement, though no one noticed. "Wait," Tim Melo suddenly exclaimed, having observed Wang Yunlong closely since his arrival. He had always felt that this middle-aged man looked somewhat familiar, and now he finally remembered. This was his assistant coach from his university days. "Is that you, Coach Wang?" Tim Melo asked uncertainly, as all eyes turned towards him. Wang Yunlong smiled slightly. In truth, the moment Tim arrived at their residence and he laid eyes on him, he had recognized him instantly. However, he refrained from voicing it, as Tim's current status was beyond his own reach. To rashly acknowledge him might appear as though he were attempting to associate himself with someone of higher standing. Yet, Wang Yunlong harbored no such thoughts. He was a person of genuine simplicity and integrity, unskilled in the art of scheming, which was a quality that Chongqing valued in him. Nevertheless, if Tim were to recognize him first, the nature of the situation would shift, and he would not be perceived as someone seeking to climb the social ladder. "It's me, Tim. How have you been?" Wang Yunlong remarked with a smile. "Coach Wang, is that really you?" Tim replied, unable to believe his eyes. "Indeed," Wang Yunlong affirmed. Tim approached Wang Yunlong, and the two embraced tightly. Holding Wang Yunlong's shoulders, Tim said, "Coach Wang, I never expected to see you here. You seem to be doing quite well. I wonder what your relationship with Zhang is." "Ah, he is the grandson of your Coach Gray," Wang Yunlong explained. "Coach Gray?" Tim's eyes momentarily glistened with emotion. "Yes," Wang Yunlong confirmed. "How is he? It has been so many years." Tim's voice trembled slightly. Only Wang Yunlong knew that Tim had once faced a tremendous upheaval in his life. Had it not been for Zhang Chunsheng, Tim might not have risen to become a celebrated NBA superstar, but would have remained an obscure young man in America, indistinguishable in a crowd. When Tim achieved success, he sought to repay Zhang Chunsheng, only to discover that Zhang had left the university and was nowhere to be found. "Grandpa often spoke of you and encouraged me to learn from you," said Zhang Yunze. "Where's he now? May I visit him?" Tim inquired, suddenly realizing why Zhang Yunze's techniques bore a resemblance to his own. They were both derived from the same source. "He lives far away in the mountains. He wishes to avoid worldly affairs," Zhang Yunze replied. "Very well. I must make it a point to visit Gray someday. Without him, I would not be who I am today. Zhang, as his grandson, you are like my junior. If you ever face difficulties, whether financial or otherwise, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall not refuse you," Tim declared, as he casually picked up a piece of paper from the table and jotted down a number to give to Zhang Yunze. "This is my private number in America. You can reach out to me directly." "Thank you, Tim." Zhang Yunze did not refuse, but accepted it, knowing that if he were to travel to the United States in the future, he would inevitably trouble Tim, who he held in high regard. After all, Tim is the second-ranked superstar in NBA history, and to befriend such a person is a dream unattainable for many. "Coach Wang, is this your daughter?" Tim inquired, casting a glance at Wang Yuhan. "Yes, she is my daughter, named Wang Yuhan," Wang Yunlong replied. "Quite beautiful. Coach Wang, you are so handsome, and your wife is equally lovely. Your daughter truly surpasses you both," Tim remarked with a chuckle. Americans are known for their straightforward compliments, devoid of any circumlocution. "Not all, Tim. You flatter me," Wang Yunlong responded modestly. "I feel she and Zhang are quite well matched. A perfect pair of talents," Tim Melo smiled subtly, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Yunze. Upon hearing Tim Melo's words, Wang Yuhan immediately lowered her head, feeling a bit shy, while Zhang Yunze was at a loss for words. Chapter 15. Enrollment procedures. Tim Melo and his companions remained at the house until after 10 o'clock before departing. Before they left, Harry penned a letter of recommendation and included his phone number, handing it to Wang Yuhan, advising her to present it to the visa officer when she applied for her visa. After their departure, Wang Yunlong suggested, "Xiaoan, how about this? Tomorrow I will take Xiaozi to the school to complete the enrollment procedures, and the day after, You and Xiaoza can take the high-speed train to Chengdu to apply for the visa. Wang Yuhan nodded in agreement, saying nothing further, but she glanced at Zhang Yunze. Zhang Yunze merely nodded in agreement. You two were supposed to come to school for extra lessons with me, but it seems that's no longer feasible, said Xiefan. After all, you'll be in your senior year next semester. Ah dear, Xiao Han's grades have always been commendable. Not attending extra classes won't have a significant impact. As for Xiao Zhe, he's on the brink of entering the NBA. Does he really care about his college entrance exam scores? That's true. However, the supplementary lessons during the second-year holiday are primarily focused on the new curriculum for the first semester of the senior year. I'm concerned. Xiefan expressed her worries. All right, enough of this. Come next semester, you can find some time to tutor the two children, Wang Yunlong interjected, cutting off Xiefan. Fine. Xiefan acquiesced. The following morning, the family boarded the car and arrived at the school. Xiefan and Wang Yunlong took Zhang Yunze directly to the academic affairs office. The fourth high school is a prestigious institution in the city, and it is generally quite challenging for transfer students to gain admission unless they possess exceptional grades. Moreover, Zhang Yunze was entering a key class. However, Wang Yunlong was of considerable importance to the school, not only due to his reputation, but also for leading the school to several national championships, making other institutions envious and eager to recruit him. Yet, Wang Yunlong, not in need of financial incentives, declined their offers, earning the respect of the school administration. Xiefan, as the senior year director and concurrently the vice principal of administrative management, was also a key figure within the institution. With their endorsements, Zhang Yunze's entry into the fourth high school was assured, even into a key class. Especially given his excellent academic performance and basketball skills, any school would be eager to have him. Once the enrollment procedures were completed, Wang Yunlong and Xiefan proceeded to their classes, leaving Xiao Han and Zhang Yunze to return home on their own. However, the two were in no hurry. Xiao Han led Zhang Yunze on a tour around the school, familiarizing him with the environment and sharing some basic details about the institution. After wandering for some time, they arrived at the basketball court, where they sat on a bench under a nearby tree, observing their peers who remained at school during the holiday. Engaged in a half-court 3v3 game, Zhang Yunze stretched lazily. Xiaoze, why not join a group? Wang Yuhan suggested with a smile. I don't feel like it. It seems rather dull and lacks competition, Zhang Yunze replied. At that moment, a group of tall individuals ascended from the lower playground to the basketball court. Their average height, quite impressive, none shorter than 1.8 meters, with some nearing 2 meters. Such stature among high school students is remarkable in the country. Those are all members of the school team, Wang Yuhan noted. Indeed, at the end of the line, Zhang Yunze spotted Wang Yunlong's figure, indicating that they had come to engage in a full court practice game, likely after a run below. They proceeded to another court, where Wang Yunlong, catching sight of Zhang Yunze and Xiao Han under the tree, waved to them. Uncle Wang is calling us over. Let us go take a look, Zhang Yunze remarked. Wang Yuhan nodded in agreement. Zhang Yunze approached while Wang Yuhan stood at the edge of the court. The members of the school team could not help but steal glances at her. Wang Yuhan was renowned as the school's beauty and a member of the girls' basketball team, her tall stature perfectly appealing to them. However, Wang Yuhan had consistently rebuffed all confessions of love, and now, seeing her walk alongside another boy stirred a sense of jealousy and envy among the team members. Why did Zhang Yunze have the privilege of walking with the campus belle? Wang Yunlong brought Zhang Yunze to the forefront and addressed the team, saying, "Allow me to introduce this individual. His name is Zhang Yunze. Starting next semester, he will join our team as the core point guard and captain. I firmly believe that with Zhang Yunze's addition, the national championship will surely be within our grasp." As soon as Wang Yunlong concluded his statement, a wave of murmurs rippled through the team, with many puzzled as to why the coach had chosen an outsider to usurp the pivotal roles of point guard and captain. Suddenly, someone interjected, "Coach, I object. Why should he take my place? Am I not performing well enough?" The speaker, with a darkened expression, was Yi Tao, the former starting core point guard of the school team, who had averaged 14 points, 5 assists, and 3 rebounds per game in the Chongqing High School Men's Basketball League during his first 2 years, and 16 points, 7 assists, and 3 rebounds in the National League. His prowess was undeniable. "Yi Tao, you little rascal, do my words hold no weight?" Wang Yunlong reprimanded. "Coach, I simply cannot accept it. Why should he seize my position right away? Unless he can defeat me in a one-on-one, I will not yield," Yi Tao retorted. The team members were well aware that Yi Tao had a background in street basketball. If it came to a one-on-one, few could best him in the team. His speed, ability to penetrate defenses, and impeccable stop-and-pop jump shot made him a nightmare for opponents. Is it your stance, Yi Tao? Should you lose, do not come crying to me. Wang Yunlong teased. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Coach, I assure you, I will not. If I lose my starting position, I will concede it to him. If I win, he will be my substitute, Yi Tao declared. Wang Yunlong turned to Zhang Yunze and asked, what are your thoughts, Xiaoze? Zhang Yunze was acutely aware that upon enrolling in this school, he would inevitably have to play basketball for Uncle Wang. Even his grandfather had remarked upon this fact. Thus, when Uncle Wang had summoned him earlier, he offered no resistance. After all, it was only a matter of time before he joined. Naturally, he intended to secure a position as a starter, for playing as a substitute would be nothing short of a squandered opportunity. Given the current descent, it would be prudent to showcase his skills. Moreover, his ambition in attending school was to reach the NBA. To forego joining the school team would mean settling for casual games with classmates, which was simply inadequate. Such lack of rigorous competition would diminish his capacity for confrontation. Conversely, the school team comprised players from the nation's elite basketball high schools. While the level of competition may not rival that of the United States, it would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary players. Very well, I consent, Zhang Yunze declared. All right, you shall play with 8 balls. The first to win 5 shall be deemed the victor, Wang Yunlong announced. Agreed, both nodded in affirmation. Chapter 16. Explosive performance. Who will serve? Will be a penalty shot or something else? Zhang Yunze inquired. Let us go with a penalty shot, Yi Tao suggested. All right, Zhang Yunze concurred, recognizing that a penalty shot was indeed the most equitable method, leaving no room for dispute. Zhang Yunze initiated the game with a free throw. Effortlessly executing a jump shot from beyond the arc, the basketball gracefully swishing through the net. Yi Tao, too, held the ball outside the three-point line, and with a similar leap, sent the ball soaring, which also found its mark in the net. Both players succeeded in their attempts, prompting a reset for the next round. This time, Zhang Yunze again made a seamless shot, while Yi Tao's attempt struck the front of the rim and bounced away. All right, Xiaoze will serve. The rules remain that each player takes turns shooting. If one fails, the possession changes hands, and rebounding is not permitted, Wang Yunlong stated. Understood, both players nodded in agreement. Zhang Yunze stood beyond the three-point line, clutching the ball, as Yi Tao approached him closely. Zhang made a threatening motion, and Yi Tao fell for the feint. Spotting a narrow opening, Zhang accelerated past Yi Tao with remarkable speed, effortlessly executing a bank shot to score. Wow, incredible. This kid's speed is astonishing. Yi Tao can hardly keep up, murmured a member of the school team. Indeed, it seems the coach has a plan, another replied. As Yi Tao prepared to inbound the ball, his expression was grave. He sensed that this opponent might indeed possess superior skills. Zhang's breakthrough speed was such that even he struggled to match it. However, he was not one to concede defeat easily. Securing his starting position would not be a simple task. Dribbling outside the three-point line, Yi Tao searched for an opportunity to penetrate the defense. Suddenly, he noticed a gap on Zhang Yunze's right side, an opening that would allow him to bypass Zhang's defense with ease. Without hesitation, he surged forward, only to feel an unexpected emptiness in his hand. The ball had vanished, deftly intercepted by Zhang Yunze. Unbeknownst to Yi Tao, the gap had been a deliberate ruse, designed to lure him in before Zhang seized the ball. Zhang Yunze swiftly dribbled the ball, seizing the opportunity while Yi Tao was still a body length away. He executed a direct jump shot for a three-pointer, and the ball gracefully swished through the net. Oh! The surrounding teammates erupted in exclamations of astonishment. In the one-on-one showdown between Zhang Yunze and Yi Tao, it was evident to the onlookers that the two were not on the same level of skill. Zhang Yunze appeared to be at ease, moving with the grace of a leisurely stroll, while Yi Tao seemed to be toyed with, flailing about like a headless fly. The score stood at 0-2. As Yi Tao served, he had learned from past mistakes and attempted a breakthrough, followed by a step-back jumper. However, his step-back shot was swiftly blocked by Zhang Yunze, who then quickly dribbled the ball beyond the three-point line and executed a flawless three-point jump shot, securing yet another basket. Wow, this kid is precise. He hasn't missed a three-pointer since the beginning, and his release is incredibly fast, one spectator remarked. It seems Yi Tao is in deep trouble. He's clearly outmatched. By the way, have you noticed how his movements resemble those of Tim Melo? Another chimed in. Now that you mention it, I can see it. Just look at his shooting form and release speed. It's as if they were cast from the same mold, a third person added. At that moment, Yi Tao realized the gravity of his situation. He was in dire straits. Under Zhang Yunze's defense, he hadn't even grazed the rim. Every attempt was either blocked or intercepted. Once a National League champion and a starting point guard for his team, He could have held his own in the CBA, yet here he was being utterly overwhelmed. How could he remain calm? Nevertheless, given the circumstances, he resolved to fight with all his might, hoping against hope for a chance. Yi Tao executed a series of crossovers, but Zhang Yunze seemed impervious to his feints. Standing at 182 meters, Yi Tao was at a height disadvantage, and despite his agility, he could not match Zhang Yunze's speed. Finally, after a third change of direction, Yi Tao managed to create some space for a shot. He faked out Zhang Yunze, and, as the latter descended, Yi Tao launched a leaning jumper from just right of the free throw line. Little did he know that Zhang Yunze's explosiveness, vertical leap, and overall athleticism were among the best in the nation. As Zhang Yunze landed, he swiftly leapt again, just as Yi Tao released a shot, which lacked sufficient height. In a stunning display of athleticism, Zhang Yunze blocked Yi Tao's attempt with ease. An odd silence enveloped the crowd. The members of the school team were left in shock. What kind of physical prowess is required to achieve such a feat? They wondered. Yi Tao had successfully faked him out and released the ball before Zhang Yunze had fully returned to the ground. Yet Zhang Yunze was able to leap again so quickly and so high to block the shot. Was he even human? Wang Yunlong, too, was taken aback. In just a year, has Xiao Zhe's athleticism improved to such an extraordinary level? He made a preliminary estimation that perhaps Zhang Yunze could achieve a vertical leap of 115 centimeters if he exerted himself to the utmost. This figure seemed rather exaggerated, and it appeared that a test would be necessary shortly. Yi Tao was rendered speechless with astonishment. Zhang Yunze's impressive dunk felt like a knife plunging deep into his heart, shattering his confidence into fragments. The sense of helplessness was unlike anything he had ever encountered, even in one-on-one duels with the nation's top streetball players. It felt as though they inhabited entirely different realms. Zhang Yunze held the ball beyond the three-point line, while Yi Tao, dispirited and indifferent to defense, allowed Zhang to effortlessly glide past him. With a powerful leap, he executed a thunderous windmill dunk, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. The rim resounded with a tremendous noise, and even the structure quivered faintly, a testament to the sheer force of the dunk. As Zhang Yunze descended, the vibrations lingered, illustrating the overwhelming power he possessed. The members of the school team were rendered speechless. While they too could dunk, they could never reach the height, grace, and ease that Zhang Yunze displayed. Their own dunks were often rigid, in stark contrast to Zhang, who soared with the naturalness of a star from the NBA, exhibiting remarkable height, strength, and elegance. Yi Tao sighed, the score at 0-4, realizing that defeat was inevitable. He pondered the origins of such a formidable talent, feeling a profound sense of helplessness, as if he had forgotten how to play in Zhang's presence. The other team members murmured in awe, questioning where the coach had unearthed such a powerhouse. Yet, a glimmer of hope flickered within them. Should this individual join their ranks, their chances of clinching the national championship would significantly increase, with even the possibility of receiving an invitation to a prestigious tournament. Chapter 17. The test. Wang Yunlong observed Zhang Yunze, his mind racing with thoughts. The team's center and point guard, Yi Tao, were undoubtedly strong assets, the cornerstone of their previous championship victory. However, the bench and shooting guard positions appeared somewhat lacking. Zhang Yunze's arrival, however, perfectly addressed this deficiency. Zhang Yunze has taken the role of starter, while Yi Tao assumes a position on the bench, significantly enhancing the firepower available from the substitutes. With both Yi Tao and Zhang Yunze on the court, Yi Tao orchestrates the play, while Zhang Yunze functions off the ball. Wang Yunlong recalls that Zhang Chongqing once remarked on Zhang Yunze's exceptional off-ball skills, though he can occasionally exhibit a degree of recklessness. Moreover, Zhang Yunze possesses remarkable stamina. His off-ball movement can greatly deplete the opposing shooting guard's energy. His accuracy in open shots is astonishingly high, whether from beyond the arc or mid-range. When given space, his shooting percentage can soar above 60. Even in the heat of intense competition, Zhang Yunze's cutting moves, coupled with pick-and-roll strategies alongside the school center, rendered the opposing team defenseless. His speed of penetration and ability to break through defenses were truly nightmares for his adversaries. Ultimately, Zhang Yunze decisively triumphed with an overwhelming score of 5-0, showcasing his formidable prowess. Following the match, Yi Tao appeared despondent, utterly disheartened by the defeat. He felt as though his confidence had been shattered. In the face of Zhang Yunze, he perceived himself as a mere child incapable of playing the game. 5 attempts, yet he had failed to even make a single shot, not once grazing the rim. A sheer display of one-sided domination. In truth, Zhang Yunze had not intended such an outcome. He had barely exerted half of his strength before his opponent faltered, even if he had wished to allow a point or two for the sake of sportsmanship. The opportunity had never presented itself. Wang Yunlong patted the downcast Yi Tao on the shoulder and remarked, "Your defeat to him is not unwarranted." "Why?" Yi Tao inquired. Confusion etched across his face. "You will understand shortly," Wang Yunlong replied with a mysterious smile. Once everyone had gathered in formation, Wang Yunlong pulled Zhang Yunze to his side and addressed the assembly. "Allow me to introduce him. You already know his name. Zhang Yunze, 17 years old, and the grandson of my esteemed mentor." A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Wang's mentor was none other than the most legendary coach in the nation, China's first NBA coach, the inaugural NCAA basketball coach from a prestigious university, and the first to lead China to historic achievements in the World Cup. If this was the grandson of such a coach, it was no wonder he possessed such exceptional talent. Yi Tao began to comprehend the implications, realizing why Wang Yunlong had hinted that he would soon understand. Moreover, just yesterday, he had received an invitation from NBA superstar Tim Melo and executives from the Cavaliers to attend a summer training camp in Cleveland. They had assured him that if he entered the draft, he would be selected with a first-round pick next year. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Wang Yunlong's revelation was nothing short of explosive. This was arguably the most astonishing news they had ever encountered in their lives. Even Yi Tao was taken aback, realizing that his opponent was no ordinary player, but rather one who might soon grace the NBA. His final vestiges of resentment dissipated as he acknowledged that with Zhang Yunze's addition, their chances of claiming victory would expand infinitely. For the sake of triumph, he would not mind playing a supporting role. Zhang Yunze merely stood aside, refraining from uttering a word. He comprehended Uncle Wang's intentions profoundly. His aspiration to join the team was intertwined with their collective ambition for victory, which necessitated unity. Basketball is inherently a team sport, and even with exceptional prowess, one cannot realistically contend against 5 adversaries alone. Even if he could, would he not be utterly exhausted by the end of the game? Uncle Wang's words were aimed at instilling a sense of respect among the youngsters toward Zhang Yunze. However, it is imperative that one possesses the requisite strength to support such assertions. Regardless of how eloquent Wang Yunlong's words may be, it ultimately hinges on Zhang Yunze's abilities, which he evidently possesses. "Now, do you all have any objections?" Wang Yunlong inquired. "No objections." The group responded in unison, fully attuned to Coach Wang's authority. They held unwavering faith in his judgments, knowing he spoke with conviction and never frivolously. Even Yi Tao, who had recently harbored displeasure, was invigorated by the prospect of playing alongside a potential NBA player. A magnificent experience indeed. It was a rare opportunity that others could only dream of, and he would have much to learn from him. "All right, Xiao Zhe, let's proceed with the assessment. I will record the data and submit it to the Sports Center for registration, thus formalizing your position as a member of our team." "Okay," Zhang Yunze nodded. The assessment was straightforward, consisting of a few drills: 3-point shooting, free throws, and layups across the court, each evaluated for accuracy and speed. Zhang Yunze seized a basketball from Yi Tao, advancing beyond the 3-point line. Wang Yunlong instructed a teammate to take out a mobile phone to record the event, thus creating a video archive to ensure the authenticity of the results. A total of 30 3-point shots would be taken to assess the accuracy of his performance. Zhang Yunze held the ball, dribbled once, and without even leaping from his spot, he released the shot, which swished through the net with unwavering precision. Receiving the ball passed back from a teammate who retrieved it under the hoop, he continued to shoot, repeating this remarkable feat. He astonishingly sank the first 10 3-pointers in succession, leaving all the players and onlooking classmates in awe. Such a display of 10 consecutive 3-pointers was indeed a rare sight in the school. For context, I once achieved a personal record of 23 consecutive 3-pointers during my time at school, which attracted quite a crowd and left me utterly astounded. As he scored his 20th 3-pointer, Zhang Yunze remained flawless, and the collective astonishment among the spectators reached a crescendo, verging on the unbelievable. His 21st shot? Sunk. The 22nd? Sunk. The 23rd? Sunk. The 24th? Sunk. A staggering 24 consecutive shots made, a feat of exceptional prowess. And Zhang Yunze was not merely shooting from one spot. He maneuvered around the 3-point arc, hitting shots from both corners, 245-degree angles, and the top of the arc. The only appropriate reaction was sheer astonishment. Whispers of disbelief rippled through the crowd. However, on his 25th attempt, the basketball struck the rim and finally missed. eliciting a collective sigh of disappointment from the audience. Having witnessed such an extraordinary display, they were eager to see just how many more shots Zhang Yunzi could make, only to be left in suspense as his streak came to an unexpected halt. Zhang Yunzi adjusted himself, and on his 25th attempt, he missed again. Undeterred, he took a deep breath and succeeded on his 26th shot. The 27th was a hit as well. The 28th followed suit, resulting in an astonishing achievement of 28 successful three-point shots out of 30 attempts, yielding an impressive shooting percentage of 93. This remarkable feat shattered the city record previously held by a high school student from Chongqing, set 8 years ago, who managed to score 26 out of 30, albeit all from the arc's apex. Unlike Zhang Yunzi's all-encompassing prowess, the national record stands at 29 out of 30, leaving Zhang just shy of that benchmark. In truth, Zhang Yunzi's personal best at home is an astounding 96 out of 100, boasting a staggering accuracy rate of 96. Following this, he approached the free throw line, completing 30 attempts flawlessly, achieving a perfect 100 accuracy. This performance equaled the record for free throw testing among Chongqing middle school students. Zhang Yunzi's own record stands at 99 out of 100. Zhang Yunzi's performance in the full-court dribbling speed test has astounded everyone, clocking an astonishing time of 6:49 seconds, marking the fastest recorded speed for a middle school student in Chongqing and even nationwide. The previous record, set 3 years prior by another player, was 6:64 seconds. This test was conducted by Zhang Yunzi himself at home, where he also achieved a remarkable 100-meter sprint time of 10:52 seconds and a full-court dribbling speed of 6:17 seconds. At this moment, onlookers were left speechless as Zhang Yunzi shattered a series of testing records, leaving everyone in awe of his extraordinary abilities, which seemed almost monstrous. Furthermore, all of Zhang Yunzi's tests are substantiated by video evidence, ensuring their authenticity beyond doubt. Chapter 18. Preparations for the journey to Chengdu. Zhang Yunzi's performance astounded everyone, truly remarkable and almost otherworldly. Following this, he sought out a court to practice alone, opting not to engage in team training. At this juncture, solitary practice proved far more beneficial for him than training with a team, as the disparity in their training intensity was simply too great to accommodate his needs. Zhang Yunzi practiced sudden stops and jump shots on the court for the entire afternoon, while Wang Yuehan languidly sat beneath the shade of a tree, engrossed in her phone. Occasionally, she would stealthily capture a photo or two of Zhang Yunzi, unbeknownst to him, clad in a flowing white chiffon gown. Her calves resembled the delicate sheen of mutton fat jade. Whether viewed from afar or up close, she appeared like a lotus emerging from the water, refreshing, ethereal, and possessing a unique beauty that set her apart. Zhang Yunzi practiced diligently for an entire afternoon, having thrown nearly 2,000 balls, rendering his arms nearly immobile. After completing his training, he followed the school team to the locker room for a shower. His clothes were soaked through, making them utterly unwearable. Wang Yunlong had no choice but to retrieve a set of last year's National Cup uniform from the office for him, albeit with someone else's name emblazoned on the back. Although it felt somewhat peculiar, it was preferable to donning damp attire. Upon returning home that evening, Wang Yuehan began to pack her belongings in preparation for her trip to Chengdu to obtain a visa. As for Zhang Yunzi, he had little to organize, merely packing a change of clothes before he opened the family computer and logged onto the website to purchase high-speed rail tickets. It is worth noting that the Qingyu high-speed railway is not yet operational. This is purely hypothetical, and I hope for your understanding. Xiaoan, please bring me your ID. Zhang Yunzi called out. All right, Wang Yuehan replied, swiftly retrieving her identification and handing it to Zhang Yunzi, after entering both their ID numbers. The booking was successfully completed for the high-speed train departing at 12 noon the following day, expected to arrive at Chengdu East Station by 1 p.m. However, as Zhang Yunzi proceeded to make the payment via Alipay, he was suddenly struck by an unsettling discrepancy in the balance of his bank account, the one provided by his grandfather for tuition and living expenses. He rubbed his eyes, struggling to believe the figures displayed on the card. 5 zeros. 30,000. Zhang Yunzi found it hard to comprehend how such a substantial amount could exist. After all, his tuition was merely a few hundred, and with government subsidies, he hardly spent anything. He had always assumed his grandfather's card would contain at most a few thousand, perhaps 10 at the very most. Never had he imagined it would hold 30,000. The thought brought a mist to his eyes. This was his first venture out on his own, and surely his grandfather had given him such a generous sum out of concern that he might struggle to meet his needs. Coming from the countryside, He understood that if he did not present himself well, he risked being ridiculed and isolated by his classmates. Perhaps these were worries his grandfather had anticipated. Sighing deeply, Zhang Yunze silently resolved to strive harder, vowing not to disappoint his grandfather and to ensure he could enjoy a peaceful and comfortable retirement. Life in the mountains was pleasant, yet his grandfather, being of advanced age, found the daily trek to and from the hills increasingly cumbersome. Zhang Yunze longed to bring his grandfather to the city, to find a more suitable living environment. Although Zhang Chongqing possessed the means to do so, he had always been reluctant, preferring the solitude of the mountains, the reasons for which he seldom disclosed. Zhang Yunze entered Wang Yuhan's room and was taken aback upon seeing her packing her belongings. It seemed she was preparing to move. "Shaolan, do you intend to empty your entire home?" Zhang Yunze remarked, scratching his nose in bemusement. "What is wrong, brother Xiaoza? I haven't tea brought much," Wang Yuhan replied. "Pouting. I'm just taking a sunshade, an umbrella, sunscreen, moisturizer, skincare cream, hand cream, eye cream, eyebrow pencil, lip gloss, and then there are short skirts, long skirts, dresses, and shorts. Just in case it gets cold, I've packed long pants and long sleeves too, along with hats and 2 pairs of shoes, usually high heels, but I'll wear sneakers if I walk a lot. I think it's reasonable." As she spoke, she counted on her fingers, then looked up at Zhang Yunze, her large eyes blinking innocently, as if to say, "See, I really haven't brought that much, just a few items." Gazing at the fully packed suitcase, Zhang Yunze couldn't help but respond, "Sister, we're only going for 2 days, not 2 years. Aren't you worried about tiring yourself out? Even if I help carry it, do you intend to exhaust me?" This girl, usually so clever, seemed rather foolish at this moment. At that time, Xiefan also entered the room. Upon seeing Wang Yuhan's overflowing suitcase, she laughed and scolded, "You silly girl, why are you packing so much for just 2 days? You only need a change of clothes and a set of skincare products. At this rate, one might think you're moving house." It was then that Wang Yuhan seemed to realize she might have overpacked. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she lowered her head and murmured, "I just wanted to bring more." Afraid of running out of clothes, though her voice was barely audible, betraying a hint of guilt. "All right, I'll just take a little. Stop looking at me like that." Wang Yuhan protested, glancing at the amused expressions on Zhang Yunze and her mother-esque faces. "All right, I'll step out now. You can tidy up by yourself. I used to help you, but now that you've grown up, it's your turn," Xiefan said. "Got it, Mom, you're so nagging." Wang Yuhan replied with a smile. "You little rascal." Xiefan shook her head and exited the room. Zhang Yunze sat at the nearby computer desk, idly browsing the web, while Wang Yuhan busily sorted through excess clothing. Suddenly, Zhang Yunze stumbled upon a basketball forum named Hupu, renowned as the most professional basketball forum in the country. Albeit rife with trolls and mindless critiques, a common ailment of online forums that is nearly impossible to eradicate. Unexpectedly, he encountered a post titled "A Terrifying Thought. Tim Melo has surpassed Jordan to become the greatest in NBA history." Intrigued, he clicked to read further, where an elaborate exposition of several thousand words meticulously detailed the accolades of both Jordan and Tim Melo, ultimately arriving at a conclusion that, while seemingly plausible, was in reality a nonsensical assertion. Zhang Yunze has grown weary of the incessant critiques. The individual in question asserts that Jordan belonged to an ancient era, claiming that the rhythm of the games and the intensity of the competition were far too slow and low. If he were to compete today, he would supposedly be schooled by Tim Melo in no time. This person then proceeded to present a plethora of statistics for comparison, only to end up contradicting himself, as Jordan's statistics undeniably surpassed those of Tim Melo. In an attempt to justify this self-contradiction, he subsequently introduced a series of advanced metrics, which perhaps he himself could barely comprehend. What exactly does he mean by this? His exaggerated praise for Tim seems to border on disparagement. Zhang Yunze, feeling dissatisfied, remarked below, "Is it truly appropriate to laud Tim in such a manner? Or are you merely seeking to provoke a dispute, perhaps even to undermine Tim?" Even Tim himself does not believe he surpasses Jordan. Soon after, someone responded to him, "Do you really know Tim? How can you claim to understand his thoughts?" Zhang Yunze replied, "I'm sorry, but I truly know Tim, and I even sat next to him yesterday." Haha, feel free to brag. I could just as easily claim I dined with Jordan yesterday, you fool. Haha. Zhang Yunze fell silent, realizing that some individuals will forever seek to be heroes online. Consequently, he chose to close the web page and refrain from responding. Why invite discomfort upon oneself? Chapter 19. The high-speed rail station the following day. Fang Tian and Wang Yuan made their way to the train station, arriving at the waiting hall for high-speed trains. After checking their tickets, they entered the hall, attracting the attention of numerous onlookers. The rate of glances directed at them exceeded 90%, with some individuals even surreptitiously capturing photos of the duo, mistakenly believing them to be celebrities. Had they walked separately, such a reaction might not have occurred. However, together, they appeared as if they were a match made in heaven. An exquisite pair, perfectly harmonious, enhanced by their own remarkable physical attributes. Zhang Yunze donned a hat and wore a yellow commemorative jersey of Knight James, paired with vintage black and red pants featuring the number 23 of Jordan's Bulls. And on his feet were classic Tim Melo sneakers. In contrast, Wang Yuehan graced the scene in a flowing white chiffon gown, adorned with a simple formal hat. Her cascading long hair framed her delicate, porcelain-like arms, unadorned by makeup, as if sculpted by nature itself, exuding an aura of elegance. The two found a place to sit, with Wang Yuehan gazing around like an inquisitive child. "What are you looking at?" Zhang Yunze inquired. "I've never been to this place before, so I'm just taking it all in." "Well, you got me there. You city folk are indeed different, always flying places." "Well, you've never even visited a train station," Zhang Yunze shrugged. "Are you trying to provoke me, Brother Xiaoze? How dare you mock me?" She retorted playfully. In that moment, Zhang Yunze felt a sudden sharp pain as Wang Yuehan pinched his waist, prompting him to beg for mercy until she finally released him. At that juncture, a charming little child approached them timidly and asked, "Brother, sister, are you stars?" Seeing the child's adorableness, Wang Yuehan felt a surge of maternal affection and replied sweetly, "Dear child, we are not stars, just ordinary people." Just then, a graceful middle-aged woman walked over and gently admonished the child, "Xiao Mei. It is quite impolite to ask such direct questions." She then turned to Zhang Yunze and Wang Yuehan, saying, "I sincerely apologize. Children can be quite naive. But mommy, brother and sister are so beautiful. Only the stars on television can be that pretty," the child exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. The woman chuckled softly, "Xiao Mei, not all beautiful people are stars, and not all stars are beautiful, you know." "Why is that, mommy?" the child asked curiously. Wang Yuehan flashed a sweet smile and asked, "Do you think your mother is beautiful?" The child nodded enthusiastically. "Of course, my mother is beautiful." "Then, who do you think is more beautiful, your mother or the stars on television?" Wang Yuehan continued, "Definitely my mother. She is the most beautiful person in the world." The child replied, her cheeks flushed with pride. The middle-aged woman smiled and said, "Xiao Mei, mommy is not a star, so do you still think she is beautiful?" The child tilted her head, contemplating adorably, before declaring, "Mommy is beautiful. Mommy is beautiful." At that moment, Zhang Yunze's attention was caught by a television in the station's lobby broadcasting basketball news, highlighting the Chinese men's basketball team suffering an 8th consecutive defeat, questioning whether Chinese basketball had hit rock bottom in Asia, and pondering when it might reclaim its former glory. Zhang Yunze sighed, remaining silent. He vaguely understood that one of the reasons his grandfather had come to the rural mountain village was due to the men's basketball situation, coupled with the inaction of certain officials who wielded their power with arrogance and abuse. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he resigned and retreated into the mountains. After that, the national team relied on the legacy left by his grandfather, squandering the peak talents of the older generation and managing to stabilize within the top 8. However, as the once great players succumbed to injuries or retired, the Chinese men's basketball team fell into a dire state of disrepair, plummeting from the pinnacle of Asian basketball and subsequently languishing in mediocrity. The Chinese men's basketball team has languished for 8 years, particularly in the past 2 years, reaching a historically unprecedented low. Some had pointed out that without reforming the system, Chinese basketball would end up like Chinese football, with no prospect for improvement. Yet, over a decade ago, Chinese football underwent significant reforms, abolishing administrative systems and transferring control entirely to clubs, which united to establish a football alliance, allowing the market to dictate all decisions. They vigorously introduced advanced foreign technology and training systems. Years later, Chinese football stands tall at the pinnacle of Asia, even reaching the semifinals of the World Cup, nearly defeating the traditional football powerhouse Brazil, a match that filled the nation with pride and joy. Yet basketball has descended into an irretrievable abyss. Soon, the high-speed train arrived at the station, and Zhang Yunze and Wang Yuehan bid farewell to the mother and daughter pair before proceeding to board. The train slowly departed, whistling as it exited the station. Wang Yuehan stretched, removed her hat and Zhang Yunze's, placing it in her bag, then leaned against Zhang Yunze's shoulder. According to her, it It was time for a nap. For the sake of her skin's beauty, she needed her afternoon rest. Zhang Yunze retrieved a light blanket from his bag to cover her, and Wang Yuehan smiled, her face radiating happiness. She wrapped her arms around one of Zhang Yunze's, drifting off to sleep. As he felt the astonishing softness of her arm against his, waves of sensation coursed through him, igniting a response within him that he could not ignore. He found himself slightly parched, his breath quickening, aware that he was a normal man. Yet, he dared not move, fearing he might awaken Wang Yuehan. Reluctantly, Zhang Yunze withdrew his right hand, retrieved his phone and earphones, and began to watch some NBA game videos stored on his device, hoping to alleviate the rush of emotions stirred by Wang Yuehan. Thus, Zhang Yunze endured the hour-long journey with considerable difficulty. "Xiaohan, wake up," he said, noticing they were approaching Chengdu East Station. Wang Yuehan lifted her head, rubbed her eyes, still somewhat drowsy as she gazed around, and sleepily pouted, asking, "Have we arrived?" As the soft sensation gradually faded from his arm, Zhang Yunze experienced a fleeting sense of loss. However, he swiftly cast aside such thoughts, dismissing them from his mind. What was he even contemplating? Wang Yuan was, after all, his sister. Zhang Yunze nodded, producing a tissue to wipe away the droplet of saliva that trickled from Wang Yuehan's mouth. He remarked, "Oh, you silly thing. You drool in your sleep." Wang Yuehan snatched the tissue from Zhang Yunze's hand, casting a shy glance at him as she playfully retorted, "You're talking nonsense. That's not true." Yet, her actions betrayed her. She discreetly used the tissue to dab at her mouth. Zhang Yunze merely smiled and said nothing. This girl is stubborn, like a dead duck refusing to admit defeat, even when caught. However, only Wang Yuehan knew that resting her head on Zhang Yunze's shoulder brought her an unparalleled sense of security, a soothing comfort that made her reluctant to move away. Even now, she found herself savoring the feeling of leaning against him. Chapter 20. Visa. The two exited the high-speed train, navigating through the throngs of people as they left the station. Upon their arrival, they were immediately approached by various individuals soliciting accommodations, some offering cheap lodgings that were often unregulated and lacked proper licenses, posing significant safety risks. Had Wang Yuehan ventured to stay in such places alone, the consequences could have been dire. Fortunately, that was not the case, as they were not short on funds. The latter group consisted of what were known as unlicensed taxis. Those soliciting customers, upon seeing Wang Yuehan's beauty, attempted to take advantage, hoping to make unwelcome advances. Yet, Zhang Yunze swiftly intervened, and the would-be harassers, deterred by his imposing stature, could only retreat in defeat. Though Zhang Yunze appeared slender, when compared to professional athletes, he stood at 191 meters and weighed 85 kilograms, which certainly did not qualify as weak. After exiting the station, they hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take them to the U.S. consulate. The driver activated the meter, and Zhang Yunze intended to resolve the visa issue first before seeking accommodation and then taking Wang Yuan out. He had visited Chengdu several times with his grandfather and had made a few acquaintances. Once the visa was secured, he could invite them to join in their outings. Soon, the taxi came to a stop by the roadside, directly across from the U.S. consulate in Chengdu. Zhang Yunze paid the fare, took Wang Yuehan's hand, and they proceeded to the reception area. The receptionist, a young woman in her 20s, inquired, "Do you have an appointment?" "No," Zhang Yunze replied, shaking his head. "However, I possess a recommendation letter for expedited visa processing." He then retrieved the letter that Harry had written for him, which bore the signatures of Tim Melo and Harry, along with the official seal of the Cleveland Cavaliers, making it impossible to forge. The receptionist took the letter, examined it, and returned it to Zhang Yunze. "Please take a seat over there while I arrange an appointment with a visa officer. Additionally, kindly store your bags and electronic devices in the lockers nearby." "Thank you," Zhang Yunze replied, leading Wang Yuehan to a nearby sofa. A different receptionist poured 2 glasses of water and placed them before them. After expressing their gratitude, Zhang Yunze stored their bags and electronics in the locker and received a claim ticket. Before long, the receptionist called out to Zhang Yunze, "Please present your identification, and you may proceed. The visa officer is waiting in room 4. "Thank you." As they spoke, the two produced their identification cards. The receptionist scanned them briefly before returning the cards and granting them entry. Traversing a narrow corridor, they arrived at the hall, where a Chinese girl was stationed at an inquiry desk. Zhang Yunze approached her and inquired, "May I ask where room 4 of the visa office is located?" The young woman gestured toward the nearby room, saying, "The 4th room from left to right is the one you seek. Additionally, Please refrain from wandering about indiscriminately, as it may result in detention by the authorities. Understood, they replied. The pair opened the door and entered a room where a middle-aged American man, appearing to be in his 50s, sat behind a large desk. He greeted them in English. Welcome to both of you. Are you the individuals recommended by the Knights team? May I ask who intends to apply for a visa? I am, Wang Yuehan responded. Please take a seat. The American gestured towards the chairs in front of the desk and a nearby sofa, indicating that Zhang Yunze and Wang Yuehan should sit down. Thank you. My name is Smith, Raymer Smith. You may call me Raymer. Although the recommendation from the Knights team carries weight, we must still conduct a routine inquiry. So I hope you do not mind. Our conversation will also be recorded. Wang Yuehan nodded and replied, Please proceed, Mr. Smith. Raymer Smith then retrieved a pen and notebook, asking, May I inquire, madam, what is your purpose for traveling to the United States? What is the nature of your itinerary? The type of visa you wish to apply for, and how long do you intend to stay? Additionally, I will require your letter of recommendation. Zhang Yunze produced a letter and placed it upon Raymer Smith's desk. Raymer, upon picking it up, proceeded to open it. Wang Yuehan replied, I am traveling to the United States with my brother to explore the country. We are in the process of obtaining our travel visas, as he has received an invitation from the Cleveland Cavaliers to visit their facilities. Our itinerary has yet to be finalized, but we expect to return before September, as we must resume our studies. Who is your brother? Raymer inquired, simultaneously jotting down Wang Yuehan's response. It is I, Zhang Yunze interjected. Are you siblings by blood? Raymer asked. Not exactly. Our families share a close bond, and she and I have grown up together, so we consider ourselves akin to siblings, Zhang Yunze replied. Zhang Yunze spoke fluently, his accent remarkably standard, prompting Lei Mo to nod in satisfaction and inquire, Have you both ever been to the United States? I have been, but this is her first time going, Zhang Yunze replied. Oh, do you have a visa? Lei Mo asked. Of course, it's a 10-year visa, Zhang Yunze responded. May I take a look? Lei Mo requested, Please do not take offense. This is a necessary procedure that can enhance the likelihood of this lady's visa approval, as it is a component of our visa assessment system. Zhang Yunze nodded, retrieving his passport and visa from his bag. Raymer took them, glanced over the documents, nodded, and returned them to Zhang. As a visa officer, he was acutely aware of what a 10-year visa signified. It indicated that the United States government warmly welcomed this individual's entry, even encouraging him to pursue American citizenship. Typically, such a visa was granted only to elite talents. May I inquire about your parents' occupations, Ms. Wang? Raymer asked. My father and mother are both high school teachers. She replied. Raymer nodded again, examining the letter in his hand. This letter bears not only the official seal of the Knights, but also the signature of the Assistant General Manager, Tim Melo. With such substantial endorsements, the visa process should encounter no significant obstacles. Most other inquiries can be disregarded. I shall verify the authenticity of this letter shortly, and then we can proceed. He produced a form and handed it to Wang Yuehan. Please fill this out while I confirm the letter, he instructed before departing. After a brief interval, Raymer returned. Collecting the completed form, he addressed Wang Yuehan, saying, I have confirmed the letter via phone. It is indeed genuine. Now, both of you need only await further notification. When the time comes, you may return to complete the subsequent procedures. We will assess whether Ms. Wang qualifies for expedited processing, with results anticipated in approximately 3 days. Thank you very much, Zhang Yunze responded as he stood up. Chapter 21. Finding accommodation upon exiting the consulate, the pair resolved to seek lodging before embarking on their explorations. However, after visiting numerous hotels, they were met with the disheartening news that no rooms were available. In such a vast city, how could there be no vacancies? Yet the reality was stark. Whether standard rooms, single units, or luxurious suites, everything was fully booked. Their confusion was palpable. Upon inquiry, they learned that the ongoing sugar and wine fair had drawn merchants from across the nation to Chengdu, resulting in a complete reservation of hotels, large and small. Eventually, they discovered a 4-star hotel adjacent to Happy Valley in Wuhou District, which appeared to have rooms available. With renewed hope, they entered the establishment. Do you have any rooms available? Zhang Yunze inquired at the front desk. The receptionist appraised them before responding, Yes, we do have one room left, a deluxe single room, priced at 588. Is there no standard room available? Or perhaps 2 single rooms? Zhang Yunze asked. I'm sorry, sir, but we only have one deluxe single room left. The receptionist replied. Zhang Yunze glanced at Wang Yuehan and said, Xiaohan, what shall we do? There's only one room left. Shall we explore other places? Brother, we've searched for so long and found no vacancies. This is the only room available. Let us settle for it. Why not inquire if an extra bed can be added? We can decide if it's not feasible, Wang Yuehan replied. The receptionist was momentarily taken aback, as she had assumed the pair were a couple, given their striking resemblance to one another. However, it now appeared they were siblings, both exceedingly handsome. Excuse me, may I ask if an extra bed can be accommodated? Zhang Yunze inquired. Certainly, we can provide an additional bed measuring 1.8 meters at no extra charge, the receptionist responded. Very well, we shall take the room, Zhang Yunze said, promptly retrieving his identification along with Wang Yuehan's from his bag. May I see your identification, please? How long will you be staying? She asked. Let's go with 2 nights, he replied. Your total for 2 nights is 1,176 yuan. A deposit of 624 yuan is required, making the total 1,800 yuan. Would you prefer to pay by card or in cash? I'll pay in cash, Zhang Yunze said, producing a 2,000 yuan note, the amount given to him by Ren Yu. Soon, the receptionist completed the necessary formalities and handed the room key and deposit receipt to Zhang Yunze, saying, Our staff has already prepared the extra bed for you. Your room is on the 13th floor, number 1311. You can take the elevator directly to the right. Wishing you both a pleasant evening. Zhang Yunze accepted the room card, intending to express his gratitude, when he overheard the receptionist's remark. The corners of his mouth involuntarily quivered. What did have a pleasant evening mean? Such a phrase could easily lead to misunderstandings. He glanced at Wang Yuehan, who appeared to be unfazed. Upon entering the room, he found that the bed had indeed been prepared, and the space was quite spacious, measuring over 50 square meters. The bathroom was fully equipped with both a bathtub and a shower, all duly marked as sanitized. At that moment, Zhang Yunze's phone rang. He picked it up to see that it was a call from a friend in Chengdu, Su Ringguang, whom he had met through his grandfather. They often played basketball together during holidays and shared a strong camaraderie. Zhang Yunze answered the phone, saying, Old Su, what is up? Hey, when are you coming to Chengdu? The guys are all waiting to play ball with you, came the voice from the other end. I just arrived in Chengdu, landed around noon, Zhang Yunze replied. Hey, you rascal, you didn't say a word when you got here. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. The gang wants to gather. Well, since I've finished my errands, I'm at the Norris Hotel near Happy Valley, Zhang Yunze informed. All right, I'll call you in half an hour. If the traffic is clear, I should be there in about 30 minutes. Okay. After concluding the call, Zhang Yunze hung up. Who was that, Brother Zay? Wang Yuehan, sitting beside him, inquired. A few friends invited me to play ball, Zhang Yunze replied. I want to go too, Brother Zay, Wang Yuehan said. Of course, I'll definitely bring you along. Zhang Yunze seemed oblivious to the underlying meaning in Wang Yuehan's words. No, Brother Zay, Wang Yuehan waved her hand, saying, I want to join you for the game. I've already prepared my outfit. With that, she opened her suitcase, rummaged for a moment, and hurried to the restroom. After a while, Wang Yuehan emerged from the restroom. Zhang Yunze swallowed hard, unable to tear his gaze away. Wang Yuehan smiled slightly, seemingly pleased by Zhang Yunze's reaction. Yuan, Han, are you really going to play ball dressed like that? I fear the others won't be able to focus on the game at all. They'll all be looking at you. Not all, Wang Yuehan pouted, slightly displeased. She was wearing a Jordan Bulls short-sleeve jersey, number 23, designed for women, which perfectly accentuated her figure. Despite the high neckline, it could not conceal the allure it exuded, particularly around her exquisite collarbone, which was breathtakingly fair. She paired it with snug black hot pants, the short sleeves of her top obscuring the pants, leaving only the very bottom visible, showcasing her long, snow-white, delicate legs, dazzling enough to make one's eyes widen in awe. On her feet were a pair of women's Nike sneakers. With her hair tied in a ponytail, she radiated a vibrant, youthful energy, exuding an irresistible charm that was simply enchanting. Zhang Yunze could not help but smirk, finally understanding why this girl was so adamant about bringing her basketball shoes. It was because she wished to join him for a game of basketball. Wang Yuehan's skills on the court were commendable as well, standing at 172 centimeters. She was a key player in the school's women's basketball team, easily outmatching the average competitor. However, today's opponents were far from ordinary. They were among the top 20 high school players in the nation, including the formidable small forward who had ranked third in the previous year's national high school tournament, likely to face them in the National League. Brother Zay, please take Han in with you, won't you? Seeing Zhang Yunze's hesitation, Wang Yuehan stepped forward, wrapping her arms around his. Her expression one of earnest pleading, exuding an air of vulnerability as she playfully coaxed him. She was well aware that in the past, whenever she employed such charm, her brother Zay would invariably acquiesce to her wishes. Zhang Yunze offered a wry smile and remarked, "All right, you mischievous girl, if you adore basketball so much, playing at school should suffice. Why must you drag me along to play? You hardly embody the essence of a lady. I have no desire to be a lady. Being one does not fill the stomach," he added, somewhat resigned. Wang Yuehan, with an air of disdain, brightened and exclaimed, "That's wonderful. I knew you were the best." Xiaoza Gij, feeling the remarkable softness of her arm, Zhang Yunze, albeit reluctantly, withdrew his arm and said, "I shall go change my clothes." Wang Yuehan nodded in agreement. Before long, Zhang Yunze emerged, transformed in his appearance, clad in a complete set of retro black and Red Bulls jersey featuring the number 23, layered over a snug compression shirt from Juning Tianwang, and complemented by sleek black compression leggings. He exuded an undeniable charm, resembling an NBA star. "Wow, Xiaoza Gij looks so handsome. If you dress like this to school, I can't imagine how many girls will swoon over you," Wang Yuehan gushed, unable to contain her admiration for his striking outfit. Zhang Yunze smiled quietly, choosing not to speak. After a brief moment, his phone rang, and upon answering, he heard Su Ringwang's voice on the other end, stating, "A's, I am downstairs at the Norris Hotel. Please come down." "All right," Zhang Yunze replied, taking Wang Yuehan's hand as they made their way downstairs. As they exited the elevator and traversed the lobby, they immediately became the center of attention, particularly Wang Yuehan, who drew gazes that seemed to convey a desire among many to displace Zhang Yunze and take his place. Observing the couple emerge from the hotel, onlookers disregarded Zhang Yunze's appearance, feeling instead that a prize cabbage had been carelessly handled by swine. Unless they themselves were to step in, nothing would suffice. This sentiment was a common flaw among them all, believing themselves to be the most attractive, with others falling short in comparison. Once outside the hotel, Zhang Yunze quickly spotted Su Ringwang, who in turn noticed him as well. Across the street, a white Land Rover had come to a halt, and Su Ringwang rolled down the driver's window, waving enthusiastically at Zhang Yunze. "A's over here," Su Ringwang called out, gesturing animatedly. Zhang Yunze nodded, leading Wang Yuehan across the street before getting into the car. Once inside, Su Ringwang pressed the accelerator and the Land Rover roared to life. "Old Su, impressive. You got a Land Rover now, but aren't you still in your third year of high school?" he remarked. "The old man bought it for me. He said that my victory in the national competition brought him some glory, so he gifted me a car. I hurriedly obtained my driver's license," Su Ringwang replied. "The others are already at the court. Aren't you going to introduce her? Is she your sister-in-law?" "Not at all. Don't say that," Zhang Yunze responded, feeling somewhat speechless. Wang Yuehan gazed out of the window, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she pretended not to hear. "Come on, what are you hiding between you two? But I must say, A's, she's indeed lovely, far surpassing that fellow Hoosie. He flaunts his model girlfriend in front of us single dogs every day, which is quite infuriating. Your friend here is truly a knockout. I wonder if that guy will still boast after seeing her." "Old Su, she's not my girlfriend. Her name is Wang Yuehan, my sister who grew up alongside me. Please don't say anything that might lead to misunderstandings," Zhang Yunze clarified. "Ah, I see. Friends since childhood. Childhood sweethearts, right?" Su Ringwang murmured, then added quietly, "Aren't childhood sweethearts usually destined to become romantic partners, as portrayed on television?" "Old Su, given your excellent circumstances, why haven't you considered finding someone new? Are you still unable to forget her?" Zhang Yunze inquired. "Su Wingung not that saling deeply." "Let's not dwell on that. Your sister-in-law is indeed named Wang Yuehan, correct?" Zhang Yunze wore an expression of exasperation, having reiterated countless times that it was not younger sister-in-law, but rather younger sister. For reasons unbeknownst to her, this statement evoked a slight sense of disappointment within Wang Yuehan. Yet, she reassured herself that her feelings for her brother, Xiaoza, were merely those of sibling affection, devoid of romantic undertones. However, the perplexing sensation lingered, leaving her bewildered. Is there truly a distinction? Aren't they essentially the same? Wang Yuehan pondered aloud. Does my younger sister also wish to play basketball, adorned in jersey? Su Ringwang responded with a smile. Indeed, she is quite beautiful. Were it not for her, I might have pursued you, Xiaohan. Yes, I'll play basketball with Xiaoza, Wang Yuehan replied sweetly, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Upon hearing Su Ringwang express a desire to court Wang Yuehan, Zhang Yunze felt an uncomfortable twist in his heart, retorting, "Pursue your own sister, go entertain yourself, and stop intruding on our camaraderie." Su Ringwang chuckled awkwardly, fully aware of the dynamics between the two, yet choosing to remain silent. Fortunately, those fellows all have girlfriends. Otherwise, They would surely go mad pursuing Xiao Han, Su Ringwang remarked. Let those fellows be. Xiao Han would never be interested in them. They lacked the gentleness required. Being all brawn and no finesse, Zhang Yunze shrugged nonchalantly. Among their group, only Su Ringwang seemed a plausible suitor for Wang Yuehan, standing tall at 187 centimeters. With a father who was a CEO of a publicly listed company and a mother who was the head of a hospital, a quintessential second-generation affluent individual, also possessing commendable looks. Ah, A's, I've stumbled upon an intriguing dilemma, Su Ringwang suddenly declared. What dilemma? Zhang Yunze inquired. Didn't you claim that Wang Yuehan is your sister? Why then do you act like a mother hen guarding its chicks, professing disinterest? Su Vingung the ma? I'm merely looking out for her. Zhang Yunze shot back, casting a disapproving glare at Su Ringwang. Old Su, be quiet, or I shall make you regret it in next year's competition. Wang Yuehan's laughter rang like silver bells. In her eyes, Xiaozi seldom found himself at a disadvantage. Yet in this brief moment, his friend had managed to best him several times. If Xiaozi were not fond of her, he would not be so flustered. This realization ignited a spark of excitement within her. But did she truly harbor feelings for him? Wang Yuehan found herself in a state of confusion. Soon, she concluded that she indeed liked Xiaozi, but only in the manner of siblings, rather than that of romantic partners. This conclusion brought her a sense of satisfaction, albeit tinged with a hint of melancholy. What does that mean? Su Ringwang queried, somewhat perplexed. Hee, Zhang Yunze smirked mischievously, the National League. Goodness, Su Ringwang exclaimed in astonishment. What are you talking about? When did you enroll in a qualifying school? I'm hot. Chongqing only has number 4 high school eligible to participate. You didn't travel from your rural area to number 4, did you? Zhang Yunze wore a peculiar smile, nodding without uttering a word. My goodness, are you all preparing to secure the championship? This competition has become unplayable. Facing the 4th high alone is already a formidable challenge, and with your extraordinary prowess, who could possibly contend with you? I fear that even the champion teams from Cuba or CBA might struggle against you. This is simply no longer a fair contest, and I must lodge a protest. Protest, you say? Clean yourself up and await my arrival for a thorough defeat, Zhang Yunze retorted with a chuckle. Su Ringwang suddenly spoke in a hushed tone. Brother Zhang, can't I just admit my mistakes? Please, let us not make the competition look too lopsided. I beg you to go easy on me, he implored, his expression one of utmost grievance. Observing Su Ringwang's demeanor, Wang Yuehan couldn't help but stifle a smile. He was simply too endearing. Zhang Yunze chuckled and said, I might consider going easy on you, but only if you manage to find a girlfriend during this holiday. Otherwise, I shall undoubtedly crush you by 50 points. Haha. Goodness, you are ruthless, A's. I won't forget this. Our friendship is over. Su Ringwang responded with a hint of exasperation. Of course, he was jesting about their friendship ending, for he understood Zhang Yunze's good intentions. He wanted Su to move on from his past failed relationship rather than remain mired in it. Yet, if it were so easy to let go, he wouldn't be in this predicament. 20 minutes later, the Land Rover rolled into Chengdu Streetball Park. This newly constructed venue boasted over 100 basketball courts and a gymnasium accommodating 3,000 spectators. The property belonged to Su Ringwang's family and was an integral part of a charitable project by the United Group. Su Ringwang's vehicle entered without hesitation. Generally, vehicles were prohibited from entering, but the guard at the entrance recognized him and waved them through. Soon, Zhang Yunze spotted several familiar faces engaged in a one-on-one match on one of the courts. Dog Sheng, who's he? Zhang Yunze called out, waving his hand. The two players halted their game, sprinting over to greet him. Yunze, it's been ages, exclaimed a tall young man, nearly 1.9 meters, embracing Zhang Yunze. Xiao Zizi, don't call me Dog Sheng. If you do, I swear I'll fight you, another interjected, playfully slapping Zhang Yunze on the shoulder. We heard from Ringwang that you were coming, but we didn't believe it. It's a pleasant surprise. A third person joined in, giving Zhang Yunze a hug. By the way, who is this beautiful lady? Who's he inquired. Xiao Zizi, why don't you introduce her? All eyes turned to Wang Yuehan, whose stunning beauty was unparalleled, rare even in real life, likely eclipsing that of television stars. The crowd was captivated, unable to tear their gaze from her ethereal visage, swallowing hard in awe. This is my sister, Wang Yuehan, Zhang Yunze replied, fully anticipating their reaction. He realized that upon meeting Wang Yuehan, his own response would have mirrored theirs. Look at A's. So modest, hiding away his enchanting sister while you lot flaunt your relationships on social media daily. Can't you be a bit more low-key? Su Ringwang teased the group. Out of the blue, Huzi chimed in, single dog. You just wait, Huzi. I'll make sure to wipe the floor with you later. Su Ringwang said angrily. Lin Feng replied, all right, since Xiao Zhe has come all this way, let us hasten to play ball. Let us not dawdle. Ha! I suddenly feel a thrill of impending challenge. Zhang Yunze rolled his eyes and said, come on, don't act like that. One might mistakenly think we're in a romantic relationship. Yin Yuqing chuckled. Our brother Feng isn't lacking in looks. You'd have nothing to lose in such a scenario. By the way, there are only 8 of us. Are we really going to play 4 against 4? Daoxing inquired. Are you blind, Daoxing? There are clearly 9 of us. Are you really disregarding little Han as a person? Su Ringwang retorted with discontent. But she's a girl, Daoxing replied. So what if she's a girl? Does that mean she can't play basketball? Wang Yuehan pouted angrily, as she detested anyone suggesting that girls couldn't participate in the sport. Haha. All right, little Han, don't be like that. Daoxing was merely joking. Zhang Yunze then said to Daoxing, hey, don't underestimate little Han. She might just surprise you. Daoxing shrugged and replied, fine, let's just divide into teams. Soon, they were split into 3 groups. Zhang Yunze, Wang Yuehan, and Lin Feng formed one team, with heights of 191 centimeters, 172 centimeters, and 193 centimeters respectively. Yan Yuqing, Long Tingfei, and Daoxing, Li Goxing, made up another team, boasting heights of 183 centimeters, 199 centimeters, and 201 centimeters, making them the tallest on average. The final group consisted of Su Ringwang, Hu Feiqian, and Zheng Su, with heights of 187 centimeters, 205 centimeters, and 185 centimeters. All of these individuals were close friends that Zhang Yunze had met during his holiday in Chengdu, frequently gathering to play basketball. Among them were 2 key players from Cuba, along with several ranked among the top 20 high school basketball players in the nation. Ultimately, the match was set, Zhang Yunze's team against Su Ringwang's team. Zhang Yunze stood beyond the 3-point line with the ball, while Lin Feng positioned himself in the paint. Zhang passed the ball to Wang Yuehan and swiftly moved aside. Su Ringwang approached to defend Wang, yet he maintained a respectful distance of 1 meter, not seeking to take advantage of the situation. As basketball becomes increasingly popular, it is common to see girls participating. However, some ill-mannered individuals exploit the game to take liberties, such as crowding too closely during defense or deliberately backing into them. Fortunately, Su Ringwang was not one of those individuals. Wang Yuehan dribbled the ball, her hands notably slender yet delicate, resulting in an unsteady dribble and a high center of gravity, limitations dictated by her physical attributes. Su Ringwang smiled and encouraged, come on, Xiaohan. Just as his words fell, Wang Yuehan made a swift dash, evading Su's defense and executing a high arcing shot off the backboard, scoring effortlessly. Haha, Lao Su, you're slipping. Even my sister can outplay you, teased Zhang Yunze. Su Ringwang chuckled heartily. I wasn't taking it seriously just now. Laughter erupted from the sidelines. As they understood, Su was merely allowing the game to flow. As the 3rd-ranked high school player in the nation, it was inconceivable for him to be bested by a girl. Yet, the playful banter persisted. If you can't keep up, just step down and spare yourself the embarrassment. Came the chorus of laughter. Su Ringwang shrugged nonchalantly, adopting an air of indifference. Zhang Yunze served the ball, lofting a high to the interior player Lin Feng. At that moment, Wang Yuehan made a swift run to position herself behind Lin Feng. Seamlessly, Lin Feng passed the ball to Wang Yuehan while effectively blocking the pursuing Su Ringwang. Wang Yuehan decisively took a jump shot near the left baseline, and the ball found its mark with precision. With a chuckle, she remarked, haha, old Su is struggling again. I just scored on him. Su Ringwang, maintaining an indifferent demeanor, replied, I'm getting old. I can't keep up with the pace of the younger generation. Zhang Yunze smiled quietly, saying nothing. How could he possibly be oblivious to Su Ringwang's leniency? Zhang Yunze continued serving from the perimeter, which prompted Su Ringwang to interject, hey, I say A's. Why do you always serve? Come take a shot. Heh, you know nothing. I call this health basketball, Zhang Yunze replied. Su Ringwang shrugged dismissively. I can't be bothered with you. Wang Yuehan dribbled near the free throw line, suddenly accelerating to break through into the paint. With a swift feint, she evaded 2 defenders rushing to intercept her, then passed the ball to Zhang Yunze on the perimeter. Zhang Yunze took a dribble, stepped back, and executed a smooth, arcing jump shot that traced a flawless parabola toward the hoop. However, a resounding clang echoed as the ball struck the rim. No way, Zhang Yunze exclaimed, dismayed that such an aesthetically pleasing shot resulted in a miss. Instantly, Everyone erupted with laughter, teasing him for his pretentiousness, with comments like "you missed. How hilarious." Even Wang Yuehan couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Yunze. Su Ringwang seized the rebound and quickly transitioned the ball to the perimeter, executing 2 rapid directional changes to outmaneuver Wang Yuehan before finishing with an easy bank shot. Zhang Yunze approached Wang Yuehan, pulling her aside as he positioned himself to thwart Su Ringwang. "You think you can smile? Just watch how I'll shut you down," he declared. Su Wingung, with a flick of his wrist, taunted, "Come on, little one, witness how your father disciplines you." Yet, before his words had fully escaped his lips, he realized his hand was empty. The ball had been intercepted. Laughter erupted throughout the venue, a resounding mockery of his arrogance, a painful slap to his pride. The 3 spectators below covered their faces, mimicking the expression of one who had been soundly humiliated. "Good grief, enough already, A's. We are done here." Zhang Yunze leisurely dribbled the ball outside the 3-point line, a mischievous grin on his face as he remarked, "Showing off will get you struck by lightning." With a swift motion, he executed a flawless 3-pointer without even jumping, then waved goodbye to Su Ringwang, saying, "Farewell, see you in the next round." Su Ringwang was left utterly speechless. In his arrogance, he had forgotten that intercepting the ball was Zhang's specialty. How careless of him! In their 3v3 game, they played with 4 balls, with 3-pointers counting as 2. "Ah, look at that. There are even beauties playing here. Care to join us for another round?" Came a somewhat lewd voice. Chapter 25. A brawl. Su Ringwang immediately chased after the ruffian, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, his fury unrestrained. Typically mild-mannered and amicable, he was unlike the spoiled rich kids who often displayed foul tempers. However, seeing Xiao Han in distress truly pained his heart. The ruffian's entourage, witnessing their leader being beaten, rushed forward to retaliate against Su Ringwang with their own blows. Despite their lack of skill, they had a crude understanding of fighting. Among the spectators were Su Ringwang's close friends, all athletic prodigies, including 2 key players from Cuba. Upon seeing Su Ringwang being assaulted, they sprang into action, fiercely engaging the ruffians without a second thought. The ruffians, despite their meager skills, were no match for this group of athletes, especially when outnumbered. The 4 ruffians were thoroughly beaten, left in a pitiful state. As the brawl unfolded, a crowd gathered to watch, piecing together that Zhang Yunze had been protecting his girlfriend Wang Yuehan from the ruffians. It was no surprise that the ruffians were enticed. Wang was undeniably stunning, far surpassing many celebrities. At that moment, a blonde thug brandished a knife, causing the crowd to scatter in fear, aware that the situation had escalated dangerously. Some spectators hastily pulled out their phones to call the police. "Are you out of your mind, playing with a knife?" Su Ringwang shouted at the blonde, his face bruised and battered. His misfortune had begun when he charged in first, only to be overwhelmed by the ruffians who had rushed to help their leader. Despite his robust physique and fighting ability, he was outnumbered. "I'll tell you this. None of you are leaving today. Just wait until I call for backup. I'll make sure to take you all down, and I won't stop until your entire family suffers." The young man with the yellow hair, having lost his sanity and somewhat disoriented, was suddenly struck by an unforeseen object, a ball that soared through the air and collided with his head. Caught off guard, he stumbled backward. In that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, swiftly disarming the yellow-haired youth of the knife he had been wielding. With a powerful punch directed at his abdomen, the young man crumpled to the ground, clutching his midsection and howling in agony. This individual was none other than Zhang Yunze, who coldly regarded the fallen youth and proclaimed, "This blow is for Xiao Han. Consider yourself fortunate. I advise you to refrain from such misdeeds, lest you find yourself unaware of your own demise one day." "Incredible A's," Su Ringwang exclaimed, patting Zhang Yunze on the back. The precision and fluidity of Zhang Yunze's maneuvers resembled those of a special forces operative from a television show, exuding an undeniable charisma and showcasing the prowess of a trained fighter. Zhang Yunze smiled and remarked, "Fortunately, I practiced a bit during my childhood." As a child, Zhang Yunze was frail and often unwell, prompting Zhang Chongqing to hire a retired special forces soldier to teach him military boxing for several years. This training significantly improved his health, and he seldom fell ill thereafter. Soon, several police cars arrived, and officers emerged to apprehend them all. Upon arriving at the police station, the officers posed a few questions before deciding to detain everyone for 3 days on charges of creating a disturbance. However, after receiving a phone call, the station chief respectfully released Zhang Yunze and his companions, opting instead to detain only the troublemakers. As they exited the police station, Su Ringwang stretched and turned to Zhang Yunze, inquiring, "Shall we go for a late-night snack? Perhaps some barbecue?" Zhang Yunze glanced around at the others. "Sounds good. We've been through a lot and could use a bite." The others chimed in affirmatively. Before long, they arrived at a roadside barbecue restaurant, ordered a plethora of dishes, and settled at a table. At that moment, Wang Yuehan sat with her head lowered, her gaze vacant, biting her lip, seemingly still distressed. The light from the barbecue shop illuminated her face, revealing traces of tears. The incident had profoundly affected her. Zhang Yunze grasped Wang Yuehan's hand and said, "Han, do not dwell on it. The matter is now in the past." Wang Yuehan nodded in silence. Su Ringwang poured a glass of wine and addressed the gathering. "I would like to propose a toast to Az and Xiaohan. Today's unfortunate events are partly my fault for not hosting properly. Thus, I shall punish myself with 3 cups." With that, Su Ringwang proceeded to drink 3 glasses of wine in quick succession. Zhang Yunze waved his hand and said, "Old Su, I shall forego alcohol for a beverage instead. Today's events are not your fault. They rest upon my shoulders. Let us not dwell on these unpleasant matters. It is rare for us to gather, and the priority is our happiness." Dog Sheng interjected. "All right, let's raise a toast," Lin Feng added. "By the way, why did that police station chief see us off with such deference?" Zheng Su inquired. Su Ringwang chuckled, replying, "I made a call to my father. The chief of this district's police bureau is a prodigy of his, and that chief happens to be the direct superior of the station chief we just encountered." Su Ringwang left his sentence unfinished, yet the implication was clear to all present. The group continued their revelry until after 11 o'clock, except for Zhang Yunze and Wang Yuehan. The others were thoroughly intoxicated, swaying unsteadily as they attempted to walk. The rest had to hail taxis to return home, while Su Ringwang, who had driven, could not leave his car parked on the roadside overnight for fear it might lose a couple of tires by morning. Thus, only Zhang Yunze and Wang Yuehan remained sober. And after ensuring the others were safely dispatched in taxis, Zhang Yunze retrieved the car keys from Su Ringwang and instructed Wang Yuehan to drive. Zhang Yunze primarily resides in the mountains, where he has no opportunity to obtain a driver's license. In contrast, Wang Yuehan acquired her license last summer. Although she is still within the provisional period, she is permitted to drive within the urban area without infringing any regulations. As Wang Yuehan settled into the driver's seat, Zhang Yunze assisted Su Ringwang into the rear position. In fact, Wang Yuehan owns a vehicle herself, a brand new light SUV from BMW that Wang Yunlong purchased for her following her successful examination. It is perfectly suited for a young woman, yet she seldom utilizes it, as it is primarily driven by her mother, Xiefun. As for the Land Rover belonging to Su Ringwang, this marks Wang Yuehan's inaugural experience behind the wheel of such a large SUV. She has scarcely encountered vehicles of this magnitude, having only driven her father's BMW X6 once. At this moment, Wang Yuehan inquired, "Brother Zhe, where are we headed?" Zhang Yunze suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing, "Oh, I completely forgot to ask where she lives." "What should we do now?" Wang Yuehan inquired. "Never mind. Let's just go stay at our place for the night," he replied. Wang Yuehan nodded, activated the engine, entered the navigation details, and pressed the accelerator. Soon, they departed from the location. The journey was merely about 20 kilometers, taking approximately half an hour from Wuhou District to Jinyo District. Wang Yuehan was still somewhat unaccustomed to driving the Land Rover. It felt rather cumbersome for her as a woman. Yet, in terms of performance, it undoubtedly surpassed her own vehicle by a significant margin. The acceleration was remarkable. Once she pressed the pedal, the speed surged immediately. As they passed an intersection, they encountered traffic police conducting a sobriety check. Upon noticing that the driver was a woman, they waved her through without any inquiries. It was not that the officers were particularly captivated by Wang Yuehan's appearance. Rather, they understood that typically, when a man has been drinking, a woman would take the wheel. Thus, during such checks, female drivers are often substitutes for male ones, and it is rare to find them under the influence. Chapter 26. Fever. Zhang Yunze exerted considerable effort to finally hoist the individual onto the elevator. For this fellow was undeniably hefty, weighing at least 160 pounds. Upon entering the room, Su Ringwang promptly vomited all over the floor. With no other recourse, Zhang Yunze had no choice but to summon the housekeeping service. Fortunately, the housekeeping department of this 4-star hotel operates a 24-hour hotline, ensuring that even in the dead of night, a staff member would promptly arrive to attend to the room. Zhang Yunze tossed him onto the bed and watched as the cleaning lady tidied the room. Soon, she had cleared away the vomit and departed. At that moment, Wang Yuehan suddenly noticed that Su Ringguang lay on the bed, seemingly in distress, his forehead slick with perspiration, murmuring indistinctly. Wang Yuehan gently placed her hand on his forehead, exclaiming, "It's so hot. Xiaoza, he has a fever." "What?" Zhang Yunze rushed to the bedside, touched Su Ringguang's forehead, and said, "What should we do? His forehead is burning. We must take him to the hospital." "Don't be so hasty, Xiaozagich. There should be a pharmacy nearby. Please hurry and buy some fever-reducing medicine. I'll place a cold towel on his forehead to stabilize his temperature," Wang Yuehan replied. "All right, I will go at once," Zhang Yunze responded, grabbing his wallet and hastily leaving. Wang Yuehan went to the bathroom, took a towel, dampened it, and placed it on Su Ringguang's forehead. Then she took another towel, wet it, and gently wiped the sweat from his face, hoping to alleviate his discomfort. At that moment, Su Ringguang suddenly opened his eyes and, seeing Wang Yuehan tending to him, felt an inexplicable emotion swell within him. "Xiaohan, what happened to me?" Su Ringguang attempted to sit up, but Wang Yuehan quickly pressed him back down. "Don't get up. You have a fever. Xiaozagij has gone out to get medicine for you. First, take off your shirt. You're drenched in sweat. I need to help you dry off, or your condition may worsen," she said, walking back into the bathroom. She rinsed the towel again and returned. By the time Wang Yuehan came out, Su Ringguang had already removed his shirt and lay on the bed. She approached him, bending down to wipe the sweat from his chest. Wang Yuehan, still in her sports jersey, had not changed, and though it was high-necked, her posture allowed glimpses of her exquisite silhouette, a breathtaking sight of pure white. "Xiaohan," Su Ringguang murmured. "Yes?" Wang Yuehan replied softly. "Why are you willing to help me like this? You must not have done this for anyone else before," he remarked. Wang Yuehan's face flushed slightly. Feeling a bit embarrassed as she said, "Because you have a fever, I cannot just ignore you." Su Ringguang fell silent, watching Wang Yuehan wipe the sweat from his brow, a warmth blossoming within him. Despite his many admirers, including the school beauty and even a nationally renowned model, none had captured his heart. Yet in this moment, he felt an unexpected flutter for Wang Yuehan, not merely due to her appearance, but also because of her compassionate heart, which moved him deeply. It was their first meeting, yet she selflessly tended to him in his feverish state. Since their breakup, this was the first time in 2 years that Su Ringguang felt a stir of affection for a girl, and he was only 19. Gazing at the enchanting figure before him, his thoughts became hazy, entranced by Wang Yuehan's exquisite features. His breath quickened, and he found himself unable to contain his desires. Suddenly, he reached out, pulling Wang Yuehan into his embrace, flipping her beneath him, and passionately kissing her soft lips, bewildered by the strength coursing through him despite his fever. "Wang Yuehan, what are you doing? Please stop," she protested, struggling against him. But Su Ringguang held her wrists firmly, rendering her unable to escape. Even in his weakened state, he was no match for her. He continued to kiss her fervently, his tongue invading her mouth, while his hands sought to lift her shirt. In an instant, the delicate white skin concealed beneath her black bra was revealed, hinting at a blush that ignited his senses. Su Ringguang, consumed by desire, kissed his way from her lips to her neck, and just as he was about to descend further, Wang Yuehan freed her hands and slapped him across the face. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she cried, "You scoundrel!" She then pushed him away and dashed into the bathroom, locking the door behind her, her sobs echoing outside. Su Ringguang knelt on the bed, stunned and bewildered. What had he done? How could he behave in such a manner? He had never sought to win a woman through such means. Even if he possessed her body, her heart would remain unattainable. What significance lay in that? Was he not worse than a beast? How deeply he had wounded Wang Yuehan. He recognized that her true affections lay with Zhang Yunze. If he continued down this path, how would he face Zhang Yunze and Wang Yuehan afterward? He desired her heart, not merely her body. Su Ringguang has never been a man enamored with the charms of women. Rather, he seeks the essence of true love. Throughout the years, apart from his relationship with his first girlfriend, he has never engaged with another woman, not even in a flirtatious manner. One could say he is a person of remarkable integrity. Given his qualities, he could easily attract numerous admirers, yet he refrains from such pursuits. His affections lie with Wang Yuehan, and even if she is fond of Zhang Yunze, he would choose to compete fairly, rather than coercively claim her as his own. To do so would be an act he could never forgive himself for. Dressed, Su Ringguang approached the restroom and gently knocked on the door. His voice tinged with a somber tone. "Xiaohan, I apologize for my foolishness. Please stop crying." Inside, the sound of weeping ceased, and the door opened to reveal Wang Yuehan. She gazed at Su Ringguang and sighed. "Lie down. You have a fever, and you shouldn't be moving about." Yet, her tone bore a hint of coldness. Su Ringwang felt a pang of guilt and obediently complied, settling down on the bed as instructed. Zhang Yunze has returned, holding a bag of medicine in his hand. Upon seeing his arrival, Su Ringwang awkwardly straightened up. Wang Yuehan glanced at Zhang Yunze and remarked, "Brother Xiaoze, I'm going to take a shower." Zhang Yunze replied, seemingly oblivious to any awkwardness in the situation. Zhang Yunze glanced at Su Ringwang and inquired, "Old Su, how is it that you have come down with a fever?" Su Ringwang, feeling somewhat lightheaded, replied, "Perhaps it is due to the drinking." Zhang Yunze shook his head, retrieved some medicine, poured a glass of water, and handed it to Su Ringwang. After he took the medicine, he lay back down on the bed. Zhang Yunze then settled on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, waiting for Wang Yuehan to finish her shower so he could wash up next. Chapter 27. Weeping under the moon upon completing her shower, Wang Yuehan directly lay down on her bed, turning her back to Su Ringwang, and closed her eyes. Zhang Yunze found this peculiar, but refrained from probing further, assuming that Xiaohan was simply fatigued. After her bath, she retrieved a blanket from the wardrobe and curled up on the sofa. The sofa was spacious and soft, making Zhang Yunze quite comfortable. As the lights dimmed, perhaps everyone was weary from the day, and soon the room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the heavy breaths and the faintest echo of heartbeats. Yet, none of the three slipped into slumber. Su Ringwang remained tormented by his recent actions, regretting his impulsive behavior, fearing he may have indeed hurt Wang Yuehan. In Wang Yuehan's mind, scenes from the past replayed incessantly, from the basketball court to the recent encounter with Su Ringwang. She suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her, yearning for a broad and warm shoulder to lean on. Most men seemed to care only about appearances, but not her elder brother Xiaoze. He was the exception, always treating her with kindness, a constant since her childhood. With a sigh, she envisioned Zhang Yunze, and in that moment, her longing intensified, wishing to nestle in his embrace. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunze pondered his future. The NBA, his dream haven, was drawing ever closer. As the night deepened, the hour unknown, moonlight filtered through a crack in the curtains, casting its glow within the room. Wang Yuehan descended from her bed, pushed open the sliding door to the balcony, and stepped outside. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, her reddened eyes and traces of tears were clearly visible. Her long, glossy black hair cascaded over her shoulders, shimmering in the moon's glow, fluttering gently in the breeze. Clad in a flowing white nightgown that fell gracefully below her knees, she appeared ethereal under the moonlight, resembling a celestial being, exquisitely beautiful, as if she belonged to a realm beyond this world. Suddenly, she began to weep softly, her hands gripping the balcony railing, her head bowed low. Tears trickled down to the corners of her mouth. She felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Despite having done nothing wrong, why had fate dealt her such a blow? Throughout her life, she had never encountered such humiliation, and the memories replayed in her mind. Refusing to fade, she struggled to comprehend why. And most painfully, she had just lost her first kiss, preserved for 17 years. To Su Ringwang, an experience she had dreamed of sharing with her future husband. A figure slowly emerged in her thoughts. Could it be that I truly hold feelings for him? Wang Yuehan murmured softly. Suddenly, a pair of warm hands rested on her shoulders. She turned around abruptly, only to find Zhang Yunze smiling at her, gently holding her shoulders. "Hannon, what is wrong? Why are you still awake at this hour? Do you have something on your mind?" Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Wang Yuehan collapsed into Zhang Yunze's embrace, weeping profusely. She longed to release all the grievances and unhappiness she had endured that day. She cried for what felt like an eternity, while Zhang Yunze offered her tender consolation. In that moment, Wang Yuehan realized that among all the boys around her, only brother Xiaoze truly cared for her and treated her well. Her sobs echoed into the room, where Su Ringwang had also been awake, though he had turned his back. No one knew he was still alert. He bit his lip and clenched his fists tightly, filled with regret over his earlier impulsiveness. He had indeed hurt this innocent and lovely girl, and he found it impossible to forgive himself. Wang Yuehan slowly lifted her head to gaze at Zhang Yunze, appearing enchanting in the moonlight, where her tears glistened like crystals adorning her face. "Hanhan, what happened today is behind us. Let us forget it," Zhang Yunze said, gently wiping the tears from her cheeks with a tender and considerate expression. Wang Yuehan gazed at Zhang Yunze's strikingly handsome face, softened by the moment, and found herself entranced, unable to resist. Suddenly, she rose on her tiptoes, wrapping her arms around Zhang Yunza's neck and pressed her lips against his broad ones. Zhang Yunza suddenly widened his eyes, filled with astonishment. He never anticipated that Wang Yuehan would unexpectedly kiss him. However, as the softness of her lips brushed against him, accompanied by a faint, delicate fragrance, he found himself instinctively parting his own lips, allowing Wang Yuehan's gentle tongue to glide into his mouth. Their tongues mingled clumsily, and it was as if they had been struck by an electric jolt, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. Wang Yuehan's eyelashes fluttered slightly in the night breeze, her heart fluttering in tandem, and both of their breaths quickened softly. This is Zhang Yunza's first kiss with a girl. While Wang Yuehan also considers this her first initiative to kiss a boy, aside from the earlier incident where Su Ringwang forcibly kissed her, though her lips remained tightly sealed, preventing him from entering her oral cavity. Zhang Yunja held Wang Yuehan's delicate waist tightly, her magnificent bosom pressed firmly against his chest, where he could feel the enchanting softness that captivated him, drawing him deeper into an irresistible allure. The moon shone like a white jade, illuminating the couple as if heaven itself were casting a radiant glow upon them, reflecting the brilliance of a full moon. A match made in heaven with their perfect harmony of talent and beauty. After a long while, they slowly parted, and Zhang Yunja gazed at Wang Yuehan. Avoiding his gaze, lowered her head and then nestled into his embrace, her cheeks blushing like a ripe apple, utterly charming. Under the moonlight, they held each other tightly for what felt like an eternity, as if the world around them had vanished, leaving only the two of them, their steady heartbeats and the thrilling pulse of love intertwining in the stillness. Time passed, and within Zhang Yunja's arms, Wang Yuehan began to emit soft snores. He smiled gently, murmuring to himself, "This girl, truly," before shaking his head, though a tender affection was unmistakably evident on his face. He effortlessly lifted Wang Yuehan in a princess carry, her silky hair cascading over his arm, creating a slight ticklish sensation. He laid her down on the bed, tucked her in, and placed a gentle kiss on her snow-white cheek before returning to the sofa, covering himself with a blanket and drifting into slumber. At that moment, Su Ringwang sat up, walked into the bathroom, and sat on the toilet lid, staring blankly at his reflection in the mirror. He was at a loss as to why his heart ached so profoundly, a bittersweet pang that he could not articulate. He realized that his feelings for Wang Yuehan transcended mere guilt and regret, encompassing an inexplicable, unnameable affection. Chapter 28. Returning to Chongqing. Zhang Yunza and Wang Yuehan spent 5 days in Chengdu. On the following day, they visited Chengdu Happy Valley and later ventured to the water park. On the third day, they explored the recently completed polar ocean world. The fourth day was dedicated to handling the subsequent procedures for their visa, which they navigated with remarkable ease, awaiting its arrival via express delivery back in Chongqing. By the fifth day, they commenced their journey back to Chongqing. It was not that Zhang Yunza wished to cut their time short or leave his companions. Rather, Wang Yuehan persistently urged their return without offering any explanations. Consequently, Zhang Yunza hastily booked high-speed train tickets online for their return. On the fifth day at noon, Su Ringwang accompanied the two to the entrance of the train station, feeling a pang of reluctance as he watched Wang Yuehan's departing figure. A profound sense of desolation enveloped him, as though something of immense value had been snatched away. Throughout these days, Su Ringwang had been their guide, taking them to various attractions, be it Happy Valley, the water park, or the ocean world. However, Wang Yuehan scarcely engaged him in conversation. Whenever she did, it was perfunctory, her expression tinged with disdain. This disregard wounded Su Ringwang deeply. As a privileged heir, he had never been so overlooked by a woman. His life was typically surrounded by those vying for his attention. Yet, he bore no resentment towards Wang Yuehan, attributing his predicament solely to his own impulsiveness and recklessness, which led to actions he now regretted profoundly. With a sigh, Su Ringwang found himself at a loss for words. Watching as the two entered the station, their figures gradually fading from sight. Shaking his head, he turned and departed. Once back in his vehicle, he leaned against the seat, lost in thought, his gaze vacant. His mind was filled with memories of Wang Yuehan, each moment they shared becoming a cherished recollection, prompting a faint smile to grace his lips. At that moment, someone suddenly tapped on Su Ringwang's car window. He turned to see a woman in her 20s, clad in a knee-length black dress, her long black stockings cascading beyond her shoulders. She wore light makeup, exuding an indescribable allure that would undoubtedly turn heads on the street. Leaning slightly towards him, she revealed a mesmerizing expanse of pale skin, leaving him momentarily breathless. Su Ringwang rolled down the window and inquired, "What can I do for you, miss?" He made a concerted effort to avert his gaze from her enticing figure. The woman bit her lip, perhaps a habitual gesture, laced with an enticing charm. Looking at Su Ringwang, she spoke in impeccable Beijing Mandarin. "Excuse me, I'm new to this area and have lost my way. Could you possibly give me a ride?" Her expression bore a hint of distress. Su Ringwang squinted slightly, suspicious of her sudden appearance and request for a ride. Was it a ruse to take advantage of him, given the allure of his car? Alternatively, one could drive to an unfamiliar locale, only to discover that her accomplices have long been awaiting her arrival. Another possibility is that this woman, having perceived his wealth, seeks to ingratiate herself. As for the final scenario, perhaps she genuinely desires his company for the journey. Suddenly, Su Ringwang offered a faint smile, a plan forming in his mind, and replied, "I apologize, miss, but this vehicle belongs to our employer. I am merely the driver and lack the authority to escort you." Yet the woman persisted. "Kind sir, could you please assist me? Just a ride to the Jinjiang Hotel would suffice. I fled from home, my phone is dead, and my wallet has been stolen. I have no fare." Fleeing from home? Su Ringwang felt a flicker of curiosity. The Jinjiang Hotel, situated in the city center, posed little threat. He glanced at the woman. Noting her knee-length black dress and a single handbag, no apparent weapons, and with the strict regulations in the country, acquiring a firearm was no simple feat. He considered that even if she were to brandish a knife in threat, he would remain unperturbed. After all, he was an athlete, and the notion of fearing a mere girl was absurd. Not one to be callous, Su Ringwang believed in extending a helping hand to those in need, provided it did not conflict with his principles. Thus, he unlocked the door and said, "Please step inside." The woman beamed with delight, expressing her gratitude with a soft "Thank you," as she settled into the passenger seat. Once she was in the car, Su Ringwang gauged her height to be around that of Xiaoan's, at least 170 centimeters. The sight of her fair thighs was distracting. He was, after all, a man, not immune to temptation. His avoidance of casual encounters stemmed from his principles and boundaries. Yet, it was challenging to resist the allure of such beauty. Clearing his throat to alleviate the awkwardness, he instructed, "Please fasten your seatbelt." The woman nodded and secured her belt, and Su Ringwang pressed the accelerator, departing with purpose. As they drove through the streets and exited the East Station parking lot, he inquired, "What is your name?" With a charming smile, she replied, before asking for someone else's name, "Shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Chuckling, Su Ringwang acknowledged, "You are right. I apologize for my rudeness. I am Su Ringwang. Delighted to meet you, Su Ringwang. I am Luo Min." "Thank you so much," she replied, her smile radiant. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he remarked, "A beauty such as yourself, unhesitatingly entering my vehicle. Are you not afraid I might be a nefarious character?" Pouting slightly, Luo Min responded with a hint of indignation. "What choice did I have? I left home, my wallet was stolen on the train, my phone is dead, and my friend is staying at the Jinjiang Hotel. I have no other option but to find her. You are fortunate to encounter me. Had you met someone else, given your striking beauty, you might have found yourself in peril," Su Ringwang remarked with a smile. The girl named Luo Min, one could not ascertain whether her innocence was genuine or feigned. Yet it is rare for typically alluring women to possess such simplicity. As for her running away from home, that is a private matter, not one that requires my commentary. All that remains is to escort her to the Jinjiang Hotel. Nevertheless, Su Ringwang observed that this woman was not adorned merely to entice. Rather, she exuded an innate charm that was irresistibly captivating. Her makeup was subtle, and although her attire was somewhat revealing, it seemed authentic rather than contrived. "Why do you not harbor any thoughts about me?" Luo Min inquired. "My mother always says that men think with their lower halves. Upon seeing a beautiful woman, they are rendered immobile." Su Ringwang abruptly slammed the brakes, nearly choking on his surprise. "Goodness, are you always this forthright?" Though Luo Min appeared mature, her words carried the innocence of a child. As he pressed the accelerator, he replied, "Because my heart belongs to another whom I cherish." Luo Min nodded. "She must be exceedingly beautiful," Su Ringwang affirmed with a subtle nod, a flicker of melancholy evident in his eyes. Luo Min glanced at him, her gaze filled with curiosity, yet she refrained from probing further. Chapter 29. Su Xiao Soon. Su Ringwang arrived at the Jinjiang Hotel with Luo Min parking across the street. He gestured toward the building, saying, "Miss, we have arrived. That is the Jinjiang Hotel." However, Luo Min looked at him with a pitiful expression and said, "My phone is dead." May I borrow yours to make a call? With reluctance, Su Ringwang handed her his phone, but after several attempts, each call was met with a message indicating that the number was out of service. Luo Min grew anxious, running her fingers through her hair and biting her lip, murmuring, "Shall we's number is definitely this one. How can it be out of service?" Su Ringwang glanced at her and asked, "Is your friend's number unreachable?" Luo Min returned the phone to him, nodding with a forlorn expression. Could you possibly help me?" "Help you with what?" Su Ringwang inquired, sensing her words were somewhat ambiguous. "Could you lend me some money? I wish to find a place to stay temporarily while I search for my friend." She then added nervously, "Rest assured, I will certainly repay you. When my friend arrives, I will return your money." Su Ringwang chuckled softly. This woman seemed utterly naive, her psychological age starkly contrasting her alluring and mature appearance. It was as if she had never ventured beyond her sheltered existence, untouched by the world. A thought struck him. Could it be that this entire scenario was orchestrated by her? First, he got into his car and, after ensuring she reached her destination, claimed he couldn't find his friends. Subsequently, he sought to borrow a small sum of money from her. Typically, some men, driven by primal desires, might be tempted to lend money upon seeing a woman as alluring and enchanting as her, perhaps even inviting her for a romantic escapade, resulting in a considerable gain for them. Her targets likely consisted of affluent individuals, as those who drive luxury cars would hardly be concerned about a trivial amount of money. He was acquainted with several wealthy individuals who, in their pursuits of pleasure, might easily spend tens of thousands in a single night. If such men were to encounter someone of Luo Min's caliber, they would not hesitate to part with hundreds of thousands for a mere night together. However, Su Ringwang was not of that ilk. He was a man of principles, steadfast in his moral compass. Yet, he couldn't help but notice the sincerity reflected in Luo Min's expression, which softened his heart. If her story held truth, it was indeed concerning for a young woman to be in an unfamiliar place, devoid of funds, and with a dead phone. Su Ringwang felt a pang of guilt at the thought of dismissing her claims, fearing that should anything happen to her, he would carry that remorse for a lifetime. Ultimately, he thought he was not lacking in finances. His father provided him with a modest allowance of around 8,000 to 9,000 each month, complemented by a credit card with a limit of 100,000, as his father trusted him not to squander money. She had mentioned needing a hotel, so he decided to book a room for her rather than handing over cash directly, a means to discern her authenticity. "Let's go. Get out of the car," Su Ringwang said, turning off the engine and unbuckling his seatbelt. "What are you doing?" Luo Min asked, somewhat puzzled. "Don't you need a place to stay? The Jinjiang Hotel across the street has shares owned by my father, so I can offer you a discount," Su Ringwang replied. But Luo Min stammered. "But what?" he inquired. "It's unnecessary to choose such an upscale place. It's too expensive. A regular hotel will suffice," she said, glancing at him timidly. Since getting into his car, her tone had resembled that of a young girl, which starkly contrasted with her mature and seductive appearance, leaving Su Ringwang somewhat bewildered by such a vast disparity. With a gentle smile, Su Ringwang reassured her, as a beautiful young woman, "It's not safe for you to stay in those small hotels. Let us go with this one. I'll cover the expenses. No need for you to worry about it." Only then did Luo Min nod appreciatively and softly say, "Thank you. I will pay you back." Su Ringwang shook his head in reluctant acceptance, shrugging his shoulders nonchalantly. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, an enthusiastic doorman opened the door for them. The man was tall and handsome, while the woman exuded an alluring charm, causing the doorman to gaze at them with envy. Wondering when he might have the pleasure of entering a hotel alongside such a stunning beauty. Once inside the hotel lobby, they approached the front desk, where a polite receptionist greeted them. "Good afternoon, sir and madam. How may I assist you today?" Su Ringwang produced a gold card from his wallet and handed it to the receptionist, stating, "Please book me a room." The receptionist received the card with an even more respectful demeanor. She swiped it through the machine and returned it to Su Ringwang, saying, "Hello, Mr. Su. May I inquire what type of room you require? Is it for 2 guests? Oh, just one. Do you have any recommendations?" Su Ringwang inquired. The receptionist looked at him with a hint of surprise, yet she maintained her politeness as she responded, "I recommend our deluxe single room at 888 yuan, which comes with a 50 discount and a late checkout until 4 p.m. the next day." "All right, I'll take that for 3 days," Su Ringwang replied, producing his credit card. "Mr. Su, may I ask who will be checking in? Could you please present an ID?" "Hey, Luo Min, hand over your ID." Su Ringwang glanced at Luo Min. Sure. Luo Min promptly retrieved her ID from her bag and handed it to Su Ringwang. He looked at her identification. The photo was quite flattering. He noted that her full name was Lan Luo Min, born in 2017, making her only 18 this year. However, she appeared much older, exuding a maturity that belied her age. Su Ringwang led Luo Min to the room, which was spacious and lavishly decorated. He remarked to her, "The phone can be charged now. The room is booked for 3 days. You can handle the deposit later. You should find your friends now. I'll take my leave." "Wait," Luo Min called out. "What is it?" Su Ringwang inquired. "I'm hungry, but I don't have any money. Could you please take me out for a bite?" Luo Min said timidly, her gaze lowered, unable to meet Su Ringwang's eyes. Yet, her bashful demeanor was undeniably alluring, marking her as a woman of extraordinary beauty. Even Su Ringwang found himself licking his lips, his breath quickening. In another context, a different man might have taken advantage of their solitary situation. Unlike Wang Yuan, who embodied an innocence that evoked a protective instinct, Luo Min radiated a beguiling charm and an alluring figure. Standing at least 170 centimeters tall, her body was a perfect embodiment of the golden ratio, devoid of any excess flesh. The pride of her figure boasted a size above D, captivatingly distracting. Every smile and movement seemed to ensnare the hearts of men, yet her demeanor was that of a little girl. In essence, she was a blend of seductive allure and childlike innocence. At merely 18, she possessed an enchanting yet perilous beauty, Su Ringwang mused. He sensed that her psychological maturity and life experience were perhaps less than that of a typical 15 or 16-year-old girl, creating a stark contrast with her appearance. She brought her to the hotel without a hint of fear, seemingly oblivious to the potential dangers, yet fortuitously, she encountered him. "Very well, let us go. What would you like to eat?" Su Ringwang decided to be the quintessential Good Samaritan, seeing her safely to her destination. However, it appeared that the girl was not a fraud after all. Chapter 30. The date Su Ringwang drove Luo Min to Chongqing Road, the bustling heart of Chengdu, where one could find everything one might desire, and even some things one would not. Chongqing Road is arguably the most famous locale in Chengdu. There's a saying that if you visit Anhui without seeing Huangshan, it's as if you haven't been there at all. Similarly, if you come to Chengdu and fail to visit Chongqing Road to admire the beautiful women, can you truly claim to have been in Chengdu? It must be said, Chongqing Road is indeed a haven for stunning ladies. As they strolled along the vibrant thoroughfare, Su Ringwang inquired, "What would you like to eat?" Luo Min bit her lip, glanced around, and timidly pointed ahead, saying, "How about that one? I've never tried it." He anticipated something more extravagant, but upon following her gaze, he found himself staring at a massive red sign announcing a fast food chain, Country Base. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Her expectations were rather modest. Although he had never dined at Country Base either, it seemed a rather underwhelming choice. With a bemused expression, Su Ringwang replied, "My dear sister, shall we not choose something else?" Luo Min, nibbling on her fingers, tilted her head in contemplation before looking at him with wide, innocent eyes. "But it's just Country Base. I've never had it, and I want to try it, please." Her tone carried a hint of playful coaxing. "Very well, as you wish. After all, I am here to accompany you," Su Ringwang conceded, feeling somewhat helpless as he observed her charm. Much like Zhang Yunze, he found himself easily swayed. "You're so nice," Luo Min exclaimed joyously, resembling a little girl, a stark contrast to her appearance. Su Ringwang couldn't help but feel a pang of exasperation. How simple it was to please her with a meal at Country Base. As they continued their walk, passing by a shopping center, an idea suddenly struck Su Ringwang. He turned to her and said, "How about this? Before we dine, I shall take you shopping for some clothes. At your age, I feel your current attire is rather peculiar." Luo Min nodded obediently, saying little, yet her enchanting and somewhat naive expression stirred a flutter in Su Ringwang's heart. Accompanied by Luo Min, he selected several outfits that appeared more suitable for a student, replacing her overly mature dress with something that resonated more with her age. At this moment, Luo Min wore a simple, elegant sundress paired with sandals, captivating Su Ringwang with her beauty, rivaling even Wang Yuan. In fact, she appeared more mature and alluring, her innocent attire amplifying her charm to an extraordinary degree. Even the sales staff could not help but cast envious glances, for although this was a high-end shopping center, such beauty was seldom encountered. "Do I look good?" Luo Min asked, twirling before Su Ringwang, her dress creating ripples, her laughter ringing like silver bells. "Yes, you look stunning," Su Ringwang replied, utterly mesmerized, surprised by how beautiful she appeared in the flowing gown. He then addressed the sales staff, "I'll take these few pieces." "Certainly," the staff responded. Upon exiting the shopping mall, Su Ringwang found himself burdened with several large bags, having spent nearly 5,000 yuan on 3 dresses, 2 pairs of jeans, a pair of shoes, and a t-shirt. Even he felt a pang of regret, as it amounted to half a month's living expenses. However, witnessing Luo Min in her new long dress, bouncing ahead like a lively sprite, he deemed it worthwhile. She truly resembled a little girl, her demeanor contrasting sharply with her appearance. Unbeknownst to him, Su Ringwang harbored his own subtle intentions, subconsciously viewing Luo Min as Wang Yuehan and selecting outfits that mirrored Wang Yuehan's style. At that moment, Luo Min suddenly turned and ran to Su Ringwang, grasping his hand. "Hurry up, you're so slow like an old man." Startled, as if jolted by an electric shock, Su Ringwang soon felt a delicate, almost boneless sensation in his hand as he was pulled forward by Luo Min. He stood there, somewhat dazed, unsure of how to react. In that fleeting moment, Luo Min seemed to evoke a uniquely special feeling, reminiscent of what he had experienced only with Wang Yuehan. Thus, the two entered a bustling fast food establishment, where the crowd was overwhelming. Su Ringwang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, yet there was no alternative but to queue. After what felt like an eternity, they finally acquired 2 meals. He could hardly recall the last time he had gone on a date with a girl. Typically, he found himself playing basketball or training with his friends. Since his breakup, he hadn't been on a date with anyone. And although he was uncertain if this outing qualified as a date, he secretly hoped it did. Deciding to enhance the day's date-like quality, he resolved to take her to the cinema after their meal. Upon exiting the fast food restaurant, disregarding whether Luo Min was in agreement, Su Ringwang led her directly to the movie theater. While Luo Min was genuinely excited about watching a film, she insisted on seeing Happy Cow and Grey Wolf, claiming it was delightful. Su Ringwang was at a loss, thinking, "Sister, how old are you? This is a children's movie." However, Luo Min pouted and insisted, albeit with less conviction. Ultimately, she relented and accompanied Su Ringwang to see Transformers 10. Observing her discontent, he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction swell within him. Unable to suppress his laughter, overwhelmed with joy, Luo Min, however, continued to sulk, casting him glances filled with reproach, making Su Ringwang feel somewhat guilty and reluctant to meet her gaze. It seemed a tad inappropriate to compete with a girl over a movie choice. Yet, he dismissed such thoughts. The tickets were already purchased, and it would be a waste not to use them. Meanwhile, Wang Yuehan and Zhang Yunze had returned home in Chongqing. Wang Yuehan headed straight to the kitchen to prepare a meal, while Zhang Yunze settled in the living room to watch television. With nothing to occupy his time, he pulled out his phone and called Su Ringwang. As Su Ringwang was engrossed in the movie, he answered the call upon seeing Zhang Yunze's name. "Hello, Ace. Have you arrived?" "Yes, I'm here. What are you up to?" "Not much. Just watching a movie with a friend." "Is it a guy or a girl?" Zhang Yunze inquired with a mischievous grin, harboring ulterior motives. "A guy," Su Ringwang replied instinctively, unsure why he felt compelled to conceal that he was with a woman, fearing that Zhang Yunze might inform Wang Yuehan. "All right then, enjoy. I'll hang up now." "Okay." Just as Zhang Yunze was about to end the call, he heard an enchanting female voice on the other end, exclaiming, "Wow, look, that big truck just transformed into a robot. How amazing." Zhang Yunze shook his head, a wry smile appearing on his lips as he hung up the phone, murmuring to himself, "Old Su is still as unrepentant as ever. But it seems he has finally found a candidate. I hope this one treats him better than the last." Su Ringwang, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, "Andy, can't you see I'm on the phone? Why the loudness?" He suspected that Ace might think he had found a girlfriend. After all, they had known each other for many years and were quite attuned to each other's thoughts. Luo Min, feeling a bit aggrieved, lowered her head and pouted, "I'm sorry." Observing her demeanor, Su Ringwang found it difficult to reprimand her. It was not a significant issue. Nevertheless, he remarked, "Luo Min, the cinema is a public space. One must maintain silence to avoid disturbing others." Luo Min nodded, and, at that moment, her head suddenly rested on his shoulder. Su Ringwang felt a flurry of confusion. The fragrant scent emanating from her stirred something within him. He decided to let it be, reasoning that it was harmless since he had nothing to lose. Unbeknownst to him, his heart had subtly shifted, differing from the past when he would never have permitted another woman to lean against him. Only his first girlfriend had ever done so. Time slipped by, and Su Ringwang was abruptly alerted by the faint sound of weeping beside him. "What's wrong?" he inquired, turning to look at Luo Min. She hastily wiped her tears, lifted her head, and shook it, replying, "It's nothing." At that moment, Su Ringwang recognized that Luo Min now resembled a mature young woman befitting her appearance, rather than the childish girl she had once been. Well, if something is troubling you, do share. Don't keep it bottled up, he encouraged. Luo Min remained silent, her gaze cast downward, biting her lower lip. Suddenly, she looked up and said, I don't want to watch anymore. Could you take me back to the hotel? The light from the movie screen still faintly revealed the traces of tears in her eyes. Su Ringguang nodded, choosing not to say anything further, and they both rose to leave the cinema. After dinner that evening, Fang Tian and Wang Yunlong made their way to the basketball court below. Wang Yunlong accompanied Fang Tian in practicing his shooting. Having spent a few days in Chengdu, Fang Tian had neglected his practice, which was unacceptable. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan sat on a bench by the court, observing Zhang Yun's training. Indeed, after a few days without touching the ball, Fang Tian felt somewhat rusty. His initial attempts from beyond the arc all clanged off the rim until he finally scored on his fifth shot. Zhang Yunze attempted a total of 50 three-point shots, successfully making 39 of them. He also took 50 free throws, of which 48 found their mark. Wang Yulong picked up the ball from the ground and handed it to Zhang Yunze, suggesting, let's practice catching and shooting. With a nod of agreement, Zhang Yunze positioned himself beyond the three-point line. Wang Yulong passed the ball from the paint, and without any adjustment, Zhang Yunze leaped and released a jump shot. However, it clanged off the rim, bouncing high and landing in the backcourt. Just as Zhang Yunze was about to turn and retrieve the ball, he noticed someone else had picked it up. That person then executed a jump shot from near the center court, and Zhang Yunze followed the trajectory of the ball, which sailed through the air and landed perfectly in net. Zhang Yunze gazed at the man before him in disbelief. How could he possibly be here? His eyes were alight with astonishment. The individual in question was none other than Tim Melo. Tim, is it truly you? Zhang Yunze exclaimed in surprise. Haha, Tim chuckled softly. I reside in the Wanda Hotel, just above. I noticed you practicing here through my window just moments ago, so I decided to come down. Behind Tim, two imposing bodyguards clad in suits followed closely. Zhang Yunze looked up and indeed saw that just a few dozen meters beyond the perimeter fence of the court stood the wall of a residential community. Beyond that wall loomed a high-rise building over 30 stories tall, topped with a massive billboard that read Wanda Grand Hotel. Wang Yunlong approached and greeted, Tim, good evening. Good evening, Coach Wang, Tim replied. At that moment, Tim wore a baseball cap, headphones around his neck, and loose-fitting athletic attire. Moreover, his shoes were identical to Zhang Yunze's, classic Melo 14s, indicating their shared taste. Wang Yuan also cast a surprised glance at Tim and the arrival of Melo. Zhang, would you be interested in practicing with me? Tim asked with a smile. At that time, the court was relatively empty, with only 3 of the 8 courts occupied, including the one Zhang Yunze was on. Zhang Yunze regarded Tim Melo with a look of disdain and remarked, So, Tim, you haven't had your fill of tormenting me yet. Here you are again. Tim chuckled heartily and reassured him, Fear not, I shall be very gentle. Zhang Yunze regarded the situation with a hint of disdain. Nonetheless, he took the ball from Wang Yunlong's hands and declared, I shall serve first. Tim shrugged nonchalantly, removing his cap and tossing it to the bodyguard behind him. It was evident that Tim held Zhang Yunze in high esteem and took great care of him. After all, a monumental figure in NBA history, ranked among the top 2 superstars, would not simply engage in a one-on-one match with a high school student without reason. Tim was eager to nurture Zhang Yunze as a means of repaying the immense kindness bestowed upon him by Coach Gray in the past. Zhang Yunze held the ball beyond the three-point line, while Tim approached him closely. Unlike their previous encounter at Wanda Plaza, where Tim merely went through the motions, this time he was earnest in his defense, hoping that Zhang Yunze would glean valuable lessons. Suddenly, Zhang Yunze sprang into action, taking a decisive step to the right to break through. He charged into the paint, firmly shouldering against Tim, and released a jump shot. However, the ball failed to find its mark, striking the front of the rim. Zhang, if you incorporated a couple of fakes, it might have been much more effective. Remember, breaking through isn't just about speed. You must also be mindful of your teammates' positions on the court. If the opponent opts to double-team your driving lane, passing becomes crucial, Tim remarked as he secured the rebound. Zhang Yunze listened intently, aware that it was Tim imparting invaluable knowledge to him, an opportunity that many would yearn for but few could attain, one-on-one guidance from an NBA superstar. Zhang cherished this moment deeply, committing every word Tim uttered to memory. Tim, with the ball beyond the three-point line, executed a triple threat stance, leaving Zhang no room for complacency as he focused entirely on his defensive posture. Gradually, a number of individuals began to arrive at the court, their curiosity piqued by the sight of an African-American player, though none recognized him as Tim Melo, for he was facing the hoop. His back turned to the entrance of court. Tim Melo deftly maneuvered the ball with a series of between-the-legs crossovers, followed by an exaggerated change of direction, penetrating the lane until he positioned himself just a step before the free-throw line. With a deceptive spin move, he created space between himself and Zhang Yunze, then effortlessly executed a fadeaway jump shot, the ball swishing through the net with precision. Zhang Yunze realized that although he could keep pace with Tim, he found it exceedingly arduous to defend. Each time, he felt as though Tim's feints were so convincing that it was challenging to discern their authenticity. A mere fake from Tim easily led him to fall for it, exposing vulnerabilities in his defense. Tim, seemingly aware of his struggles, advised him not to jump prematurely. He emphasized the importance of maintaining one's position and balance until the opponent attempted a shot or a layup. He reassured Zhang that even if Tim released a jump shot, it would not be too late to leap in response, for the shooter also requires a moment to adjust before releasing the ball. By remaining steadfast in position, Zhang could then jump to contest the shot, compelling Tim to hasten his release in an attempt to evade the block. This unorthodox speed would render the defense effective. Tim elaborated, stating that the essence of our defense lies in making the offensive player uncomfortable, preventing them from shooting from their preferred spots or in their most comfortable manner. Success in defense does not solely hinge on blocks or steals. Rather, it is sufficient to remember that maintaining one's position and avoiding displacement is paramount. Defense should be executed with the intent of guarding, rather than merely aiming for a block. Additionally, if one jumps too readily during defense, it becomes all too easy to be drawn into a foul. Zhang Yunze nodded, attentively absorbing the invaluable insights from Tim's extensive experience in the NBA spanning over a decade. Tim, a multiple-time Defensive Player of the Year, boasts an impressive career total of 561 steals and 1,011 blocks, surpassing Michael Jordan to claim the title of the greatest defensive guard in NBA history. This clearly underscores the formidable nature of his defensive prowess. The wisdom he imparts is exceedingly precious, so much so that many NBA players would eagerly seek his mentorship, though Tim has declined such requests. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the court. "Look, isn't that Tim?" Chapter 32, The First Encounter with Tim. Melo's full court 5v5. "Where's Tim?" exclaimed someone in disbelief. "Goodness, it really is Tim," another exclaimed. Soon, a few individuals approached, though they did not enter the court directly. Instead, they watched the one-on-one duel between Tim and Zhang Yunze. "It's really Tim. It's truly him." Someone nearby stammered in awe. "Am I dreaming? I can actually witness Tim playing in person. But who is that challenging him?" "I don't know, but he seems quite impressive too," another replied. "Yes, indeed. Quick, call Xiao Chun. He is a diehard fan of Tim," one person urged. "I've already sent him a text," came the response. Wow, that was fast. By this time, a considerable crowd had gathered at the edge of the court. Residents from the neighborhood who had come down to play and were astonished to find Tim Melo playing here. The spectacle was akin to encountering an extraterrestrial being. The superstar they had only seen on television was now vividly present before their very eyes, leaving them utterly astonished. What amazed them even more was the identity of the young challenger who could hold his own against Tim, executing remarkably exaggerated crossovers to evade Tim Melo before sinking jump shots with finesse. It was simply awe-inspiring. At that moment, Tim Melo accelerated past Zhang Yunze, rising up for a powerful accidental dunk. Having engaged in this back and forth for a while, Tim had found his rhythm. Otherwise, he would not have opted for such an emphatic dunk. He generally favored layups, effortless and energy efficient. The rim reverberated with a deep thrum, a testament to the sheer force behind Tim's move. The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers, many chanting MVP. MVP. It was evident that Tim had a substantial fan base, even domestically. "Tim, it seems you have quite a few fans here," Zhang Yunze remarked. Tim smiled warmly, saying nothing. He had long grown accustomed to such scenes. Zhang Yunze, holding the ball, executed a triple threat stance before swiftly breaking to the left. He then abruptly halted near the free throw line and released a jump shot, which effortlessly found its mark. Wow! A chorus of cheers erupted around him. At that moment, the entire arena was enveloped in a throng, with spectators forming layers both inside and out. Yet, everyone dutifully remained behind the white line, ensuring that the duel between the two players was not disrupted. "Zhang Yunze, impressive," came a voice that sounded somewhat familiar. Zhang Yunze turned around and was surprised to see Li Tianhong and his companions. They often came down to play basketball after dinner. Today, upon arrival, they found the court surrounded by numerous onlookers. To their astonishment, it was Zhang Yunjie competing with Tim Melton. It was no wonder that Zhang Yunjie appeared so formidable, trading shots with Tim Melton. It seemed effortless for him to dominate the CBA substitutes. In reality, Tim Melton was not exerting himself fully on defense, which created the illusion that Zhang Yunjie was evenly matched. If Tim had committed to defending with all his might, even Zhang Yunjie's skills would not have allowed him to maintain a shooting accuracy of 7 out of 10. It would likely have dwindled to 3 or 4 at best. One must remember that Tim was once heralded as the king of one-on-one when he entered the league. He had the audacity to take on the NBA superstar Andrew Wiggins directly, successfully faking him for a three-pointer and later blocking Wiggins' layup, leaving the NBA star humiliated. This showcased Tim Melton's defensive prowess, which at the time relied more on physicality, whereas now he employed his vast experience to defend. Zhang, would you be interested in a 5v5 game? Tim Melton suddenly inquired. Huh? Zhang Yunjie paused momentarily before responding. Sure, but who shall we find? I'll take care of that. Tim Melton replied as he handed the ball to Zhang Yunjie and stepped into the center of the crowd. Will you all be quiet, please? Though Tim's voice was not loud, it was clear. The residents of this community were predominantly affluent and successful individuals, so they understood English. Gradually, the crowd quieted down. We need 8 players to join us for a full-court 5v5. Are there any volunteers? As soon as Tim finished speaking, the crowd erupted in excitement, with many basketball enthusiasts eagerly raising their hands. To play alongside their idol was a dream come true. Tim continued, however, I do have a small request. Participants should ideally be over 1.8 meters tall and confident in their skills. Zhang Yunjie approached Tim, gesturing towards Li Tianhong amidst the crowd, and remarked, Tim, it must be those 4. I played with them before, and they are quite competent. Tim nodded in agreement and replied, very well, those 4 shall be in your group. I will seek out 4 others. Zhang Yunjie approached Li Tianhong and remarked, what are you staring at? Why don't you all come over? The group, which included Li Tianhong, the tall athlete known as Zhu Gan, and the chubby fellow who had once played alongside Zhang Yunjie, appeared somewhat incredulous. Is it really possible? They pondered. Of course. Why are you hesitating? Come on over. Zhang Yunjie chuckled. With excitement, the 4 of them nodded repeatedly and made their way onto the court. At that moment, Tim Melo had also gathered a few individuals, all of considerable height, one of whom was nearly 2 meters tall. In contrast, Zhang Yunjie's group fell short. Li Tianhong stood at 188 centimeters. The tall athlete at 196 centimeters, Zhu Gan at 184 centimeters, and the chubby one around 175 centimeters. Meanwhile, Tim's team boasted heights of 202 centimeters, 190 centimeters, 185 centimeters, and 191 centimeters, significantly surpassing Zhang Yunjie's group. May I ask your names? Fang Tian inquired as he approached them. I have yet to learn your names. Li Tianhong and the others introduced themselves in turn. The tall athlete was Su Liling, Zhu Gan was Yin Jianfeng, and the chubby fellow was Chun Wantian. Tim Melo then joined Fang Tian's side, grinning as he said, so these are the individuals? I hope you won't claim we're taking advantage of your height. Tim teased. Zhang Yunjie, feeling indignant, remarked, do not underestimate us. It remains uncertain who will bully whom. He possessed a fair understanding of the abilities of those present. While Tim had simply chosen based on height, one could not predict the outcome should a real confrontation ensue. The current dilemma lay in the absence of a referee. Where could one be found? Tim expressed his concern. Indeed, the lack of a referee poses a problem. One cannot simply call fouls as in a half-court game. Suddenly, inspiration struck Zhang Yunjie, and his gaze fell upon Wang Yunlong. He hurried over and said, Uncle Wang, would you officiate for us? Wang Yunlong cheerfully nodded in agreement. Next, Li Tianhong dashed to the management office to borrow a scoreboard and subsequently handed a whistle to Wang Yunlong. A referee ought to possess a whistle. Otherwise, calling fouls alone would be utterly exhausting. Zhang Yunjie designated Wang Yuehan to specifically manage the scoreboard, fearing that others might miscount or become disorganized, which was not a concern with Wang Yuehan. At this juncture, the spectators instinctively cleared the area, stepping beyond the white lines. The basketball court was now teeming with people, while other areas had long been occupied by onlookers. Those who had initially been playing had ceased their games to join the crowd. Outside the basketball court, throngs of individuals gathered, creating a dense mass. A rough estimate suggested at least 1,000 people had arrived, and this was merely through word of mouth within the community. Given that this was an upscale neighborhood, outsiders were unlikely to gain entry, underscoring Tim Melo's popularity. Everyone wished to catch a glimpse of the man himself. Even with such a large audience, they collectively refrained from crossing the court lines, allowing the 10 players on the court their space. It was reminiscent of Tim's previous visit to a sports venue in Shanghai, where the event had drawn an overwhelming crowd, necessitating the deployment of all available police resources to maintain order. The organizers estimated that the gathering had attracted at least 100,000 attendees, with ticket sales reaching 30,000, far exceeding demand. At this moment, anticipation for the game was palpable. Witnessing an NBA superstar play in person was a rare opportunity in China, especially at such close proximity. Meanwhile, in an unrelated incident, the Hupu Forum inexplicably imposed a ban on the moderator, leading to a collective silence across the platform. Chapter 33. The first full-court 5v5 with Tim Melo commenced. And without a hint of surprise, it was evident that Tim's team had secured possession of the ball, the height disparity proving insurmountable. Tim received the ball and began his advance towards the front court. Throughout his career, Tim Melo's style has remained remarkably steady, characterized by consistent performance without significant fluctuations or major injuries. Since entering the league, he has relied on his lightning-fast explosive speed, exceptionally accurate three-point shooting, and one of the swiftest first steps in the league, instilling fear in his opponents. However, as he aged, his physical prowess began to decline, prompting a gradual transformation in his playing style. He increasingly leaned on fadeaway jump shots and mid-range pull-ups. Remarkably, his three-point shooting did not diminish with age. Instead, it became even more precise, achieving a remarkable 39 in the early years of his career and soaring to an astonishing 43 in later stages. Given his already high shooting percentage, this transition did not subject him to the growing pains experienced by many others. Presently, Zhang Yunze resembles a younger version of Tim Melo, exhibiting lightning speed, an exceptionally quick first step, and an impressive shooting accuracy that makes him appear to be cut from the same cloth as Tim. Their styles are strikingly similar. Both exude stability, with shooting touch that remains remarkably consistent. As Tim Melo dribbled beyond the three-point line, the 2.5-meter center on his team immediately stepped out to set a screen. Tim followed the pick, while Zhang Yunze's center moved out to impede Tim's drive, resulting in a mismatch between a larger player and a smaller one. Conventionally, the interior should consist of a larger player, while the perimeter features the smaller one. However, in this case, Zhang Yunze's interior player stood at 1.95 meters, while Tim Melo measured 1.98 meters, making him not only taller, but also more robust than his counterpart. The opposing smaller player was ironically larger than their own, creating a rather awkward situation. Confronted with this height advantage, Tim took a couple of dribbles before executing a clean jump shot, which swished through the net. 2 o'clock. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause, the cheers rising like a tidal wave, creating an astonishing atmosphere. After the baseline inbounds, Zhang Yunze dribbled into the front court, but Tim relentlessly pressured him, obstructing his dribbling path and engaging in physical contact to disrupt his rhythm, ultimately forcing a turnover. However, Zhang Yunze skillfully protected the ball, executing 2 behind-the-back dribbles to evade Tim's attempts to steal. He then performed a crossover dribble, transferring the ball to his left hand while using his right side to shield himself from Tim's challenge, effectively safeguarding his dribbling route. All of this transpired within 4 seconds, and despite Tim's aggressive defense, Zhang Yunze successfully crossed half-court. This impressive feat elicited jubilant cheers from the surrounding older fans, who applauded and hailed Zhang Yunze. At last, our nation has produced another player capable of navigating the NBA-level defense and bringing the ball past half-court. Moreover, this is indeed the relentless defense of a bona fide NBA superstar. Observing Zhang Yunze's agile and adept ball handling, the eyes of many spectators glistened with emotion. These seasoned fans are the most direct witnesses to the rise and fall of Chinese basketball. Their profound love for the sport is something that ordinary individuals cannot fathom. They perpetually yearn for Chinese basketball to ascend to the pinnacle of the world, to relive the glory of yesteryears. Much like the fervent supporters of Chinese football, their passion for basketball is no less fervent than that of any football aficionado. However, since the retirement of the golden generation of players nurtured by Zhang Chongqing, Chinese basketball has found itself in a state of disarray, struggling to find a worthy successor. The prospect of participating in the World Cup seems bleak, and even making a mark in Asia has become a daunting task. With the globalization of the NBA, an increasing number of Asian players have entered its ranks, diminishing China's once dominant position in Asian basketball. A decade ago, the World Cup marked China's last appearance on the global stage. an event that shattered the very foundations of Chinese basketball. In a group match against the United States, facing the suffocating defense of Tim Melo, the Chinese guards set a humiliating record with 25 turnovers in the first half and 45 overall. That game saw the Chinese backcourt utterly overwhelmed by the formidable pairing of Melton and Jason Nowitzki, rendering them akin to elementary school students incapable of dribbling. With 9 steals for Nowitzki and 12 for Melton, they shattered World Cup records. Under the weight of their relentless pressure, the Chinese guard were left with 2 options: either succumb to turnovers or relinquish the ball to front-court players before crossing half-court. Both choices fraught with peril. The likelihood of having the ball intercepted during such a long pass was exceedingly high, yet for that Chinese team, any option was preferable to failing to cross half-court. It was during this time that the notion arose that Chinese players could not even advance the ball past half-court against NBA-level defense. That match ended with a staggering 70-point defeat, the final score reading 140-70, a disgraceful outcome, even with veteran inside players on the court. The root of this calamity lay in the inadequacy of the guards. Unfortunately, since the retirement of that pivotal player, the nation has been unable to produce a guard capable of competing on the international stage. This defeat plunged Chinese basketball into an abyss from which it has struggled to recover. Today, however, they witnessed the emergence of a young talent who, under the oppressive defense of Tim Melo, successfully navigated the court past half-court. While this may seem trivial to fans from other nations, for Chinese supporters, it represents a beacon of hope, a monumental hope. What they may not realize is that 20 years ago, China had its own star of promise, only to see his potential extinguished. His untimely departure and the subsequent retreat of Chongqing profoundly impacted the trajectory of Chinese basketball, leading to an unprecedented decline under the stewardship of certain leaders. Zhang Yunze advanced past the halfway line with the ball, as everyone around him created space, keenly observing the one-on-one encounter between him and Tim Melo. However, Zhang merely smiled faintly, flicked his wrist, and passed the ball, much to the disappointment of the surrounding spectators who sighed in unison. The ball landed in the hands of Li Tianhong, who found himself up against a defender towering at 191 centimeters. Yet, this opponent seemed to rely solely on his height, as his technical prowess appeared significantly inferior. Li Tianhong, positioned at the left arc of the three-point line, executed a feint with effortless grace, causing the defender to falter before penetrating into the key. The opponent's perimeter defenders quickly converged, while another player moved to obstruct Li Tianhong's advance. Seizing the moment, Li Tianhong deftly passed the ball to the outside player, who, at that point, was wide open. Without hesitation, the player, affectionately referred to as Fatty, took a three-point shot, the ball swishing through the net with precision. "Wow!" Zhang Yunze exclaimed in astonishment. "What accuracy!" Li Tianhong approached Fatty, and the two exchanged a celebratory high-five. Fatty grinned broadly. It must be noted that while he may lack in other aspects, his three-point shooting was undeniably accurate, maintaining an impressive 50 shooting percentage on the outdoor courts. Li Tianhong was well aware of this, which is why he penetrated the defense to draw the double team, subsequently distributing the ball to Fatty. Chapter 34. The first encounter with Tim Melo. During a front-court inbound, Tim Melo received the ball and began to advance. Zhang Yunze, mirroring Tim's actions, applied intense pressure, determined to prevent him from easily crossing the halfway line. Zhang Yunze clung to Tim like a piece of taffy, making Tim feel somewhat disoriented. This fellow was akin to the relentless defenders in the NBA, using his body to entangle and disrupt, leaving his opponent in a state of discomfort. At that moment, Tim was unexpectedly knocked aside by a physical encounter with Zhang Yunze, failing to seize the ball as it struck his foot. With a sharp focus, Zhang swiftly reacted, snatching the ball with the swiftness of an arrow loosed from its bow, darting past him towards the frontcourt. Tim quickly pivoted to defend, but it was too late. He could only watch as Zhang Yunze soared high, executing a thunderous windmill slam that sent the ball crashing into the hoop. Instantly, the entire arena ignited with fervor, erupting in a cacophony of jubilant cheers that seemed to resonate through the very air, almost tearing at one's eardrums. The synchronized chant of MVP rang out. Not for Tim Melo, but for Zhang Yunze, MVP, MVP, MVP. Teammates rushed over, exchanging high-fives with Zhang, while Tim approached and affectionately ruffled Zhang Yunze's hair, saying, "Well done. That's the spirit. Keep up the strong defense." Zhang Yunze nodded earnestly, perceiving that Tim genuinely cared for his well-being. If it were an ordinary athlete, being so publicly intercepted and then dunked upon would surely incite outrage. Yet, Tim chose to encourage him instead. Wang Yunlong, observing from the sidelines, also nodded slightly, recognizing Tim's sincere desire to repay his mentor. One must acknowledge that Tim Melo is indeed a man of gratitude, after such an elapsed time. Who else would remember you? In truth, Zhang Yunze should have been called for a blocking foul on that play. However, Wang Yunlong refrained from blowing the whistle, perhaps due to momentary oversight. Nevertheless, Tim said nothing, instead gently ruffling Zhang Yunze's hair as a gesture of encouragement. Naturally, Wang Yunlong would not reconsider his decision, and the surrounding spectators were indifferent to whether a foul had occurred. Their primary concern was enjoyment. The match unfolded with fervor, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Residents of the nearby apartments opened their windows or stood on their balconies to witness the event. It must be noted that the building adjacent to the court offered the finest vantage point, particularly the second floor, which faced the playing field directly. Many journalists arrived, only to find the crowd too overwhelming to gain entry. Meanwhile, various sports forums online erupted with discussions about the event, with many users attaching clips from the live match. Observers were particularly struck by the performance of a young man, matched against Tim Melo, who appeared remarkably unfazed. The videos showcased Zhang Yunze's adept ball-handling skills. Even Tim Melo struggled to intercept his plays. His driving, post-up maneuvers, and shooting accuracy were impressively high, with initial estimates suggesting a shooting percentage of around 70%, a truly formidable statistic. Some professional players, even when given open shots, might not achieve such a rate. Yet, under Tim Melo's defensive scrutiny, Zhang Yunze maintained this high level of accuracy. What does this signify? It is neither a reflection of Tim's defensive shortcomings nor a lack of effort on his part. The footage clearly illustrated that Tim was indeed defending earnestly, achieving at least a standard level of intensity typically seen in regular season play. Yet, Zhang Yunze managed to find ways to score. Furthermore, while Tim Melo's shooting percentage was not significantly lower than that of Zhang Yunze, it is essential to remember that Tim Melo is an NBA superstar, whereas Zhang Yunze is merely an unknown figure. Soon, these threads ascended to the front pages of prominent basketball websites, especially on a forum known as Hoopu, where many users eagerly responded. Who is this extraordinary player? Absolutely remarkable. First reply: wow, you mere mortals have no idea. This legend is one of our Hoopu JRS. Second reply: the person above is utterly clueless. How can you assert he is a Hoopu JRS? Third reply: already reported. The user above is bound for the black room. Farewell. Fourth reply: with skills like that, keyboard warriors are instantly silenced. Fifth observation: without bias, has Tim Melo reached the peak of his career, finding himself unable to outperform even a player from a local basketball court? Sixth observation: upon deeper reflection, is it alarming to consider that the level of NBA superstars may only equate to that of average amateur players domestically? Do all the participants possess the capability to join the NBA? Seventh observation: alas, the prevalence of youthful exuberance is exceedingly pronounced, with all manner of oddities emerging. Eighth observation: at this moment, Zhang Yunze and his teammates remain entirely oblivious to the uproar ignited across various basketball forums in the country due to their seemingly casual match. The score stands at 55-50, with Tim Melo's team leading by 5 points in the fourth quarter, which lasts 10 minutes. As the halftime approaches, Tim Melo appears to be in a state of divine inspiration, having initially trailed Zhang Yunze's team by 10 points. He remarkably sinks 5 consecutive three-pointers from just beyond the arc, instantly turning the tide. Despite Zhang Yunze's hand being practically in Melo's face, it proves ineffective. The shots find their mark. The atmosphere erupts in jubilation, chanting Tim Melo's name, while Zhang Yunze shakes his head in despair, feeling powerless. Regardless of their defensive efforts, the shots simply continue to fall. Prior to the fourth quarter, Melo had made 7 out of 9 attempts, hitting 6 out of 6 from beyond the arc and converting 2 free throws for a total of 22 points. In contrast, Zhang Yunze scored 18 points from 7 out of 10 attempts, including 2 out of 3 from three-point range and 4 for 4 from the free throw line. However, the contributions from his teammates fall significantly short of Melo's performance. The 2'5" center on Melo's team dominates the paint like legends such as Shaquille O'Neal and Wilt Chamberlain, requiring 3 defenders to contain him. The offensive rebounds are mercilessly claimed, prompting Zhang Yunze to join in the fray, utilizing his remarkable leaping ability to barely protect his team's backcourt. As the game approaches the final 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, The score reads 66-63 in favor of Tim Melo's team. Melo, positioned beyond the three-point line, has Zhang Yunjia tightly guarding him, attempting to restrict his shooting space, preferring to concede a drive rather than allow a three-pointer. Yet, with 14 seasons under his belt, thousands of games played, 12 playoff appearances, and 5 finals, Melo is not easily contained. He executes a triple threat move, causing all defenders to spread out, leaving Zhang Yunjia and Melo in a personal duel, eliciting a palpable tension among the spectators, their hearts racing in anticipation of the outcome. Suddenly, Melo makes his move, taking a step forward as Zhang Yunjia follows suit. In an astonishing display, Melo pulls the ball back from beneath his right leg in a manner that seems almost capable of twisting an ankle, reminiscent of the signature move once employed by NBA superstar Allen Iverson, who famously used it to deceive his defender Tyronn Lue in the historic finals. Zhang Yunjia was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated such an exaggerated change of direction from Tim. As he attempted to regain his defensive stance, he found his body unresponsive, unable to react in time, which led to his left foot inadvertently stepping on his right, causing him to tumble to the ground. Melo, with a backward step, positioned himself beyond the three-point line and executed a clean jump shot. The ball soared through the air, capturing the attention of everyone in the arena as it arced gracefully. Chapter 35, I am Zhang Yun's. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air, followed by a crisp and melodious swish that resonated throughout the venue. The shot was successful. The roar of the crowd seemed capable of lifting the entire arena off its foundations, and the shouts of MVP echoed relentlessly. With just 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, the score stood at 69-63. Zhang Yunjia seized the ball from Su Liling's hands and advanced past the half-court line, his countenance slightly grim. He was determined not to succumb to defeat, particularly not to Tim Melo, even if the latter was a superstar from the NBA. On the left side of the arc, Zhu Gan positioned himself, yet the defender assigned to him boasted a significantly more robust physique. Meanwhile, a hefty player lurked on the right side, poised to strike, and Li Tianhong was ready to make a cut at any moment. In the paint, Su Liling had secured his position, despite the considerable height disparity. One could not overlook his remarkable physical attributes and solid fundamental skills, which enabled him to establish a strong presence in the post. Tim Melo relentlessly pressed against Zhang Yunjia, using his formidable physique to create disturbances, yet Zhang Yunjia displayed no signs of losing control of the ball. Zhang Yunjia initiated his advance, accelerating past defenders to penetrate the paint. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, he executed a high-arching bank shot. However, the basketball spun precariously on the rim before ultimately bouncing off. Zhang could only watch helplessly as the ball soared away. Having just made his move, he found himself outside the court, unable to contest for the offensive rebound. He could only hope that his teammates would seize the moment. Unfortunately, the towering 2.5-meter center had already leapt high to secure the ball, while Tim Melo was sprinting back to the front court, poised for a fast break. Despite Su Liling's valiant efforts to establish position, the height disparity rendered his attempts futile. Even with positioning, no one could outmatch that formidable opponent. Just then, a shadow surged forth from the baseline, charging towards the 205-centimeter center, leaping with incredible force. This individual snatched the ball from his grasp and flung it toward the perimeter. It was none other than Li Tianhong. Zhang Yunjia, quick to comprehend the situation, immediately accelerated and executed a swift retreat beyond the three-point line. At that moment, Li Tianhong's ball had already reached the intended target. Tim Melo was utterly unable to return to defense, having already positioned himself at the three-point line of the opposing side. He observed his team's center secure the rebound and believed the situation was under control. Everyone felt assured. Even the towering center at 205 centimeters was convinced of their dominance. Little did they anticipate that the ball would be snatched away in a surprising turn of events. Zhang Yunjia received the ball and found himself confronted with an expanse of open space before him. Without taking a moment to adjust, he rose and launched a three-point jump shot. It was a perfect hit. The score now stood at 69-66. The atmosphere in the arena surged once more, and the jubilant cheers erupted from the surrounding residential buildings, creating an ambience akin to that of a grand stadium, where countless fans reveled in exuberance. Tim Melo called a timeout, and even Wang Yunlong could not help but applaud Zhang Yunjia's remarkable shot. Beside him, Wang Yuehan beamed with a radiant smile, genuinely delighted for Zhang Yunjia's success. All of his teammates raised their fists in sheer excitement, rushing to give Zhang Yunjia high fives. Yet, Zhang Yunze remained remarkably composed, smiling slightly as he remarked, "There are still 3 points to go. We have not yet secured victory." As the timeout concluded, only 1 minute and 10 seconds remained in the game. Tim Melo was in possession of the ball. If they could successfully defend this play, a glimmer of hope would remain. However, should they fail to defend against him, even allowing Tim a mere 2-point shot might seal their fate, as time was running short. But could they truly contain a legendary NBA superstar? Indeed, Tim Melo, undeterred, launched an audacious jump shot right in front of Zhang Yunze, stepping just inside the 3-point line. The shot went in. Remarkably, he had almost exhausted the entire 24 seconds before releasing the ball. With only 48 seconds left on the clock, the score was now 71-66. In the fourth quarter, Tim Melo had scored 12 points while Zhang Yunze contributed 9 points. Zhang Yunze and his team still possess a timeout, which, under the circumstances, they must utilize to devise a tactical plan. Upon returning to the court, Zhang Yunze serves the ball, and amidst numerous obstacles, Li Tianhong successfully receives the serve delivered by Zhang Yunze. After Zhang Yunze released the ball, he immediately sprinted towards the baseline, creating space from his defender, while Tim Melo followed closely behind. At that moment, Li Tianhong, in possession of the ball, decisively passed it back to the lanky player beyond the 3-point line. The lanky player caught the ball, with the defender still a meter away, and leaped into action, shooting. However, the ball clanged against the rim, ricocheting high into the air. The imposing 205-centimeter center, like a colossus, forcefully pushed aside Su Liling and secured the rebound. This time, he firmly cradled the ball in his arms, reminiscent of the earlier events that transpired. After snatching the ball, the center swiftly passed it to the perimeter, returning it to Tim Melo's hands, which nearly spelled defeat for Zhang Yunze's team. Could they truly lose like this? Zhang Yunze pondered to himself. There were still 33 seconds left in the game. No, I am Zhang Yunze. I will never concede defeat until the very last moment. An overwhelming confidence ignited in Zhang Yunze's eyes, accompanied by a flicker of inexplicable brilliance. He suddenly accelerated towards the forecourt, catching up to Tim Melo, using his body to obstruct Tim's path of attack. However, Tim skillfully maintained control of the ball just outside the 3-point line, managing the clock. Left with no other option, Zhang Yunze had no choice but to commit a foul, sending Tim to the free throw line. Whether intentional or not, Tim made one of 2 free throws, widening the gap to 6 points, leaving almost no hope. Zhang Yunze remained undeterred as he swiftly dribbled past half-court, reaching beyond the 3-point line. He executed a jump shot directly in the face of his defender, who was not Tim Melo, but rather the player who had been guarding Li Tianhong. Upon seeing Zhang Yunze release his 3-point shot, the defender lunged forward, and at the very instant Zhang Yunze took a shot, he forcefully knocked him to the ground. Simultaneously, Wang Yunlong's whistle pierced the air. Eager to showcase his skills in front of Tim Melo and the multitude, he became overly zealous and committed a foul, desperate to block Zhang Yunze's attempt. At that moment, however, Zhang Yunze's 3-pointer swished through the net. 31. The entire venue erupted in a frenzy. Many voices echoed the chant of MVP, a resounding testament to the exhilaration of the fans and their adoration for Zhang Yunze. Approaching the free throw line, Zhang Yunze effortlessly sank the shot, narrowing the deficit to 2 points with only 20 seconds remaining. Could a miracle unfold in those fleeting seconds? 72-70. Tim Melo seemed to anticipate something. Upon receiving the ball, he promptly passed it away, clearly indicating that the outcome was now in the hands of the younger players, rather than relying on his formidable personal prowess. Everyone knows that in any level of competition, with 20 seconds left, entrusting the ball to the world's finest guard is undeniably the wisest course of action. Yet, Tim Melo chose to let these young talents determine the fate of the match themselves, rather than depending on his own exceptional abilities. Such an approach would strip the game of its true essence. With a mere 2-point difference and only 16 seconds remaining, which team would claim victory? Let's await the outcome. Chapter 36. I am Zhang Yunze. Foul strategy. The sound of Wang Yunlong's whistle echoed an instant later, as the opposing small forward stepped up to the free throw line, visibly anxious. Throughout the game, his jersey had long been drenched in sweat. As a key player on his school S team, his skills were unquestionable. He had anticipated an easier game alongside Tim Melo. However, he found this match to be exceedingly taxing. The opposing point guard was relentless, executing an array of dazzling moves, even under Tim Melo's stringent defense. He managed to weave through with an uncanny agility effortlessly sending the ball through the hoop. Despite his personal stats of 7 attempts with 2 successes, including 1 out of 4 for beyond the arc and 2 out of 4 in free throws, totaling 7 points, 5 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 steal. His shooting percentage left much to be desired. The opposing small forward, slender as a reed, seemed to possess an inexhaustible stamina that nearly left him breathless, relentlessly sprinting across the court without a moment's respite during the half-court battle. Was he a long-distance runner? It is indeed true that the bamboo pole resembles a long-distance runner. Having secured 3rd place in the city's marathon and even participated in national competitions. Were it not for this young forward's diligent and rigorous training in physical fitness and endurance, he would likely struggle to even stand at the free throw line. Now, as he stands there, his legs tremble uncontrollably from exhaustion. He raises the ball in his hands, aiming for the hoop. At this moment, the pressure weighs heavily upon him. Should he succeed in both free throws, victory would be assured. Conversely, if he were to make only one or miss both, the game could very well go into overtime or, worse yet, end in a devastating defeat. Fortunately, the first shot swooshed through the net, allowing him to exhale as the burden on his heart lightened considerably. The second attempt, however, sailed forth only to clang against the rim and miss. At this juncture, the score stands at 73-70. Su Liling secured the defensive rebound, while the young forward retreated, feeling somewhat disheartened by the 3-point deficit, neither too much nor too little. Zhang Yunjie received the ball from Su Liling and swiftly advanced. The robust figure of his teammate executed a perfect screen, effectively obstructing Tim's defensive position. This moment showcased the significance of their physicality, allowing Zhang Yunjie to gain the necessary space for his shot. He leaped from just outside the 3-point line, launching the ball with utmost conviction. At that instant, Zhang was imbued with an unshakable confidence, fully aware that the ball would find its mark. His form was exquisite, reminiscent of a textbook jump shot, as the basketball traced a flawless arc through the air. All eyes were riveted on the soaring sphere, and with a resounding swish, it swished through the net. The score was now tied at 73-73. The intensity of the game nearly rendered the spectators breathless upon the successful shot. An eruption of jubilant shouts filled the arena, with chants of MVP resonating in perfect harmony, as if they might lift the very sky. These cries of MVP were the highest praise for Zhang Yunjie. Many were overwhelmed with emotion. Though this was merely an amateur match, Zhang held his own against Tim Melo, perhaps due to Tim not playing at full capacity, but it was a testament to Zhang's burgeoning talent. His remarkable long-range shooting and lightning-fast drive marked him as a beacon of hope for the future of Chinese basketball. Today, those present witnessed the emergence of a future star, igniting excitement among basketball enthusiasts. Some were even brought to tears, their eyes brimming with emotion. Their fervor was understandable. Since the retirement of the legendary Chinese guard and the golden generation, Chinese basketball had been on a downward trajectory, relegated to the status of a second-tier Asian team. Could it be that such a vast nation could not unearth 12 basketball prodigies? Even a single one would suffice. The humiliation and defeats of recent years were indelibly etched in the memories of the fans. Yet today, many bore witness to the birth of hope. Perhaps Zhang Yunjie would be the future of Chinese basketball, and he was still so young. However, the jubilant cheers abruptly ceased with the sound of a whistle. Had Zhang Yunjie committed a deliberate foul? Why? Confusion rippled through the crowd. Wang Yunlong and even Tim were puzzled. With only 5 seconds remaining and the score tied, why would one choose to foul intentionally, sending the opponent to the free throw line? Tim Melo glanced at Zhang, but within Zhang's eyes shone only confidence and determination. Could it be? Tim, experienced and astute, suddenly entertained a wild notion. Was Zhang Yunjie contemplating something extraordinary? After the towering center converted both free throws with assurance, Zhang quickly retrieved the ball and surged forward. Only 4 seconds remained. Wang Yunlong checked his phone while simultaneously observing the court, counting down with fervor. 3. Zhang Yunjie skillfully maneuvered past 2 opponents with consecutive deceptive changes of direction. Zhang Yunjie positioned himself beyond the 3-point line, leaping in defiance of the defense, launching a desperate 3-pointer. As Wang Yunlong's declaration echoed through the arena, the game reached its conclusion, yet Zhang Yunjie had already released the ball. The sphere glided gracefully through the gaze of 1,000 spectators, tracing an elegant arc before swishing through the net. The shot was successful, a breathtaking, last-minute victory. Indeed, Tim murmured, Recognizing that Zhang Yun's actions aligned perfectly with his predictions, he was determined to avoid overtime and orchestrated this exhilarating and unforeseen finale. An astonishingly intense confidence radiated from his eyes, reflecting an insatiable desire to triumph. In Tim's estimation, Zhang Yun's prowess had undeniably ascended to new heights. This sensation was one he had previously only witnessed in legendary athletes. Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, Tim Duncan, Allen Iverson, and now him, Tim Melo. Zhang Yun's roared with unrestrained fervor, unable to maintain the composure he had previously held. He jubilantly celebrated his triumph. Yes, he had triumphed. He had vanquished Tim Melo, who had once bested him. Regardless of how the battle unfolded, the ultimate outcome was his victory. Thus, he reveled in this moment, fully embracing the euphoria of his hard-won success. His teammates surged forth to embrace him, their cheers harmonizing with the cacophony of jubilant spectators surrounding them. At that moment, everything radiated in brilliance for Zhang Yun's, eclipsing all else. He was at that instant the most resplendent star in the night sky. MVP, MVP, MVP. The fans erupted in exhilaration, their fervor reaching a crescendo. They were not merely at a local court, but rather celebrating as if at the NBA Finals. The atmosphere soared to an unparalleled intensity, reaching the zenith of enthusiasm. "I am Zhang Yun's. I am a victor," he exclaimed passionately, raising his arms in triumph. "I have won. We have won." The 5 players embraced, engulfed in a frenzy of joy. In stark contrast, Tim Melo's side bore expressions of despondency and disappointment. They had given their all. Tim approached them, placing a comforting hand on their shoulders. He retrieved 4 keychains from his bodyguard and handed one to each of them, saying, "Chin up, you played exceptionally well tonight. Our loss is not in vain." He added, "Consider this a small token of my appreciation." These keychains, exclusive to the Cleveland home games, depicted Tim Melo's cartoon likeness and were unavailable elsewhere. The 4 young players accepted the keychains, gazing up at Tim with eyes brimming with gratitude and excitement. They nodded, feeling their passion for basketball ignite more fervently than ever before. Tim nodded back, seeing in them a reflection of his own youthful fervor and dedication to the sport. Each individual harbors a unique dream of basketball. Mine resides here, but what about yours? Chapter 37. America, Here I Come. Zhang Yun's stood before the tarmac, utterly astonished by the colossal Boeing 747 before him. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "Tim, please tell me this is not yours?" Beside him, Tim smiled and shook his head, contemplatively replying, "Perhaps if I were to exhaust my entire fortune, I might be able to afford one." Zhang Yun's discerned Tim's implication. He could hardly afford such an aircraft. Yet, did Harry not mention that it was your private plane? Zhang Yun's inquired, perplexed. Harry, turning his head from the front, replied, "Of course, for it is a gift from our boss." Goodness, what a lavish gesture, bestowing a Boeing 747. Zhang Yun's expressed his disbelief. Tim chuckled softly, though it is perhaps more accurate to say it is on loan. "You see, our boss, Mr. Lil Faki, is a titan in the aerospace industry, holding shares in both Boeing and Airbus. He possesses a 15% stake in Boeing, making him the company's largest shareholder. When I clinched my second championship, he purchased this aircraft and lent it to me. However, there are conditions. During the regular season, it will serve as the team's charter plane, and I may use it freely during the off-season. The usage rights extend for 15 years, and I am not responsible for maintenance, fuel, or personnel costs. Essentially, it is free to use, though loan is the more fitting term." Tim Melo shrugged. "Well, that is indeed splendid. Mr. Faki holds you in high regard," Zhang Yun's remarked. Speaking of Lil Faki, Tim Melo could not suppress a smile. Aside from his own enterprises, he is utterly passionate about basketball and treats all the players as if they were his own family. Had it not been for his financial contributions since taking over the Cavaliers, paying luxury taxes to the point of exhaustion, I genuinely doubt I could have secured 4 championships, including 2 consecutive titles. That fellow, Ike, is no easy opponent. Indeed, Zhang Yun's nodded. If he were to join the Cavaliers in the future, encountering a benevolent owner would indeed be fortunate, greatly benefiting his entire career. Conversely, encountering a miserly owner would be unfortunate, an absolute disaster. Historically, the most notorious miserly owner in the league was Donald Sterling of the Clippers, infamous for his penny-pinching ways. That team nearly met its demise under his reign. However, following his forced sale due to racial discrimination, the franchise was revitalized under Ballmer, reclaiming its status among the league's elite and contending with the dynasty team. The Los Angeles Lakers. How much longer will you two be conversing down there? A melodious voice chided from above. Zhang Yunze looked up and saw Wang Yuehan already ascending the boarding ladder, standing at the aircraft door, gazing down at the two men below who were playfully linking arms and whispering to each other, a bemused expression on her face. Two grown men, linking arms. It would be surprising if they didn't provoke laughter. One might even think they were a couple, and one of them was a legendary NBA superstar. The scene was indeed rather comical. As Tim Melo had his arm draped over Zhang Yunze's shoulder, the two of them huddled together, appearing as if they were engaged in some intimate act. Both Tim and Zhang couldn't help but chuckle, and Zhang Yunze glanced up at Wang Yuehan, utterly astonished. In the sunlight, Wang Yuehan was breathtakingly beautiful, resembling a celestial fairy descended from the heavens, fresh and ethereal, captivatingly enchanting. She wore a flowing, pale yellow chiffon lawn dress, adorned with a black and white sun hat, which she held down against the gusty airport winds. Her arms, as white as delicate jade, gleamed under the sun, while her elongated figure accentuated her alluring curves. Zhang Yunze couldn't help but swallow hard. She was simply too stunning. Tim Melo, chuckling, patted Zhang Yunze on the shoulder and said, "Zhang, seize the opportunity. She is a remarkable girl." With that, he disregarded Zhang Yunze's feelings and ascended the boarding ladder, heading onto the plane. At this moment, Zhang Yunze was engulfed by an indescribable sensation. He found himself perplexed regarding his feelings for Wang Yuehan. Were they merely those of siblings, or did they transcend into the realm of romantic affection? The events of that evening, though undeniably ambiguous, lingered in his mind, compelling him to reminisce time and again. Zhang Yunze found himself perplexed by his own emotions. The mere thought of Wang Yuehan possibly becoming someone else's wife stirred an indescribable ache within him. However, the prospect of being with her also left him in a state of hesitation. He observed that many couples ultimately fail to forge a lasting bond, often parting ways as strangers, and he dreaded the idea of one day encountering Wang Yuehan as nothing more than an unfamiliar face, even feigning ignorance in each other's presence. In the airport's waiting hall, numerous individuals gathered by the window, engaged in lively discussions while pointing outside. "Wow, that airplane is enormous," exclaimed a middle-aged woman. "Indeed, I've never seen such a large aircraft before," another middle-aged woman chimed in. "That plane is so vibrant, adorned in red and yellow, with foreign lettering. I wonder where it's headed. Perhaps it's flying abroad," remarked yet another elderly lady. "It seems to be a private jet. Look, there are only a few people boarding," a middle-aged man suggested. "I wonder what kind of distinguished person can afford such a lavish aircraft," mused an elderly woman, her eyes filled with intrigue. Another elderly lady scoffed, her tone laced with envy and a hint of malice. "A handful of people boarding such a large plane? They must not fear mishaps. I've heard there have been quite a few aviation accidents lately." The surrounding crowd shook their heads, recognizing that the type of aircraft someone chooses is none of their concern, and they questioned the necessity of wishing ill upon others. At that moment, a young man approached the window, captivated by the sight of the colossal Boeing 747. Gazing at the letters emblazoned on the side, he softly murmured, "Cleveland Cavaliers basketball team." A glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes as he declared, "Cavaliers, wait for me. I'm on my way," a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon boarding the aircraft, Zhang Yunze was astounded by the opulent amenities within. According to Tim's description, although this plane was a mini version of the Boeing 747, reduced in size by 1/3 compared to the standard model, it was still impressively spacious, aptly earning the moniker of an airborne fortress or a colossal behemoth. The aircraft boasted a comprehensive array of facilities. The front half of the second level was designated for players, coaches, and staff seating, offering ample comfort and space. The midsection of the second level featured a dining area, while the rear was divided into a video analysis room, locker room, clothing storage area, and bathing and sauna facilities, alongside more than a dozen luxurious guest rooms adhering to a 6-star standard. Occasionally, when the players and coaches found accommodations at away games unsuitable, they could comfortably reside on the plane. The first level was dedicated to various entertainment rooms, including a multifunctional cinema and a fitness center, and it even housed a standard basketball court. The Cavaliers' private jet was arguably the most luxurious in the entire league, a distinction owed to their affluent owner, who just so happened to be the largest shareholder of Boeing. When purchasing this aircraft, the Boeing board had graciously waived 40 of the costs, primarily because equipping the Cavaliers with this jet served as a form of advertisement for Boeing. It became widely known that the Cavaliers possessed the only new Boeing 747 in the NBA, an advertising effect that was self-evident. Furthermore, at the time of purchase, the plane was still in the experimental sales phase, featuring unprecedented amenities that transformed the aircraft into a luxurious airborne hotel, a bold modification at the time. Following the Cavaliers' acquisition of this plane, it quickly garnered widespread acclaim within the industry, resulting in a flurry of orders for Boeing, including one from the United States government. Chapter 38. America, Here I Come. At this moment, it was evening, and the plane soared at 30,000 feet, traversing the Pacific. The cabin was air-conditioned, making it somewhat chilly, and Wang Yuehan was wrapped in a blanket, resting her head on Zhang Yun's shoulder. Initially, Tim had intended for Wang Yuehan to sleep in a guest room, but she expressed her reluctance, citing fear of being alone. Thus, she opted to sleep in her seat. The seats were exceedingly spacious, accommodating 2 individuals comfortably, and could be reclined to form a bed measuring 2 meters in length and 2 meters in width. Zhang Yunze and Wang Yuehan sat together on a chair that was reclined halfway, allowing their feet to rest comfortably upon it, resembling a chaise lounge. Zhang Yunze extended his arm, drawing Wang Yuehan into his embrace. At that moment, she lifted her head, briefly opened her sleepy eyes to glance at him, then closed them again, curling up like a little kitten nestled within his warmth. In the aircraft's cabin, a large screen at the front projected an old film titled The Hobbit, while Tim Melo busied himself with his laptop, browsing the web. Most of the other passengers had succumbed to slumber, with only 12 passengers aboard the plane, manned by a crew of 35. Time flowed languidly, enveloping the cabin in a serene silence. It was 10 p.m. Beijing time, and after 13 hours of flight, only Zhang Yunze and Tim Melo remained awake. The others either retreated to their cabins for rest or dozed off in their seats, while Harry had taken 2 scouts downstairs to play billiards. Tim Melo stood up from his seat, stretching lazily as he glanced at Zhang Yunze in the back, who was still engrossed in a match video. Curiosity piqued. He approached and inquired, "Were you watching?" "Huh?" Zhang Yunze looked at Tim Melo, removed his headphones, and asked, "What did you say? Are you watching a game?" Tim peered at the screen, noting, "Is that LeBron's game from years past?" "Indeed." Zhang Yunze nodded, replying, "It's Game 2 of the 2015 Finals." Tim crouched beside Zhang Yunze. Watching as he spoke, that year, the Cavaliers were very likely to secure their first championship title, but there were too many injuries among the teammates. Kyrie's situation was uncertain, and Kevin's arm was dislocated. Such a pity. However, LeBron was simply phenomenal that year in the finals. Averaging over 40 points in the early games, it was as if a deity had descended, Zhang Yunze remarked, filled with admiration. With so many teammates injured and him being the only superstar on the team, the sole offensive powerhouse, who else could score if not him? Tim replied. Zhang Yunze cast a glance at Tim and remarked, "I recall you also had an occasion, particularly that finals in 2028, your inaugural journey to the championship. That year, you were just 1 title shy of a Grand Slam." "Indeed," Tim replied with a faint smile, "it was quite unfortunate. Regular season MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, Steals Champion, and Scoring Leader. Alas, in the first round, 2 of my teammates were injured, and another fell in the second round. In the Eastern Conference Finals, things were even worse. May sustained a groin injury and was ruled out for the season." Tim expressed a sense of helplessness. Had we clinched the title that year, it would have marked the Cavaliers' first three-peat. The Cavaliers dynasty would have been established, but luck was simply not on our side. By the time we reached the Eastern Conference Finals, I was left as the sole starter. It was nearly impossible to compete. I must say, Zhang, had you been alongside me in that finals, perhaps we would have secured the championship. Alas, my average of 38 points, 12 rebounds, and 5 assists went to waste. Tim chuckled. "Haha, I was merely 10 years old then, standing at 160 meters. If you didn't team mine my height, it wouldn't have been a problem." Zhang Yunze mused, tilting his head in contemplation. Tim, laughing, patted Zhang Yunze on the shoulder as he returned to his seat, adding, "Just take a look. We have over 8 hours of travel ahead. We should arrive in Cleveland around 7 p.m. local time. Try to stay awake if you can. Harry and his crew are more seasoned. They've gone off to play billiards." As he gazed at the peacefully sleeping Wang Yuehan, resembling a small kitten as she softly snored, Fang Tian couldn't help but smile. He gently adjusted her blanket and resumed watching the game. In Cleveland, Ohio, the newly established Quicken Loans Arena, referred to as QLCA, is situated in the northeastern part of the city. This venue, constructed in 2030, boasts a capacity of 40,000 spectators. It was financed entirely by Mr. Dan Gilbert, the Cavaliers owner, who invested a staggering $13 billion, making it the most expensive arena in the league. One must commend Mr. Gilbert's fervor for basketball. His investment in the Cavaliers seems boundless, as if money holds no distinction for him. It has been calculated that over the years, he has consistently paid exorbitant luxury taxes to maintain the Cavaliers roster, contributing for 12 consecutive years, with the team's annual expenditure averaging around $180 million. This can be considered a notable record in the NBA. Under the new labor agreement, effective in 2025 and concluding in 2037, the luxury tax threshold is set at $160 million, with a salary cap of $140 million. He has paid a minimum of $9 million in luxury tax at least once. And this year, the year of their championship, he incurred a staggering $80 million, demonstrating an extravagant commitment to the team. Due to his financial investments, the team has achieved remarkable success over these 12 years, with 3 seasons reaching 65 wins. For seasons achieving 60 wins, 10 consecutive seasons with at least 55 wins, and 12 years with a minimum of 50 wins. Their best season saw an impressive record of 69 wins to 13 losses, and they set the NBA history record for a 3rd consecutive winning streak with 25 wins. They have secured the top regular season record 5 times, clinched the Eastern Conference title 8 times, and have made the playoffs for 12 straight years. With their worst performance reaching the 2nd round of the Eastern Conference, they have participated in the finals 5 times, winning 4 championships and reaching the Eastern Conference Finals 8 times. The arena is the most advanced multi-functional venue in the NBA, featuring 2 training courts capable of accommodating 6,000 spectators, as well as a training pool, a large gym, and a myriad of other facilities. A few hours earlier, Mr. Leo Faki arrived at the training facility, accompanied by the team's general manager. He is always attentive to team matters, yet refrains from overstepping. He intervenes only when the manager is excessively negligent or unproductive. As a shrewd capitalist, he understands that trusting his subordinates is essential for realizing the company's full potential. At that moment, the training facility was bustling with young hopefuls auditioning for this year's draft. The Cavaliers hold 2 first-round picks this year, the 15th pick from the Memphis Grizzlies and the 30th pick, allowing them the opportunity to select some promising talents. Mr. Leo Faki is aware that Tim Melo is set to retire, prompting him to initiate a rebuilding phase for the team, urging the manager to trade up from the 15th pick, with aspirations of returning the Cavaliers to their former glory within 2 to 3 years. The team is aging significantly. Without reconstruction, they can only sustain their performance for 1 or 2 more years before facing a more profound decline. Mr. Smith, I hear our scouts have discovered a promising small forward in China? Mr. Leo Faki inquired from the sidelines. Indeed, sir. He is the MVP of this year's Cuba Championship in China, possessing exceptional athleticism. His father is African-American, and his mother is Chinese. Unlike many of our domestic prospects who excel in physical attributes, his shooting touch is notably soft, and his technique is refined. This is a significant advantage of the Asian heritage compared to black or white players, the manager explained. Where is he currently? Mr. Leo Faki asked. He should be on a flight from China to the United States, the manager replied. The manager responded, I heard that Tim and Harry went to China and seemingly discovered a remarkable young defender. Leo Faki nodded and inquired further. Smith's expression turned somewhat serious as he nodded and said, Sir, please follow me. I need to show you something. Chapter 39, America, Here I Come. Smith escorted Leo Faki to the manager's office located above the training ground, then opened the laptop on the desk and placed it before Leo Faki, who was seated on the adjacent sofa. With a grave expression, he continued, Sir, I called you here to prevent this information from leaking, as the training ground is bustling with people, and if it gets out, it could create a huge uproar, which will be detrimental to us. Oh! Upon hearing the manager's words, Leo Faki's interest was piqued. A glimmer of excitement and curiosity appeared on his wrinkled face. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, he urged Smith, Please, go on. After a brief pause, Smith revealed, We currently have 4 pieces of information regarding him. Tim sent back 2 segments from his trip to China, and our scouts obtained 2 videos of him from last year at the University of North Carolina. With an air of mystery, Smith continued. He went one-on-one against the highly touted North Carolina guard, Ronnie Brutes. Sir, can you guess the outcome? Leo Faki shook his head. They played 10 shots, and he utterly dominated Ronnie Brutes, leaving him with no chance to counter. His skills in driving and mid-range shooting were exemplary. While Ronnie managed to score just 3 long-range shots, under his defense, Ronnie couldn't even penetrate the 3-second zone. Smith, visibly excited, added, "Sir, look at this." He opened a video file on the computer. This is footage from an internal game at North Carolina, in which he participated, playing a total of 5 matches. Real Faki's gaze fixated on the computer screen, where the notably vibrant and active young man with yellow skin appeared. Real Faki's expression grew, increasingly animated and exhilarated. "What a promising talent," he exclaimed. "Sir, that's not all. Do you know how old he was at that time?" Smith eagerly inquired. "He was only 16 last year. Yet he faced opponents mostly over 20 years old, including key players from the championship team of North Carolina. He held his own remarkably well. His potential and practical skills are even comparable to Tim's in his prime." Real Faki's eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixated on the screen, determined not to miss a single moment. Zhang Yunze, on the screen, moved like the most agile sprite on the court, consistently sinking long-range shots with an astonishing accuracy that left Real Faki in awe, prompting him to express his admiration repeatedly. "Incredible. Truly exceptional, this young man," Real Faki proclaimed. Smith continued, "Sir, here is the video that Tim sent me." Suddenly, Smith clicked on the video of Zhang Yunze's one-on-one match against Tim, as well as the 5v5 footage. The longer he watched, the more disbelief and excitement filled Real Faki's face, his voice trembling slightly. "Is this truly a 17-year-old? In the footage, Zhang Yunze intercepted Tim Melo's dribble, charging in for a thunderous dunk. In the subsequent round, he was seen sinking 2 mid-range shots from beyond the arc in quick succession. What extraordinary results might arise from the fusion of such exceptional physical prowess and an exceptionally delicate touch. Indeed, sir, you may consult our initial scouting report." Smith approached his desk, opened a drawer, and retrieved several documents, handing them to Real Faki. After receiving the materials and perusing them, Real Faki took a long moment before slowly stating, "Where is he?" "He is already on his way back with Tim," Smith replied. Real Faki took a deep breath, glanced at Smith, and they exchanged nods, the unspoken meaning between them clear. At 6 o'clock in the evening, a massive Boeing 747 landed at Cleveland Hopkins International Airport in the United States. After exiting the airport, they boarded a large, luxurious Mercedes-Benz van sent by the team to pick them up. Naturally, Mr. Real Faki, who also held a 12 stake in Mercedes, preferred to use his own vehicle. This van was spacious enough to accommodate 20 people. Wang Yuehan sat inside, her curious gaze fixed on the scenery outside, akin to an inquisitive little kitten. This was her first visit to America, and such opportunities were rare. She was eager to take it all in. "First, we'll grab a bite to eat. Then I'll show you around the arena, and afterwards, I'll take you to the hotel. How's that sound?" Tim Melo inquired. "I'll leave it all to you," Zhang Yunze replied. Just then, Harry's phone suddenly rang, and he answered a call. "Mr. Faki, hello, this is Harry." "Yes, we have arrived." "All right. Okay, we are on our way." After hanging up, Harry looked at Tim Melo and said, "Mr. Faki has arranged dinner," and he expressed a desire to meet Zhang. "Me?" Zhang Yunze pointed to himself, somewhat puzzled. "Yes, Mr. Faki is quite interested in you," Harry chuckled. Zhang Yunze nodded and glanced at Tim Melo, who returned him a reassuring look. For Food Restaurant FFR is the most renowned Chinese restaurant in Cleveland. To host Zhang Yunze, Mr. Real Faki reserved the entire venue for the evening, eagerly awaiting their arrival. It was evident that Mr. Real Faki held a genuine curiosity toward this young man from China. As Zhang Yunze entered the restaurant, he immediately spotted the kind old gentleman, Real Faki, who had often graced television screens. "Welcome, Zhang," Real Faki exclaimed, stepping out from behind the table to envelop Zhang Yunze in a warm embrace, causing Zhang to feel a tad bashful. "Ah, Tim Melo chocolate hartely, sing. Allow me to introduce Mr. Real Faki, our esteemed owner, Mr. Randall Smith, our team general manager, and Tony Nick, our draft coach. Greetings, I am Zhang Yunze. And this is my sister, Wang Yuehan," Zhang Yunze introduced politely. Real Faki laughed, remarking, "A beautiful lady from the East. Truly, as the rumors suggest, the East is favored by the heavens, birthing such exquisite women." His Western manner of complimenting Wang Yuehan made her blush, prompting her to lower her head and softly utter a thank you. "Haha, Lil, let us not stand any longer. Please have a seat," Tim suggested with a smile. "Indeed, Tim, you are quite right. Please, everyone, take your seats," Real Faki responded with a hearty laugh. It was clear that the elderly gentleman possessed a vibrant and cheerful personality, making it no surprise that he had built such a vast empire. Last year, in the Forbes rankings, Real Faki was valued at $61 billion, placing fourth on the Forbes list. His companies include FedEx, Federal Communications, Public Aerospace, and his wholly owned investment firm, Star, which has evolved over decades into one of the 3 largest software development companies in the United States. He also holds shares in Boeing, McDonnell Douglas, Mercedes, and Microsoft. Chapter 40. America, Here I Come. Some often claimed that the moon abroad shines brighter than that of China. However, when Wang Yuehan arrived in the United States, she discovered that the foreign moon may not be any more resplendent than that of her homeland. She lifted her gaze towards the sky. Beneath the crescent moon stood a grand arena, the home of the Cleveland Cavaliers, the newly minted Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the exterior of the arena was ablaze with a kaleidoscope of neon lights, while inside, preparations were underway for the impending 2035 NBA draft, set to take place in just 2 days. Simultaneously, the Cavaliers had reached a verbal agreement with the Charlotte Hornets, trading their starting all-star center, Eric Saville, alongside starting small forward Gordon Hayward, as well as this year's first-round picks, 15th and 30th overall, and a second-round pick for the Hornets' 4th overall pick, the 22nd pick, center Christian Wood, and last year's 8th overall pick, small forward Chuck Hayes, purely a coincidence of names. Eric Saville, now 34, had been a 6-time All-Star reserve, earning a salary of $19.5 million this year, with a projected $23 million next season. Last year, he averaged 18, 2 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 assists, yet struggled in the finals, posting averages of 8 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 assists with a shooting percentage of 30, resembling more of a blue-collar center. Christian Wood, at 24, had been an All-Star reserve once, with last season's averages of 12 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 assists. The Hornets aimed to solidify last year's number 1 draft pick at center, prompting the trade of Wood, which proved advantageous for both parties. The Cavaliers rejuvenated their roster while securing high draft picks, whereas the Hornets, by parting with Wood, established their new superstar's central role. They also acquired veteran All-Star Eric Saville to mentor the rookie center, whose championship experience and exceptional low-post skills would surely aid in the young prodigy's development. Randall Smith, who had served as the Cavaliers' general manager for 12 years and won the Best GM award 4 times, swiftly orchestrated a 3-team trade before the deal with the Hornets was fully finalized. The Cavaliers traded a non-protective first-round pick from the Hawks for All-Star power forward Derek Stack, while acquiring an unprotected first-round pick next year from the Clippers and a top 5 protected first-round pick from the Jazz. In return, they received the Jazz's 4th-year swingman, Dekta Ano, and shooting guard Moss. Ano possesses the potential to evolve into an all-star, having averaged 14 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists over his first 4 years. The Clippers have relinquished an unprotected first-round pick for next year, alongside a lottery-protected first-round selection from the Knicks and all-star small forward Carter Barnes, acquiring Stakey and a first-round pick from the Cavaliers, in addition to $4 million in cash. Stakey, a 5-time All-Star reserve, is earning $18 million this year with averages of 14 points, 11 rebounds, and 4 assists. His contract was signed last summer, featuring a player option for next year. However, during the finals, he was relegated to a blue-collar role, averaging only 8 points and 8 rebounds. The Jazz have traded a 4th-year swingman, a shooting guard, and a top 5 protected first-round pick for next year, along with some cash, to acquire all-star small forward Carter Barnes and the Clippers' lottery-protected pick. The Cavaliers' roster has instantly rejuvenated, with the starting centers' age dropping from 34 to 24, the starting power forwards from 32 to 22, and the small forwards from 38 to 21. The acquired shooting guard is set to replace Tim Melo. Moss, age 26, boasts averages of 19 points, 5 assists, and 4 rebounds, with a shooting percentage of 49 and a 3-point accuracy of 39. Although he may not match Tim's prowess, he contributes to the youthful reformation of the roster and represents a painless initial step towards rebuilding. Even in the midst of reconstruction, securing a playoff berth remains a priority. In downtown Cleveland, at a newly constructed 5-star hotel, Real Faki generously provided John Yunza and his companions with a lavish suite, allowing them to stay without the burden of time constraints. This suite spans an impressive 300 square meters and consists of 3 bedrooms. Currently, Zhang Yunza and Wang Yuehan accompany Tim Melo and Real Faki to the team's training facility, where a scout leads a young man into the gym. This young man, possessing an attractive physique, stands at least 203 centimeters tall and is well-muscled. The scout introduces him to the manager and Real Faki, stating, "This is the young man I mentioned in my report, Tian Feiqiang, the MVP of this year's Cuba Championship." Both men scrutinize Tian Feiqiang, nodding in satisfaction. His height and physique are commendable for a small forward, though the assessment of his skills and physical attributes remains to be seen. However, according to the scout's report, he should not disappoint. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunze is utterly astonished, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Tian Feiqiang, is that really you? Tian Feiqiang turns to him, equally shocked, exclaiming, "Wow, what are you doing here? Do you two know each other?" Real Faki inquires with interest. "Yes, sir. We are acquainted from our time back home," Zhang Yunze replies. Tian Feiqiang hails from a university in Shanghai, where Zhang Yunze had met him during a visit. Real Faki chuckles. "What a coincidence. Zhang, we actually invited Tian for a tryout, but he won't make it in this year's draft. We plan to select him in next year's draft." "Really?" Harry exclaimed. Zhang Yunze glanced at Tian Feiqiang, his face reflecting astonishment as he patted Tian's shoulder and said, "Congratulations." Tian Feiqiang was taken aback to learn that the Knights had directly expressed their intention to select him next year. He had thought that his journey to America was merely a straightforward trial, with little hope of being retained, given the significant disparity between Cuba and CBA, let alone the NBA. In Cuba and even CBA, he had been quite robust, competing at a top-tier level. However, in comparison to the NBA, he felt he fell short. Standing at 206 centimeters and weighing only 230 pounds, or approximately 105 kilograms, he considered himself rather light. "How about this? Are either of you interested in showcasing your skills for everyone?" Mr. Lofaki suggested. "How about a one-on-one duel?" The crowd's attention was immediately drawn to Mr. Lofaki's proposal. Along the sidelines, spectators were seated, watching the face-off between the two young athletes. Several scouts were present, including Lofaki, Harry, Paul, Tim Melo, and Wang Yuan. Meanwhile, team manager Mr. Smith was preoccupied in his office with trade negotiations. The entire match would consist of one-on-one encounters. The rules dictated that possession would change hands upon a missed shot or a turnover, thus mitigating Zhang Yunze's disadvantage in rebounding due to his height. A total of 10 shots would be taken. At that moment, the two players stood at the center of the court, determining possession through a game of rock, paper, scissors. Officiated by the draft coach, Mr. Tony Nick. Zhang Yunze and Tian Feiqiang donned the Cleveland training uniforms, looking remarkably spirited. The result of the toss granted Tian Feiqiang possession, and he prepared to inbound from the baseline. As Nick's whistle pierced the air, the match commenced. Chapter 41. Physical testing the following day. Zhang Yunze and Tian Feiqiang arrived at the training facility to undergo physical and technical assessments. The previous night's match had left everyone utterly astonished. In the one-on-one showdown between Zhang Yunze and Tian Feiqiang, the latter faced a resounding defeat, with a score of 8-2, no matter how one looks at it. The result is far from flattering. However, the blame cannot solely rest on Tian Feiqiang's perceived lack of skill, for Zhang Yunze's prowess is simply extraordinary. Tian Feiqiang demonstrated commendable physical attributes, be it speed, vertical leap, technical skill, or execution, placing him at least at the level of a rookie at the end of the first round or the beginning of the second. Yet, Zhang Yunze's capabilities are remarkably superior. His speed, jumping ability, and technical finesse outshine Tian Feiqiang's, with the only area where he falls short being physical confrontation. As his weight is rather light at merely 180 pounds, approximately 65 kilograms, in comparison to his height of 191 centimeters. Zhang Yunze, with his 8 impeccably precise mid-range shots, decisively vanquished Tian Feiqiang in a match. Tian, rendered helpless, managed to have 1 steal, missed 2 shots, and successfully made 2. While not a dismal performance, it paled in comparison to Zhang Yunze, the Cuba MVP, who embodied the essence of a high school athlete. Although he felt a sense of inevitability regarding this outcome, he had mentally prepared himself, having previously faced Zhang Yunze in one-on-one encounters. The disappointment of the result was palpable. Yet it was not entirely unexpected. Tim Melo, on the other hand, harbored no surprise. He regarded Zhang Yunze as the grandson of Coach Gray, the legendary Chinese mentor, acknowledging that his own skills were a testament to the teachings of this great coach. Even during their encounters in China, where he did not exert full defensive effort, he could discern some telltale signs of Zhang's prowess. Meanwhile, Liar Faki could scarcely contain his excitement and exhilaration. In him, he perceived the shadow of Tim Melo. Aside from their differing statures, everything else about Liar was reminiscent of the Tim of yesteryears. The slender frame, the precise jump shot, the unanswerable drives, and that gentle touch. He was, in essence, the second coming of Tim. After an hour of testing, the results of Zhang Yunze's physical assessment were concluded. Zhang Yunze, Standing at a height of 193 centimeters barefoot and 196 centimeters when shod, possesses a weight of 81 kilograms. His wingspan measures 211 centimeters, and he showcases an impressive vertical leap of 2 inches, 4 centimeters, from a standstill, and an extraordinary 2 inches, 7 centimeters, with a running start. His remarkable speed is evidenced by a 100-meter dash time of 10.62 seconds, while he completes a 34-meter sprint in 3.5 seconds and a full-court dribble sprint in 6.40 seconds. Additionally, he can bench press 84 kilograms for 8 repetitions and reaches a standing vertical height of 279 centimeters. When Zhang Yunze received the report, he was somewhat astonished by his height. In March of this year, he had measured at 191 centimeters, and now, merely 4 months later, he had reached 193 centimeters. Upon receiving this fitness assessment data, Riel Faki and Randall Smith could hardly contain their excitement, their mouths agape in disbelief. If one were to disregard the name, this data could easily be attributed to a bona fide superstar in the making. At that moment, Riel Faki and Randall Smith were seated in the upper stands of the training facility, while Tim was accompanying Zhang Yunze in preparation for the next test. "This is truly astonishing," Riel Faki exclaimed. "Will he participate in the draft next year? Do we stand a chance of securing him in the first round? I fear that once this data is made public, he will immediately become a hot prospect for the draft." The only drawback, as they noted, was his lack of experience in formal leagues. He had not participated in either collegiate or high school competitions, which remained a point of concern. Smith remarked, "We have 2 first-round picks next year from trades with the Jazz and the Clippers. One is unprotected, and the other is protected for the top 5. Randy," he urged, "trust my judgment. I believe this young man, Zhang Yunze, is undoubtedly Tim's eventual successor, perhaps even surpassing him. Though he lacks formal league experience, his attributes are exceptionally remarkable. Such talent is a rare find. There's also a shooting test coming up," Smith interjected. "To possess such remarkable physical attributes coupled with refined skills is indeed a rarity." Riel Faki mused. "Typically, young athletes with impressive physiques exhibit rather crude skills, often only honing them after entering the league. Indeed, my assessment of Zhang is that he is a dual threat with immediate impact and potential. Aside from a few minor shortcomings, he is truly worthy of being a first-round selection," Smith acknowledged. "However, my concern is that if other teams become aware of him, it may become exceedingly challenging for us to secure him next year, unless he declares he will only join Cleveland. Yet, with major cities like Los Angeles and Chicago likely ahead of us in the draft order, their allure far surpasses ours," Riel Faki expressed, his expression grave and anxious. "Should we consider trading up for next year's draft picks? Or perhaps prevent other teams from contacting Zhang Yunze?" Smith inquired. Riel Faki shook his head, stating trading up is feasible, but preventing him from engaging with other teams would be ill-advised. "I understand, sir," Smith nodded. "We cannot restrict him from interacting with other teams. It would be far better to allow him to do so openly. We simply need to impress him with our sincerity, demonstrating how much we value him and the importance he holds for our team. The rest shall be left to divine providence," Riel Faki remarked, and Smith nodded in agreement. An hour later, the results of the shooting test were revealed, causing both Riel Faki and Randall Smith to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. Could this truly be the data of a mere 17-year-old? Zhang Yunze's shooting statistics are as follows: stationary close-range shots 25 out of 25, stationary mid-range shots 25 out of 23, and stationary three-point shots 25 out of 20. For moving shots, his records are moving close-range 25 out of 23, moving mid-range 25 out of 20, and moving three-point 25 out of 19. The two exchanged a knowing glance, fully aware of each other's intentions. They resolved that next year, without fail, they must select Zhang Yunze. However, a dilemma arose. Zhang Yunze had yet to declare whether he would enter the draft next year, which left them both in a state of unease. He too was in a quandary. His grandfather advised him to first spend a year studying in the United States to acclimate to the local lifestyle, thereby avoiding potential performance issues stemming from cultural dissonance during the draft. That evening, upon returning to the hotel, Zhang Yunze reclined on the sofa while Wang Yuhan ventured alone to the hotel's swimming pool. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he opted not to accompany her. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated at the door. Upon rising to open it, he was astonished to find Riel Faki, Randall Smith, and Tim Melo standing outside. Zhang Yunze was taken aback and quickly stepped aside, exclaiming, "Please come in, Mr. Facky, Mr. Randall, Tim. What brings you here?" "Ha, I accompanied Liar here," Tim chuckled, gesturing towards Liar Facky with his mouth. "Everyone, please take a seat." Fong Tian poured each of them a glass of water and placed it on the table before them. Liar Facky spoke, his expression warm and benevolent as he said, "I apologize for troubling you at such a late hour, but Smith is rather anxious about this matter." Smith was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Liar Facky. Wasn't it Mr. Facky who was eager to inquire about Zhang Yun's potential participation in next year's draft? Why had the focus shifted to him? However, he quickly regained his composure, understanding Liar Facky's intention. Mr. Facky was merely being polite, as it would be unbecoming for someone of his stature, a globally renowned billionaire, to express his own urgency directly. Naturally, Smith would not dare to expose this subtlety. After all, it would be absurd to confront his superior, regardless of their close rapport. Chapter 42. Night after bidding farewell to Mr. Liar Facky and the others, Zhang Yunze let out a sigh of relief. He had been preoccupied with Liar Facky's earlier suggestion regarding participating in next year's draft, along with the assurance of securing a high-ranking draft pick to select him. Yet, Zhang Yunze hesitated. While most would undoubtedly accept such an opportunity, the prospect of a lottery pick signified substantial financial gain. In Zhang Yunze's mind, the words of his grandfather resounded. He had never once defied them. Over the years, was there ever a time when his grandfather's words did not prove to be correct in the end? Zhang Yunze picked up the telephone in the room and dialed his grandfather's number. Perhaps consulting his grandfather and hearing his opinion would be beneficial. The phone rang a few times before a frail voice emerged from the other end. "Is this Xiaoza?" "Yes, it's me, Grandpa. How did you know it was me?" A wave of nostalgia washed over Zhang Yunze, and his nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. He missed his grandfather dearly, having never been apart for such an extended period. Despite his outward maturity, he was, after all, still a young man not yet 18. "Because Uncle Wang informed me that you and Tim have gone to America, and this call is coming from the States, so I presumed it was you, Xiaoza." Zhang Qinxing's words echoed in his mind. "So, how are things over there? Are you settling in well?" Zhang Yunze could no longer contain his emotions, tears streaming down from the corners of his eyes. His grandfather had always shown such deep concern for him. With a quivering voice, he managed to say, "Grandpa, I am well, but do you think I will be able to participate in the NBA draft next year? The owner of the Cavaliers informed me that they will strive to trade for a high draft pick, intending to select me next year." On the other end of the line, Zhang Chunsheng fell silent for a moment before responding with a warm chuckle. "Xiaoze, you have grown up. Such matters are for you to decide. Whether to enter the draft or pursue the NCAA, it is for you to ponder. Just remember, do not make a decision that you might come to regret." Zhang Yunze nodded and said, "Grandpa, I understand." After conversing for over 10 minutes, they ended the call. Zhang Yunze sat on the sofa, his eyes still slightly red. He stared vacantly ahead, lost in contemplation, pondering a decision that he wouldn't regret. The clock on the wall ticked away, and time slipped by unnoticed until the door opened, and Wang Yuehan returned. At that moment, Wang Yuehan was truly breathtaking. Her long hair was elegantly gathered atop her head, and she wore a purple one-piece bikini that accentuated her pristine curves, nearly revealing their splendor. Her fair arms, toned and slender legs, and a waist that could rival a deviless allure were all mesmerizing, even though her form was partially hidden beneath a towel. Noticing Zhang Yunze lost in thought on the sofa, Wang Yuehan curiously approached him, waving her hand in front of his eyes. "Hey, Xiao Osha, Xiao Osha." Unbeknownst to her, her perfect figure was almost fully exposed to Zhang Yunze's gaze. "Ah, Xiao Han." Zhang Yunze came to his senses, his eyes inadvertently drawn to the magnificent sight before him, swallowing hard in awe of her beauty. It was then that Wang Yuehan noticed his gaze and blushed crimson, quickly covering herself. "Xiaoze, you big pervert. I'm ignoring you." With that, she turned to leave. However, before she could take a step, Zhang Yunze pulled her into his embrace. Their eyes locked. Wang Yuehan bit her lip, appearing somewhat nervous. Initially, she intended to resist, but her body felt weak, and her feeble attempts at defiance seemed more like a flirtation to Zhang Yunze. Holding her delicate waist, he gazed silently at her, prompting Wang Yuehan to abandon her shyness. She raised her chin defiantly, meeting his gaze head-on. Their lust-filled eyes seemed to glisten with desire as they drew closer, their lips brushing softly against each other. Their tongues danced, exploring every corner, savoring the intimacy until they reached the depths of their connection. In that moment, the world around them faded away, leaving only the two of them. When their lips met, Wang Yuehan felt as if she had been electrified. Her body melted, and she felt as if all her strength had been drained, causing her to lean into Zhang Yunza's embrace. Neither spoke of that night in Chengdu. Yet who could forget the kiss? An uncontrollable flame ignited within them from that moment, though neither realized its significance. It was their first kiss, seemingly a pact of affection. Zhang Yunza's hand glided towards the shoulder strap of Wang Yuehan's bikini, intent on unfastening that final layer of defense. Wang Yuehan was suddenly jolted, instantly regaining her composure. She grasped Zhang Yunza's hand, her eyes filled with pleading as she implored, "Brother Xiaoza, please don't. If you truly care for me, then refrain from doing this." Zhang Yunza awkwardly nodded and said, "All right, fine." Then, as if nothing had transpired, he playfully patted Wang Yuehan's head and remarked, "All right, go take a shower and change your clothes. Are you really planning to sleep in your swimsuit?" With a cheeky grin, Wang Yuehan stuck out her tongue and made a silly face at Zhang Yunza before dashing into the bathroom. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Yunza's face was filled with affection as he shook his head in a mixture of helplessness and fondness. This girl is already a troublemaker. What will she be like in the future? Their relationship had grown increasingly ambiguous, shrouded in unspoken feelings, yet neither had the courage to shatter that delicate barrier. Deep down, they both comforted themselves with the notion that they were still siblings. They understood, with a tacit agreement, that they could not take that step just yet, fearing that one day their romantic ties might transform them into strangers or even adversaries, an outcome they wished to avoid, for such cases were far too common. As night fell, both drifted quietly into a deep slumber. 2 days swiftly passed, and today marked an important occasion, not only for NBA fans, but also for Cleveland itself. The 2035 NBA draft was set to take place at the newly established Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, where the world's most talented young prospects would gather, awaiting selection by NBA teams. On this significant day, Zhang Yunza donned formal attire, accompanied by Wang Yuehan in an elegant evening gown, as they followed Riel Faki, Tim Melo, and Randall Smith to the draft venue, taking their seats among the Cavalier supporters. Wang Yuehan, resplendent in a black evening gown, radiated nobility and grace. A dazzling diamond necklace adorned her neck, enhancing her ethereal beauty, which seemed almost otherworldly. This necklace had been a gift from Riel Faki, and, initially, Zhang Yunza had been reluctant to accept it. Tim, however, encouraged him to relent, and in the end, Wang Yuehan accepted it. Along their way, numerous admirers cast astonished glances at Wang Yuehan, the enchanting Eastern beauty, with many even attempting to approach her for contact details, only to be thwarted by Riel Faki's bodyguards. As per his instructions, Riel Faki was eager to cultivate a good relationship with Zhang Yunza and would not allow anyone to undermine his bond with Wang Yuehan. The diamond necklace and his invitation to the draft were all part of his strategy to solidify their connection. Ultimately, his ambition was for Zhang Yunza to declare at next year's draft that he would only join Cleveland, thereby ensuring they could secure his talents. Chapter 43. The draft. In this year's draft, Zhang Yunza was indeed surrounded by many acquaintances, particularly from North Carolina, who made up a significant presence with 5 players in total. The starting 5 from North Carolina's NCAA championship-winning team had all come to participate in the draft. Zhang Yunza made a special effort to greet them, and they were quite astonished to see him there. "Hey Zhang, it's you. What brings you here?" Ronnie Brutz exclaimed as he enveloped Zhang Yunza in a hearty embrace, long having moved past any grievances from their previous encounters. "I came with Mr. Facci and Tim. Just to watch," Zhang Yunza replied with a smile. "Haha, Zhang, this guy bet me he would be selected in the top 5. If he isn't, he'll treat us to dinner. If he is, the treat is on me," Steve Lewin chimed in. "Weren't you the one who claimed you would at least be a top 3 pick?" Brutz scoffed. "If you aren't picked in the top 3, are you treating us to a spa day?" "Get lost," Lewin retorted, playfully patting Brutz on the head. "I'm not afraid of you. If it comes to it, let's just go to that pub off campus." Zhang Yunza observed the playful banter between the two, chuckling softly as he remarked, "Steve, it seems you might be treating us." "Oh, why is that?" Lewin inquired, puzzled. "A secret," Zhang Yunza replied with an enigmatic smile. Prior to the commencement of the draft, Liar Faki had informed him that the Cavaliers intended to utilize the 4th pick acquired from the Hornets to select either Luwan or Brutus. Furthermore, Liar Faki had conveyed to Zhang Yunza their plan to establish a dual-core lineup comprising him alongside either Luwan or Brutus after selecting him next year, supported by a cadre of role players as part of their rebuilding strategy. However, what perplexed Zhang Yunza was Liar Faki's seemingly meaningful gaze. reminiscent of a mother-in-law's affectionate scrutiny of her son-in-law, which sent shivers down his spine. According to the Cavaliers scouting report, despite Zhang Yunza's background as a point guard, his 196 centimeters stature rendered him more suited for the shooting guard position. His shooting, stamina, speed, and ability to drive were all perfectly aligned for the role. Comparable to two of the NBA's top 10 legends, Tim Melo and Kobe Bryant. Although Zhang Yunza's playmaking skills were commendable, assuming the responsibilities of a point guard would require him to focus extensively on orchestrating the team's offense, thereby squandering his formidable scoring prowess. Conversely, playing as a shooting guard would still allow him to handle the ball and facilitate plays without overburdening him with the intricacies of team offense, thus enabling him to channel more energy into scoring and unleashing his offensive capabilities, a true win-win situation. At last, at precisely 6 o'clock in the evening local time in Cleveland, the draft commenced. NBA Commissioner Adam Silver took to the stage. The arena was filled to capacity, bustling with fans from Cleveland, across the nation, and even overseas. The managers of all 30 teams occupied their seats below the stage, arranged by draft order from highest to lowest, from left to right. Each was equipped with a device to input their desired player, which would subsequently display on Silver's screen for announcement. Each team was allotted 10 minutes to make their selection. However, nearly all had predetermined their choices prior to arriving, requiring only the input of names. At that moment, the Cavaliers executed a significant trade, exchanging their 4th pick along with a second-round selection and some cash to obtain the 3rd pick from the Portland Trail Blazers. Adam Silver slowly began, "Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the NBA Draft of 2035. Today, we gather here with the most talented basketball prodigies from around the globe. This day will undoubtedly be one of the most pivotal moments in their lives, determining their entry into our familial league and the manner in which they will join us. Firstly, prior to the draft, allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Cleveland Cavaliers for their triumph this year, marking their 2nd consecutive championship." The audience erupted in applause and cheers. "Now, let us commence the draft." Moments later, Adam Silver announced, with the 1st pick in the 1st round, the New York Knicks select forward Steve Lavin from North Carolina State University. Lavin, brimming with excitement, rose to his feet, pumping his fists in jubilation. Beside him, Ronnie and others congratulated him, and Lavin embraced each of them in celebration. He then accepted the team cap handed to him by a staff member and, amidst the cheers of the crowd, ascended the stage. "Congratulations, Steve, and welcome to the NBA," Adam Silver proclaimed. "Thank you, sir." Next, the Philadelphia 76ers. With the 2nd pick in the 1st round, selected center Carlo Force from the University of Kentucky. A towering figure at 2.13 meters, took the stage, his face aglow with happiness at being chosen 2nd overall. When it came time for the Cavaliers to make their selection, the team's manager, Randall Smith, announced a name through the device, and, as Adam Silver read it aloud, the crowd was taken aback. The Cavaliers had indeed chosen him. This was a genuine upset, defying the predictions of every draft analyst and fan alike. Tim Melo in the audience appeared unfazed, as if it were a foregone conclusion. When Adam Silver revealed the name, fans across the ocean leapt from their seats in disbelief at the Cavaliers' choice of a Chinese player with the 3rd overall pick. The nation surged with excitement. In that instant, nearly all sports forums crashed under the overwhelming traffic. The server was on the verge of collapsing. Several international commentators remarked that the Cavaliers seemed to be embarking on a rebuilding journey. "We know that Tim Melo, the god of basketball, has decided to retire, and the recent actions of the Cavaliers have been nothing short of eye-opening. They traded away their all-star veterans in exchange for younger players and draft picks, accelerating their rebuilding efforts. However, why? Are you suggesting that the Cavaliers chose an obscure guard?" Another commentator interjected. "Indeed, with the 3rd pick, they had far superior options available. Why opt for a Chinese player? You might argue that China has excellent big men, which I would not dispute. But guards? I have yet to witness any exceptional Chinese guards. Was this merely an attempt to penetrate the Chinese market? Surely, it was unnecessary to use a lottery pick for such a purpose. It seems the Cavaliers may have chosen a dud. Let us refrain from forming hasty conclusions, for we have yet to witness his prowess on the court. I place my faith in the Cavaliers' management. They are far from foolish. Their choice of this Chinese player must surely be underpinned by sound reasoning. Lincoln, how about a wager?" Another commentator proposed. Adam Silver slowly announced the Cleveland Cavaliers, with the 3rd pick in the 1st round, have selected the overseas player, the shooting guard from China, Zhang Yunza. Chapter 44. An unexpected choice. What an astonishing selection. What wager are you speaking of? The commentator inquired. Do you recall Charles? Over 3 decades ago, the Houston Rockets chose the Great Wall from China, Yao Ming, with the first pick. At that time, Charles bet that Yao would not score more than 10 points, or else he would kiss a donkey's behind on live television across the United States. Huh. The commentator chuckled heartily and said, so you mean, if this Chinese player proves not to be a bust, I must kiss a donkey's behind on TNT's national broadcast, correct? No problem, Steve, I assure you. If he is not a bust, I shall indeed kiss a donkey's behind on national television. As Adam Silver announced his name, he stood frozen, captivated by the distinctiveness of that American-accented Chinese name, so unique and resonant. With the first round's 3rd pick in the 2035 NBA draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select the foreign player Zhang Yunze, the shooting guard from China. Zhang Yunze was momentarily stunned. The sudden turn of events caused his mind to momentarily falter, leaving him momentarily unresponsive. It was only when the staff handed him the Cavaliers cap that he gradually regained his composure. Brother Xiaoze, hurry up on stage. Everyone is waiting. Wang Yuehan said with a gentle smile, one that was breathtakingly captivating. The diamond necklace she wore sparkled with an enchanting brilliance against the backdrop of her snow-white attire, creating a mesmerizing sight. Nearby, Tim and Lil Faki patted Zhang Yunze on the shoulder, urging him to ascend the stage quickly. With a sense of bewilderment, he donned the cap and stepped onto the platform. Despite the unexpected nature of the event, the audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers and applause, a testament to the fervor of the fans present. Across the vast ocean in China, fans seemed to celebrate as if it were a festival, fervently discussing the event. Many prominent figures unearthed videos of Zhang Yunze and Tim, and some even located footage of Tim's games in North Carolina, allowing everyone to truly grasp why this 17-year-old lad had been chosen 3rd overall by Cleveland. Under the newly instituted draft rules of 2030, a stipulation emerged regarding the top 3 picks. When a team possesses a top 3 selection, they may choose an overseas player who has not registered for the draft. Upon the player's entry into the NBA, the selecting team would hold exclusive signing rights. However, 2 restrictions apply. Firstly, the player must be under 22 years of age and at least 18. If under 18, they must reach that age before entering the NBA. Secondly, the player must be a high school student with at least 2 years of high school education in their country. Those who do not meet these criteria cannot be selected. At this moment, major sports forums in the country buzz with discussions surrounding this development. Many were exceedingly excited. After years of waiting, a Chinese player was finally set to enter the NBA, and at such a high draft position, it was exhilarating. He was poised to become the hope of Chinese basketball, leading the national team back to the pinnacle of Asia and possibly into the ranks of the world's elite teams. Yet, there were voices of skepticism. Zhang Yunze was undeniably young and had scarcely participated in significant competitive events. Although his attributes were remarkably impressive, could he truly handle the intense demands of NBA competition? This dichotomy of opinions sparked heated debates on the forums. Yet, it must be acknowledged that these concerns held merit. Zhang Yunze had indeed not faced substantial competition, leaving uncertainty about his readiness for the NBA. Zhang Yunze ascended the stage, where Adam Silver grasped his hand and said, "Congratulations, young man. Welcome to the NBA family." "Thank you, Mr. Silver," Zhang Yunze replied. The commentators of the draft remarked, the Cavaliers have forsaken promising talents like Ronnie, Sean, and Brown to select an obscure Chinese guard. It's difficult to assert that the Cavaliers have made a sound decision. Even Michael Jordan was once underestimated. Tim Melo had predicted him to be drafted at the 10th position. Over the years, the Cavaliers have rarely erred in their selections, and I trust their judgment in choosing this Chinese guard. There must be reasons behind their decision, another commentator added. After stepping off the stage, a reporter from TNT approached Zhang Yunze for an interview. "Hello, Zhang. Please share your thoughts on being selected by the Cavaliers with the 3rd overall pick. This is the same position as that of Michael Jordan in the past." After experiencing initial shock, astonishment, and confusion, Zhang Yunze has now fully regained his composure. A subtle smile graces his lips as he expresses, "I am both delighted and honored to be selected by the Cavaliers. How should I put it? I will exert my utmost efforts to ensure that I do not disappoint anyone. As for Michael, do I even need to say it? Undoubtedly, he is the basketball god, my idol." Observing the interview from the sidelines, Michael Jordan bursts into laughter. Let's rewind to a day prior. After much persuasion from Lil Faki and Tim, Zhang Yunze finally made the momentous decision to enter the NBA next year, a choice he would not regret. Indeed, his passion for basketball runs deep. Entering the NBA has been his dream, and the prospect of doing so sooner rather than later, stepping into the pinnacle of basketball, is something he yearns for. That evening, upon returning to the arena, Lil Faki convened a management meeting to discuss matters concerning Zhang Yunze. After thorough deliberation, the consensus was to utilize a high draft pick next year to secure Zhang Yunze. However, a dilemma arose. While the Cavaliers possessed 2 first-round picks and were projected to have a favorable draft position, there was no guarantee they could secure Zhang Yunze. If he delayed entering the draft until next year, many teams would surely take notice, showcasing his exceptional talent. It was entirely possible that some ambitious team might select him with the first overall pick. Although Zhang Yunze is undoubtedly deserving of such an honor, that outcome was not what the Cavaliers desired. To mitigate risks, it was imperative to trigger the top 3 regulations and select Zhang Yunze ahead of schedule. Even if it meant a delayed entry into the NBA by a year, it was preferable to losing him to another team. On draft day, the Cavaliers used their 4th overall pick, a second-round pick, and a sum of $1 million, while assuring the Trailblazers that they would not select their desired player, ultimately acquiring the 3rd overall pick and activating the top 3 regulations. Gratitude is also due to Wang Yunlong. Had Tim not contacted him, and Wang not tirelessly compiled all of Zhang Yunze's pertinent information, including his place of origin, academic credentials, residency proof, and age verification, and faxed it to the NBA draft headquarters in the United States, the Cavaliers would have been unable to select Zhang Yunze, even with the top 3 regulations in place. When Adam Silver announced Zhang Yunze's name, an unmistakable excitement and elation illuminated Lil Faki's face. He had finally secured the player he held in high regard, having demonstrated an almost flawless eye for talent. Many doubted Zhang Yunze's potential, but he remained unfazed. Wasn't Michael Jordan once underestimated? Tim Melo, too, was projected to be drafted around the 15th position due to concerns over his age, yet Mr. Lil Faki boldly selected him with the 2nd overall pick, leading to the Cavaliers' illustrious 14-year peak. Under Tim's leadership, the team reached the playoffs 12 times within 14 years, standing atop the Eastern Conference 5 times and claiming the league championship 4 times. To emerge victorious amidst the fierce competition of the Eastern Conference and secure 5 Eastern championships speaks volumes of Tim's prowess. Chapter 45, Training. It is often remarked that to break through from the Eastern Conference, one must endure tremendous trials. The choice made by Mr. Lil Faki today will be lauded in years to come, celebrated for its audacity and foresight. Perhaps it is these very qualities that have contributed to Mr. Lil Faki's substantial fortune. He often expresses that while billions are desirable, they pale in comparison to acquiring a remarkable player. Wealth is abundant, yet exceptional players are a rarity. If given the chance to obtain Michael Jordan or to rejuvenate Tim Melo, he would willingly forfeit half his fortune in exchange. As for the remaining half, it would be allocated to cover the luxury tax for the team, he humorously remarked. His audience erupted in laughter. Yet beneath the mirth lay a clear reflection of the elderly gentleman's profound passion for basketball, his dedication to the team, and his unwavering commitment. At this juncture, the prevailing sentiment among commentators was overwhelmingly negative. Few held any optimism for Zhang Yunze, the young underdog of the draft, perceiving him solely as a Chinese guard, whose reputation was synonymous with weakness in the eyes of many. The Chinese team, once decimated by 70 points by the American squad, had faltered due to their guards. Many analysts believed that the guards of the Chinese national team were even inferior to those in the NBDL, let alone at the NBA level. The Cavaliers' decision to select a Chinese guard was met with skepticism, as the majority anticipated his failure. Observing Zhang Yunze somewhat très physique. Numerous individuals doubted his ability to endure even a half of an NBA game, let alone a full quarter. However, only Mr. Lil Faki and a select few understood, as did Tim Melo, that despite Zhang Yunze's slender frame, his strength was remarkably formidable, with a bench press of 84 kilograms for 8 repetitions. Zhang Yunze has surpassed many seemingly robust NBA rookies. However, despite his considerable strength, his slender physique renders him somewhat unstable in lower body defense, presenting a noticeable disadvantage in defensive confrontations. If this issue remains unaddressed, he risks becoming a liability for his team. Although this weakness may not be immediately apparent in regular play, the intense competition of the NBA will undoubtedly magnify it, prompting opposing coaches and players to exploit this vulnerability. Unless he is substituted, this flaw could be continually exposed. Yet, at merely 17 years of age, Zhang has nearly a year to enhance his physique and increase his weight. Standing at 193 centimeters and weighing 73.5 kilograms, he appears somewhat lightweight, a weight of around 81.6 kilograms will be more suitable for his height, without compromising his speed or jumping ability. As time passes, a week has already elapsed since the NBA draft, yet discussions surrounding Zhang Yunze in China persist unabated. The announcement of his selection by the Cleveland Cavaliers even made headlines in national news, prompting numerous experts to share their opinions. I harbor reservations about Zhang Yunze. His frail physique is evident in the videos. In a fiercely competitive environment of the NBA, his body seems ill-equipped to withstand the impact of professional players. Perhaps the Cavaliers' choice was influenced by the lucrative Chinese market behind him. I believe his inherent value should position him towards the end of the second round, making such a high selection seem questionable. These so-called experts have begun to disparage Zhang Yunze, attempting to assert their knowledge of the game. However, as Zhang's performance metrics began circulating from the Cavaliers, the credibility of these experts was severely undermined. How could such impressive physical data not be suitable for the NBA? If anyone were fit for it, surely it would not be someone of their caliber. If such remarks were made by foreign commentators, they might be somewhat understandable. However, as a fellow Chinese, their lack of faith in their compatriot is disheartening. To diminish the accomplishments of a rare basketball prodigy, the first Chinese player to enter the NBA in over a decade, and the first high-draft Chinese guard, is an affront to the pride of fans everywhere. The backlash against this expert's comments has stirred considerable public outrage, ultimately leading to their resignation under the weight of public scrutiny. At this moment, a basketball fervor sweeps across China. Although Zhang Yunze has yet to return home, he has nearly become a household name. It is perhaps surprising that even Zhang Yunze himself could not have anticipated the profound influence a basketball event across the ocean would have domestically. While it is undeniable that the NBA wields significant power in China, the extent of this influence is not quite as exaggerated as it may seem. The current situation stems from the collective aspirations of basketball enthusiasts, who have pinned their hopes for the rise of Chinese basketball upon him. Although his true capabilities remain somewhat enigmatic, his remarkable physical prowess, coupled with the Cleveland Cavaliers selecting him as the third overall pick, speaks volumes. In that moment, many teams were struck with realization as to why the Cavaliers had chosen Zhang Yunze ahead of schedule. Upon examining his various performance metrics, they recognized that his results mirrored those exhibited by numerous superstars during their rookie seasons. Zhang Yunze does not conform to the common perception of a physically disadvantaged Asian individual. Rather, he possesses athletic prowess that rivals, and perhaps surpasses, that of African-American players. Coupled with his exceptional shooting accuracy, it is no surprise that the Cavaliers selected him. Many teams now lament their failure to recognize his potential earlier. This year, being a relatively weak draft class, offered few standout prospects. Yet Zhang Yunze was deemed worthy of a high selection. His only apparent shortcoming lies in the absence of formal league experience to validate his skills. Since the conclusion of the draft, Tim Melo and Wang Yuhan have been diligently training with Zhang Yunze at the gym every evening, commencing their sessions post-lunch and extending until 11 p.m. Tim personally coaches Zhang in various aspects of off-ball movement, mid-range shots, quick-stop jump shots, and distance shooting techniques. The skills imparted by Tim are imbued with his own insights from the NBA, particularly regarding how to execute a jump shot under defensive pressure and how to evade defenders, details that Zhang Chunsheng had not previously covered. While Zhang Chunsheng excels in tactical knowledge as an NBA coach, he cannot match Tim's expertise in specific technical skills, nor that of most NBA stars. Under Tim's mentorship, Zhang Yunze has made remarkable progress across all facets of his game, gaining access to techniques that are seldom encountered in routine practice. Tim has shared his signature moves and even instructed Zhang on how to successfully make game-winning shots. When it comes to clutch moments in NBA history, Tim Melo stands unparalleled, even surpassing the legendary Michael Jordan. Over his career, he has attempted 178 game winners, successfully making 121 of them, including 35 buzzer beaters, the highest in NBA history. In the playoffs, he has executed 36 game winners, ranking second all-time, just behind Reggie Miller, and in the finals, he has made 8 game winners, again second only to Michael Jordan. Additionally, Zhang Yunze benefits from the guidance of a highly skilled trainer who assists in his physical conditioning and strength training. Over the course of just over 10 days, Zhang's weight has increased by 10 pounds, while his body fat percentage has decreased by 3, achieving a total weight of 75.84 kilograms and a bench press capacity of 9 repetitions. Chapter 46, The Prelude to the Summer League. In Cleveland, USA, at precisely 11 p.m. local time, Zhang Yunze continues to sweat it out in the training facility alongside Tim Melo. They have already trained for over 11 hours today, with only a brief respite of about an hour. As the end of July approaches, there are less than 3 days remaining until the commencement of the Summer League. Although Zhang Yunze, as the third overall pick, is still too young to join the NBA, he will represent the Cavaliers in the Summer League held in Las Vegas. This year, the Summer League will feature a record 18 teams participating, the highest number in its history. As the name suggests, the Summer League takes place during the summer. However, it is not an official NBA event. Instead, it is an informal league organized by various teams to nurture and discover new talent. Only players who have been in the league for 3 years or less, as well as those recovering from injuries seeking to regain their competitive edge, are eligible to participate. Under the guidance of Tim, Zhang Yunze is diligently preparing for his first participation in a formal large-scale league, a source of inevitable anxiety. Of course, his training regimen remains rigorous, with Wang Yuehan, his most devoted fan, sitting by the court daily, observing his every move for hours on end. Occasionally, she would pick up a basketball and shoot a few hoops on a nearby court or swim in the training facility, alleviating the monotony. With only 1 day remaining until the commencement of the Summer League, the Cavaliers' roster for this event is nothing short of splendid, including team owner Lear Faki. They traveled on a private jet to Las Vegas. Uniquely, the Cavaliers are the only team led by their head coach, a departure from a norm where assistant coaches typically assume this role. This arrangement is entirely for the purpose of facilitating Zhang Yunze's early acquaintance with the head coach, fostering familiarity between them. The Summer League is hosted at the new Vegas Arena in Las Vegas, where tickets are a mere $15 for a full day of games, typically comprising 3 to 4 matches. This offers an excellent opportunity for fans eager to experience the thrill of live competition. Upon arriving in Las Vegas and checking into the hotel reserved by Mr. Lear Faki, Zhang Yunze did not succumb to idleness. He took Wang Yuehan to the hotel gym for strength training, while she engaged in yoga in a nearby studio. Meanwhile, Tim Melo, Lear Faki, and the head coach, accompanied by bodyguards, ventured to the gaming tables in Las Vegas, wagering extravagantly. Tim's fortune, however, eclipsed that of Lear Faki and the coach, as he secured over $1 million in just 2 hours, while Lear Faki incurred losses exceeding $2 million. Even the coach suffered a loss of over $100,000. With a hint of resentment, Lear Faki glanced at Tim, who merely chuckled, as if to say, "Who can blame me for my luck?" Though Lear Faki is not overly concerned about the money, continuous losses at the casino can be irksome. It transcends mere finances, touching upon one's happiness. Spending money without joy is indeed frustrating. Eventually, it seems fortune began to favor Mr. Lear Faki, as after several rounds of blackjack, he recouped over $1 million, his smile widening with delight, not merely due to the winnings, but because of the thrill of victory itself. As a businessman, losing is not in his nature. He believes in winning in all endeavors, whether in business or managing the team, a philosophy that has led to considerable success in both realms. At 8 in the evening, Zhang Yunze returned to his room, refreshed after a shower, and then took Wang Yuehan out in search of a dining venue. Or perhaps one could stroll through this city, renowned as the largest sleepless metropolis in the world. At this moment, Las Vegas is adorned with the soft glow of lights. As the two wander side by side along the streets, enveloped in a unique romantic atmosphere in this foreign land. Suddenly, Zhang Yunze subtly extended his hand, grasping Wang Yuehan's. Wang Yuehan bit her lip, remaining silent, while a blush crept across her cheeks, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. They arrived at the entrance of a Western restaurant, its sign proclaiming it to be the finest dining establishment on Welfare Monte. Zhang Yunze chuckled softly and turned to Wang Yuehan, saying, "Henin, shall we dine here? I'm quite curious to see what the best Western restaurant on Welfare Monte Street is like." Wang Yuehan obediently nodded, saying nothing further. Guided by the waiter, they settled at a table by the window. The waiter presented the menu and, with a pleasant tone, inquired, "Are you two Japanese?" Zhang Yunze furrowed his brows and remarked, "I apologize, but we are Chinese." The waiter, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and responded, "My sincerest apologies. I merely wish to understand your culinary preferences. May I inquire what you would like? Do you have any recommendations?" Zhang Yunze inquired, "I would highly recommend you both try our premium T-bone steak, as today marks our local Valentine's Day. For just $50, you can enjoy 2 servings of this exquisite dish," the waiter suggested. "Very well, we shall have that." Zhang Yunze replied. May I assist you with anything else? The waiter continued to inquire. Zhang Yunze glanced at the menu and said, 2 cups of concentrated fruit juice from Fahua, and 2 servings of yell salad for now. Certainly, the waiter replied respectfully. After the waiter departed, Wang Yuan looked at Zhang Yunze, stuck out her tongue, made a silly face, and remarked, It's so expensive here. Just these few items cost nearly $100, equivalent to 5 or 600 yuan back home. It's all right, Zhang Yunze replied, fully aware that $100 for a dinner in Las Vegas was quite reasonable. Fairmont Street is a well-known thoroughfare in Las Vegas, home to many esteemed establishments, or rather, restaurants of high caliber yet modest prices, such as this one that claims to be the finest Western restaurant on Welfare, Montana. The entire street's ambience resembles that of the American Wild West era, reminiscent of the streets in Western towns favored by cowboys of yore. In truth, dining in Las Vegas is relatively affordable. Most visitors are drawn to the casinos, and even tourists inevitably find themselves drawn to the allure of the gaming tables, which have become the backbone of the local economy. To attract more tourists, prices in other sectors tend to be comparatively lower, including hotels, shopping, and dining. The restaurant's lighting was dim, with a small kerosene lamp adorning the table, perhaps intentionally designed to create such an atmosphere, complemented by the soft, slow strains of vintage American Western jazz, the clinking of cutlery, and the hushed whispers, all conjuring a romantic, quintessentially Western ambience. Beneath the candlelight, Wang Yuan appeared exceptionally enchanting, her hair cascading down her shoulders, gently brushing against her delicate arms, reminiscent of jade. The flickering flames illuminated her face, revealing a faint, elusive smile at the corners of her lips, leaving Zhang Yunze mesmerized. At that moment, a single phrase echoed in his mind, breathtaking beauty. No words could adequately capture the exquisite nature of this moment. Chapter 47. Valentine's Day. As they emerged from the Western restaurant, Wang Yuan linked her arm with Zhang Yunze's, and they strolled along Fairmont Street like a pair of sweethearts. Their relationship was indeed quite ambiguous, both aware yet unspoken about the delicate barrier between them. The street was adorned with twinkling lights, and occasionally, street performers showcased their talents. Guitars strumming, organists playing, and even magicians dazzling the crowd. Passers-by of various ethnicities filled the street, many clearly tourists from distant lands. The thoroughfare brimmed with exotic charm, each shop displaying its most beautiful lights, with windows filled with an array of exquisite and captivating merchandise that dazzled the eye. There are several roasted duck shops displaying their delicacies in the windows. The clothing stores showcase an array of exquisite garments that make Wang Yuan feel a pang of desire, compelling her to consider making a purchase. Suddenly, a golden-haired, blue-eyed little girl appears before them, holding a basket of blue roses. In her endearingly innocent American English, she exclaims, Today is Valentine's Day. Please buy a flower for your girl. Zhang Yunze smiled, realizing that no matter where one goes, there's always a little girl selling flowers, inevitably prompting one to purchase a bloom for their girlfriend, even if that girl is not truly a girlfriend. Wang Yuan's cheeks were flushed, exuding an irresistible charm. Zhang Yunze crouched down and inquired how much. The little girl timidly held up 2 fingers and replied, $2 each. Zhang Yunze retrieved a $10 bill and handed it to the little girl, saying, Then, please bring me 5 flowers. The girl joyfully accepted the money, took 5 blue roses from the basket, and presented them to Fang Tian before gleefully running away. Zhang Yunze smiled, rising to his feet, and presented the flowers in his hand to Wang Yuan, his eyes brimming with affection. Xiaohan, these are for you, he said. Wang Yuan, unable to meet Zhang Yunze's gaze, appeared somewhat flustered and uncertain. She accepted the flowers, holding them close to her chest. Her head bowed as she bit her lip and asked, Xiaoze, why do you give me flowers? Only beautiful flowers can match the beauty of our beloved Henin. He replied, and without awaiting her consent, gently kissed her forehead. Wang Yuan, blushing deeply, seemed as though she might bleed from her embarrassment, yet her face radiated pure joy. At that moment, the pair reached the end of Fairmont Street, where a grand stage stood, seemingly hosting an event. On stage, a host clad in hip-hop rock attire animatedly engaged the audience. The vibrant lights flickered in sync with the pulsating music, dazzling the spectators. The red glow was like fire, the pink shimmer reminiscent of dawn, and the yellow flashed like lightning. The audience erupted in waves of enthusiastic cheers, creating a lively atmosphere akin to crashing ocean waves. In the center and on either side of the stage, Large screens displayed the proceedings. To the left, a row of chairs and tables housed several individuals, seemingly esteemed guests and judges. Now, let me introduce the guests present today. The host exclaimed, moving energetically as he addressed those on the left side of the stage. The first guest is the Queen of Wall Street, Elena Dolores Vincent. We are honored to have her here today. A middle-aged blonde socialite appeared on screen, standing gracefully as she bowed slightly to the crowd, exuding an intellectual beauty. The audience erupted into fervent cheers, celebrating Elena, the only female financial titan on Wall Street, whose popularity in America is notably high. Our second guest is the Queen of Fashion, Muse Roberts, who just recently received the Most Fashionable Woman Award for 2035 from Las Vegas. A stylish African-American woman graced the screen, possessing an indescribable allure that garnered her numerous fans, some waving glow sticks emblazoned with her name. The third guest is our rock king, Michael ZZZ. The screen showcased a prominent African-American male, the hottest rock star in America today. He stood, waving to the crowd, inciting even more fervent applause from the throngs of admirers. Lastly, we have Ms. Dolores' son, the CEO of a publicly listed company in a Fortune 500 enterprise, Kevin Vincent. A young man with black hair, Kevin Vincent, stood up and slightly bowed his head. This charming and handsome youth endeared himself to many. Xiao Zhe, I can't help but feel that young man bears a resemblance to you, Wang Yuan remarked, tilting her head. Really? I don't see it, Zhang Yunzi replied, pursing his lips. I think you just want to admire a handsome guy and are looking for an excuse to say he resembles me. You're incorrigible, Xiao Zhe, she teased, playfully pinching the soft flesh at his waist, causing him to plead for mercy. Today marks Valentine's Day in Las Vegas, a celebration that may be unfamiliar to many visitors. Yet for the locals, it is akin to Independence Day, a day worthy of exuberant celebration. The host announced, our first theme today revolves around the kiss of love. At that moment, a bunny girl emerged, holding a sign emblazoned with the number 10,000. This is a prize of 10,000. Our first activity is called the kiss of commitment, the kiss of love. Couples who can engage in the most beautiful and heartfelt kiss on this stage, earning the highest score from our 4 judges, will be crowned the winners. Of course, to maintain order, participants will not volunteer themselves. Our photographer will randomly select couples, as time is limited and we cannot accommodate everyone. Just like this. He gestured toward the large screen, which displayed rapidly changing images of various individuals in the crowd. Now, let us commence. Music. The loud, raucous strains of rock music filled the air as the crowd cheered and danced in rhythm. The stage lights flashed vibrantly, and the images on the big screen flickered swiftly, abruptly halting on a pair of American youths. The couple gazed at the screen in disbelief, the young woman covering her mouth in astonishment, unable to fathom that they had been chosen. The young man smiled gently, taking her hand and slowly parting the crowd as they ascended the stage. Once on stage, they embraced in a wildly passionate kiss, embodying a uniquely American exuberance. The audience erupted in cheers and applause. Their kiss was so fervent that the young woman leaped into his arms, wrapping her legs around his waist and clinging to his shoulders, lost in the moment. Witnessing this, Wang Yuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, Xiao Zhe, they're so extravagant. Zhang Yunzi merely smiled and refrained from uttering a word. Chapter 48. The Kiss of the City. Congratulations to this couple. The 4 judges have awarded an average score of 7 points. The host then addressed the couple. Thank you for your participation. Please remain on stage, as our staff will contact you shortly. If your score is the highest, you will receive a prize of 10,000. After the 2 American youths exited, the host continued in a booming voice. Next, let us welcome the following pair of lovers. As his words faded, the imagery on the large screen began to shift rapidly, scanning the audience for suitable candidates. This time, a pair of newlyweds from France was selected, who had come to Las Vegas to celebrate their honeymoon. The French are known for their passionate and unrestrained approach to love. They are regarded as the world's masters of kissing, with the French kiss deriving its name from their expertise. They receive an impressive average score of 9 points, eliciting waves of cheers and applause from the audience. The event proceeded seamlessly, with numerous couples taking to the grand stage to showcase their affectionate kisses. However, none surpassed the French couple's average score of 9 points. The large screen initiated another round of selection, with images continuously shifting across the crowd. Suddenly, The screen froze, and an enchanting Chinese girl appeared, instantly silencing the entire venue. Zhang Yunze gaped in astonishment, while Wang Yuehan, beside him, widened her eyes and shook her head repeatedly. The girl on the large screen was none other than Wang Yuehan herself. Zhang Yunze touched his nose and said, "Henin, it seems to be you. Go ahead." With a light huff, Wang Yuehan replied, "I don't have a boyfriend, so who am I supposed to kiss?" At that moment, all eyes were drawn to Wang Yuehan and Zhang Yunze. Beauty knows no borders. Even those with high noses and large eyes from foreign lands marveled at Wang Yuehan's exquisite beauty, akin to a celestial fairy descending to earth, noble and pure, evoking an instinctive reverence. Suddenly, Zhang Yunze grinned mischievously and pulled Wang Yuehan towards the stage. "What are you doing, Brother Xiaozi?" Wang Yuehan protested reluctantly, pouting, her cheeks flushed, looking utterly adorable under the stage lights. "Just because you don't have a boyfriend doesn't mean no one wants to kiss you," Zhang Yunze teased with a playful smile. Wang Yuehan instantly grasped Zhang Yunze's implication, her face turning crimson as she exclaimed, "Brother Xiaozi, are you crazy? Who will want to kiss you?" Yet, despite her words of refusal, her feet followed closely behind Zhang Yunze as he led her onto the stage. This time our cameraman has chosen a pair of golden boys and girls. The host laughed, taking hold of Zhang Yunze's wrist and guiding them to the center of the stage. Seated in the guest area, Alina Dolores Vincent furrowed her brow as she gazed at Zhang Yunze on stage, her body trembling involuntarily, unable to believe her eyes. He looked astonishingly similar, as if carved from the same mold. "May I ask where you two are from?" the host inquired. "We are from China," Zhang Yunze replied. "All right, friend from China. Begin your kiss and show us all. You stand a chance to win nearly 10,000. The host announced loudly. The cheers from the audience grew ever louder, many unable to tear their gaze from the stunning pair on stage. They were truly beautiful, both the young man and woman, embodying the essence of golden boys and girls. A description that was undoubtedly fitting. Zhang Yunze clasped Wang Yuehan's hand, gazing deeply into her eyes, which brimmed with tenderness. He softly inquired, "Henin, would you permit me to kiss you?" Wang Yuehan's face flushed like a ripe red apple, dewy and inviting. She bit her lip, her eyes wide and entranced as they lingered on Zhang Yunze, filled with affection, gently nodding in response. In that moment, their gazes met, the air thick with unspoken emotions, akin to the tranquil flow of spring waters. Zhang Yunze slowly lowered his head. At this moment, although the surroundings were filled with an overwhelming clamor, a profound silence enveloped the two of them. In this stillness, only their gazes, reminiscent of tranquil waters, contrasted starkly with the vibrant atmosphere of the scene. Akin to a slumbering night sky, their delicate, soft lips brushed against each other, as if seeking solace in one another's presence, entwined in a gentle embrace. Zhang Yunze gently supported her delicate waist, her soft form swaying as if slightly intoxicated, gradually surrendering her strength and leaning into his embrace. Her eyes were tightly shut, her long eyelashes trembling softly. Her body, rendered languid and feeble, quivered gently in response to Zhang Yunze's kiss, their heavy breaths mingling. Her astonishing softness pressed closely against his broad chest, each feeling the rhythm of the other's heartbeat. At that moment, an unusual stillness enveloped the scene. Everyone was captivated, gazing in awe at the exquisite couple upon the stage. Their kiss, ineffably enchanting, bewitched onlookers, perhaps not the most skillful, yet the ambience they created offered an unparalleled delight. The male figure was strikingly handsome and exuberant, while the female radiated freshness and elegance, akin to a lotus emerging from the water. She resembled a shy flower, poised to unveil her most beautiful self, waiting for that special someone's arrival. It felt as though they were not merely kissing, but rather painting the most beautiful canvas in existence, whispering the world's most exquisite poetry, singing the sweetest ballad. Everything appeared as if it were a natural masterpiece, breathtaking and ineffable. With a tender murmur of sweet nothings, they crafted a romantic tableau, blooming in abundance of love while adorning the scene with vibrant emotions. In that moment, their world consisted solely of each other. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, everyone cheering for the enchanting pair. Alina's eyes glistened with emotion as she beamed a radiant smile at her son beside her, saying, "Kevin, they are the ones. Award them, and afterward, help me obtain their contact information." Kevin, somewhat puzzled by his mother's request, nonetheless complied, as he typically did with her wishes. He nodded and replied, "Yes, mother. A photographer captured their kiss, and upon its release, received high acclaim from peers and experts alike on an international scale, ultimately achieving the prestigious gold medal at the 38th International Photography Competition. Many critics remarked that this was the essence of a kiss, a moment more wonderful and melodious than any song, as the two lovers embraced passionately. This young couple truly epitomized the meaning of a kiss, seemingly merging with the universe, outshining the sun and moon, akin to the most exquisite painting. It rightfully earned the title of the Kiss of Enchantment. Thus, this photograph was aptly named the Kiss of Enchantment. 2 years later, Alina purchased the original film negatives and storage cards for the impressive sum of $13 million, presenting them as a wedding gift to Zhang Yun and Wang Yuehan. Chapter 49. Summer League today marks the inaugural day of the Summer League, where an opening ceremony is taking place at the Vegas Sports Management. Many team owners, players, and fans have gathered to partake in this grand event beyond the NBA. The first match features the Los Angeles Lakers facing off against the Portland Trail Blazers, who selected Ronnie Brutz with the 4th overall pick. Meanwhile, the Lakers secured Duke University's star point guard, Tim Anthony, with the 7th pick. The clash between these two high-ranking point guards promises to be nothing short of a spectacular showdown. The second match pits the Cleveland Cavaliers against the Brooklyn Nets, showcasing a duel between the 1st and 3rd overall picks. This contest is also being broadcast live in China, garnering unprecedented attention due to Zhang Yun's involvement. At 11:15 a.m. local time in Las Vegas, the game between the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Brooklyn Nets officially commences. The Cavaliers roster consists predominantly of undrafted players, alongside a few from their NBDL affiliate, the Canton Charge, with 1 or 2 hopefuls aiming for a spot on the Cavaliers' 15-man roster for the upcoming season. Naturally, the team's strategy revolves around Fong Tian, as the assistant coach meticulously plans offensive and defensive tactics. According to Mr. Lear Faki, Fong Tian is poised to be the cornerstone of the Cavaliers for the next decade, and the assistant coach is keen to ensure nothing is overlooked. Coach Lyoto has tailored a system that capitalizes on Zhang Yun's attributes, primarily positioning him as a shooting guard, with occasional stints as a point guard. Both Coach Lyoto and Coach Sloan believe that Zhang Yun can fully unleash his offensive talents and scoring potential at the shooting guard position, although he remains capable of assuming the dual role of a point guard from time to time. As the game begins, the Cavaliers center from the Canton Charge wins the jump ball, and Zhang Yun retrieves the ball in the backcourt. This marks his debut in such a formal and grand league, and to claim he is not nervous would be a falsehood. However, in recent days, Tim has shared numerous strategies with him on how to conquer his nerves, advising him to play as he normally would, without overthinking or excessive concern. At this moment, Zhang Yun feels not just nervousness, but an overwhelming sense of excitement that is impossible to conceal. His body trembles not out of anxiety, but from exhilaration. He swiftly advances the ball onto the court, and the aggressive defense from the opposing players inadvertently creates an opening. With a series of behind-the-back dribbles, he deftly evades the defender. At this juncture, the team's dominant center has established position in the paint, and Zhang Yun lofts the ball high into the air. The center pivots, and from the left side of the key, executes a smooth bank shot that finds its mark. The Summer League serves as a singular opportunity for numerous players to showcase their talents to NBA teams, often representing their sole pathway into the prestigious league. This arena is frequented by a multitude of managers, coaches, team executives, and even owners, compelling players to exert themselves fervently, both offensively and defensively, in hopes of catching the eye of a franchise and securing a spot on their roster for the upcoming season. Consequently, the intensity of the games rivals that of a regular NBA season. For these athletes, entering the NBA is not merely a dream. It could also be a means of supporting their families. A guaranteed contract in the NBA signifies financial security, provided one refrains from excessive extravagance. Such a high-stakes environment was unprecedented for Zhang Yun, who found himself struggling to adapt. He faced multiple instances of being double-teamed, resulting in turnovers and frequent traveling violations. These mistakes were particularly disheartening, especially when he was directly stripped of the ball. His ball handling was sound. However, it was his struggle to acclimate to the game's intensity and rhythm that led to misjudgments in reading the opposing defense. By halftime, his statistics were less than favorable: 4 of 9 shooting, including 1 of 4 from beyond the arc, and 6 of 8 from the free throw line, along with 2 assists, 5 rebounds, 1 steal, and 4 turnovers. Nonetheless, his defensive zeal was commendable, with his defensive efficiency significantly surpassing his offensive output. During the break, Lyoto advised Zhang Yunze, do not fear the defense. Your sole focus should be on scoring, relentlessly. Tear apart their defense and disrupt their rhythm. You possess the ability to do so. As the second half commenced, with the aid of his teammate screens, Zhang Yunze sank 2 consecutive three-pointers from the left wing at a 45-degree angle. It is worth noting that his off-ball movement, honed through extensive training with Tim, finally manifested its anticipated impact. While challenges remained, he no longer moved aimlessly around the court, often failing to find suitable openings. Instead, he had learned to position himself effectively without disrupting the offensive structure. Within a span of 5 minutes, he scored 14 points, hitting 2 of 2 from three-point range and 4 of 4 from mid-range, prompting the Knicks to call a timeout. However, his propensity for turnovers remained a concern, with 4 in the second half and a total of 8 for the game. At that moment, the leading point guard for the Canton Cavaliers held the ball at the high post, while Zhang Yunze positioned himself on the left baseline. As the point guard passed to the small forward, who then executed a change of direction and accelerated towards the paint, Zhang Yunze circled around from the right baseline. In that instant, the small forward delivered the ball to him, granting Zhang Yunze a fleeting opportunity to exploit the space. Zhang Yunze, without a moment's hesitation, retreated beyond the three-point line, leaping to release a shot that found its mark. In the second half, he achieved an impressive three-point shooting streak of 3 for 3. This moment merely encapsulated his performance in the latter half, culminating in extraordinary statistics of 13 successful shots out of 21 attempts, 5 three-pointers from 9 tries, and 6 free throws from 10 attempts, resulting in a total of 37 points, alongside 4 assists, 7 rebounds, and 2 steals. However, a slight blemish on his otherwise stellar performance was the 8 turnovers, 6 of which were indirectly caused by him. The Cleveland Cavaliers triumphed over the Brooklyn Nets with a commanding score of 101-93. In the subsequent 3 days, Zhang Yunze failed to maintain the rhythm and form he had showcased in the first game, averaging only 13, 2 points, 3 assists, and 4 rebounds over the next 3 matches, with a shooting accuracy of merely 43 and his three-point percentage plummeting to 33. The brilliance of his initial performance had prompted coaches from various teams to employ targeted defenses against him. Coupled with his lack of experience and the presence of several seasoned opponents, this resulted in an alarming average of 6.5 turnovers per game for Zhang Yunze. While these statistics are indeed less than favorable, one commendable aspect remains his defensive prowess. Despite not always shining in his personal performance, he consistently managed to restrict his opponents at the shooting guard position, often rendering their performances inferior to his own. Many scouts believe that Zhang Yunze possesses the potential to evolve into a formidable defensive force on the perimeter. Zhang Yunze's defensive prowess does not solely rely on physical strength. Rather, it is characterized by relentless pressure, disruption, and the ability to force opponents into mistakes, consistently placing them in a state of discomfort. He adeptly varies his defensive tempo. At times, he resembles a tenacious adhesive, closely shadowing his adversaries without engaging in physical confrontations, thereby drawing offensive fouls with mere missteps. Other times, he manifests the resilience of steel, engaging in robust physical contact. Furthermore, he seldom leaps prematurely in defense, ensuring that regardless of his opponent's movements, he remains steadfast and difficult to displace. After a week of competition comprising 6 matches, Zhang Yunze's performance improved significantly in the latter 2 games, averaging 9 points, 6 assists, 4 rebounds, and 2 steals per game, with a shooting percentage of 51 and a three-point accuracy of 38. Although his average of 3 turnovers remains relatively high, it signifies notable progress. The Cavaliers currently hold a record of 5 wins and 1 loss, ranking second in the standings, while the New York Knicks, led by Steve Lavin, remain undefeated at 6-0. Chapter 50. The first day of school in early August in Las Vegas. After 2 weeks of intense competition, the 2 teams advancing to the final championship match were determined: the Cleveland Cavaliers and the New York Knicks. The Cavaliers secured a commendable second place with a record of 10 wins and 2 losses, while the Knicks topped the standings with an impressive 12-0 record. The Knicks linchpin, Steve Lavin, exhibited a performance akin to that of a scoring deity, averaging 31 for points, 6, 5 assists, and 8 for rebounds over 12 games, garnering praise from numerous commentators as the most formidable successor to LeBron James among forwards. This draft class was initially deemed lackluster, with Lavin being the sole candidate possessing star potential. However, Zhang Yunze's unexpected emergence introduced a considerable degree of uncertainty into this year's draft. While Zhang Yun's performance was commendable, it paled in comparison to Levin's. He averaged 16, 5 points, 3 assists, and 5 rebounds per game over 12 contests. Yet he managed to alter the perceptions of many skeptics, who now believe he possesses the capability to assume a starting position in an NBA team and the potential to evolve into a superstar. Notably, in the latter half of the 12 games, despite averaging a shooting percentage of only 48, his three-point accuracy soared to an impressive 49, presenting an intriguing anomaly where his three-point success rate exceeded his overall shooting percentage, averaging 3 successful three-pointers per game. Ultimately, the New York Knicks triumphed over the Cleveland Cavaliers with a score of 2-1, claiming the championship of the 2035 Summer League, with Levin being crowned both the regular season MVP and the finals MVP. Following the conclusion of the Summer League, Wang Yuehan returned home early, as she was entering her senior year and needed to resume classes by mid-August, with her visa nearing expiration. In contrast, Zhang Yunze chose to remain in the United States, training rigorously under Tim in a series of intense workouts. Zhang Yunze's life in America can be described as a monotonous routine, revolving around the luxurious residence in Cleveland, the training facility, and the gym. When asked if he is familiar with Cleveland at 4 in the morning, Zhang Yunze would certainly respond in the negative, as he retires for the night by 3. What he truly knows is what Cleveland looks like at 9:30 in the morning. For Zhang Yunze, the sole form of entertainment over these past 20 days has been Tim accompanying him to watch a movie or indulge in some local American delicacies in downtown Cleveland. Tim is quite pleased with Zhang Yunze's diligence and hard work. However, Zhang Yunze himself believes he is not one to seek pleasure. For him, the relentless pursuit of effort, the constant desire to surpass himself, and the quest for victory constitute the greatest enjoyment of all. Zhang Yunze's stamina and endurance have significantly improved, as he now engages in a daily ritual of running 10 kilometers, accompanied by Tim. It must be said that Tim's physical prowess and endurance are nothing short of extraordinary. He completes the 10-kilometer run with even greater ease than Zhang Yunze. It is worth noting that Tim is already 36 years old. Indeed, the legendary stars of the NBA are all remarkably exceptional. In addition to his running, Zhang Yunze also partakes in a daily regimen of cycling for 40 kilometers and swimming 1 kilometer, thereby comprehensively enhancing his physical fitness. One might assert that Zhang Yunze could very well participate in a triathlon without any significant challenge. September marks the commencement of a new school year across the nation, and Zhang Yunze embarks on his journey back to China. He arrives at the 4th Middle School of Chongqing, a prestigious national key school and one of the top 100 schools in the country, notable for being one of only 4 schools from Chongqing to be recognized. On this day, the senior class 4 welcomes a new student, as the bell rings, signaling the start of the first class on a Monday. The homeroom teacher enters the classroom with a new student in tow. All eyes are drawn to the newcomer, and the room falls into a stunned silence, with several girls even swooning in admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, he's so handsome." A girl nearby, somewhat exasperated, remarks, "Xiaoli, really you're it again." Yet another girl named Xiaoli responds, "But he really is handsome." Some boys in the classroom widen their eyes in disbelief, as if they have seen a ghost, whispering amongst themselves, "No way, how is this possible?" At the back of the classroom, a stunning girl subtly smiles, her lips curling into a sweet smile, unnoticed by anyone. "All right, everyone quiet down. Today, we have a new student in our class. Let's invite him to introduce himself," announces the homeroom teacher, Mr. Li Jufu. "Hello, everyone. My name is Zhang Yunze. I hope to receive your guidance over the coming year," Zhang Yunze says with a gentle smile. Before Mr. Li Jufu could prompt the class to welcome him, a thunderous applause erupted, with some boys expressing their excitement. "No way. It really is Zhang Yunze. Our class is unbeatable this semester. Haha. Exactly. Well, we care about Class 8 or Class 3. They have a school team, but we have an NBA player," one boy exclaimed. Mr. Li Jufu, rather than reprimanding them for their noise, inquired, "What is all this excitement about?" "Sir, you and T know?" One student stood up and replied. "Wouldn't I know?" Mr. Li Jufu asked, puzzled. "Sir, didn't you say you enjoy playing basketball? How can you not know about the NBA? This boy is a rookie from the NBA draft, something we've only ever seen on television. And now we see him in person," the boy said, barely able to contain his excitement. "Oh well, let us set that aside for now. What's really going on here?" Mr. Li Jufu asked, still bemused. Li Jufu remarked, "This year at the draft, Zhang Yunze was selected by the Cleveland Cavaliers with the 3rd pick in the 1st round. He is set to enter the NBA next year." Another student exclaimed, "What? Even Li Jufu was taken aback. It is no wonder the principal had mentioned providing special consideration for this student, accommodating his requests as much as possible and avoiding any conflicts. Whatever he desired, whether attending classes or otherwise, would be catered to his preferences. Zhang Yunze smiled faintly, choosing not to say anything. These accolades were merely ephemeral to him, lacking significance. After a considerable pause, Li Jufu regained his composure and spoke. Zhang Yunze, please find a seat for yourself. With the gaze of the crowd upon him, Zhang Yunze took his place at the backmost row, positioned behind Wang Yuehan. After Zhang Yunze took a seat, Wang Yuehan immediately turned around, gazing at Zhang Yunze as she said, "Brother Xiaoze, I fear that this year will bring you no peace." With that, she displayed a playful smile. Zhang Yunze shrugged helplessly, opting for silence. Meanwhile, two classmates beside him were utterly astonished. Did Zhang Yunze actually know the class monitor? Moreover, they appeared to share a certain familiarity that left their minds reeling. When had they ever witnessed the class monitor displaying such ambiguous affection towards a male peer? Referring to him as brother? Wasn't such terminology typically reserved for couples? Could it be that there was something more between the class monitor and Zhang Yunze? The class monitor usually maintained a commendable rapport with her classmates, yet she always seemed to keep a certain distance from the boys, which often left many feeling perplexed. Furthermore, due to Wang Yuehan's striking beauty, the number of suitors vying for her attention could easily fill several classrooms. However, none had ever observed her displaying such warmth towards anyone until today. Many students noted that after classes, the class monitor consistently lingered close to Zhang Yunze, and their interaction felt remarkably intimate, reminiscent of a couple, yet not quite crossing into that territory, exuding a distinct air of ambiguity. Today, the entire senior year, and indeed the whole school, buzzed with two major pieces of news: the arrival of Zhang Yunze and the enigmatic relationship between him and the campus belle, Wang Yuehan. This chapter is dedicated to commemorating our bygone student days. In gratitude for the enthusiastic support from our Hupu JRS community, an extra update has been provided. Please continue to show your support. Chapter 51, Campus Days. After class, numerous students gathered around Zhang Yunze, bombarding him with questions, some even requesting autographs. Word had spread, and students from other classes flocked to the door of Class 4 to catch a glimpse, both boys and girls alike. Zhang Yunze felt quite helpless. After all, they were classmates, and he could not refuse their enthusiastic inquiries. He patiently answered each question, but when it came to autographs, he politely declined. He did not wish to be perceived as haughty or aloof like those celebrities who often adopt a lofty demeanor, neglecting their fans. Unbeknownst to them, without their admirers, they would be nothing. He considered himself merely a boy passionate about basketball, certainly not a star, and thus had no need for signatures. Zhang Yunze, will you join our class team? A boy inquired. If you participate, we might actually secure first place. Haha, of course, unless I'm not in this class. Zhang Yunze chuckled. The other classmates rejoiced at his affirmative response, solidifying their aspirations for victory. Many had already watched the videos featuring Zhang Yunze and Tim, recognizing his prowess, which undoubtedly surpassed that of all domestic guards. At noon, Wang Yuehan pulled a girl outside the classroom, saying, "Xiaoxin, how about you and Tinya go to lunch together today? Xiaoan, do confess, what is your relationship with that handsome guy who came today? I've never seen you treat any boy so well, fetching water and sharing notes. Why haven't you been so kind to me?" The girl named Xiaoxin gazed at Wang Yuehan with a look of grievance. "Wang Xiaoxin, are you looking for trouble? Since when did you become so nosy?" Wang Yuehan playfully scolded, raising her hand as if to strike. "I'll help. Xiaohan is going to silence me," Xiaoxin exclaimed, quickly covering her head and running away. "Humph, Xiaoxin, you little rascal, don't run," Wang Yuehan called out, chasing after her, relieved that she was wearing jeans today, which allowed for ease of movement. The two graceful figures frolicked in the corridor outside the classroom. At lunchtime, Wang Yuehan escorted Zhang Yunze to the cafeteria, drawing the attention of many along the way. Numerous boys approached Zhang Yunze to greet him, even requesting autographs, while girls came over to flirt and ask for his phone number, leaving him quite embarrassed. Wang Yuehan glared at those girls with a look of indignation, reminiscent of a wronged wife. However, she could say little. After all, her relationship with Zhang Yunze was merely that of siblings, not lovers. He was free to associate with any girl he wished, yet she couldn't shake the feeling of discontent. "Brother Xiaoze, you really are quite popular," Wang Yuehan remarked, her tone tinged with jealousy. "Perhaps you should wear a hat when you go out this afternoon. Otherwise, I might just lose my mind, she added. Zhang Yunze remarked, while Wang Yuehan snorted, pouting her lips and turning away, engrossed in her own meal. Hey, Zhang Yunze. He suddenly heard someone call his name. He lifted his head and glanced around, only to see Yi Tao and several members of the school team approaching him from short distance. They settled beside Zhang Yunze, and Yi Tao patted him on the shoulder, saying, Old Zhang, I hope you don't mind me calling you that. Of course not. Zhang Yunze replied with a smile. Haha. Yi Tao chuckled heartily. He recognized the gap between himself and Zhang Yunze. The jealousy he once felt had long dissipated. Serving as a bench warmer for an NBA player was hardly a disgrace. In fact, many would yearn for such an opportunity. Such is human nature. When someone surpasses you, envy may arise, but when an individual is vastly superior, all that remains is awe, leaving no room for jealousy. Just as an ordinary person might envy someone wealthier, they would never harbor jealousy towards the likes of Bill Gates or Jack Ma, for the heights they have reached are perhaps unattainable, no matter how hard one may strive. Jealousy serves no purpose in such cases. I never expected you to be chosen by the Cavaliers. Haha. From now on, we'll all be your fans. One of them exclaimed. Indeed, Brother Zhang, lead us to national championship glory this year. Another added. Please, no more flattery. Look, his tail is about to shoot up to the heavens. Wang Yuehan laughed. Haha. The group erupted in laughter. Not at all, Zhang Yunze replied, feeling a bit shy. With a 2-hour lunch break concluding, classes resumed at 2:30, with the first lesson of the afternoon being physical education. The P.E. teacher, a rather stern middle-aged man in his 40s, had the students stand in 4 neat rows on the playground. Classmates, as you may know, in 2 weeks, we will have the school-wide basketball tournament. In order to promote quality education, our senior year must also participate. The teacher paused before continuing. Our class, being a key class, lacks the advantages of those specialized sports classes in basketball. However, we must not give up. We must embody our fighting spirit and strive for a commendable outcome. Don't you agree? Yes. The students chorused in unison. All right, let us determine who will participate in the competition. The P.E. teacher suddenly fixed his gaze on Zhang Yunze, exclaiming, Oh, a new student? Quite tall. It seems we have a candidate for center. Prior to Zhang Yunze's arrival, the tallest student in Class 4 was only 187 centimeters. Teacher, Zhang Yunze interjected. I do not wish to play center. I prefer to play guard. The teacher, not recognizing Zhang Yunze, looked puzzled and asked, Why? With your height, isn't it a waste not to play center? Teacher, I truly only play as a defender, Zhang Yunze said innocently. No, I have instructed you to play as a center forward, so you shall play as a center forward. Am I the teacher, or are you the teacher? Zhang Yunze curled his lip and fell silent. He was indifferent, believing that even as a center in the school competition, he could dominate the game. Wang Yuan, feeling a surge of indignation, thought it was blatant bullying on the teacher's part. She refused to stand idly by while anyone mistreated her brother, and with a fierce expression, she suddenly exclaimed, Teacher, why must Zhang Yunze play as a center? The teacher replied curtly, For no reason other than that I am the teacher. And my word is final. Let this matter rest. Anyone who dares to speak further will run 10 laps around the playground. Wang Yuehan's face flushed crimson with anger. She opened her mouth to protest, but was silenced by a girl named Xiaoxin beside her. This physical education teacher was notorious for his rigid adherence to authority, insisting that the teacher's word was absolute, leaving no room for dissent. Otherwise, punishment would ensue, which earned him the disdain of many students. Zhang Yunze turned his head to glance at Wang Yuehan, shaking his head in a gesture that implored her to refrain from speaking further. Consequently, Wang Yuehan fell silent, though a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within her, causing her to pout adorably. Upon returning home that evening, Zhang Yunze remarked to Wang Yuehan, Henin, the way you pouted when you were angry today was truly endearing. Are you out of your mind, Xiao Zege? I was only upset for you, Wang Yuehan retorted, playfully attempting to swat Zhang Yunze, only to have him swiftly grasp her wrist. Zhang Yunze embraced Wang Yuehan's waist with his left arm, and before she could utter a word, he pressed his lips against hers. Wang Yuehan let out a soft sigh and melted into Zhang Yunze's embrace. After a considerable time, they slowly parted, and Wang Yuehan gazed at Zhang Yunze with a hint of resentment, thinking how much she disliked him for always teasing her. With a cheeky grin, Zhang Yunze dashed into the bathroom to take a shower. Chapter 52. The World University Basketball Championship. After taking a shower, Zhang Yunze stepped out of the bathroom, just as Wang Yunlong and Xia Fen returned home. They noticed Wang Yuehan sitting on the sofa, her face flushed with anger. "Oh dear, who is upset, our little darling? Tell Daddy, and I shall teach him a lesson," Wang Yunlong remarked as he settled beside Wang Yuehan. "Dad, it's none other than Brother Zhe," she replied, her voice choking with emotion. He was supposed to speak up for me in gym class, but instead, at this point, her words faltered, unable to reveal the embarrassing truth of Zhang Yun's affectionate gesture towards her. "What happened to Xiao Zhe?" Wang Yunlong inquired, puzzled. "I feel like I'm going mad," Wang Yuehan exclaimed, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Ignoring everyone else, she hastily retreated to her bedroom, shutting the door behind her. Wang Yunlong looked at Zhang Yunze with confusion, who merely shrugged, adopting a Don T ask me. I know nothing demeanor before heading to his own room. That night, Wang Yuehan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. She pondered the nature of her relationship with Zhang Yunze. Their interactions had grown increasingly ambiguous, resembling that of a couple, though neither dared to break the tension. Sitting up, she leaned against the headboard, her hair cascading over her shoulder, outlining her striking silhouette. She retrieved her phone and scrolled to Zhang Yunze's contact, sending him a message. "Brother Zhe, are you asleep?" accompanied by 2 pig emojis. After a prolonged silence, disappointment washed over her as she set her phone aside. Just then, a notification chimed. "Still awake, Henin? Be careful, or you might turn into an ugly pig and never get married," came Zhang Yunze's playful reply, complete with a pig emoji. A charming smile graced Wang Yuehan's lovely face, her lips curving upward involuntarily. "As if you care, I'm not marrying you, she shot back, punctuated by a long string of pig emojis. "Fool, go to sleep and don't stay up late. Let us have breakfast at that corner CAF tomorrow." "All right, I got it. Good night. Good night." The following day, after breakfast, the family of 4 arrived at the school together. The first lesson of the morning was English, a subject of little relevance for Zhang Yunze, who had already excelled in the TOEFL. For him, the college entrance examination seemed almost trivial, as he had no intention of attending university. The English teacher for Class 4 was a graceful woman in her 20s, embodying the essence of a sophisticated elder sister. Her spoken English was remarkably fluent and precise, and it was rumored that she was an Ivy League graduate and the daughter of the principal. Her aspiration was to become a teacher. Otherwise, any other career she chose would undoubtedly yield higher financial rewards. Suddenly, the English teacher's attention was drawn to Zhang Yunze. Seated in the last row, her eyes lit up. She had heard rumors of a new student in Class 4, this year's 3rd overall pick in the NBA draft. Hailed as the hope of Chinese basketball, to discover him in her classroom, listening to her lecture, was an indescribable sensation. It was a rare opportunity for a future NBA player to have her as a teacher. Indeed, the world was a marvelous place. A mysterious smile crept across her lips as an intriguing plan began to form in her mind. After the second lesson in the afternoon, the third period was designated for self-study, which Zhang Yunze was exempt from. This was the time for the school's basketball team to practice, from 4:30 p.m. until 7:30 p.m. However, Zhang Yunze chose not to join the team as practice, opting instead to focus on targeted strength training and shooting exercises. His aspirations diverged from those of his peers. While they aimed for national competitions, his sights were firmly set on the NBA. On this day, Wang Yunlong unexpectedly received an important notification from a municipal education committee. The announcement revealed that the champions and runners-up of the national competition would join the Cuba champions and runners-up to represent China in the World University Men's Basketball Championship, hosted by the United Nations, featuring participation from over 100 countries. This news immediately captured the attention of the Ministry of Education, prompting an official directive. Upon announcing this news, Wang Yunlong was met with astonished silence from the team members. Although they might not reach the NBA, the prospect of participating in a world championship was immensely valuable. Moreover, with Zhang Yunze on their team, they felt confident even against the top collegiate or high school guards from the United States. For them, the opportunity to showcase their talents on a grander stage aligned perfectly with the ambitions they had nurtured for so long. "This year, our chances of clinching the national championship are substantial," Wang Yunlong proclaimed. As you all know, Xiaozi was selected by the Cavaliers and performed exceptionally in the Summer League. If we can secure a spot in the World Championship, we have a genuine opportunity for remarkable success. Wang Yunlong continued, furthermore, the Minister of Education has stated that if any team achieves a top 16 finish in the world, all its players will be exempt from the college entrance examination and can choose freely among prestigious domestic institutions. The players could hardly contain their excitement. What was the reason behind their dedication to basketball? Firstly, there's a profound love for basketball. And secondly, the aspiration to gain admission to a prestigious university through the sport. Numerous esteemed institutions in our country place a significant emphasis on exceptional basketball talents. Although many among them have already clinched a national championship, securing another title would only enhance their standing and increase their chances of being selected by superior schools. Much like the NBA champions, no one ever feels that too many accolades are excessive. Without further ado, let us commence today's training, declared Wang Yunlong. All right. The team members responded in unison. Soon, the afternoon school bell rang, and the training court was surrounded by numerous classmates. The weather was splendid, prompting the session to take place outdoors rather than in the gymnasium. At this moment, the school team split into two groups, each occupying half of the court for shooting drills. Nearby, Zhang Yunze claimed an entire half-court for his practice, focusing intently on his jump shots, while Wang Yunlong assisted him by retrieving the basketballs. Hey, Xiaoan, why did you rush me to the court without even eating? You only bought 2 bottles of water, lamented Ling Kursin, a look of exasperation on her face as she glanced at Wang Yuehan, who seemed unusually infatuated these days. Shush, Kursin. Wang Yuehan pouted, her annoyance evident. All right, my dear, I concede. Let us go, Ling Kursin replied, somewhat resigned. Wang Yuehan pulled Ling Kursin over to where Zhang Yunze was practicing. Upon noticing his daughter's arrival, Wang Yunlong smiled and said, Xiaoan, have you come to see Xiaoza? Yes, Dad. Why don't you take a break for a moment? Wang Yuehan suggested, her cheeks slightly flushed as she handed a bottle of water to her father. However, she felt considerably more at ease now when mentioning Zhang Yunze. No longer as shy as before, Wang Yunlong accepted the water and called out to Zhang Yunze, Xiaoza, take a break before continuing your practice. Oh, Xiaoan, so you brought me here to deliver water to the handsome Zhang? No wonder. Just admit it. What is your relationship with him? Ling Kursin teased, her curiosity piqued, resembling an inquisitive little kitten. I want to tell you, just to annoy you. Wang Yuehan playfully stuck out her tongue, her demeanor utterly charming. All right, I shan't pry further. After all, it's merely about admiring a handsome fellow. I'm not a loss, Ling Kursin remarked, nudging Wang Yuehan with her shoulder. Hey, Xiaoan, you'd better seize the opportunity. I've heard there are many who are eager to make their move on Zhang Yunze. All right, I get it. You're so nagging. If you keep talking like this, you'll end up as an old maid, Wang Yuehan quipped in jest. Never mind. I shall overlook your comments this time. Ling Kursin replied, feigning indifference. As Ling Kursin spoke, she donned an air of magnanimity and indifference. Nearby, Wang Yunlong, overhearing their conversation, merely smiled. Regarding the matters between Wang Yuehan and Zhang Yunze, he believed it best for the two young ones to navigate their own paths, and he and Xie Fen would refrain from interference. Upon finally arriving home, he expressed gratitude for the support from JRS, mentioning that another chapter would be released at 10 o'clock, and he conveyed his affection with heartfelt appreciation. Chapter 53. The Streetball King. Hey, have you heard? The renowned Streetball King from the internet is coming to challenge our school's team, exclaimed Luke. No, you've got it wrong. He is challenging the so-called world's #1 streetball player, Skywalk, and the venue is set at our school, corrected his friend. How do you know that? Are you foolish? Don't you surf the web? This news is spread like wildfire online. The Shadow, who is touted as the #1 streetball player in the country, is set to challenge the world champion, the so-called Skywalker, Grant Luke. The competition will take place in our school gymnasium. This news circulated throughout the campus. But do you think Zhang Yunze can defeat them? Is that even question? No matter how skilled a streetball player is, there is a significant gap between them and NBA players. But hasn't he yet entered the NBA? You really are slow on the uptake. If the Cavaliers opted to choose Zhang Yunze over that streetball king, doesn't that indicate Zhang Yunze's superiority? Your reasoning seems quite sound and persuasive, replied his friend. Hey, Zhang Yunze, have you heard about the streetball king coming to challenge us at school? Some classmates gathered around him after class. So what if I have? Zhang Yunze inquired. Who do you think will win? One of the students asked. If they were to face you in a one-on-one, do you believe you could triumph over them? I'm not sure who would win between them, but if it's a one-on-one with me, I am certain of my victory. Zhang Yunze is currently at school, and every day upon exiting the classroom, he must don a cap. Otherwise, the throngs of onlookers would overwhelm him. The fervor, particularly from certain female classmates, is utterly unrestrained, as they rush forward to embrace him without a second thought. This frenzy has made Wang Yuehan reluctant to accompany him, her gaze towards him laden with an odd intensity. Yet, Dear aunt, I do not desire this attention. I am the most innocent party in this scenario. One evening, after finishing his training, Zhang Yunze returned to the classroom only to discover his desk drawer stuffed with more than 10 love letters. Feeling somewhat flustered, he was at a loss. Having never received such correspondence before, and was unsure of how to proceed. Should he open one? Curiosity piqued. He resolved to take a glance at the contents of these letters. With that decision made, he casually picked up one of the love letters, preparing to unveil its secrets. At that moment, Wang Yuehan turned around, her expression one of displeasure, pouting slightly as she inquired, "What are you looking at, Xiaozagij?" "Nothing, nothing at all," Zhang Yunze stammered, hastily tossing the letter back into the drawer. "Is that truly the case?" Wang Yuehan pressed, her persistence unwavering. "Indeed, there is nothing of significance," Zhang Yunze replied, his gaze evasive, unable to meet her eyes. "Really?" she retorted, standing up and moving to his side. She reached into his drawer, extracting a handful of letters, her demeanor resembling that of a petulant wife, glaring at him as she exclaimed, "Xiaozagij, look at this. You have quite a collection of love letters from girls. I had no idea. They were here when I returned," Zhang Yunze sputtered, hastily offering an explanation. Observing his nervousness, Wang Yuehan burst into laughter, saying, "All right, I understand now. Why are you so eager to explain? The fact that you have received so many love letters only serves to highlight your considerable charm, Xiaozagij." Zhang Yunze nodded reluctantly. "Very well. Allow me to assist you in disposing of these love letters. I believe Xiaoza must not wish to delve into romance at such an early stage, as his studies are of paramount importance." Wang Yuehan's tone was laced with playful mischief, yet a careful ear could detect an underlying threat. But, Zhang Yunze hesitated, yearning to voice his thoughts. "But what? Does Xiaoza wish to peruse the letters to see if any are suitable?" Wang Yuan feigned surprise. "Oh, of course not. Just throw them away," Zhang Yunze replied, still somewhat guilty. "Now that is more like it," Wang Yuehan said with a hint of a smile, as if a cunning plan had come to fruition. She turned and exited the classroom, discarding all the love letters into the wastebasket. Zhang Yunze gazed at Wang Yuehan's retreating figure, a hint of helplessness curling his lips into a smile. This girl, indeed, despite her typically delicate and demure demeanor, often blushing with shyness, she displayed unwavering dedication and tenacity when it came to matters of the heart. In love, she was fiercely competitive, resolutely unwilling to relinquish what she cherished to another, even if it meant shedding her own modesty. On this particular day, the school welcomed 2 luxurious buses, each carrying the so-called kings of streetball, one hailed as the best in the world and the other as China's finest, along with their respective teams and a multitude of media representatives. It was the afternoon, a time designated for extracurricular activities, and the basketball court was thronged with spectators. Zhang Yunze and Wang Yuehan had secured the prime spot right behind the basketball hoop, affording them the closest and most direct view of the impending showdown. Beside them were fellow members of the school's basketball team, who undeniably enjoyed certain privileges when it came to watching the game, always managing to claim the best vantage points. GL and Shadow, both of modest stature, were present. GL's height barely reached 168 centimeters, while Shadow was somewhat taller, certainly around 170 centimeters. They had brought their streetball team along for this occasion, and after the match, they were slated to engage in a friendly game with the school team, a stipulation agreed upon by the school for the use of their facilities. GL, a black man, sported a quintessential American hip-hop style, complete with braided hair, a loose-fitting t-shirt, and baggy shorts. Shadow, on the other hand, sported a buzz cut and donned standard basketball attire emblazoned with the words Jiangsu Tianchong on the back. Jiangsu Tianchong is a team in China's second-tier basketball league, the CBDL. Although Shadow was regarded as the king of streetball in China, he was also a key player and professional point guard for Jiangsu Tianchong. While his teammates were all amateurs from the streetball team he had assembled. As the match commenced, GL, as the challenger, initiated play. The rules dictated that each team would score with 10 balls, with 3-pointers counting as 2 and 2-pointers as 1. GL extravagantly dribbled the ball beyond the 3-point line, executing an array of dazzling moves that left spectators in awe. Shadow, however, remained composed and experienced, maintaining his position without being easily fooled. Suddenly, GL made his move. Seizing Shadow's attention as he focused on the ball in GL's hands, he pushed the ball forward, allowing it to pass through Shadow's legs. GL then dashed forward, retrieving the ball effortlessly and executing a smooth layup, sending it through the hoop. A chorus of cheers erupted from the onlookers, and several members of the school team joined in applause, acknowledging the beauty of GL's play, a masterful feint that had drawn Shadow's gaze away before executing the deft maneuver. And thus, the third chapter began. Chapter 54. The King of Street Ball in the second play. GL made a move, employing shadow defense. The defender dared not close the distance. Yet even that slight retreat permitted GL to execute a series of threatening steps. Observing the defender's immobility, he shot from his position. A three-pointer. 2 shots in total. The score now 3 o'clock. GL continued his assault, executing a breakthrough with a spinning hook shot off the backboard. The score escalated to 4 o'clock. A sudden halt and a jump shot from GL. It found its mark. 5 o'clock. The defender felt utterly outmatched, unable to contain the Skywalker, as Yitao remarked. The primary issue lay in the inability to defend. Had the defender managed to hold his ground, he might have gained possession and potentially turned the tide, Zhang Yunjie added. The teammates nodded in agreement, clearly acknowledging Zhang Yunjie's astute observation, their focus returning to the game. However, the match appeared overwhelmingly one-sided. GL maintained control, breaking through despite the defender's utmost efforts. The speed of GL was simply too formidable. The defender found himself outpaced, unable to match GL's lateral movement. GL scored again. 6 o'clock. Go Shadow! Go Shadow! Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, rallying behind the defender. Such is the spirit of the Chinese people. When their compatriots face off against foreigners, regardless of the opponent's strength or popularity, they invariably rally in support of their own. The sense of national pride and honor among the Chinese is profoundly powerful. The defender smiled and nodded in gratitude towards the crowd, his gaze now resolute. GL surged forward once more, pivoting for a hook shot, but in that fleeting moment, as GL released the ball, the defender executed a perfect steal, cutting the ball from GL's grasp. Finally, possession shifted, and the defender initiated play. Cheers erupted from the audience, a relentless wave of encouragement. The defender's first shot was a breakthrough layup, showcasing the prowess of a professional athlete. He withstood GL's defense and scored. The score now read 1-6. Continuing with possession, the defender charged forward, leaping into the paint, exploiting a timing advantage. The ball struck the backboard and swished through the net. The score improved to 2-6. As the defender steadily closed the gap, applause from the audience grew fervent. However, his next layup attempt was met with a resounding block from GL. The crowd gasped, followed by a chorus of boos. Possession reverted to GL, who dribbled while casually adjusting his headband. The defender remained intently focused, showing no signs of complacency. GL sprang into action, accelerating suddenly, executing a crossover move, and slicing through from the left like a bolt of lightning. He shielded the ball with his right hand, firmly fending off the defender's interference, while his left hand guided the ball off the backboard into the hoop. The score shifted to 2-7. GL then launched a three-point shot from beyond the arc. The score soared to 2-9. Another successful shot. GL continuously made long-range shots, leaving Shadow with no choice but to defend closely. Yet, in the face of Shadow's tight defense, GL made an unreasonable three-pointer, scoring. The score stood at 2-11. In the first round, GL emerged victorious, leading to a 10-minute break. As Shadow descended from the court, his teammates comforted him, urging him to remain spirited, reminding him it was merely one round, and defeat had not yet been sealed. At that moment, Zhang Yunjie glanced at GL and then at Shadow, approaching the latter. He remarked, "Your primary focus should be on defending against his drives, particularly on the left side. Allow him to shoot. GL's shooting is rather inconsistent. Let him take the three-pointers, as conceding 2 points at a time is manageable. He may score 1 or, at most, 2. Zhang Yunjie addressed the seated Shadow. Shadow looked up and caught a glimpse of Zhang Yunjie, suddenly finding him somewhat familiar, though unable to recall where he had seen him. Classmate, I appreciate your concern, but our captain knows what he is doing. There is no need for your instruction." One of the teammates, displeased, failed to recognize Zhang Yunjie, mistaking him for an ordinary student. Thus, he responded unfavorably, questioning what qualifications a mere student had to advise their captain on defense. "When our captain was playing, you hadn't even been born," he added, with the first part of his statement retaining a semblance of civility, while the latter half dripped with sarcasm. Zhang Yunjie shrugged nonchalantly, stating that regardless of his words, whether one chose to heed them was entirely their affair. If one were to lose, it would be their own loss of face, not his. With a dismissive pout, he sauntered away. As the second round commenced, Shadow paid no mind to Zhang Yunjie's remarks, believing that Zhang was merely a student, while he himself was a professional player. Did he truly require guidance? Moreover, the suggestion to allow GL to take the shot was utterly laughable. Had he not witnessed the previous few successful shots, allowing someone else to shoot? It was evident that students lacked the ability to grasp the situation, reveling instead in ostentation and pretentiousness, feigning knowledge while being oblivious to the nuances of the game. An amateur attempting to instruct a professional. Shadow decisively relegated Zhang Yunze to the ranks of the uninformed, perceiving him solely as a brash student seeking attention. This stark contrast is precisely why, despite Shadow being a professional player, he remained unable to compete in the CBA, while Zhang Yunze was poised to enter the NBA as a highly regarded rookie. Their basketball intelligence was simply not in the same league. Zhang Yunze observed that every shot taken by GL was never a clean swish. They either fell just short or overshot slightly, relying on the rim or backboard's rebound to guide the ball into the basket. Zhang Yunze understood that if one's shooting were consistent and precise, such occurrences would be infrequent, indicating that GL's shooting was fundamentally unstable. To speak of his own performance, if he were to attempt 10 three-pointers, he would undoubtedly net at least 9, with a minimum of 7 being clean swishes rather than ricocheting off the backboard or rim. He had also witnessed Tim Melo achieving 19 clean swishes out of 23-point attempts, a true testament to shooting stability. What constitutes shooting stability? It embodies consistency, which is essential for maintaining a high shooting percentage during a game, enabling one to score consecutively rather than sporadically. A player capable of achieving clean swishes most of the time will, even when faced with defensive pressure, only experience slight deviations that are manageable. Even if the shot is off, it may still find its way in off the rim or backboard. Conversely, a player who seldom achieves clean swishes and possesses poor stability will struggle significantly when confronted with defense. A slight misalignment could lead to a dramatic fall in accuracy. Of course, shooting stability is intertwined with physical coordination and various other factors. Here, we address only a fraction of the considerations. It remains one of the most critical aspects. Comparatively, GL's penetration was far more lethal, and in one-on-one situations, one must guard against both the drive and the shot, leading to inevitable lapses in defense. Zhang Yunze opted to prioritize defense against the drive while conceding the shot. Upon witnessing GL's consecutive long-range successes, Shadow chose to tighten his defense against the shot, but this tactic rendered him susceptible to GL's penetrative moves. As anticipated under Shadow's defensive strategy, GL executed an impressive 8 o'clock run, showcasing a variety of breakthroughs that were virtually indefensible. Reluctantly, Shadow adjusted his strategy to concede a step, aiming to guard against the drive. Yet by this point, GL had found his rhythm, making it nearly impossible to contain him. Not surprisingly to Zhang Yunze, GL triumphed in the second match with a score of 10-2 against Shadow, with both games resulting in a substantial victory, clearly illustrating the vast disparity in their skill levels. Zhang Yunze shook his head in resignation. Perhaps if Ingzi had heeded his words, matters would have been considerably improved. After the conclusion of the match, the organizers approached to inquire about GL's feelings regarding their victory. However, GL uttered a statement that incited both indignation and anger among the spectators. Chapter 55. The stakes as Zhang Yunze took the stage. The host posed the question regarding his sentiments following the victory. GL, with an air of arrogance, responded, "Winning is merely a matter of course for me. There was no suspense involved. I have yet to unleash even half of my potential." This remark, seemingly directed solely at Ingzi, might not have been egregious on its own. One could argue that boasting follows victory. Yet his next statement ignited public outrage. Chinese basketball is pathetically weak, utterly ineffectual, and of a completely subpar standard. Even if you present your so-called strongest guard from the CBA, I could defeat them with one hand, obliterating all your guards. As he spoke, he brazenly gestured with a middle finger, showcasing the unrestrained arrogance of an American street ball player. The crowd erupted in fury. What was this? Although it is true that Chinese basketball is currently experiencing unprecedented decline, what sort of mockery was this directed at it? Regardless of our weaknesses, it is not for a foreigner to speak derisively. Even Ingzi's expression darkened ominously, a storm brewing within. What a disgrace. Who does he think he is? Being so arrogant after winning just 2 matches? One of the players exclaimed, ready to confront GL, but was firmly restrained by Ingzi. Isn't this humiliation enough? What do we do if we are outmatched? Let him gloat a little, Ingzi remarked. Damn, this guy's insufferably arrogant. I refuse to accept it. Yito iklemet. If you refuse to accept it, why not challenge him? Zhang Yunze retorted with a slight smirk. Heh, I certainly wouldn't stand chance. Why don't you take him on? Old Zhang, you could definitely handle it, Yi Tao suggested with a grin. Zhang Yunze squinted his eyes, his expression somewhat unkind as he declared, I will definitely take the stage, but now is not the right moment. I want him to pay the price. Well done, Lao Zhang. I admire this about you, he said, reaching out to embrace Zhang Yunze. However, he noticed Wang Yuehan's disapproving gaze directed at him and awkwardly retracted his outstretched hand. Niarbi, Ling Kexin Yested, Si Yahan. You resemble a hen fiercely protecting her chicks. It's quite amusing. You little rascal, who are you calling a hen? Wang Yuehan pouted in dissatisfaction. The two graceful figures playfully wrestled with each other. Suddenly, a name echoed throughout the basketball arena, initially faint but growing louder and more synchronized. Zhang Yunze. Zhang Yunze. Everyone was shouting his name, eager for him to confront the audacious individual who had insulted Chinese basketball. The collective roar was so powerful it felt as if it could lift the very roof of the gymnasium. Many, including the organizers, GL, his teammates, Shadow, and his players, were taken aback, bewildered by the spontaneous call for a single person's name, reminiscent of summoning a hero to the stage. Furthermore, this name seemed oddly familiar. Boss, that Zhang Yunze appears to be the one selected by the Cavaliers in this year's NBA draft, hailed as the future hope of Chinese basketball. Could he be at this school? Surely not, one teammate remarked. How could that be? Another player replied. Shadow furrowed his brow, murmuring, could it be him? A figure emerged in his mind, and his gaze fell upon Zhang Yunze beneath the basketball hoop. At that moment, Zhang Yunze stepped forward, chest held high, exuding an undeniable aura of confidence. As he emerged, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers, a tidal wave of applause that swept through the arena. Many were exhilarated, shouting Zhang Yunze's name with fervor, their emotions running high. Several girls were moved to tears, their eyes glistening as they rallied behind him. Gradually, another chant filled the air. MVP, 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 go Zhang Yunze go. Some girls wept openly, their tears obscuring their vision. The atmosphere was truly infectious. Even Wang Yuehan and Ling Kersin found themselves swept up in the fervor, cheering for Zhang Yunze. Attendees, including faculty members, could not help but join the chorus of exuberant cheers. Regardless of the era, students have always embodied the spirit of national pride and fervor, unwilling to tolerate any outsider's desecration of their country's dignity, akin to the May 4th movement of yesteryears. In the eyes of the crowd, Zhang Yunze stood as a savior, poised to deliver a resounding blow to the face of the individual who dared to belittle Chinese basketball, ensuring that such disdain would not go unpunished. Perhaps many individuals may exhibit selfishness in their daily lives, yet when the dignity of their nation and ethnicity is insulted, in that moment, a multitude will unite. The honor of one's nation and ethnicity must not be trampled upon by anyone. Zhang Yunze approached GL's side, casting a cold gaze upon him, and then spoke in English. Dare to engage in a wager match with me? GL replied, who are you? Why should I accept a challenge from someone of your insignificance? I do not entertain challenges from nameless individuals. GL regarded Zhang Yunze with a hint of disdain. It seemed that anyone felt emboldened to challenge him. This person before him was evidently just a student of the school. How audacious for such a mere student to seek a confrontation with him. Utterly oblivious to the vastness of the world, Zhang Yunze let out a cold smile and remarked, is my status as the third overall pick in this year's NBA draft not sufficient? He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of pride. GL was taken aback, and the staff member beside him was equally stunned. The staff member's mouth fell agape in astonishment, wide enough to fit a fist. Rendered speechless as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, his lips parting slightly, but no words emerged, choked in his throat. It dawned on him that this young man before him was none other than the one heralded as the future hope of Chinese basketball, the Cavaliers' rising star. The sole Chinese player to enter the NBA in recent years, and at such a high draft position. In truth, this staff member harbored resentment towards GL for belittling Chinese basketball. However, he had to maintain a pleasant demeanor for the sake of his job, and now with the tables turned, he felt a surge of joy within. GL was equally astonished. He never anticipated that this young man was the recently celebrated Chinese rookie. Indeed, it was he, the shadow beside him murmured. It seems he was not merely boasting, but genuinely possesses that caliber. I dare you, Zhang Yunze declared resolutely. If you lose, you shall apologize to everyone here for your previous remarks. If you win, I shall reward you with $10,000. $10,000? For GL. Even as one of the finest street ball players in America, that sum represented a considerable windfall, enough to indulge in luxury for quite some time. A sinister grin spread across GL's face. Given that, I shall accept your challenge. Since you are purportedly the hope of Chinese basketball, I shall relish the opportunity to shatter that hope, proving that Chinese basketball will always remain inconsequential. As he spoke, he licked his lips like a bloodthirsty wolf, eager to devour Zhang Yunze until nothing remained. Yet, he soon realized he had provoked the king of the savannah, a being beyond his reach. Even if he were a wolf, he could only ever submit to the lion. For the sake of $10,000, GL accepted Zhang Yunze's challenge, and the staff swiftly drafted an agreement. Should Zhang Yunze prevail, GL would apologize to everyone. If GL won, Zhang Yunze would pay him $10,000. In no time, the two individuals inscribed their names on the contract. GL, brimming with arrogance, dismissed Chinese defenders as mere rubbish, asserting that even if selected by the NBA, they would still be subpar. As GL prepared to serve, Zhang Yunze took up a defensive stance, both positioned beyond the three-point line, with onlookers keenly observing every detail. Anticipating the impending clash, GL made a threatening gesture, while Zhang Yunze surprised everyone by bowing slightly and placing his hands behind his back, a provocative display as if to challenge. Go ahead, attack, or shoot. I 1T defend you, yet you still shan't score. Infuriated by this audacity, GL muttered an expletive under his breath and began to dribble towards the basket. Since you 1T guard me, I'll just obliterate you, he thought arrogantly. Suddenly, GL surged forward towards the paint, his speed nearly matching that of Zhang Yunze, effortlessly bypassing him. Observing how easily he had passed Zhang Yunze, he felt a surge of disdain. Is this the caliber of an NBA rookie? Truly, Chinese defenders are worthless. He penetrated further, arriving beneath the hoop, poised to lay the ball in. However, just as he released it, darkness enveloped his vision. A shadow loomed above him. Zhang Yunze soared into the air, extending his arms to snatch the ball from its trajectory, as if plucking a star from the sky. GL's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? To prevent Zhang Yunze from blocking him, he had aimed high, nearly surpassing the small white square above the backboard. Yet Zhang Yunze leaped and caught it with both hands. Even more astonishing was the height he achieved, his head almost above the rim. My heavens, what incredible vertical leap! GL shook his head in disbelief, feeling as though he were witnessing an extraterrestrial phenomenon. Could a Chinese defender possess such remarkable leaping ability? This was surely rare even in the United States. To reach above the rim was simply unfathomable. At that moment, the crowd erupted, chanting Zhang Yunze's name. Several girls, brimming with excitement, cheered for him, creating an atmosphere that rivaled that of an NBA Finals game. The entire basketball arena was filled to capacity, with nearly half of the school's population in attendance, including students, teachers, and administrators. The first, second, and third floors housed the music classrooms, instrument storage rooms, basketball equipment storage, and the physical education office. The corridors were merely separated by railings, and many students ascended to the upper levels to observe the match. From a distance, the upper walkways appeared densely packed with a sea of heads, creating a striking and impressive spectacle. Initial estimates suggest that at least 5,000 people were present at the scene. Zhang Yunze stepped beyond the three-point line, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He dares to seek a score in my presence? What a fanciful dream. Zhang Yunze provocatively gestured towards GL, adopting a mocking demeanor, and relentlessly hurled insults at him. This was a new tactic he had acquired during the summer league. As in you can. Motherfucker, GL retorted. Soft, try me. Zhang Yunze replied with a grin, completely dismissive of GL. Normally, he was not one to behave in such a manner. He would show respect to his opponents and to everyone around him. However, given that this so-called king of American street ball had first insulted his country, Zhang felt no obligation to offer him any courtesy, let alone respect. Zhang Yunze stood beyond the three-point line, raising the ball high above his head with his right hand. Opposing him, GL crouched low, exerting every ounce of effort in defense. The disparity in their heights was striking, with GL barely reaching the level of Zhang Yunze's abdomen. With a smirk, Zhang Yunze executed a three-point shot without even leaving the ground. The ball swished through the net, bringing the score to 2-0. Oh, well done, old Zhang. Show him no mercy. On the sidelines, Yi Tao and the other teammates erupted in cheers, while Wang Yunlong nodded in approval. The classmates rallied around Zhang Yunze, their applause crescendoing in enthusiasm. For the second shot, Zhang Yunze maintained possession of the ball, raising it above his head and continuously altering his stance. Unbeknownst to him, after nearly a month of training with Tim Melo and the rigorous challenges of the Summer League, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, exuding confidence as if he were a different person altogether. His every movement radiated a calm assurance, embodying the aura of a superstar. Zhang Yunze made his move, executing an exaggerated change of direction, pulling the ball back from the right side and switching it to his left hand. This maneuver was reminiscent of the iconic play by NBA legend Michael Jordan against Russell, as well as the classic move by the Flash, Dwayne Wade, during the 2006 finals. GL was caught completely off guard, tumbling to the ground, helplessly watching Zhang Yunze take a shot. However, unlike those two superstars, Zhang Yunze opted not to shoot. Instead, he dribbled with his left hand, accelerating into the paint, soaring high to deliver a two-handed windmill dunk that capped off the offensive play. The score now stood at 3-0. Oh, the jubilant cheers erupted from students, as if they had finally exhaled a pent-up frustration. This was a resounding rebuttal to those who belittled Chinese basketball and its guards, their faces flushed with exhilaration. In that moment, many regarded Zhang Yunze with profound admiration. He appeared as a hero, rising to the occasion in a moment of crisis, supporting a crumbling edifice and reversing the tide. He fought for everyone, asserting a presence against foreign skeptics who dismissed Chinese basketball. MVP, MVP, MVP. The arena echoed with harmonious chants of MVP. Meanwhile, GL's countenance darkened ominously. The self-proclaimed king of street ball had never been on the receiving end of such humiliation, where others ended his dignity. He was determined to reclaim his pride. The third ball was again without suspense. In the face of GL's tight defense, Zhang Yunze effortlessly glided past him and executed a breathtaking 360-degree dunk. The atmosphere in the venue reached an exhilarating crescendo. Dunks were second nature to Zhang Yunze, even in his village days. He practiced many complex dunks under his grandfather's guidance, including the 360, the between-the-legs switch, and even attempted a 720-degree dunk, though he failed, nearly colliding with the backboard in the process, fortunate to be alone at the time to avoid embarrassment. On the fourth ball, GL fouled him, and the referee blew the whistle. Zhang Yunze stepped up for his free throws, confidently sinking both, bringing the score to 5-0. The fifth ball saw Zhang Yunze beyond the three-point line, executing a standstill shot that found the net. The score now reads 7-0. For the sixth ball, Zhang Yunze broke through, turning and laying the ball into the hoop. His wrist had surpassed the rim, clearly capable of a dunk, yet he chose not to. The score was now 8-0. From start to finish, GL had barely touched the ball since the initial tip-off. The disparity was glaring, a mismatch of epic proportions, and it seemed increasingly likely that GL would be utterly outclassed by Zhang Yunze. It felt as though Zhang Yunze was playing against a novice. Chapter 57. The ant shaking the tree. The fourth floor has always been off-limits to students, as it serves as the repository for the school's collection of sports awards and trophies accumulated over the years. It is only accessible at designated times, remaining locked otherwise. However, today, a few distinguished guests have arrived on the fourth floor. Which school does this student belong to? Inquired a middle-aged man, his gaze filled with keen interest. This student seems rather familiar, remarked another middle-aged man, who appeared to be in his 60s. Let us invite him to join the national team. He looks like a promising talent, perhaps capable of playing in the CBA and even making it to the national squad, suggested an elderly gentleman. Hold on. You truly are mistaken. Do you think this child is merely suited for the CBA? I believe he possesses the potential to enter the NBA, asserted the last elder. That may be so, but our national team has suffered 2 significant defeats to South Korea in recent warm-up matches. I fear we might not even secure a ticket to the Olympics, lamented the elder named Lon. What do we do? We have done all that we could, said one elder, his gaze drifting downwards to rest upon Wang Yunlong. Xiao Long refuses to return to the national team due to past events. If he were to come back, we would not be in such a precarious position regarding our Olympic qualification. If it were him, perhaps we would have a chance at the top 8, but regrettably, due to that incident, we share some blame, and after all these years, we still do not know his whereabouts, lamented Elder Lon. The others nodded in agreement. During this NBA draft, A talented player from our country was selected third overall by the Cavaliers. If I remember correctly, his name is Zhang Yunze, remarked the second elder. Indeed. Where's that young man now? I have reviewed his physical assessment data, and it is quite impressive. If he could join the national team, we might have a significant opportunity to secure a ticket to the Olympics, the elder continued. We are still uncertain. I will investigate as soon as I return. The elder nodded, exuding an involuntary air of authority. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room was decidedly one-sided, as GL found itself utterly powerless against Zhang Yunze. Ultimately resorting to flamboyant displays, Zhang Yunze surged toward the free-throw line, releasing the ball with a deft flick. The basketball struck the backboard, rebounding swiftly. In a single, powerful stride, Zhang leapt high into the air, grasping the ball mid-flight before executing a forceful two-handed slam dunk, driving it emphatically through the hoop with an explosive display of strength and visual impact. Ah, this young man possesses remarkable physical prowess, remarked an elderly man with the surname Lon. Indeed, we should inquire shortly whether he would be interested in joining the National Olympic team, responded another elder. In the final moments, Zhang Yunze delivered yet another stunning one-handed folded dunk following a breakthrough, elevating the atmosphere in the arena to an exhilarating crescendo. The crowd erupted in cheers, their encouragement echoing louder and louder. MVP, 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 they chanted in unison, as if the very roof of the basketball hall might lift off. In the first round, Zhang Yunze decisively claimed victory with a score of 10-0, leaving GL with no opportunity to retaliate. GL sat silently on the sidelines, his expression dark and brooding. Meanwhile, Shadow and his teammates were momentarily stunned. Previously, when Zhang had guided him, Shadow had thought it was merely posturing. He never imagined Zhang would be genuinely formidable, leaving GL utterly powerless, a situation that seemed almost surreal. Boss, this person is incredibly impressive, one team member commented. Indeed, he is astonishingly skilled. No wonder he was selected by an NBA team. He is on an entirely different level than us. We foolishly assumed he was just showing off, Shadow replied. In the second round, the match continued without suspense, with Zhang Yunze seemingly intent on concluding swiftly. He effortlessly sank 5 three-pointers in rapid succession, leaving everyone momentarily dumbfounded. Wow, this is utterly outrageous. Is he even allowing anyone else to play? Despite the incredulity, the atmosphere in the venue was electrifying, with many students expressing their excitement, raising their hands above their heads, and clapping in unison. While several girls could not contain their enthusiastic shouts, Zhang Yunze grasped the ball with one hand and approached the visibly distressed GL, stating, "You have lost. It is time to fulfill your vow." GL, somewhat bewildered, nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Yunze took the microphone from the host and handed it to GL, who hesitantly accepted it, his expression reflecting an inner struggle. At that moment, the entire basketball arena fell into an involuntary silence, the noise diminishing significantly. For GL, adhering to the principle of accepting defeat was still within his capacity. He raised the microphone to his lips and, in a subdued tone, uttered, "I am so sorry for what I said. Hope you can forgive that." Suddenly, a vice principal from school approached and whispered a few words into Zhang Yunze's ear. Zhang Yunze was momentarily taken aback. "A leader wishes to see me?" he inquired. The principal nodded affirmatively. "Very well," Zhang Yunze replied. "You must be mindful of your manner of speaking. These are distinguished leaders from above," the principal cautioned. "Understood. No problem," he assured. Upon arriving in an office on the 4th floor, Zhang Yunze observed 2 elderly gentlemen seated within, while 2 middle-aged men occupied the opposite side. A fleeting recognition washed over him as he glanced at the elders. They seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered them before. As soon as Zhang Yunze entered, one of the elderly gentlemen's eyes lit up, and he promptly rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Young man, please take a seat. Do sit." The elder's amiable demeanor instantly endeared him to Zhang Yunze. "Thank you very much," Zhang Yunze acknowledged, settling onto a nearby plastic stool. "May I inquire, esteemed leaders, why have I been summoned here?" he asked, maintaining a respectful yet assertive tone. Nevertheless, a tinge of nervousness lingered, as this was his first face-to-face encounter with such high-ranking officials. He could discern that these men, especially the 2 elders, possessed an undeniable air of authority, radiating an imposing presence that commanded respect. "Indeed, we are curious to know if you have any ambitions of pursuing a career in professional basketball," one of the elderly gentlemen inquired. Zhang Yunze nodded and replied, "Indeed. However, He refrained from expressing that he had already become something of a semi-professional player, capable of entering the NBA league as soon as he turned 18. Upon hearing Zhang Yunza's words, a few individuals displayed faint smiles of satisfaction and nodded approvingly. The elder continued, "Based on my observations, you possess the complete skill set required to enter the professional league. Therefore, we would like to inquire if you would be willing to join the National Olympic Team." "The National Olympic Team?" Zhang Yunza pondered before responding. The National Olympic Team, also known as the National Youth Team, is exclusively for young players under the age of 23. "Yes," the elder affirmed. "By joining the National Olympic Team, you would at least secure a position as a substitute. This would enhance your qualifications and leverage for entering the professional league, increasing your exposure and perhaps catching the attention of CBA teams, leading to a potential selection." Zhang Yunza curled his lips in disdain, internally musing, "I've already entered the NBA. Why would I go to your CBA draft? Am I out of my mind?" He then stated, "I'm sorry, but I must decline." Chapter 58, Refusal. Why? Several officials were taken aback, for this was a golden opportunity that many could only dream of. Moreover, wasn't this young man expressing a desire to pursue a professional basketball career? Why would he reject such an offer? Why do you refuse? An elder inquired, puzzled. The principal, standing nearby, shot Zhang Yunza a warning glance, urging him not to dismiss the leader's words. Yet, Zhang Yunza appeared oblivious to the signal, responding, "I can join the national team, but I will not settle for a substitute role. As for the CBA, I have no interest." Confidence and pride radiated from Zhang Yunza. Even in the presence of high-ranking officials, he dared to voice his stance. His self-assurance stemmed from his undeniable prowess, as he believed no one in the country possessed the skill to warrant his acceptance of a subordinate position. Preposterous! How dare you speak to the leadership like that? Don't be so ungrateful. Such an opportunity is coveted by many. A middle-aged man slammed the table, exclaiming, "Xiaogao, mind your words." The elder shot a glare at the middle-aged man. This young man expresses his thoughts. Confidence is commendable. We are in dire need of such spirited youth. The middle-aged man recoiled slightly, somewhat chagrined, and replied, "You are right, sir. I was too hasty. My apologies." The elder turned his gaze back to Zhang Yunza, his demeanor softening as he continued, "Young man, please do not take offense. Could you share your reasoning for not wishing to be a substitute? Did you not express a desire to enter a professional league?" "While I do aspire to join a professional league, it is not the CBA, it is the NBA," Zhang Yunza replied. The elder spoke earnestly, "Young man, confidence is indeed a virtue, but one must take life one step at a time. Every endeavor requires gradual progress. Haste will not yield fruitful results." Zhang Yunza was momentarily taken aback as he discerned the underlying message in the leader's words, which implied that entering the NBA was not as straightforward as he might have hoped, and that he should commence his journey in the CBA, progressing step by step. It dawned on him that these leaders were unaware of his selection by an NBA team. They had not grasped the situation and had approached him to suggest joining the national youth team as a preliminary step towards the CBA. This was indeed a misunderstanding. Several leaders, "My ambition is undoubtedly to enter the professional league, specifically the NBA. While I understand your perspective on the importance of a gradual approach and not rushing into success, I assure you, I am not in haste." Zhang Yunza asserted. "Are you truly not in haste? Then why is it that instead of starting with the CBA, you immediately express your desire to join the NBA? Does that not reflect a sense of urgency?" The elder furrowed his brow, perceiving that this young man exhibited an overabundance of confidence, which, while commendable, bordered on arrogance. Despite his considerable talent, the elder found it rather disconcerting that, after repeated counsel, the young man remained oblivious to the realities of the situation, generating a sense of irritation within him. Zhang Yunza, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Leader, you have misunderstood my intention. I am not in haste to achieve success. Rather, the Cavaliers have already selected me this year, and I will be able to enter the NBA next year." As Zhang Yunza's words echoed, an uncanny silence enveloped the room, where even the faintest sound of a falling needle would be distinctly audible. After a considerable pause, the elderly man slowly spoke. "Are you indeed Zhang Yunza?" His eyes were filled with a glimmer of disbelief. Zhang Yunza nodded and said, "Indeed, it is genuine." He couldn't help but ponder to himself that it seemed these leaders were utterly oblivious to their own identities before approaching him. A middle-aged man glanced at the vice principal and remarked, "Old Feng, why didn't you mention earlier that he is Zhang Yunza?" The vice principal wore a look of dismay and replied, "But, by Jew, you never asked me." The elder waved his hand, signaling the middle-aged man to cease further remarks. Understanding the elder's intent, the middle-aged man nodded and refrained from speaking any further. At that moment, a glimmer of light shone in the elder's eyes, and his tone softened considerably. The other three were somewhat astonished, for they had never witnessed him speaking so kindly to anyone, not even to his esteemed colleagues. "Young man," the elder began, "you were justified in your earlier grievances regarding my lack of inquiry, but since it is thus, I would appreciate it if you could disregard what I previously stated. Would that be agreeable?" Zhang Yunze nodded slightly. The elder, as if having made a resolute decision, spoke with a grave demeanor. "Zhang Yunze, in my capacity as the director of the General Administration of Sport of China, I extend to you an invitation to join the Chinese men's basketball team, representing our nation in the Olympic qualifying tournament for basketball. If circumstances permit, you will have the opportunity to compete for our country in the main event of the Olympic basketball competition." Upon hearing these words, even Zhang Yunze was taken aback, for he had not anticipated that this elder before him was, in fact, the director of the General Administration of Sport, a figure of significant stature within the government. Wherever he went, he was surrounded by an entourage. Zhang Yunze remained silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, he recalled his promise to Uncle Wang to participate in the national competition. If he were to join the national team now, it would almost certainly mean missing the national competition, as the training camp's schedule coincided with that of the tournament. "I am truly sorry. Although I genuinely wish to comply with your request, I must decline at this moment." Zhang Yunze abruptly lifted his head and addressed the elder. The elder furrowed his brow, a clear sign of his displeasure. He had lowered himself to extend an invitation, yet this young man dared to refuse. Wasn't that a bit too presumptuous? Even if he had been selected by the NBA, did he not realize how inconsiderate his actions appeared? Zhang Yunze gazed at the elderly man, whose brow was furrowed with a subtle hint of anger. Realizing the misunderstanding, he hastily clarified, "Allow me to explain. I made a promise to our coach to participate in the national competition. Since I have given my word, I feel compelled to fulfill it. One must not be untrustworthy. Wouldn't you agree?" Zhang Yunze continued, "The national team for the Olympics is a coveted aspiration for many, and indeed, it is my dream as well. To represent my country on the global stage is my utmost honor. It also brings immense fame and fortune. While all of this is undeniably alluring, I believe that once I have made a promise, I must uphold it, regardless of the circumstances. A person of integrity cannot be untrustworthy." The old man laughed heartily, exclaiming, "It is rare to find a young individual like you who steadfastly honors their commitments. Stay true to your principles, resist temptation, and do not be easily swayed by fame and fortune. Bravo! I truly admire you." Zhang Yunze humbly replied, "You flatter me." The old man continued, "Let's not dwell on this for now. When I return, I shall devise a method to ensure both can be fulfilled and inform you subsequently. Regardless, you are destined for a national team." With that, the old man chuckled heartily. Chapter 59. The Beautiful Teacher. As the vice principal escorted several leaders out, he patted Zhang Yunze on the shoulder and whispered, "Xiao Zhang, you nearly scared the life out of me just now. Thankfully, all is well." He exited the office, still somewhat shaken, leaving Zhang Yunze feeling quite embarrassed. Upon returning to the classroom, Zhang Yunze was met with cheers akin to those for a hero. As the entire class stood in applause, their eyes brimming with genuine respect and admiration. No one can help but revere a hero, and today, Zhang Yunze was undeniably a hero, having defended the dignity and glory of the nation. Yet at that moment, Zhang Yunze was preoccupied with thoughts of the national competition and the Olympics, contemplating how to navigate this convergence of events. He yearned to participate in the Olympics, to represent his homeland on the international stage and strive for honor, a desire shared by many Chinese individuals. However, if he were to forego the national competition, while there remained a chance for victory, the team's advantage would be minimal, perhaps only around 10%. Wang Yunlong analyzed the situation for him, stating that if Zhang Yunze participated in the national competition, the team's likelihood of winning would approach nearly 100%. The reasoning was simple. No matter how skilled the players in the national competition, they could hardly surpass NBA players. Sometimes, a single star could determine the outcome of a game. If that were not the case, why would NBA teams go to such lengths to acquire star players? Resorting to any means necessary? Although Zhang Yunze was still a rookie among high school and college players, he was undoubtedly a star, perhaps even superstar. The following day, Zhang Yunze did not attend classes. Instead, he practiced alone in the basketball gym. The The school had granted him considerable leniency, an unprecedented occurrence in its history. One can forego attending classes and participating in physical exercises, provided that one adheres to the school regulations and is free to conduct oneself as one pleases. Suddenly, a visitor arrived at the basketball court. At this very moment, Zhang Yunze was diligently practicing his footwork beneath the basket. It would be most fitting to describe his current state as one of perspiration. Dressed in a snug Nike tank top and basketball shorts, his attire was thoroughly soaked, and beads of sweat continuously dripped from his forehead. He had been unwaveringly training since 8 o'clock in the morning, without a moment's respite, until now, 11:30 in the afternoon. Zhang Yunze, positioned near the free throw line, executed a deft spin move followed by a graceful jump shot, the ball finding its mark with unwavering precision. The sound of crisp applause erupted, a symphony of admiration resonating in the air. Impressive, truly impressive, as expected of you. Zhang Yunze, came a voice, soft and melodious. Zhang Yunze turned around and beheld a remarkably beautiful woman approaching him with graceful strides, clad in a crisp white shirt and denim jeans. Her ponytail accentuated her simple yet elegant ensemble, exuding a refreshing and pure aura. Nevertheless, this modest attire could not conceal her enchanting curves, her statuesque figure, nor the allure of her mature and captivating visage. She was indeed a siren, capable of driving any man to madness. This enchanting woman was none other than their English teacher, Bai Huiqian. "Teacher Bai, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" Zhang Yunze inquired with a hint of curiosity. Bai Huiqian approached with her hands clasped behind her back, a charming smile gracing her lips as she replied, "What is wrong? Am I not allowed to watch you play basketball if there is nothing else? Don't you welcome your teacher's presence?" "Why, yes, of course we welcome it." Fang Tian stammered, feeling a tad awkward, as the situation was undeniably strange. Suddenly, Bai Huiqian positioned herself beside Zhang Yunze, seized the basketball from his grasp, and stood at the top right of the free throw line. She lifted the ball, took aim at the hoop, and executed a flawlessly refined female shot. The basketball soared through the air, spinning elegantly before plunging into the net with a satisfying swish. "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it?" Teacher Bai tossed her head back with a hint of playful defiance, casting a challenging glance at Zhang Yunze, as if to say, "See, I can score too." Zhang Yunze chuckled awkwardly, impressive. "Don't underestimate me. During my university days, I was a member of the women's basketball team and even played in the NCAA. Teacher Bai spoke with pride. It was then that Fang Tian noticed that Teacher Bai was even taller than Wang Yuehan by a considerable margin. "Classmate Zhang Yunze, I suddenly have an interest in challenging you to a one-on-one game. Are you brave enough to accept?" Bai Huiqian exclaimed, her eyes glinting with a provocative challenge directed at Zhang Yunze. "Ah," Zhang Yunze gasped in surprise. "Teacher, is that really appropriate? What if I accidentally injure you? That wouldn't be right. I told you not to underestimate me. Let us begin." Bai Huiqian dismissed Zhang Yunze's concerns, swiftly picking up a ball from the ground and striding to beyond the three-point line, beckoning Zhang Yunze with a gesture. "Come on, I'll serve first." Zhang Yunze shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. Unable to resist, he steeled himself and pressed on. Bai Huiqian dribbled the ball a couple of times, and instead of closing in on her, Zhang Yunze maintained a distance of about 2 steps. Facing Zhang Yunze's defense, Bai Huiqian took her shot from just in front of the left arc's apex. The ball swished through the net and into the basket. Zhang Yunze shook his head, observing the ball as it gracefully swished through the hoop. He thought to himself, "This shooting accuracy is commendable. Many students who frequently play basketball cannot achieve such precision." Bai Huiqian clapped her hands, lifted her chin, and cast a glance at Zhang Yunze, as if to convey, "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it?" Zhang Yunze picked up the ball, dusted it off, and handed it to Bai Huiqian, exclaiming, "Teacher, you're quite impressive." "Of course," she replied. "I told you not to underestimate me." "All right then. I shall play with utmost seriousness," Zhang Yunze said, his eagerness palpable, although he still failed to apply tight defense. His posture and movements were markedly more earnest than before. Bai Huiqian dribbled the ball with impeccable technique, displaying no tricks, just clean and decisive maneuvers. Suddenly, she made her move, breaking to the left, with Zhang Yunze closely following, executing a wide lateral shift without being outpaced. However, Zhang Yunze intentionally eased off, refraining from obstructing her path, which would have allowed him to intercept her advance entirely. Approaching the white line, Bai Huiqian executed a layup, and Zhang Yunze feigned a block, merely an act, as he did not leap. The ball grazed his fingertips, ricocheting off the rim twice before finally falling through the net. Yay! Bai Huiqian celebrated with a peace sign, clearly delighted. You're quite skilled, teacher, Zhang Yunze praised. That's a given, she retorted, adding, but Zhang Yunze, you must defend seriously, or I might just shave your head. Understood, Zhang Yunze nodded in agreement. Chapter 60, a disastrous defeat for the Chinese men's basketball team. Today was a calamitous day for many Chinese basketball enthusiasts, following 2 losses to South Korea in the warm-up matches this morning. In a friendly match at the Tokyo Bay Arena, the Chinese national men's basketball team suffered a staggering defeat to the Japanese national team, with a score of 81-130, plunging the spirits of all who cherish Chinese basketball to an all-time low. Japanese point guard Kenko Yuta, who plays for the NBA's Phoenix Suns as the 6th man and is a vital 3rd offensive option, averaged 16, 8 points, 5 assists, and 4 rebounds over 6 seasons, with a career high of 41 points. In this warm-up match, Kenko has single-handedly dismantled the Chinese defense, leaving them utterly helpless. Alarmingly, none of the 3 guards on the national team could match his speed as he darted through the defense like a bolt of lightning, striking at the very heart of the Chinese squad. Every time he penetrated, he created enormous difficulties for the Chinese team. If he was double-teamed in the paint, he would distribute the ball. If not, there was simply no stopping him from scoring. The only option was to stay close, but if he opted for a shot, his precise 3-point shooting could turn into an even greater nightmare for the Chinese team. Kenko Yuta boasts an NBA average shooting percentage of 48, including 33 3-point attempts per game with a 38 success rate, placing him among the elite sharpshooters. In this match, he made only 2 of 6 from beyond the arc. Yet his drives and mid-range shots were phenomenal, hitting 15 of 23 attempts, accumulating 36 points, along with 8 assists, 3 rebounds, and 3 steals. His all-around performance nearly single-handedly dismantled the Chinese backcourt. Bang! Xu Zhenghua slammed his hand on the table, seething with rage. Has Chinese basketball truly descended to such depths? Defeated so thoroughly by the Japanese? For the Chinese, the deeply ingrained belief is that losing to the Japanese is an utter disgrace, a humiliation that cannot be tolerated. Xu Zhenghua, the venerable elder who invited Zhang Yunze to join the national team that very day, holds the esteemed position of Director of the General Administration of Sport in China, a high-ranking official of the state, a true scion of the revolutionary second generation. Surrounding him were several middle-aged men, their heads bowed in silence, too fearful to speak. Xu Zhenghua rose, grasping a cup in his hand, and hurled it against the wall, the resounding crash sending a shiver of dread through everyone present. He moved to the window, letting out a deep sigh before finally proclaiming, "Postpone the national competition until the first half of next year. The World University Games will be held in the second half. I demand that Zhang Yunze be included in the national team. Moreover, he must be a key player." At this moment, the men behind him understood that the old leader was in a furious state. To defy him would be akin to playing with fire, akin to an old man hanging himself, inviting disaster upon oneself. Zhang Yunze, dribbling the ball, found himself closely defended by Bai Huiqian, who pressed her body against him. Initially, Zhang Yunze, with one hand on the ball, was poised to take a jump shot. However, Bai Huiqian's sudden approach caused a rush of exhilaration to surge through him. The softness of her arms was astonishingly palpable, yielding a delightful and elastic sensation that was rather impressive in scale. This unexpected encounter caught Zhang Yunze off guard, causing him to lose his grip on the ball, which fell to the ground and was swiftly seized by Bai Huiqian. She then advanced 2 steps inside the 3-point line and effortlessly made a mid-range jumper. Zhang Yunze seemed momentarily stunned, standing in place as he watched Bai Huiqian score. Bai Huiqian suddenly broke into a sly smile, her face radiating satisfaction at Zhang Yunze's reaction. Approaching him, she chuckled and remarked, "Zhang Yunze, how long do you plan to remain in a daze?" Realizing her presence, Zhang Yunze awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "Sorry, teacher Bai." She responded with a playful tone, "Oh, it's nothing. But outside of class, please don't call me teacher. I'm not that much older than you. You can call me Sister Qian or Huijian." Bai Huijian's sweet smile captivated Zhang Yunze, drawing him into a reverie. In terms of appearance, Bai Huijian was every bit as enchanting as Wang Yuehan, both being renowned goddesses within the school. Her mature and elegant demeanor, infused with a hint of Western grace, added to her allure, surpassing even Wang Yuehan in magnetism. While one exuded pure innocence, the other embodied a sophisticated charm, each possessing their own unique merits. Sister Qian Zhang Yunze felt a tinge of shyness, a rare blush creeping onto his cheeks. "All right," Bai Huijian said, adopting a big sisterly demeanor as she patted Zhang Yunze on the shoulder. "Since you call me sister, I should at least show some appreciation. Come on, let us go out for a nice meal today, and bring along your little girlfriend." Zhang Yunze was taken aback and asked, "What little girlfriend?" He was momentarily confused about who Bai Huijian was referring to. "Who else but Wang Yuan?" Bai Huijian replied with a knowing smile. "Sister Qian, you've misunderstood. She is not my girlfriend yet," Zhang Yunze replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Is that so?" Bai Huijian chuckled meaningfully before turning to head towards the door. "Zhang Yunze, I'm going to change clothes. Hurry up, I'll call you shortly." "Okay, sure." Zhang Yunze stammered, still in a daze, unable to comprehend the sudden invitation from Bai Huijian to dine with her and Wang Yuan. At noon, Wang Yuan and Zhang Yunze stood at the school gate. "Xiaozhe, why do you think Teacher Bai suddenly wants to treat us to a meal?" Wang Yuan remarked with a hint of curiosity. "How should I know?" Zhang Yunze shook his head in response. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." A melodious and graceful voice reached their ears. Zhang Yunze turned around and was instantly captivated by the appearance of Teacher Bai Huijian, leaving him momentarily dazed. The passing classmates frequently cast astonished glances her way. Dressed in a flowing beige sundress, with long hair cascading over her shoulders and delicate sandals adorning her feet, her enchanting figure and alluring visage were truly breathtaking. It was likely that her mere presence would enthrall countless men. Bai Huijian's charming smile radiated beauty. And observing Zhang Yunze's somewhat dazed expression, Wang Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. She huffed softly, muttering, "Humful Ziege, you rascal. You can't seem to move when a beauty is around." She then glanced at Bai Huijian, puffed out her chest, and assumed a defiant stance. Chapter 61. Joining the national team, the three of them strolled down the path, with Wang Yuan positioned centrally. Bai Huijian had intended to walk beside Zhang Yunze, but Wang Yuan, in a fit of irritation, insisted on inserting herself between them, preventing them from walking together. Zhang Yunze found the situation both amusing and perplexing. This girl certainly had a strong sense of jealousy. "What shall we eat?" Bai Huijian inquired. "Teacher Bai, it's your treat, you decide," Zhang Yunze replied. "I want that," Wang Yuan suddenly exclaimed, pointing ahead with a pout. Following her gaze, they were met with the sight of a lavish Chinese restaurant, the most upscale establishment in the vicinity. Generally, students seldom dine there, as it catered to the affluent. The price of a meal typically ranged from 1,000 to 2,000 yuan. It seemed Wang Yuan aimed to compel Bai Huijian to splurge, as it was an unusual choice for her. "Xiaoan, this place is too expensive. Let us choose another," Zhang Yunze suggested, puzzled by Wang Yuan's sudden extravagance, as she was not typically one to waste money. However, Bai Huijian responded, "Since Wang Yuan wishes to eat here, let us indulge ourselves." With that, she took the lead, walking ahead. Upon entering the restaurant, guided by the staff, they were seated at a table by the window. Bai Huijian accepted the menu from the waiter and handed it to Wang Yuan, inviting her to place the order. At that moment, Zhang Yunze received a phone call from an unfamiliar number, the origin of which was traced back to Beijing. Zhang Yunze answered the phone, and a youthful voice resonated from the other end, saying, "Hello, Zhang Yunze. I am Yuan Gu, the secretary of the director of the General Administration of Sport of China, Xu Zhenhua." "Hello, Secretary Yuan. May I inquire what this is regarding?" Zhang Yunze replied. "Indeed, Zhang Yunze. The director has approved your admission to the national team, and you may come to Beijing at your earliest convenience. We will cover all travel expenses," Yuan Gu conveyed. Zhang Yunze, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Secretary Yuan, have you perhaps made a mistake? I have yet to agree." "Oh, my apologies, it was my oversight," came a tone of realization from the other end of the line. "The situation is this. Director Xu has severed ties with the Education Committee and has postponed the national competition until the first half of next year. Consequently, you will have ample time to participate in the Olympic wildcard qualifiers." "I see," he hesitated, with the national competition being delayed. It seemed that Director Xu was determined to have him join the national team, leaving him with no option to decline. After a considerable pause, Zhang Yunze finally said, "All right, when shall this take place?" "This week," replied Yuan Gu. "Today is Tuesday, and the director hopes you can arrive in Beijing before Sunday. At that time, please call this number, and someone will come and pick you up." "Very well, then. Goodbye." "Goodbye." After Zhang Yunze hung up the phone, his expression turned somber. For reasons unknown, he was plagued by a sense of unease, as as if something significant were about to transpire. At that moment, Wang Yuehan inquired, "What's the matter, Brother Xiaoza?" "I fear I may have to leave school," Zhang Yunze replied. "Why is that?" Wang Yuehan asked. "I just received a call from the secretary of the director of the National Sports Administration, Xu Zhanghua, asking me to come to Beijing this week," Zhang Yunze explained. "What is the purpose of your trip to Beijing?" Bai Huiqian interjected. "They want me to join the national team and represent China in the Olympic wildcard qualifiers," Zhang Yunze stated. "Ah, does that mean you'll be leaving, Brother Xiaoza?" Wang Yuehan's tone reflected a hint of reluctance. "Yes, if I go. I will likely be away for a while," Zhang Yunze acknowledged. "How long will you be gone?" Wang Yuehan pressed further. "I'm not exactly sure, perhaps a few months," Zhang Yunze replied. "Such a long time." Wang Yuehan pouted, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. At this juncture, Bai Huiqian remarked, "Wang Yuehan, the national team allows family visits during training. If you miss Zhang Yunze, you could go to Beijing to see him." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuehan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively lowered her head, retorting, Who misses him?" Her heart contradicted her words. Bai Huiqian merely smiled, choosing not to comment further. After ordering, the dishes soon arrived, exquisite Chinese cuisine that was a feast for the eyes, undoubtedly delicious to savor. Each plate was artfully arranged, a testament to culinary craftsmanship, justifying its lavish cost. "Try this dish, it's the signature offering here," Bai Huiqian suggested, serving Zhang Yunze a portion. Observing Bai Huiqian serving Zhang Yunze, Wang Yuehan felt a surge of jealousy and discontent. Without hesitation, she scooped a spoonful from another dish and placed it in Zhang Yunze's bowl, saying, "Brother Xiaoza, you might not be accustomed to the food in Beijing, so eat plenty now." With that, she shot a defiant glance at Bai Huiqian. "Zhang Yunze, what do you think of this dish?" Bai Huiqian spoke with unwavering confidence, deftly adding a pair of chopsticks of dish into Zhang Yunze's bowl. "Little Zay, this dish should be delightful. Allow me to serve you some," Wang Yuehan chimed in as she scooped a spoonful of food into Zhang Yunze's bowl, inwardly muttering, "Vixen." Observing the two ladies seemingly competing to serve him, Zhang Yunze couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. He swiftly lifted his bowl, covering its opening to prevent further additions. Pondering the curious amalgamation of flavors that might arise from their culinary contributions, a combination he had yet to experience, the surrounding waitstaff couldn't suppress their laughter at the scene unfolding before them. However, they harbored a twinge of envy towards Zhang Yunze, for he was dining with not one, but two stunningly beautiful women, each possessing extraordinary grace and figure. It was a rarity for an ordinary individual to encounter even one such beauty, let alone two, and yet here was Zhang Yunze, seemingly the object of their competitive affections, which elicited admiration from onlookers. Meanwhile, in Beijing, the national team's final roster was nearing completion, known only to a select few high-ranking officials. Should anyone catch a glimpse of this list, they would be astonished to find Zhang Yunze's name prominently listed as the starting point guard. Wang Yunlong had also received notification of Zhang Yunze's impending journey to Beijing, and for him, the prospect of Zhang Yunze flourishing in his career was the most gratifying outcome. After all, there was a possibility that Zhang Yunze might become his son-in-law, especially considering how closely the two youngsters seemed to bond. As the head of the grade, CFN typically prohibited romantic relationships among students. However, she made an exception for Zhang Yunze and Wang Yuehan. This leniency was not merely due to the fact that Wang Yuehan was her daughter, but rather because she felt an even greater obligation to be vigilant. She held Zhang Yunze in high esteem. The young man was nearly flawless in every regard. His stature, appearance, family background, and future prospects were exemplary. In all her years, she had yet to encounter a youth more outstanding than Zhang Yunze. Though her daughter was undeniably beautiful, the world was replete with lovely girls, and it was conceivable that Zhang Yunze might one day be drawn to another. Given his exceptional qualities, it was not unfathomable that even more remarkable young women would pursue him fervently. As the saying goes, a man must traverse mountains to pursue a woman, while a woman needs but a thin veil to chase a man. CF1, having experienced such dynamics herself, understood these truths well. Thus, she wholeheartedly supported her daughter in securing Zhang Yunze's affections without delay. Chapter 62. Reluctant passengers for Beijing Capital International Airport. Please proceed to Gate 4 for boarding. The announcement echoed repeatedly through the air at Chongqing Jiangbei International Airport's terminal. Zhang Yunze donned a stylish cap, accompanied by a sleek black t-shirt and vibrant orange-yellow Cavaliers shorts, complemented by classic Tim Melo sneakers. His overall appearance exuded vitality and freshness, even with his face partially obscured. He could not conceal his strikingly handsome features. "Good day, sir. Please present your boarding pass," inquired a lovely flight attendant at the ticket check-in desk before the boarding gate. Zhang Yunze presented his flight ticket, which was swiftly scanned by the attendant at the check-in counter. After a series of beeping sounds from the machine, the ticket was returned to Zhang Yunze, who was unnoticed by the attendant, oblivious to the identity of this young man. Upon receiving his boarding pass, Zhang Yunze politely expressed his gratitude before proceeding towards the boarding gate and entering the aircraft. As he traversed the jet bridge, he arrived at the entrance of the plane, where a charming flight attendant stood gracefully at the door. With a slight bow to each boarding passenger, she warmly welcomed them aboard. Her voice melodious and inviting as she said, "Welcome aboard, dear passengers. Please proceed inside." Zhang Yunze adjusted his cap as he approached, having purchased a first-class ticket, which would be reimbursed anyway. Money had become inconsequential to him. Next year, upon entering the NBA, he would sign a rookie contract lasting at least 4 years, 3-1, with a player option for the third year, and according to the new collective bargaining agreement. The financial terms for a third overall pick would amount to a staggering $25 million over 4 years, incrementally increasing from $3 million to $5 million, $7 million, and finally $10 million. However, it seemed he still needed to seek out an agency, as such matters typically fell under their purview. As a player, his focus should solely be on the game. His seat number was 2A, located in the second row of first class on the left side upon entering, while the economy section lay to the right, separated by a restroom and a hot water station, designed to provide first-class passengers with a serene and luxurious environment. After glancing at his seat number, he settled into the spacious confines of his seat, which offered ample room even for someone of his height. Devoid of any sense of confinement, a screen was embedded in the seat back ahead, promising access to various entertainment options. The aircraft was an Airbus A321, boasting a remarkably spacious cabin with luxurious first-class amenities. However, it paled in comparison to the Cavalier's private jet. Naturally, such comparisons were unfair, given that one was a commercial flight while the other was a chartered aircraft. Next to Zhang Yunze sat a portly middle-aged man, exuding the air of a businessman, adorned with a gold chain about the thickness of a pinky finger, an unmistakable display of ostentation. Zhang Yunze retrieved the JBL over-ear headphones exclusive to first class, placing them atop his head, resting against the brim of his cap. He selected several commendable rock tracks on the screen before him. Soon, the plane ascended, the tremendous force of takeoff pressing every passenger firmly into their seats. As the aircraft soared into the sky, the splendid weather allowed for a crystal-clear view of the shrinking world below, where vehicles appeared as diminutive ants and pedestrians became mere specks. The earth receded further, gradually merging into the clouds, above which lay an expanse of azure sky, an endless horizon of cloud and sky that was breathtakingly beautiful. Gazing out the window, Zhang Yunze was lost in contemplation, his thoughts drifting back to the previous night. "Brother Xiaozhe, take good care of yourself over there. Remember to eat on time and don't skip meals for basketball. It's not good for your health," Wang Yuehan said, nestled in his embrace. "I know, Xiaohan. I'm not a child anymore. I can take care of myself. But you, on the other hand, you dislike breakfast, and I have to coax you into eating every day. That habit must change. Skipping breakfast is detrimental to your health," Zhang Yunze replied, a hint of reluctance evident in his voice. Wang Yuehan continued to hold him tightly. The remarkable softness of her presence against his chest stirred a flutter within him. Their breaths quickened, and the rhythm of their heartbeats grew heavy, enveloping the atmosphere in an intimate tension. "Sir, may I offer you Western cuisine and dessert?" A gentle, melodic voice interrupted his reverie. "Oh," Zhang Yunze snapped back to reality, noticing a beautiful flight attendant standing beside him, bent slightly in inquiry. "I would like dessert, please," he replied. "Certainly," she said, retrieving a dessert from the trolley and placing it on his small table. "Thank you," he expressed. "Not at all. Please enjoy," the attendant replied softly. As she straightened, Zhang Yunze caught a glimpse of her casting a subtly flirtatious smile in his direction, leaving him momentarily stunned and uncertain. Zhang Yunze rose to his feet, intending to visit the restroom. As he approached the lavatory in the front of the first-class cabin, he discerned faint voices emanating from the other side of the wall. It seemed they were discussing him. "Oh, did you see that boy? He is so handsome, and he looks rather familiar," a sweet voice remarked. "Xiaona, are you infatuated again? If you like him, why not ask for his contact details?" Another female voice replied, acknowledging his striking appearance. "Look quickly. I told you he seemed familiar. Yet another voice chimed in. After a brief moment, the voice belonging to Xiao Na, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Indeed, it's Zhang Yunze, the one who has recently gained fame online, reportedly selected by the NBA as a guard. He is the epitome of a tall, rich, and handsome man. Who among us will make the first move?" One person suggested, "For some flight attendants." The prospect of capturing the affection of a wealthy and attractive individual in first class was always alluring. Even if the man were not conventionally handsome, his wealth could provide substantial financial support and fulfill various vanity desires. Whether he would be the primary partner or a side affair was of little consequence. They generally prefer the former. Indeed, an NBA player, I've heard their annual salaries reach into the millions, even tens of millions in dollars. Snagging such a golden bachelor would ensure a life free from worry. Why continue as a flight attendant, a profession that appears glamorous yet conceals many hardships? Among us, Xiaona, you have the best chance. You are a graduate of a prestigious university, young, beautiful, and in great shape. Since you don't have a boyfriend, why not give it a try? Who knows, you might succeed. And when you become successful, don't forget about us, your sisters. Zhang Yunze emerged from the restroom, shaking his head in mild exasperation. His heart had long been occupied by a singular person, leaving no room for others. In his eyes, even the most exquisite flight attendants, distinguished by their beauty, figure, and charm, paled in comparison to Wang Yuehan. This was his steadfast belief. However, upon returning to his seat, no more than a minute had passed when a flight attendant approached him. Standing at approximately 172 centimeters, she possessed a striking visage, fair skin, and elegantly styled hair adorned with a flight cap, exuding an air of grace and refinement. "Sir, may I ask if this is the coffee you ordered?" she inquired, presenting a steaming cup of coffee before Zhang Yunze. I didn't order any coffee," Zhang Yunze replied, puzzled. Yet, before he could elaborate, the flight attendant had already turned and departed, seemingly indifferent to his words. Zhang Yunze picked up his coffee, only to discover a note on the ground beneath the cup. He retrieved the note and examined it closely. It bore a string of numbers, presumably a telephone number. At that moment, a corpulent middle-aged man beside him leaned in, his tone somewhat peculiar, and said, "Well done, my friend. Congratulations on your good fortune." "Good fortune? What do you mean?" Zhang Yunze inquired. "Haha, brother, you are unaware? Many flight attendants often seek affluent gentlemen in first class. If they find someone appealing, they may serve you a cup of coffee along with their number. If you feel inclined, you can call the number and pursue a romantic relationship, become a lover, or whatever you desire. It is entirely up to you." Zhang Yunze was somewhat at a loss for words. They actually came. Subsequently, he crumpled the note into a ball and tossed it aside. The portly middle-aged man beside him gave him a thumbs up and said, "Brother, you're impressive. You don't even want what's handed to you. I admire you." Zhang Yunze nonchalantly curled his lips. He was not Lu Xiaohui, capable of falling in love at first sight with everyone he encountered. Soon, the plane landed at Capital International Airport. Upon disembarking, Zhang Yunze strode out directly and dialed a number. The voice of Secretary Yuan echoed through the line. "Zhang Yunze, have you arrived?" "I have," Zhang Yunze replied. "All right, please step outside. We'll be waiting to pick you up." Our vehicle, a Buick business car, is parked by the roadside just outside the arrivals area. Zhang Yunze suddenly felt a sense of alertness, sensing that something was amiss. He then said, "Let me hear Director Shu's voice." "Haha, dear Zhang Yunze, there's no need for concern. However, since you wish to hear Director Shu's voice, very well, please hold on." A faint voice came through the phone. "Old Chief, Zhang Yunze wishes to speak with you." "Oh, hand it over quickly." This young Zhang is surprisingly cautious, but it is always wise to exercise caution when away from home. "Hello, is this Zhang?" The voice of Shu Zhanghua resonated from the other end of the line. Zhang Yunze felt a slight relaxation in his heart. It was indeed Director Shu. Zhang Yunze said, "Director Shu, I apologize, I merely wish to confirm." "Ah, it is quite all right. I completely understand. It is always prudent to exercise caution when one is away from home. Do hurry along. I shall take you directly to the training base shortly, where you can meet everyone," Director Shu replied. "Understood." Zhang Yunze emerged from the exit, and indeed, a Buick van awaited him. He approached the vehicle, opened the door, and took his seat inside. After the driver confirmed his identity, he started the engine and drove off. After more than half an hour, the Buick arrived at the Haitian Comprehensive Sports Center, located in the Haitian district, and halted before the main entrance. Although parking was generally prohibited in this area, the vehicle bore a distinctive license plate, marking it as a special car from the General Administration. thus allowing it to remain without scrutiny. This comprehensive sports facility had been newly constructed in recent years, financed by the Beijing municipal government. It primarily served as a training ground for the Beijing team of the Chinese Basketball Association, CBA, boasting complete and sophisticated amenities. Currently, during the off-season, it was fortuitously being utilized for the national team's training sessions. "Mr. Zhang, this way please," the driver said, opening the door for Zhang Yunze. After Zhang Yunze alighted from the vehicle, he raised his head to gaze upon the impressive and somewhat grandiose sports complex before him. He could not help but exclaim in admiration, though it could not rival the home arena of the Cavaliers, the newly established Quicken Loans Arena. This venue could undoubtedly be regarded as one of the finest in Asia. At that moment, he spotted Secretary Yuan emerging from the entrance of the stadium, descending the steps with deliberate poise. The young man, appearing to be in his 30s, donned a tailored black suit and sported a closely cropped haircut, exuding an air of competence and maturity. Yuan Gu approached, extending his hand, which Zhang Yunze reciprocated in a firm handshake. Yuan Gu remarked, "Zhang Yunze, please follow me. The director is waiting for you inside the arena." Zhang Yunze nodded in agreement. Upon entering the stadium, he immediately observed two teams engaged in a competitive match, likely composed of members of the national team. Seated at the sidelines were several individuals, among them Director Xu. Yuan Gu led Zhang Yunze to the side of Xu Zhenghua, announcing, "Director, Zhang Yunze has arrived." "Haha, young Zhang, we have eagerly awaited your presence," Xu Zhenghua responded, rising from his seat. Noticing Xu Zhenghua's stand, the others around him also rose in acknowledgement. Xu Zhenghua proceeded to introduce the four individuals beside him. "This is head coach Zhu Zhenke, the national team's head coach. This is assistant coach Yu Qingfeng. Next is defensive coach Hai Jingyan. And finally, offensive coach Yin Yan." "Greetings," Zhang Yunze said, extending his hand to each of them in turn. "Are you indeed Zhang Yunze? It is a pleasure to finally meet you. One look reveals you to be exceptional." The head coach praised. "I am flattered, coach," Zhang Yunze humbly replied. "Haha," Xu Zhenghua chuckled. "Young Zhang, would you be interested in joining the game?" "Certainly," Zhang Yunze nodded in agreement. "Old Zhu, do we have uniforms available?" Xu Zhenghua inquired. "Yes, they're in the changing room," Coach Zhu responded. "Very well, Xiao Yuan. Please escort Zhang to change into his uniform," Xu Zhenghua instructed. "Understood, Director," Xiao Yuan replied. After Zhang Yunze left with Yuan Gu, the remaining members took their seats once more. Xu Zhenghua narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Old Zhu, do you believe that with Zhang Yunze's addition, we could secure tickets to the Olympic Games?" The director responded, "I'm convinced that if Zhang Yunze joins us, our weakest defensive line will transform into our greatest strength. It may even reach a premier level in Asia." Coach Zhu interjected, "I have watched videos of Xiao Zhang's summer league performances. He displayed remarkable composure against the finest collegiate players and champions from NCAA teams, showing no fear whatsoever. His three-point shooting is exceptionally precise. Indeed," the assistant coach added, "if he can shoot that accurately from the NBA three-point line, the FIBA arc should pose no challenge for him." Coach Zhu asserted, "Zhang Yunze's shooting prowess is undeniably top tier. If we utilize him effectively, not only can we aspire for Olympic tickets, but we might even contend for a spot in the top 8. It was evident that he held high hopes for Zhang Yunze. Xu Zhenghua nodded and said, "Then I entrust this to you. I truly do not wish to witness Chinese basketball failing to qualify for the Olympics. We have already missed the last opportunity. We absolutely cannot afford to miss this one." Chapter 64. The training match. As the second quarter of the match reached its third minute, Zhang Yunze was substituted onto the court. Given that this was a closed training session, there were no media present. However, his entry still drew the attention of several teammates, eager to glimpse this young player hailed as the future hope of China. In the first possession of the blue team, to which Zhang Yunze belonged, the FIBA three-point line is closer than that of the NBA, and Zhang typically practices shooting from the NBA range. For him, the FIBA line resembled a mid-range shot. Indeed, Zhang Yunze effortlessly executed a behind-the-back dribble, skillfully maneuvering past his defender. With a half-step beyond the three-point line, he rose for a jump shot, but unfortunately, it clanged off the rim. However, the ensuing defense, honed through Tim Melo's specialized training and the trials of the Summer League, showcased Zhang Yunze's defensive capabilities, which far surpassed those of domestic players. He applied relentless full-court pressure, forcing the opposing guards to struggle to advance the ball past the half-court line, often nearing a 7 to 8 second violation, or resorting to long passes. Zhang Yunze continually instigates physical contact to challenge the ball handler. compelling the opposing guard to utilize their less dominant hand for dribbling. For professional players, achieving ambidexterity is an essential skill. However, when a right-handed player suddenly switches to their left, a degree of awkwardness is inevitable. Moreover, merely switching hands does not suffice. Zhang Yunze relentlessly interferes with the ball handler, constricting their dribbling space, and a moment's lapse in concentration could result in a turnover. Indeed, his prowess is commendable, justifying his selection as the third overall pick. As Coach Zhu remarked with admiration, "I truly appreciate his defensive mentality. His scoring ability is formidable, yet his defensive tenacity rivals, if not surpasses, his offensive skills and exceptional quality." The defensive coach noted that many young players, relying on their formidable scoring capabilities, often neglect their defensive responsibilities, which can be quite exasperating. Indeed, for a player aspiring to greatness, scoring ability is crucial, as basketball is fundamentally a game of points. However, defense is equally paramount. Coach Zhu stated that scoring ability establishes a player's baseline, while defensive proficiency determines their ceiling. On the court, Zhang Yunze applies pressure to the opposing guard, causing them to struggle with ball control. Although his physical confrontation may seem inferior, this is relative to NBA-level players or elite American collegiate athletes. Within the domestic context, sharing the same ethnic background and having undergone rigorous strength training, recently complemented by specialized training, he possesses no less strength than his counterparts, and in fact, may well excel beyond them. Zhang Yunze intercepted the ball. With a breathtaking burst of speed, he embarked on a dazzling fast break, effortlessly distancing himself from the opposing players, who struggled to keep pace with his velocity. Like a bolt of lightning, he surged towards the paint, leaping high at the arc of the restricted area. With tremendous force, he executed a thunderous tomahawk dunk, emphatically slamming the ball into the hoop. After a few more plays, Zhang Yunze seized a rebound. At this moment, his teammates were already racing down the court. With remarkable precision, Zhang delivered an extraordinary long pass, sending the ball soaring towards the front court. It descended like a guided missile, landing perfectly in the hands of a fast-breaking teammate, who effortlessly executed a layup, scoring with ease as no defenders were present. Zhang Yunze's performance has yet to conclude. Despite the red team deploying 2 players to encircle him, they find themselves nearly powerless to contain his prowess. In response to their dual efforts, Zhang Yunze deftly changes direction, surging towards their defense to execute a precise 3-point shot, which he sinks effortlessly. This leaves the red team players exclaiming in exasperation, shaking their heads in disbelief. On the court, Zhang Yunze resembles an inexhaustible machine, akin to an elusive sprite that cannot be subdued. His relentless off-ball movement during each offensive possession renders the defenders utterly unable to keep pace. Zhang Yunze's performance captivated several coaches, their eyes gleaming with astonishment. His presence has indeed brought an overwhelming sense of joy. With Zhang Yunze on the team, they dare to assert that the Chinese team's defense is no longer subpar. In fact, they now possess the confidence to face even the formidable American team without trepidation. Zhang Yunze's impeccable display has filled their hearts with hope. In just a few days, they will face Japan in a friendly match, and with Zhang Yunze's addition, the prospects of victory seem promising. Although the Japanese defenders are strong, they have Zhang Yunze, who stands equally formidable, remarked Xu Zhenghua, his eyes brimming with optimism. The others nearby nodded in agreement. In the first half, Zhang Yunze recorded 12 points, 3 rebounds, 8 assists, and 4 steals, all in a mere 7 minutes of play, an astonishing feat initially trailing by 10 points. The blue team surged ahead to lead by 15 points at halftime, thanks to a remarkable 40-25 score in that quarter, led by Zhang Yunze. The second half saw no decline in Zhang Yunze's brilliance. Upon entering the court, he hit 3 consecutive three-pointers that left the red team bewildered. He then showcased his defensive prowess with 2 steals and a powerful block, igniting a scoring spree of 12-3, during which the opposing team managed only 3 points through a layup and a free throw over 5 minutes. Incredible, simply incredible, exclaimed Coach Zhu, unable to contain his admiration. What kind of training produces such a basketball prodigy? Indeed, I too am curious about how he has mastered such professional and textbook-like fundamentals and techniques, remarked the offensive coach. Even the finest sports schools in the country would struggle to reach such a level. It is truly astonishing. Xu Zhenghua, however, merely smiled at their reactions. He was well aware of Zhang Yunze's background and knew who had nurtured such a talent. Yet, upon realizing the identity of that individual, he fell silent, reflecting on the debt he owed him from years past. The score had escalated to 187, with the blue team leading by 13 points and just 5 minutes remaining. The red team began to claw back, as their small forward sank a three-pointer followed by a layup, narrowing the gap to just 8 points. After Zhang Yunze had passed to his teammates in open positions twice without success, he finally decided to take matters into his own hands. He first nailed a mid-range jumper from the right corner, followed by a steal from the opposing guard, initiating a fast break. Despite the defensive players catching up, they fouled Zhang Yunze, wrapping him in midair. Yet, with an exaggerated and peculiar twist of his body, he managed to sink the ball, subsequently converting the free throw. The point differential was reduced to 13, and with 3 minutes remaining, it seemed almost insurmountable for the red team to stage a comeback. Ultimately, the game concluded with a score of 110-97 in favor of the blue team. Throughout the match, Zhang Yunze showcased an impressive performance, amassing 39 points, 9 rebounds, and 14 assists, while also recording 8 steals and 2 blocks, making his statistics nearly equivalent to a quadruple-double. In the second half alone, he scored 27 points, shooting 6 out of 8 from beyond the arc. Chapter 65. Traffic jam. As the game ended, many teammates gathered around Zhang Yunze, embracing and high-fiving each other to celebrate their victory. Though merely a practice match, it still held the essence of competition. Surrounded by his fellow players, Zhang Yunze returned to the locker room, took a shower, and changed into a fresh outfit. At that moment, the blue team center, a key player for the national team, standing at 13 meters tall, sat beside Zhang Yunze, resting a hand on his shoulder. "You must be Zhang Yunze, right? Impressive indeed. I heard you're joining the national team. Is that true?" he inquired. Zhang Yunze nodded affirmatively. "That's fantastic." The center's excitement was palpable. "With your addition, we need not fear the Japanese team anymore. We can crush them. Losing to them last time left me quite frustrated," he remarked, extending his hand in camaraderie. Zhang Yunze smiled gently and extended his hand, which was reciprocated in a firm handshake. At that moment, Coach Zhu and several assistant coaches entered the room, prompting all the players to rise. Coach Zhu is widely recognized as a leading figure in domestic coaching, having previously led the CBA Guangzhou team to an impressive 4 consecutive championships. "Well done, everyone. You put in great effort tonight," he began. "Allow me to introduce someone." He gestured for Zhang Yunze to come forward. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Coach Zhu proclaimed, "This is Zhang Yunze, who will be joining our national team." As for his position, whether he'll be a point guard or a shooting guard remains undecided, but he is certain to be a key player. The 3 existing guards on the team nodded in agreement, harboring no sense of rivalry. They had witnessed Zhang Yunze's prowess firsthand, acknowledging that his talents surpassed their own, thus accepting his ascension to a primary role as a matter of course. "You all must be tired after tonight's exertions. Soon, we'll head out for dinner, and I'll take you to a bar for some relaxation. Tomorrow will be a light training day, as the day after we face Japan at Lukitsuin. I hope you all can muster your full strength to secure a victory on home turf." As Coach Zhu's words echoed through the air, the team erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "We love you, Coach. Long live the coach." After over 2 weeks of rigorous training, which consisted solely of practice without any leisure, except for the occasional uninspiring movie each evening, they were eager for a reprieve. It is essential to note that the majority of the national team players are young men, with an average age between 26 and 29, an age when one typically revels in the vibrant atmosphere of a bar. As the national team exited the gymnasium, they were immediately surrounded by reporters who had been waiting, their cameras trained particularly on the more prominent players, with a significant focus on Coach Zhu. Zhang Yunze, adorned with a baseball cap, went unnoticed by the throngs around him. Despite his considerable fame within the country, passers-by merely perceived him as a handsome young man, seldom making the connection to the burgeoning basketball star he had become. This was primarily due to his infrequent public appearances. Many had heard his name, yet had not laid eyes upon his visage. After a challenging escape from a barrage of reporters, the team boarded their bus and departed in haste. Around 7 o'clock, the bustling rush hour in Beijing ensued, and the bus found itself ensnared on the overpass, barely inching forward. "Goodness, when will this traffic clear? We don't have such congestion in Guangdong," remarked one player. The team comprised exceptional athletes from various corners of the nation, hailing from different CBA teams. "Get used to it, unless you take the subway. This is the daily traffic in Beijing," another player chimed in. Though not a native Beijing, he was a member of the CBA Beijing team and had resided in the city for several years, thus well acquainted with its circumstances. "How long will we be stuck here?" Another player lamented. Their grievances were understandable. This overpass stretched merely a kilometer, Yet the bus had crawled for over 40 minutes, covering less than 100 meters. A situation that could easily infuriate anyone. "I'm quite hungry," muttered the center sitting beside Zhang Yunze, the very player who had greeted him earlier. Zhang Yunze glanced at him, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Are you truly that hungry?" "Indeed, I am famished. I scarcely ate anything at noon. And after expending so much energy in the afternoon match, how could I not be starved?" The expression of the individual bore a hint of melancholy, reminiscent of a petulant spouse, revealing a profound obsession with food. "Why don't we descend and take the subway?" Zhang Yunze suddenly suggested. "Excellent idea." The center's eyes brightened as he replied, "The subway is conveniently located beneath this overpass. It is entirely feasible." Without delay, the center rose, placing one knee on his chair, and addressed everyone, "Brothers, what do you say we disembark and take the subway?" "Good plan." Several teammates echoed in agreement. "Let's take the subway. Who knows how long we'll be stuck in traffic?" "Old Fong is right. Let us opt for the subway," someone added. "Ah, your words hold little weight. It is the coach's approval that truly matters." Their collective departure would undoubtedly cause a stir, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences, prompting the coach to impose a restriction: no group outings without permission, nor solo excursions. "The coach will never agree. He has such a stickler," someone remarked. Suddenly, a deep voice boomed from the front. "Which scoundrel is disparaging me from the back? Who said I wouldn't agree, you little rascal?" The coach sat at the front alongside a few assistant coaches, while the players occupied the rear, separated by several rows. As the coach spoke, uproarious laughter erupted within the vehicle, as if it might lift the ceiling itself. The player who had made the comment appeared somewhat embarrassed. "So, coach, you do agree?" A teammate called out. "Of course, what do you expect? I won't let you go hungry." Coach Zhu replied curtly. "Oh, hail the coach." Subsequently, a magnificent scene unfolded on the overpass. A bus discharged a throng of individuals, each towering at least 185 centimeters, with some reaching heights of 218 centimeters. Over 20 of them jogged along the white line beside the overpass, descending in unison. As they surged into the bustling Beijing subway, they instantly elevated the average height of that particular car, creating a spectacle that drew many curious glances. A few girls, spotting Zhang Yunze in his cap, couldn't seem to divert their gaze, causing him to feel a bit bashful. Although the subway was crowded, it was free-flowing, and they soon reached their destination. The group leapt out, reminiscent of a gaggle of piglets venturing forth in search of food. Chapter 66. Encounter at the bar Wangfujing Street in Beijing, Quanjude Roast Duck. A venerable establishment with a history spanning over a century has thrived for more than a decade in this location, becoming a hallmark of Wangfujing Street. When one mentions Wangfujing, Quanjude Roast Duck is the first that springs to mind. Cheers! Everyone sat in the private room, raising their glasses and downing their drinks in one go. It was an expansive round table, capable of accommodating more than 20 individuals. "Come on, everyone, let us give it our all. Let us defeat the Japanese the day after tomorrow," Coach Zhu declared. "Defeat the Japanese." The crowd cheered in unison. After everyone took their seats, Coach Zhu continued, "Enjoy your meal and drinks, and after we finish, feel free to engage in leisure activities. However, be sure to report to the gym by 10 a.m. tomorrow, or the next event will be canceled. Long live the coach." As soon as Coach Zhu finished speaking, the room erupted in cheers. After dinner, nearly all the team members made their way to the bar, where, under the guidance of the staff, they were led to the largest private booth in the establishment, just barely fitting over 20 people. The team ordered numerous drinks and fruits. Some individuals rushed to the dance floor to revel, leaving the booth noticeably emptier. Zhang Yunze reclined on the sofa, lifting a glass and pouring himself a measure of fine liquor. He savored a few sips, feeling the dual sensations of spice and sweetness dance upon his palate, leaving an enduring aftertaste. Amidst the raucous atmosphere of the bar, he allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. Removing his hat, he addressed the nearby coaches, saying, "Come, esteemed mentors, allow me to raise a toast to you." The coaches reciprocated, lifting their glasses to clink with his. The assistant coach remarked, "Young Zhang, you are the beacon of hope for Chinese basketball. Put forth your best effort." "I shall," Zhang Yunze replied earnestly. A few teammates approached, draping their arms over his shoulders, exclaiming, "Come on, Zhang Yunze, why linger here with drinks? Let us hit the dance floor." One teammate pointed out, "Look, those lovely ladies have been glancing over here. They seem quite interested in you." Following the direction indicated by his teammate, Zhang Yunze indeed noticed a few attractive women casting their eyes this way, waving at him as soon as he made eye contact. Perhaps it was the lighting or perhaps their makeup was overly applied, but these women appeared strikingly pale, almost to the point of being alarming. Nevertheless, unable to refuse his teammates' invitation, Zhang Yunze rose to join them. As he stood, one of the women also stood, approaching him. "Hey there, handsome, would you care to dance?" A melodious voice suddenly whispered in his ear. Zhang Yunze turned around, and before him stood the very woman who had been gazing in his direction moments ago. In this close proximity, he could clearly see that the makeup on her face was indeed rather excessive. She appeared to be in her 30s, yet had adorned herself in such a way that she seemed to be in her 20s. Zhang Yunze shook his head repeatedly, pulling his teammates away. What a ridiculous notion. He was not the kind of person to engage in such frivolity, believing that not just anyone should share the dance floor. Although it was his first visit to a bar, he remained resolute in his principles. Just then, a sound of shattering glass reached his ears from the left, causing his brow to furrow in concern. Turning his gaze in that direction, he beheld a man brandishing a broken bottle, raising it menacingly toward a group of women seated on a sofa. Behind him stood several other men, equally intimidating. "Don't mistake kindness for weakness," the man growled, his eyes glinting with a sinister light as they roamed over the women, finally fixating on their ample bosoms. "We don't know you. Why should we entertain you? We are not here to serve drinks," one woman retorted defiantly. "Ah, I admire your spirit," the man leered. "You all possess such splendid figures and beauty. Let me make myself clear. You will accompany me, whether you wish to or not." "By what right?" "We will call the police," another woman interjected. "Call the police?" He scoffed dismissively. "Go ahead. If the authorities arrive, I assure you, I will leave this bar on my own terms." The four women turned pale, realizing the formidable connections this man likely possessed. Could it be that they were to be ensnared in this predicament tonight? They were no longer naive. They understood the implications of what it meant to accompany someone, ultimately leading to a night of surrendering not just their time, but perhaps their dignity as well. Zhang Yunze paused momentarily, murmuring, "How could it be her?" It appeared she had encountered some trouble. With that, he strode towards her, followed by a few puzzled teammates who were unsure of his intentions. Among them, a woman pursed her lips, her anger rendering her exceptionally beautiful. The man's gaze fixated on her, and he suddenly smirked lewdly, saying, "Come with me and let's have a drink." He reached out, attempting to grasp her. The woman, feeling a sense of despair, closed her eyes. She was uncertain about how to respond. Though she desired to resist, she felt powerless. She understood that society was not as glamorous as it seemed on the surface, concealing numerous shadows and vile realities that a fragile woman like her could scarcely contend with. Regret washed over her for not remaining in the hotel, for venturing into a bar. She had seldom visited bars, and she never anticipated encountering such a situation upon her first visit. What was she to do? Would she simply allow this man to have his way? Suddenly, a figure flashed through her mind. Perhaps if he were by her side, he would protect her. Clenching her fists, her entire body trembled involuntarily, a mixture of anger, fear, and trepidation overwhelming her. Although her profession appeared glamorous to outsiders, she was, at her core, merely a vulnerable woman. Just as the man reached to seize her arm, a strong hand grasped his wrist, halting his advance. The woman, puzzled, opened her eyes and slowly lifted her head, her gaze filled with surprise and disbelief. A whirlwind of emotions converging within her, and in that instant, she could not contain her tears. "Friend, isn't this a bit excessive?" Zhang Yunze's cool voice resonated, though quiet. It was profoundly impactful. The cacophony of music, the DJ's beats, and the cheers of men and women melded into a deafening chorus. Yet in her world, at that moment, it felt as if the entire universe had fallen silent. Chapter 67. Coach Zhu steps in a man's gaze shifted towards Zhang Yunze, and he forcefully shook off Zhang's grip, sizing him up with a provocative glint in his eyes. "What is this? Planning to be a hero?" "Not at all," Zhang Yunze retorted, curling his lip. "I merely disapprove of your behavior." "Oh, do you know who I am? Do you believe I won't let you leave this bar today?" The man boasted, a hint of disdain curling his lips. "I'm unaware, but your identity holds little significance to me. Moreover, I am quite curious about how you intend to prevent my exit from this establishment." Zhang Yunze replied nonchalantly, confident that, with his skills, these few individuals were hardly a challenge. To comprehend the origins of his training, one must acknowledge that he was instructed by none other than a retired soldier from the renowned Southern Sword, China's most elite special forces, who had undergone several years of grueling, hellish training. His skills surpassed those of the average individual. The woman in question was none other than the flight attendant named Yen Na, who had served coffee to Zhang Yunjia on the plane, possessing both a remarkable physique and striking looks. At this moment, the team members behind Zhang Yunjia displayed an eagerness for confrontation. They were ready to engage in battle. Youthful vigor coursed through their veins, and given their background from sports academy, brawling had been a commonplace affair. Although they had tempered their enthusiasm after turning professional, the fervor still resided deep within them. "I swear, today you shall learn who is worthy of your attention and who is not," one man declared, as he swung a half-empty beer bottle towards Zhang Yunjia. The women gasped, covering their eyes in fear, while the team members rushed forward to assist. However, Zhang Yunjia merely shifted his body to evade the assault, extending his left hand to encircle the assailant's wrist, effectively immobilizing him. With a swift right fist, he struck the man's ribs, eliciting a pained scream as he crumpled to the ground, clutching his side in agony. The man's companions, witnessing their leader's defeat, charged forward, fearing retribution if they did not act. They aimed kicks and punches at Zhang Yunjia, but his teammates attempted to intervene. Zhang Yunjia, however, gestured for them to hold back. In a blur, he advanced upon the group, each movement executed with precision and grace, akin to a choreographed dance. His strikes were clean and decisive, and within a mere 20 seconds, he had incapacitated 6 or 7 adversaries, leaving them writhing on the ground in distress. The commotion drew the attention of many onlookers, who began to gather to witness the unfolding spectacle. Several security personnel approached, aghast at the sight of the man sprawled on the floor. One security guard rushed to assist him, exclaiming, "Young Master Lon, who did this to you?" The man, identified as young Master Lon, raised his hand to point at Zhang Yunjia, his words somewhat slurred. It was this kid. You, take care of him. Understood." One of the guards replied, exchanging knowing glances with his colleagues, who nodded in agreement as they advanced toward Zhang Yunjia. Zhang Yunjia furrowed his brows, sensing that today's situation was rather troublesome. The individual referred to as young Master Lon appeared to possess considerable influence. Were he an ordinary person, a bar brawl would have resulted in immediate ejection by security. However, Zhang Yunjia discerned the obsequious glances exchanged among the guards, evidently eager to curry favor with young Master Lon. A bar situated within the first ring of the city undoubtedly attracts those of notable stature, and the security's blatant partiality toward young Master Lon indicated his remarkable standing. "Stop!" Suddenly, Coach Zhu's voice pierced through the crowd. Coach Zhu and several assistant coaches squeezed their way into the throng, prompting one of the guards to scrutinize Coach Zhu and declare, "Who are you?" Uninvolved parties should step aside to avoid collateral damage. Young Master Lon paused briefly, murmuring, "Isn't that old Zhu?" Coach Zhu frowned. The bar's dim lighting rendered it difficult for anyone to recognize Zhang Yunjia and the others. However, as time dragged on, the risk of being identified increased. If they were to be recognized, the headlines the following morning would undoubtedly read, "Members of the Chinese national basketball team engaged in bar brawl." Coach Zhu understood that should this incident come to light, all involved would face dire consequences, himself included. Casting a glance at the young man, Coach Zhu approached and whispered a few words into his ear. Young Master Lan's brow furrowed, but he nodded slightly, looking at Coach Zhu with a hint of smile. "All right, for my granduncle's sake, I'll let this matter slide today. However, you must treat me to a meal next time." "Certainly, young Master Lon. Next time. The expenses are on me," Coach Zhu replied, patting the young man's shoulder. Young Master Lon nodded and turned to his companions, saying, "Oldly, it's all good now. Let us go." With that, they departed, and the security personnel helped young Master Lan's fallen associate to his feet before following suit. Once young Master Lon had left, the atmosphere lost its excitement, and the crowd gradually dispersed. It appeared that no one had recognized Zhang Yunjia and his companions, perhaps due to the dim lighting or perhaps because their public appearances were infrequent, leading to few who could recall them. Thus, this confrontation came to an end. "Coach, you!" Zhang Yunjia found himself at a loss for words. Fully aware that he had acted impulsively, he had not considered the potential ramifications, had someone recorded the incident and shared it online. Even he could face the loss of his eligibility for the national team. The thought of representing his country filled him with fervor, and the prospect of being sidelined from competition would undoubtedly leave him deeply disheartened. Coach Zhu said nothing, merely sighing as he placed a reassuring hand on Zhang Yunjia's shoulder. "Young man, do not act rashly," he advised before departing. "Coach, what did you say just now?" a teammate inquired, chasing after him, their curiosity piqued by the unfolding events. Zhang Yunjia stood frozen in place, suddenly feeling a sense of bewilderment. Coach Zhu's words stirred a faint warmth within him. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of smile. Chapter 68. Yin Na. As Zhang Yunze was about to depart, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him from behind. Mr. Zhang. Wait a moment. A voice resonated from behind him. Zhang Yunze came to a halt and turned around, observing Yin Na rising from the sofa and approaching him. She reached his side and softly expressed, Mr. Zhang, thank you. If it weren't for you today, I truly would not have known what to do. Zhang Yunze scratched his ear, his face slightly flushed. However, due to the dim lighting, it was hardly discernible. At this moment, Yin Na stood rather close, allowing him to distinctly perceive the fragrance of her perfume, a subtle yet enchanting aroma. The act of stepping in to assist in the face of injustice was, in fact, quite unremarkable. Yet Zhang Yunze felt a tinge of embarrassment. In such proximity, he realized that her beauty was perhaps not inferior to that of Wang Yuehan. Her features were perfectly sculpted and exquisitely refined, with a cherry-like mouth that ignited primal desires within men. She belonged to that type whose allure deepens with each glance. Though her height was somewhat less than Wang Yuehan's, measuring around 168 to 169 centimeters. Mr. Zhang, why not come over and have a seat? I would like to offer you a drink. Yin Na tilted her head, inquiring about Zhang Yunze's inclination. Zhang Yunze glanced at the dance floor, where the coach and teammates were immersed in their rhythmic movements, lost in the joy of dance. He nodded thoughtfully and remarked, very well. Approaching Yin Na and her companions at their booth, Yin Na greeted him, hello, Mr. Zhang. My name is Yin Na, and these are my colleagues, who are also my sisters. You must be aware of our profession. We are flight attendants. Zhang Yunze nodded and introduced himself, saying, hello, I am Zhang Yunze, before proceeding to shake hands with each of them in turn. Haha, it truly is Zhang Yunze. He is so handsome, exclaimed one of the flight attendants in her 20s, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Xiao AI stopped swooning. Really, chided a young girl beside her, playfully nudging her friend. Zhang Yunze felt a touch of awkwardness, an unsettling sensation enveloping him. Yin Na, seemingly perceptive of his discomfort, promptly urged, Mr. Zhang, please have a seat. As she spoke, she picked up a bottle of wine from the table and poured it into an empty glass before handing it to Zhang Yunze. Setting the bottle down, she raised her own glass and continued, Mr. Zhang, I'm sincerely grateful for your gallant assistance earlier. I have no other means to express my gratitude than to share a couple of drinks. With that, Yin Na swiftly consumed the contents of her glass. We also toast to you, Mr. Zhang. Thank you for your timely help. Without you, we, a few vulnerable women, would have been at a loss. Chimed in the other girls, lifting their glasses in acknowledgement towards Zhang Yunze. As the night deepened, Wang Yuehan sat in the classroom, gazing outside at the round moon, softly murmuring, Xiaoze, what are you up to now? With this thought, she took out her phone and sent a text to Zhang Yunze. However, after a considerable wait, she received no response, prompting a sense of disappointment that led her to toss her phone into the drawer. Yet, she soon retrieved it again and dialed Zhang Yunze's number. One she had memorized well. The phone rang for over a minute without an answer, followed by a monotonous silence. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunze and the flight attendants had become quite inebriated, reveling in their merriment, even engaging in a game of truth or dare. In a rather audacious moment, Zhang Yunze shared a kiss with Yin Na. He was somewhat intoxicated, oblivious to the impropriety of his actions. Yet, one could hardly fault him. At merely 17, having never stepped foot in a bar or encountered the temptations of the world, who could resist such allure? Haha, Xiaoze, you lost again. Let me think of what I should choose, one girl remarked, indicating that the atmosphere had grown familiar enough for everyone to address each other by name. Please, Sister AI, have mercy. I can't take it anymore. Zhang Yunze pleaded repeatedly. A man mustn't say he can't, exclaimed a girl nicknamed Sister AI, suddenly suggesting, I've got it. There, go squeeze Xiao's chest. Ah, Zhang Yunze was taken aback. Even though he had indulged a bit too much in drink, he could not bring himself to engage in such an act as to touch someone else's chest. Oh, come on, you can't back out now, little AI exclaimed, stifling her laughter. You are incorrigible, little AI. Yin Na chided playfully, though her tone lacked any real reproach. In her gaze, there lingered a hint of anticipation as she subtly adjusted her ample bosom. This is inappropriate. Zhang Yunze's face flushed with embarrassment. What's wrong with it? Look, little Na isnt objecting. Hurry, don't be a coward, the girl named Little AI urged. Yes, do it quickly, echoed the other girls. Zhang Yunze hesitated, his hand suspended in midair, unable to proceed with such an act. However, at that moment, little AI seized Zhang Yunza's hand, guiding it towards Yan Na's bosom. He was taken completely off guard, experiencing an astonishingly soft sensation that radiated from his mind throughout his entire body, a feeling of exquisite comfort that was inexpressible. Yan Na wore very thin lingerie, which barely concealed her modesty, completely unable to obstruct the gentle warmth that emanated. Nor could it obscure the subtle pressure from Zhang Yunza's delicate hand. She could not suppress a soft moan, utterly entranced. Had it not been for the raucous singing that enveloped them, it surely would have reached Zhang Yunza's ears. Oh, the other girls cheered, prompting Zhang Yunza to hastily retract his hand, while Yan Na, slightly bashful, lowered her head and covered her chest, seemingly lost in the memory of the moment. "Ha! Xiaozhe, how does it feel? Is it soft?" Little AI inquired. Zhang Yunza found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament, utterly at a loss for words. However, amidst the gathering, a slight intoxication enveloped everyone. A girl named Xiao AI playfully reclined on Zhang Yunza's lap, her fingers toying with the stubble on his chin, her wide eyes sparkling with mischief as she gazed at him, exuding an air of innocent curiosity that was simply adorable. At that moment, Zhang Yunza remained oblivious to the fact that his phone, nestled in his pocket, had inadvertently been activated, and the voice of Wang Yuehan echoed from the receiver. Unfortunately, the cacophony of his surroundings drowned her out. "Hello, hello, Xiaozhe, where are you? It's so noisy," Wang Yuehan called out. "Xiaozhe, you lost again." "Huh, this time you owe me a kiss," Xiao AI chimed in, suggesting a peck on the cheek. "Huh, why not a kiss on the lips?" The girls around them teased. "Then let us kiss," Zhang Yunza replied with a drunken chuckle, his mind clouded and unaware of the gravity of the situation. However, on the other end of the line, Wang Yuehan was struck as if by lightning, frozen in disbelief. The phone slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground with a sharp metallic sound that reverberated through the otherwise quiet classroom as tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. Chapter 69. An encounter. All the students turned their heads, their gazes fixated on Wang Yuehan, many bewildered and uncertain about what had transpired. Even Xie Fun, seated at the podium, lifted her head to observe. Wang Yuehan hastily wiped her tears, retrieved her phone from the floor, and with her head bowed, fled the classroom. Xie Fun merely shook her head in silence, perhaps sensing the underlying tension, suspecting that a dispute with Zhang Yunza had occurred. She harbored no concerns regarding her daughter's academic performance, as Wang Yuehan had consistently excelled, always ranking among the top in her class. Even if she did not study in her senior year, gaining admission to a prestigious university would pose no challenge. Her sole worry resided in the relationship between her daughter and Zhang Yunza, hoping for a favorable resolution. Matters of the heart were delicate, and she hesitated to intervene. Inciting Zhang Yunza's aversion would yield more harm than good. Wang Yuehan burst from the academic building and made her way to the tree-lined path of the school. Settling onto a bench, clutching her phone tightly with both hands, she bowed her head, seemingly trying to bury it against her chest. Tears fell uncontrollably, splattering onto the screen, her hands, and the ground beneath her. Overwhelmed with despair, a profound frustration welled within her, questioning endlessly, Why Zhang Yunza?" she murmured to herself, her eyes vacant and numb, evoking an indescribable sense of sorrow in those who beheld her, stirring an instinctive urge to offer solace. The campus at night was profoundly tranquil. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle and luminous glow, enveloping the night in an aura of serenity and peace. Its light kissed the treetops, creating dappled shadows that danced upon the earth as scattered beams illuminated the surroundings. Yet her heart remained restless, unable to find tranquility. At that moment, a melodious voice suddenly emerged from the end of the tree-lined path, seating itself on the bench beside Wang Yuehan. She reached out, gently wrapping her arm around Wang Yuehan's shoulder, drawing her into an embrace, relishing the familiar warmth, scent, and tenderness. Wang Yuehan instinctively nestled into her arms, surrendering to her emotions and bursting into tears. "Xiao Han, do not be disheartened. Will you tell me what has transpired?" The speaker was none other than Wang Yuehan's confidant, Ling Kursin. Time seemed to stretch as Wang Yuehan's sobs gradually subsided, transforming into soft whimpers. "Xiao Xin, am I being foolish?" Wang Yuehan suddenly lifted her gaze to meet Ling Kursin's eyes. Ling Kursin offered a gentle smile, her porcelain complexion glowing under the moonlight, accentuating her beauty. "Of course not. Otherwise, how could I call you my silly girl?" Wang Yuehan's tears turned to laughter, playfully chiding. "Oh, you cheeky girl, how dare you mock me? Just wait. I shall have my revenge." With that, Wang Yuehan sprang to her feet, playfully attempting to tickle Ling Curson. Unwilling to be bested, Ling Curson retaliated, and the two girls engaged in a delightful scuffle, their laughter echoing through the tree-lined path, resonating like a sweet melody under the moonlit sky. "I'm hungry." Wang Yuehan pouted, pausing their playful banter, fatigue evident in her voice. "So am I," Ling Curson replied, patting her stomach. "Why don't we head to the cafeteria for a bite?" Wang Yuehan suggested. "Absolutely not. The food there is dreadful. A new spicy hot pot place has opened across the school. Let us go there," Ling Curson proposed. "But we can't go out yet. Class isn't ended," Wang Yuehan countered. Ling Curson glanced at her watch and nodded. "There's still 20 minutes until class is over. Let us wait here." "All right." After what felt like an eternity, the crisp sound of the school bell rang out, igniting a fervor throughout the campus as students flooded from the classrooms. Wang Yuehan and Ling Curson exited the school, making their way to the hot pot shop across the street. Upon their arrival, the owner, a warm-hearted woman in her 40s, greeted them enthusiastically. "What can I get for you lovely ladies?" she inquired with a smile. "Could you please bring us the menu?" "We'll order ourselves," Ling Curson replied. "Of course. Here you go," the owner said, placing a menu on their table. "Ladies, feel free to browse. We have a special opening discount of 20 off today." "Thank you, ma'am," they chorused. Wang Yuehan sweetly remarked. Soon, Ling Curson and Wang Yuehan ordered some spicy hot pot and returned the menu to the proprietress. The two began to engage in conversation, and gradually, several classmates entered the establishment, ordering their own spicy hot pot and taking a seat. At that moment, a few young individuals, sporting vibrant hairstyles, long flowing locks, oversized earrings, and eccentric attire entered the shop, evidently not students from the nearby 4th High School, which maintained strict dress codes that would not permit such flamboyant styles. They appeared to be local troublemakers. "Hey boss, is there any space left?" one of the young men shouted boisterously. The proprietress came out with a beaming smile and replied, "Gentlemen, I'm afraid there's no room available. If you could wait a moment, a table should be free soon." One of the ruffians scanned the hall, and his gaze suddenly brightened as it fell upon Ling Curson and Wang Yuehan. The two girls were undoubtedly the most radiant figures in the establishment at that moment, and his eyes gleamed with a hint of greed and lewd desire. "Isn't there a spot over there?" he questioned, gesturing towards the table occupied by Wang Yuehan and Ling Curson. "Hey, that table is taken," the proprietress quickly interjected. Wang Yuehan and Ling Curson were indeed strikingly beautiful, as she was unwilling to see them subjected to the advances of such ruffians. The proprietress hurriedly attempted to block the troublemakers, but the leader forcefully pushed her aside, ignoring her entirely as he continued toward the girls. Wang Yuehan and Ling Curson's table was a small two-seater against the wall, with no extra chairs available. The group of ruffians simply grabbed a few chairs from a nearby larger table and settled beside Wang Yuehan and Ling Curson. The girls then realized that they had company and turned to see a few unfamiliar, oddly dressed delinquents. "What do you want?" Wang Yuehan exclaimed, her expression tinged with alarm. "There are already people here. Relax, we just noticed that two lovely ladies seemed a bit lonely, so we thought we'd keep you company," one of the ruffians replied, a smirk on his face. "But don't worry, I'll cover your expenses for tonight. Just make sure to have some fun with us." His lascivious gaze roamed unabashedly over Wang Yuehan and Ling Curson, revealing his unmasked desire. "No need, you all enjoy yourselves. Shao on, let us go," Ling Curson said, standing up and tugging at Wang Yuehan, intent on leaving. However, the ruffians also rose, extending their hands toward Wang Yuehan and Ling Curson. Chapter 71, Princeton. The score stands at 2 o'clock. The Japanese team is on the offensive. In the face of Zhang Yunji's relentless pursuit, Yuta Tachikawa, truly deserving of the title of a super sixth man, dribbles with remarkable composure, firmly securing the ball and denying Zhang any chance to intercept it. The head coach of the Japanese team is the renowned Levin Ad, a distinguished figure in NCAA coaching, celebrated for his implementation of the Princeton offense, earning him the title of the Princeton System Master in NCAA circles. Coincidentally, China's coach, Zhu Zhao, was once a disciple of the illustrious NBA coach Larry Brown, another esteemed master of the Princeton system. Thus unfolds a clash of Princeton styles between the Chinese and Japanese teams. Tachikawa accelerates, with the Japanese center setting a high pick. He penetrates the defense, while the shooting guard circles out to the right corner at a 45-degree angle. Zhang Yunjia, obstructed by the screen, struggles to maintain his defensive position. Facing the defense of Jin Xingce, Tachikawa, decisively passes the ball to the open shooting guard on the perimeter. The catch is made. With a swift motion, the shot is taken. A three-pointer lands securely beyond the arc. The Japanese team's execution of strategy is commendable. Coach Ad has maximized Tachikawa's ability to penetrate and distribute, exemplifying the quintessential essence of the Princeton offense: an open drive, the shooting guard's off-ball movement, and an effective catch-and-shoot. Indeed, in the Princeton system, each player must possess a certain degree of shooting proficiency and selflessly share the ball. Another commentator adds, in this particular sequence, Zhang Yunjia holds the ball at a high position while Jin Shengtse sets a screen. Zhang breaks toward the left side of the key, passing to the power forward on the weak side. Upon receiving the ball, the power forward immediately relays it to the shooting guard at the top of the key. The shooting guard drives toward the free throw line, while the small forward, aided by Zhang's screen, shakes off his defender and positions himself beyond the arc. With both player and ball in sync, the small forward takes a jump shot from three-point range. Swish. The arena erupts in jubilant applause. The recent maneuver by the Chinese team also exemplifies the traditional and classic principles of the Princeton offense, utilizing Zhang Yunjia's off-ball movement followed by the screen to facilitate the catch. One commentator notes, this traditional weak-side guard screening strategy is commendable, yet I believe this Chinese team should not be confined to tactical systems. They ought to leverage Zhang Yunjia's formidable scoring ability rather than merely adhering to set plays and combinations. Although basketball is a team sport, the potency of individual talent can be equally paramount at times, states Coach Long. What does Coach Long mean by this? Another commentator inquires. The reality is that our domestic players' capabilities do not match those of the Japanese team. If we engage in a Princeton matchup and our shooting is on point, we may fare well. However, if our shots do not fall, we must rely on more aggressive plays in the paint. Observing the entirety of the Chinese team, the only players with significant inside presence are Jin Shengtse and Zhang Yunjia. The current Chinese team is indeed poised to execute an effective inside-out strategy. Director Long remarked, it is undeniable that the overall strength of the Chinese team as players is inferior to that of the Japanese team. However, there are two aspects in which we are not weaker than the Japanese team: the point guard and the center positions. Indeed, as the match approached the 5th minute, the Chinese team failed to score, allowing the Japanese team to execute 2 consecutive fast breaks, bringing the score to 8-14, with Japan leading by 6 points. Zhang Yunjia's current statistics stand at 0 points, 2 assists, and 1 rebound. Zhang Yunjia swiftly discerned the dynamics of the game. The overall strength of the Chinese team was, after all, inferior to that of the Japanese team. Should they persist in employing the Princeton offense, the outcome of the match would be utterly predictable. If victory was to be seized, he realized that abandoning the Princeton system was imperative, focusing instead on scoring. As the orchestrator of the court, Zhang Yunjia possessed an exceptional basketball IQ and an innate ability to read the game, enabling him to comprehend how to alter the flow of the match and direct his team's play effectively. Indeed, Zhang Yunjia forsook the Princeton offense. Although the coach had yet to advocate for a tactical shift, Zhang Yunjia made the decision independently for the sake of triumph, indifferent to the coach's approval. He beckoned Jin Shengtse, who executed a high screen. Zhang Yunjia broke through like a streak of crimson lightning, penetrating the paint. Undeterred by the small forward's defensive presence, he executed a reverse layup with an exaggerated flourish, successfully converting the shot. The massive screen broadcasted this remarkable play, and the crowd erupted in fervor. The difficulty of Zhang Yunjia's shot was formidable. Facing 2 defenders, he performed a reverse layup with his left hand, a rarity even in the NBA. On the sidelines, Coach Zhu Yuzhong nodded appreciatively, murmuring, Zhang Yunjia, you have acted wisely. A truly exceptional player must not rigidly adhere to the coach's tactics, but should possess the insight to adapt. As a premier coach in the nation, Zhu Yuzhong was acutely aware that engaging the Japanese team with the Princeton system was unfeasible. His objective was to cultivate Zhang Yunjia, for he embodied the future hope of Chinese basketball. Should Zhang Yunjia excel, it would be an immense boon for the national team. In contrast, this warm-up match seemed relatively inconsequential. If it could serve to develop Zhang Yunjia, a loss would still hold value. Coach Zhu Yuzhong aspired to enhance Zhang Yunjia's on-court reading abilities and tactical adaptability, emphasizing the need for flexibility rather than rigid adherence to the coach's strategies. This was the essence of a court commander and the role of an on-court strategist. In the subsequent play, Zhang Yunjia showcased his extraordinary individual prowess. utilizing screens from both the power forward and center to take a contested shot, successfully sinking a three-pointer. The score now stood at 13-16. In an instant, the Chinese team had altered their strategy, catching the Japanese team off guard, and Zhang Yunze completely commandeered the match. Jian Chuanyuda, known for his offensive strength and defensive frailty, after all, he served as a sixth man for the Suns, was repeatedly bested by Zhang Yunze, who consistently found the basket against his one-on-one defense. Within the first 5 minutes of the opening quarter, Zhang Yunze had achieved an impressive 5-for-5 shooting, netting 3 two-pointers and 2 three-pointers, amassing 12 points. The score rapidly shifted to 27-20, prompting the Japanese team to call a timeout in the final minute. Zhang Yunze's offensive capabilities were simply extraordinary, eliciting continual admiration from Coach Long as he remarked on how Zhang Yunze rendered Jian Chuanyuda's defense virtually ineffective. However, it must be acknowledged that the Japanese team displayed a certain sluggishness in their response, consistently opting for a one-on-one defense against Zhang Yunze, which resulted in repeated scores from him. I suspect that the Japanese team's lack of reaction is not solely to blame. Rather, it is likely that Coach Ade did not have faith in Zhang Yunze's ability to score continuously. Thus, he maintained the single coverage, fearing that should they resort to double teaming, Zhang Yunze might facilitate his teammates' rhythm, which would undeniably pose a disadvantage for the Japanese team. As Director Long remarked, it seems that Coach Ade believes that, regardless of Zhang Yunze's prowess, it is improbable for one individual to dismantle an entire team. By suppressing his teammates, Zhang Yunze would resemble a cornered beast, powerful yet ultimately ineffective. This reasoning holds merit. However, after witnessing Zhang Yunze's scoring display, I am convinced that had Coach Ade continued with the single coverage, Zhang Yunze would indeed possess the capability to single-handedly conquer an entire team. Chapter 72. The acceleration of the Chinese team and the defense of the Japanese team. The first quarter concluded with a score of 30-25, with Zhang Yunze securing 12 points through his individual prowess. As the second quarter commenced, following Coach Zhu Youxiang's directives, the Chinese team began to collaborate with Zhang Yunze, centering their strategy around him, thereby increasing their pace and embracing a fast-paced style of play. Zhang Yunze possesses remarkable shooting and passing skills, precisely what the team needs in their offensive endeavors. The average age of the Chinese team is relatively young, representing the prime of their physical condition. Although they may not appear as imposing as their African counterparts, they are undoubtedly formidable when compared to their fellow Asians, the Japanese. Indeed, at the onset of the second quarter, under Zhang Yunze's leadership, the Chinese team accelerated their pace dramatically. With Zhang Yunze controlling the ball, there was no concern about advancing past half-court. The pressure from Yuda posed no threat to him, as he effortlessly maneuvered past the half-court line with a simple pivot. In the first 3 minutes of the second quarter, the Chinese team unleashed an impressive 11-0 run, prompting Japan to call a timeout. The Japanese team struggled to adapt to the sudden shift in strategy employed by the Chinese. Each Chinese player exuded vigor and vitality, while Japan relied on several veterans who found it challenging to keep up with the pace. Consequently, Japan was compelled to introduce younger players to match the tempo. Otherwise, they risked being overwhelmed. During this 11-0 offensive surge, Zhang Yunze, as the team's pivotal figure, contributed 3 assists and scored 7 points, including a mid-range jumper, accounting for 9 of the 11 points directly associated with him. As the cerebral force of the team, he fulfilled his role admirably. However, Japan steadfastly maintained their strategy of single coverage on Zhang Yunze, albeit with a change in the defender. The responsibility shifted from Yuda to Takeda Yoshihito, the best defensive player in the Japanese league for 3 consecutive seasons, renowned for his prowess in perimeter defense. The current score stands at 41-30. Zhang Yunze dribbled beyond the three-point line, with Tianjian approaching to defend from high position. Standing at 2.01 meters, Tian primarily plays the small forward position, but is also capable of guarding power forwards. His robust physique, coupled with remarkable lower body strength, provides him with a stable base, and his agile footwork allows him to keep pace with most smaller guards, enabling him to defend from positions 1 through 4. Tian's defensive efforts appeared effective, causing Zhang Yunze some discomfort, prompting him to pass the ball swiftly. Coach Long remarked that Tian continuously engaged his body against Zhang, creating significant obstacles for him. Indeed, as Japan's finest defensive player, Tian adeptly understands how to leverage his physicality for defense, achieving optimal results. Another commentator noted that if Zhang Yunze were to hear such praise, he would likely scoff. While Tion's defense is commendable, and he certainly knows how to utilize his body effectively, it pales in comparison to that of Tim Melo, a multiple-time NBA Defensive Player of the Year. Against Tim's formidable defense and physicality, Zhang exhibited no signs of discomfort, let alone against Tion. The reason he passed the ball quickly was to facilitate a swift transition, as the essence of a fast-paced offense lies in rapid ball movement and scoring. His intent was to accelerate the team's offensive tempo, not because Tion's defense had made an impact. Indeed, Zhang Yunze demonstrated that his pass was not a result of Tion's defensive prowess. He maneuvered along the baseline to receive the ball and executed a back-to-the-basket move against Tion, who stood a head taller. With sheer determination, he pushed Tion back several steps before executing a smooth, fadeaway jump shot, which found its mark. Although Zhang Yunze's strength has significantly increased after rigorous training, it still falls short when faced with Chongqing. However, he cleverly utilizes his physical advantages to execute a back attack. With a swift thrust of his hips, he manages to push Chongqing back. Seizing the opportunity while Chongqing is off balance, he delivers a powerful strike that sends his opponent stumbling back, thus creating space for further action. In response to the accelerated pace of the Chinese team, the Japanese squad seems to have discovered a viable counter-strategy, introducing younger players to match the tempo set by the Chinese. This adjustment, however, diminishes the initial speed advantage held by the Chinese team. It must be noted, though, the sagacity of coach Zhu Yuzhang. As soon as the Japanese team began to quicken their pace, Coach Zhu promptly called for a timeout, instructing his team to slow down and engage in a positional battle. Through the collaboration of Zhang Yunze and Jin Xingse, they skillfully regained control of the game's tempo. Despite the effectiveness of Coach Zhu's strategy, Zhang Yunze encounters difficulties. As a promising rookie, he lacks the extensive competitive experience of his opponent, Kanagawa Yuta, a seasoned player with years of NBA experience and a former Six-Man of the Year. Zhang Yunze's inexperience, stemming from insufficient participation in high-stakes matches, becomes glaringly evident, leading to frequent fouls. Kanagawa Yuta capitalizes on this, drawing 2 fouls from Zhang Yunze. By the 6th minute of the second quarter, Zhang Yunze, burdened with 3 fouls, is compelled to leave the court, and China loses a vital control point. With Zhang Yunze absent, the Chinese team struggles to advance the ball, plagued by instability in their dribbling. The entire offensive structure crumbles, akin to a state of constipation, as they enter a scoring drought. Under Kanagawa Yuta's orchestration, the Japanese team surges forward, launching a striking 12-3 run that narrows the score to 44-42, with Japan trailing by a mere 2 points. Reluctantly, Coach Zhu has no choice but to reintroduce Zhang Yunze to the game. However, upon his return, he immediately commits another foul, accumulating 4 fouls, and is forced to exit once more. The adage holds true: strike at the serpent's vital spot. The Japanese team has identified the Achilles heel of the Chinese squad, Zhang Yunze. Whenever he is off the court, the Chinese offense loses its rhythm, descending into disarray, rendering them incapable of competing with Japan. The presence of Zhang Yunze transforms the Chinese team into 2 entirely different entities. One is a lion prowling the African savanna, while the other resembles a toothless, sickly cat. At halftime, Japan leads by 49-44, having gained a 5-point advantage. During this quarter, after Zhang Yunze's departure, Japan outscored China 14-24, establishing a 10-point lead. In the locker room, the atmosphere is tense. Zhang Yunze sighs deeply and addresses his teammates. "I'm sorry, this is my fault. If I hadn't committed so many fouls, we wouldn't be in this position." Coach Zhu pats Zhang Yunze on the shoulder and reassures him. "This is not your fault. Our focus now must be on how to score. Failing to secure points is a serious issue, especially after leading by more than 10 points and now being overtaken." The team members nodded in silence. The atmosphere in the locker room felt rather tense. However, it was reassuring to see that they still possessed an indomitable spirit, unwilling to concede defeat, which explained their reaction. If they were indifferent, the ambience would not have been as it was now. Chapter 73. The provocation of Qinchuan Yuta, the Chinese team found themselves in a predicament. Zhang Yunze was burdened with 4 fouls and could not take the court, rendering China's offense nearly stagnant, as if they were unable to break through. Experiencing a scoring drought and even suffering a devastating 16-5 run against them. Indeed, the situation is quite unfavorable for the Chinese team, remarked Coach Long. "I never anticipated that Zhang Yunze would prove to be so crucial in the very first game." Another commentator added, I wonder if Coach Zhu Yuzhong will dare to risk keeping Zhang Yunze on the court. However, if he does, he must manage his fouls. Otherwise, should he accumulate 6 fouls, the Chinese team would be in dire straits. Coach, let me play. I will manage my fouls, Zhang Yunze implored as he approached Coach Zhu Yuzhong in the locker room. Coach Zhu, furrowing his brow, replied slowly, Yunze, can you truly control your fouls? You are immensely important to the team, and you witnessed how our offense faltered in your absence. If you foul out, our chances of victory will diminish significantly. Coach, I understand. Trust me. I won't let you down, Zhang Yunze asserted. Very well, it's up to you, Coach Zhu said, giving Zhang Yunze a reassuring pat on the shoulder. As the second half commenced, Zhang Yunze's presence on the court surprised many. Why is Coach Zhu allowing Zhang Yunze to remain on the court? Is he not concerned about him fouling out? One commentator questioned. Perhaps Coach Zhu felt he had no alternative. If he did not utilize Zhang Yunze, the game would almost be conceded. Better to take a risk and see if he can manage his fouls, Coach Long suggested. Meanwhile, on the Japanese bench, head coach Ade was devising strategies. Qinchuan, you will be called upon shortly. Focus on exploiting the opposing guard. Do whatever it takes to draw fouls and force him out of the game. With that, we can secure an easy victory. The Chinese team is like a toothless tiger. No need for concern. I understand, Coach. I will make it happen. Qinchuan Yuda nodded in agreement. As the second half began, under Coach Zhu's direction, Zhang Yunze would not bear excessive defensive responsibilities, and his defensive assignment shifted from Qinchuan Yuda to the Japanese shooting guard, whose offensive prowess paled in comparison to that of Qinchuan Yuda. This was a prudent strategy, considering the latter's superior ability to draw fouls. Indeed, in the second half, with Zhang Yunze on the court, the Chinese team's ball transition and offensive efficiency appeared transformed, as if they had become an entirely different team. Moreover, Jianchuan Yongtai, in several attempts to rely on cover for a one-on-one confrontation with Zhang Yunze, found Zhang Yunze to be exceedingly astute, skillfully evading direct engagement. He neither retaliated nor provided assistance, leaving Jianchuan Yongtai utterly exasperated and devoid of recourse. It resembled two individuals exchanging blows, yet each strike landed upon cotton, rendering one's efforts futile and intensely frustrating. At last, Jianchuan Yongtai could no longer contain his ire and shouted at Zhang Yunze. Come boy, you are nothing but a fool. Zhang Yunze remained utterly unfazed, disregarding any provocation. Observing his failure, Qinchuan Yuda resorted to another tactic, directly challenging Zhang Yunze in an attempt to incite his anger and provoke a loss of composure, thereby creating an opportunity to draw a foul against him. It appeared that Zhang Yunze was momentarily affected by Qinchuan Yuda's taunts, as if he had been tricked. In this instance, he took the initiative to defend against Qinchuan Yuda, who displayed a smirk, as if his cunning plan had succeeded, and promptly seized possession of the ball. Confronted with Zhang Yunze, he sought to devise a strategy to elicit a foul from him. Indeed, Qinchuan Yuda, with his height of 191 meters, engaged in a back-to-basket maneuver against Zhang Yunze, believing he held an advantage. However, he failed to notice the cold, disdainful smile that Zhang Yunze wore in response. When Qinchuan Yuda made his initial contact, Zhang Yunze matched his strength, resisting the physical challenge. Qinchuan Yuda instinctively assumed that Zhang Yunze would continue to counter his moves, planning to employ a series of feints to easily provoke a defensive foul. Little did he realize that Zhang Yunze was equally scheming against him. As Qinchuan Yuda exerted force for a second time, Zhang Yunze suddenly disengaged his body's weight, stepping back sharply. Qinchuan Yuda, caught off guard by his own excessive force, quickly attempted to regain his balance. Yet despite his efforts, he lost his center of gravity in that fleeting moment, causing the ball to waver precariously in his control. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Yunze swiftly extended his left hand, deftly swiping the ball away from Qinchuan Yuda. The ball soared forward, and without hesitation, Zhang Yunze sprinted ahead. Qinchuan Yuda immediately turned to pursue him, but he was too late, and Zhang Yunze's speed proved insurmountable. Zhang Yunze picked up the ball from the ground and deftly evaded the pursuing Jianchuan Yongtai, resembling a streak of crimson lightning as he surged towards the frontcourt. Approaching the free throw line, he leapt high into the air, his form elegantly extended, akin to a soaring eagle in the vast sky. With a powerful and resounding slam dunk, he thrust the ball into the hoop with one hand. Instantly, the Six Pines basketball arena erupted with the thunderous cheers of 40,000 spectators, who began to chant Zhang Yunze's name in a frenzy. Sporadic shouts of MVP emerged, gradually crescendoing into a harmonious and thunderous chorus. Ultimately, the entire arena reverberated with the unified chant of MVP, 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 in celebration of Zhang Yunjia. Meanwhile, Jianchuan Yongta's expression darkened considerably. He had initiated the provocation, failed to draw a foul, and was instead faced with a humiliating steal followed by a spectacular dunk. Anyone in his position would struggle to maintain composure. Following this triumphant play, as the game transitioned between offense and defense, the individual assigned to defend Jianchuan Yongta had changed, which only intensified his frustration. In that moment, he found himself increasingly agitated, akin to a boxer who, after receiving a blow, finds his opponent fleeing instead of engaging further, leaving him speechless and frustrated. With the ball in a high position, Jianchuan Yongta utilized a screen to penetrate the defense, evading Jin Xingce and executing a pull-up layup. At that moment, the path before him was entirely clear. Both defenders had been successfully shaken off, posing no further threat. The shot seemed as good as guaranteed. However, just then, Jianchuan Yongta felt a shadow loom over him, and he glimpsed a pair of large hands appearing above him, hovering over his released shot. A sudden chill gripped his heart, plunging it to the depths of despair. Chapter 74. A humiliating defeat? Zhang Yunjia leapt high into the air, as if he were soaring like a bird, embodying the essence of an aerial performer. With a classic volleyball spike, he struck the ball with a powerful palm, sending it crashing against the backboard. The tremendous force of the impact produced a resonant thud that reverberated throughout the entire gymnasium. As the ball collided with the backboard, a heavy thump followed, propelling the ball back with formidable force. The atmosphere in the arena erupted as if ignited by an explosion, with the cheers of the crowd echoing in every corner of the vast space. Simultaneously, basketball enthusiasts in front of their televisions were unable to contain their exhilaration. This moment was truly electrifying, akin to administering a shot of adrenaline to the faltering spirit of Chinese basketball. It must be noted that the most exhilarating moments on the basketball court are often encapsulated in three thrilling feats: blocks, dunks, and three-pointers. Jianchuan Yongta widened his eyes in disbelief, momentarily frozen in astonishment. How could this be? How could the shot be blocked? The position from which he released the ball was impeccable, rendering such an outcome seemingly impossible. He simply could not comprehend it. He blocked it. Zhang Yunjia astonishingly denied Jianchuan Yongta's layup from an utterly improbable position. Coach Long, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Let us review the replay." When Jianchuan Yongta took a shot, Zhang Yunjia had not yet left the ground. It was nearly a second after Yongta's release that Zhang sprang into action. Yet he still managed to thwart Yongta's attempt with a resounding rejection against the backboard. Indeed, this highlights the remarkable explosiveness and jumping speed of Zhang Yunjia. Under extremely disadvantageous circumstances, he relied on his extraordinary physical attributes to execute the block. Such physical prowess can only be deemed exceptional, perhaps even beyond the reach of NBA stars. It is undeniable that Zhang Yunjia possesses a physique that may be considered a once-in-50 years occurrence among the yellow race. The last comparable figure may have been over 30 years ago, a certain legendary center endowed with an unusual combination of size and a gentle touch, along with remarkably refined skills, reminiscent of the now rare dreamlike footwork seen only in players like Ike Venice. Coach Long remarked, "In fact, I believe Jin Xingce possesses potential in this regard. At just 18 years old, he has become the most reliable asset for the Chinese team. Even when confronted with the towering twin towers of the Japanese team, he stands firm. Had our perimeter shooting not been so lacking, perhaps the Chinese team would not have succumbed to Japan." Another commentator added, "Indeed, I have a great appreciation for this young talent. I recall that his uncle is that legendary center. I've heard he has been practicing footwork with his uncle and has occasionally showcased a move or two in recent matches, hinting at his burgeoning potential." The esteemed Coach Long remarked, "Perhaps he and Zhang Yunjia will emerge as the beacon of hope for the future of Chinese basketball, becoming the backbone of the national team. Should they both truly develop, one inside and one outside, I believe the Chinese team could even rival the American squad. Indeed, if they can flourish, it would create our very own OK combination reminiscent of the legendary Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal, who together led the Lakers to 3 championships from 1999 to 2002, establishing a magnificent dynasty. Such a prospect fills one with anticipation and hope. Across the vast ocean, many scouts and teams in America are also keenly observing this match, with particular focus on Zhang Yunjia. Randy, It seems we have placed our bets wisely this time. Zhang's performance has exceeded our expectations, bringing energy, speed, and the spirit of sharing to the Chinese team, stated Liar Farkey, the owner of the Cavaliers. Mr. Farkey, what are your thoughts on this Chinese center? Smith inquired, gesturing towards the LCD television broadcasting the warm-up match between China and Japan. Liar Farkey furrowed his brow in contemplation and replied, his fundamentals are solid and his skills refined, yet he still falls short of the NBA threshold. After all, his physical attributes seem lacking. Boss, what if we were to sign him? I sense immense potential in this young man. He bears the semblance of a traditional dominant center. Smith suggested. Liar Farkey chuckled. Ranny, do you intend to transform our team into the Cleveland Chinese team? Boss, shouldn't it be the Chinese Cavaliers instead? Nevertheless, I believe that in the case of centers, skill is more crucial than physical prowess. The league is replete with centers possessing exceptional athleticism, yet lacking in technical finesse. Many of them fade into obscurity after just a few seasons. Physical abilities will inevitably decline, but technical skills only grow more refined. Very well, Ranny, I trust your judgment. You may decide whether to sign him or not. Liar Farkey conceded. As the third quarter reached the 5-minute mark, the score stood at a stalemate of 60-60. Although Zhang Yunji's performance was remarkable, and he had adeptly managed his fouls, the inherent disparity in team strength proved insurmountable. Despite Zhang's relentless efforts, the score remained tight. By this point, Zhang had taken 18 shots, successfully landing 8, with 4 out of 7 from three-point range and a flawless 6 for 6 from the free throw line, amassing a commendable total of 26 points, 7 assists, 8 rebounds, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that he was the cornerstone of this Chinese team, with at least 40 points directly attributable to his contributions. However, as the 6th minute approached, the physical stamina of the Chinese players began to wane, struggling to keep pace with the rhythm set by the Japanese team. This is precisely the concern that coach Zhu Yuzhong harbors. While the benefits of increased speed are evident, the toll on physical stamina has emerged as the paramount issue. The only recourse was to substitute players for a few minutes. Yet even with the introduction of replacements, it became apparent that even Zhang Yunzi struggled to maintain momentum. Despite his presence on the court, the Chinese team found themselves at the mercy of Japan, who surged ahead with a score of 12-5. Japan's team capitalized on their opportunity, sinking 3 consecutive three-point shots. Had it not been for Zhang Yunzi's relentless 5-point contribution, the outcome might have already been decided. It is crucial to recognize that this Japanese team is composed of seasoned veterans, each bearing the scars of numerous high-stakes competitions, notably the adept Yuta Kitakawa, who excels in the 4th quarter. Should the 3rd quarter conclude with Japan widening the gap, the Chinese team would indeed find themselves precariously close to the brink of despair. Chapter 75. A frenzied scoring feast entering the 4th quarter with a deficit of 7 points at 72-65. The Chinese team faced an overwhelming crisis of endurance. Aside from Zhang Yunzi, the remaining key players appeared on the verge of cramping from sheer fatigue. Zhang Yunzi took a sip of an energy drink, wiping the sweat from his brow. The intensity of the match was exceptionally high, yet he felt he still possessed around 40% of his stamina, while his teammates appeared to be nearing their limits. Coach Zhu Yuzhong found himself a loss and had no choice but to slow down the pace for the team. He decided to utilize substitutes for the initial minutes, intending to bring in the starters for the latter part of the game to determine the outcome. This was the only viable strategy left at this juncture. As the 4th quarter commenced, the Chinese team adopted a positional play strategy. However, it seemed that the Japanese team had discerned China's tactics, opting instead for a small ball approach to further elevate their transition speed. Confronted with the Japanese team's rapid transition game, led by Yuta Banshan, the former small forward had moved up to the center position, entirely relinquishing defensive coverage in the paint. They gambled on the notion that aside from Zhang Yunzi, the Chinese players lacked sufficient strength, rendering the need for a dominant center's defense unnecessary. This reliance on swift offensive and defensive transitions allowed Japan to counterattack with remarkable speed. At this moment, the tallest player for Japan was the 2.1 meter tall Yoshihito Kanda, while the Chinese team's interior featured an impressive 2.13 meter height advantage. Yet despite this, the Chinese inside game struggled against the Japanese team's undersized lineup, frequently failing to convert opportunities, much to the coach's frustration. In the face of the Japanese team's aggressive small ball assault, only Zhang Yunzi managed to keep pace and deliver effective defense. The other players were left merely watching, utterly powerless against the relentless breakthroughs that left the Chinese team defenseless. Zhang Yunze observed the situation with mounting anxiety. Yet even he was at a loss as to how to rectify it. His agitation led to several mistakes. In one instance, during a rapid pass, he misjudged his teammate's speed, resulting in a missed opportunity as the ball went unreceived. Subsequently, a miscommunication during a screen and roll play occurred, where a well-executed pass to the center was too swift, eluding his teammate's grasp. Moreover, during several attempts to penetrate and distribute the ball, his teammates remained stationary on the perimeter, compelling him to resort to individual efforts, which, naturally, made scoring exceedingly difficult. After the Japanese team unleashed a 7-0 scoring surge, Coach Zhu Yuzhang called for a lengthy timeout. Zhang sat on the bench, his expression one of profound frustration. This was his inaugural match with the national team, and aside from the Summer League, it marked his first significant competitive event. Despite his commendable performance, the current circumstances had thrust the Chinese team into a dire predicament, and he was reluctant to conclude his debut with a disheartening defeat. The recent errors had ignited a spark of anger within him, not directed at himself, but at his teammates. A feeling of exasperation at their lack of effort. Although it was his first appearance with the national team and his experience in major competitions was limited, he understood the imperative of maintaining focus during the game. However, it seemed that his teammates, despite having participated in numerous formal matches, frequently lost their concentration, as evidenced by their inability to receive the ball on multiple occasions. This was not a casual pickup game. His passes could not be executed at a leisurely pace like in informal settings. They needed to be delivered with the velocity of a cannonball. Yet, his teammates appeared oblivious, lacking the readiness to receive the passes, behaving more like spectators than active participants. Each time he broke through and attempted to distribute the ball, his teammates remained motionless, failing to position themselves effectively, which only heightened his frustration. Zhang Yunze rose to his feet, surveying the multitude of strategies outlined by the coach. He could only shake his head. If these tactics could be executed, there would be no fear of the Japanese team. However, the successful implementation of these strategies hinges upon the players' exceptional tactical acumen and execution capabilities. This Chinese team's substitutes evidently lack such proficiency, and even among the starters, apart from Zhang Yunze and Jin Xingce, none possessed the requisite skill to achieve such a level. Zhang Yunze had made a resolute decision. He refused to accept defeat. He aimed to score, determined that if he were to lose, it would be by his own hand, rather than succumbing to the weakness of his teammates. Even in the face of Tim Melo, he was prepared to boldly confront the challenge. And what of this Japanese team? With 8 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, following a timeout, Zhang Yunze seemed to transform entirely. An aura of ferocity and coldness enveloped him, and his gaze took on a darker intensity. "Director Long, have you noticed? Zhang Yunze's eyes have changed," remarked the commentator. "Indeed, there's a palpable sense of menace within his gaze," Director Long replied. Zhang Yunze held the ball at the three-point line, as the Chinese team trailed by 7 points. Confronted by the tenacious defense of Qinshuan Yuda, Zhang exhibited a hint of disdainful smirk. Just moments ago, Qinshuan had attempted to provoke him in vain, and now his defense was riddled with petty antics. Yet Zhang remained utterly unfazed. "Fool," Zhang coldly remarked, and then, like a bolt of lightning, he sprang into action. His first step was astonishingly swift. He effortlessly evaded Qinshuan, driving into the paint, where he faced off against Tian Yoshihito. With a powerful leap, he surged upward, executing a challenging bank shot from the right side of the key. "Ah!" Zhang exclaimed, as he released the ball just as the referee's whistle pierced the air. "Foul!" The shot was flawlessly made, resulting in a 2-1. Zhang Yunze cast a disdainful glance at the figure of Jianchuan Yongtao behind him and contemptuously muttered, "Fool." Although Jianchuan Yongtao did not comprehend Chinese, he could faintly discern that Zhang Yunze was deriding him. In retaliation, he exclaimed in English, "Fucku." Zhang Yunze cast a glance at him, uttering not a word, as he approached the free throw line and successfully made the shot. In the subsequent offensive play, Qinshuan Yuda appeared to deliberately provoke Zhang Yunze, who, forsaking any defensive switch, took it upon himself to guard Qinshuan Yuda directly. With the ball in hand, Qinshuan Yuda charged forward, and near the free throw line, he forcefully shoulder-checked Zhang Yunze, sending him sprawling. The referee's whistle pierced the air, offensive foul. Yet, Qinshuan Yuda leaned down to Zhang Yunze, whispering, "Baby, back home, you cannot leave the judge." It seemed that Qinshuan Yuda was willing to sacrifice a foul to provoke and infuriate Zhang Yunze. aiming to disrupt his composure and induce a foul that would lead to his ejection. However, Zhang Yun's reaction was unexpected. He shot Qinchuan Yuta a cold glance, retrieved the ball, and handed it to the referee, casually uttering, "Fool," before walking away. Why did Qinchuan Yuta commit that foul when it was entirely unnecessary? A commentator pondered aloud. Director Long contemplated for a moment and replied, "Did you notice that after the foul, Qinchuan Yuta approached Zhang Yunze and said something? Yet, Zhang Yunze ignored him and simply walked away. I sense that Qinchuan Yuta is deliberately attempting to provoke Zhang Yunze, aiming to rattle him. Could it be that Qinchuan Yuta is willing to sacrifice a foul just to incite Zhang Yunze? It seems so. Zhang Yunze is crucial to this Chinese team. If he were to lose his cool and get ejected, it would spell disaster for the team. Sacrificing a foul to see Zhang Yunze leave the court is a calculated risk for the Japanese team," Director Long concluded. Chapter 76. A frenzied scoring feast. The recent 2-1 marked Zhang Yunze's sixth point of the fourth quarter. By the 3-minute mark, he had attempted 7 shots, making 2, totaling 6 points, with 2 successful free throws out of 3 attempts. Zhang Yunze's shooting percentage in the fourth quarter was uncharacteristically low, primarily due to several attempts to pass the ball that were thwarted by teammates' lack of movement, leaving him no choice but to force shots, which ultimately diminished his accuracy. Furthermore, after the Japanese team adopted a small ball strategy, they began to double-team Zhang Yunze, denying him any opportunity for an easy shot. The Japanese team abandoned their defense on another Chinese player, focusing instead on a 2-man blockade against Zhang Yunze. He opted to pass. Yet even in what seemed like an open opportunity, the Chinese players missed 2 shots from beyond the arc, making only 1 out of 4 3-point attempts. A shooting percentage inferior to Zhang Yunze's own capabilities. Again, with the ball in his possession, Zhang Yunze had no intention of passing from the high right arc. He attempted a 3-pointer that went astray. Nevertheless, this failure appeared to have no impact on him. His expression remained unchanged, his gaze chillingly cold, exuding an unspoken intensity as if he were capable of devouring his adversary's whole. The Japanese team scored a 2-point basket, and in the subsequent possession, Zhang Yunze again showed no inclination to pass. From the same spot as before, he launched another 3-pointer. This time, a crisp swish echoed through the arena as the ball found its mark. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause. Zhang Yunze's expression was as calm as a tranquil lake, exuding an icy demeanor. On his face, one could only discern an almost obsessive desire for victory, devoid of any other emotion, radiating an intense aura of menace. As Qinchuan Yuta executed a sudden jump shot, Zhang Yunze soared through the air, delivering a monumental block that sent Qinchuan's shots soaring into the stands, a display of terrifying verticality that left the audience in awe. As the Japanese team prepared for a sideline throw-in, their small forward attempted a 3-pointer that missed the mark. Zhang Yunze seized the rebound and propelled himself down the court, executing an astounding series of 4 consecutive direction changes that bewildered Qinchuan Yuta, leaving him utterly disoriented. In response to Qinchuan's provocations and attempts to rattle him, Zhang Yunze did not retaliate verbally or physically. Instead, he chose to communicate through his performance on the court. "You wish to provoke and anger me? Very well. I shall not lose my composure, but you will undoubtedly pay the price." Having evaded Qinchuan Yuta, Zhang Yunze charged towards the basket. Faced with the defensive efforts of Keitani Yoshihito and the Japanese team's lack of height in the paint, Zhang Yunze decisively launched a high shot that found its mark, adding another 2 points to the scoreboard. The sensation emanating from Zhang Yunze was reminiscent of only a few individuals I have witnessed before, former legends like Jordan, James, Kobe, and Tim. The sheer determination and audacity, the unwavering drive to score, was strikingly similar. "It truly is remarkable," remarked Coach Long. "Perhaps this is a form of legacy," suggested another commentator. Coach Long nodded in agreement. Zhang Yunze appeared as if possessed by the spirit of a warrior on both offensive and defensive fronts. He exhibited a commanding prowess that far exceeded the caliber expected at this level of competition, entirely unbecoming of a mere 17-year-old rookie. Yet again, he executed a steal, directly confronting and dispossessing Kenkaway Yuta, then surged forward with relentless determination. From beyond the arc, he decisively drained a 3-point shot in rapid succession. The Japanese team was momentarily stunned, prompting their coach to call a timeout. Within just 2 minutes, Zhang Yunze had made 2 out of 3 3-point attempts and successfully converted his sole 2-point shot, amassing a total of 8 points. With 5 minutes gone in the fourth quarter, he had already scored 14 points, while his teammates managed a mere 3. Upon resuming, the timeout seemed to do little to quell Zhang Yunji's fiery momentum. Faced with a double team, he boldly overpowered Yuda, pivoted, and executed a swift jump shot, sinking yet another basket. The commentators were in a frenzy, rallying the audience to cheer for Zhang Yunji. During this brief span, while the Japanese team managed to score 8 points, Zhang Yunji single-handedly tallied 10. The score stood at 90-84, with China trailing by 6 points and only 5 minutes remaining, entering the critical phase of the match. After a timeout, Coach Zhu Yuzhong substituted all the main players onto the court, and at this moment, Zhang Yunji was in a state of fervor. Like a demon, his gaze was solely fixed upon the hoop, dismissing all else. He resolved to relentlessly attack the basket, determined to sink that elusive ball. The Japanese team continued to employ a double team against him, yet Zhang Yunji's shooting touch was astonishingly sublime, as if the hoop had transformed into an expansive sea. Near the left free throw line, he executed a sudden jump shot, drawing a foul from the Japanese team as power forward. At this juncture, the Japanese team had also reverted to their main lineup, transitioning to a traditional big man formation rather than their previous small ball approach. Zhang Yunji missed a free throw, but Jin Shengtse seized the rebound, only to fail in his attempt to score again. The Japanese team's center secured the rebound, employing a pick-and-roll strategy. Kantian Yoshido set a high screen for Ikenochi Yuta, then rolled to the basket. After receiving the pass, Kantian adeptly delivered an interior feed to the center, who scored with a resounding dunk. The score stood at 92-86. The Japanese team employed a triple-team defense. Faced with Zhang Yunji's consecutive successful shots, they resorted to this aggressive strategy, leaving other players unguarded. Their belief was unwavering. They could not allow him to score, even if it meant letting his teammates shoot. They understood that permitting Zhang Yunji to continue his scoring spree would be disastrous. Yet, Zhang Yunji remained unfazed, showing no inclination to pass the ball. His gaze was icy as he maneuvered beyond the three-point line, deftly evading the triple team with the aid of a screen. Confronted by 2 defenders, he executed a 1-meter jump shot from beyond the arc. It went in. The score was now 92-89. When this shot found the net, the audience erupted into an ecstatic frenzy, hardly able to believe their eyes. In that moment, Zhang Yunji seemed to embody a fusion of Stephen Curry and Tim Melo. Timeout. The Japanese team called for a pause. His teammates rushed over, embracing and cheering for Zhang Yunji, yet he remained cold and detached, showing no signs of celebration. He retreated to the bench, took a sip of water, and closed his eyes, indifferent to the jubilations around him and entirely unconcerned with the coach's tactical explanations. Coach Zhu cast a glance at Zhang Yunji and decided to erase the strategy from the board, writing instead a simple instruction: give the ball to Zhang Yunji. It appeared that Zhang Yunji had entered a trance-like state, with only the goal in his sights, oblivious to everything else. Coach Long remarked that such a mindset arises only in individuals who are almost obsessively driven by the desire to win. The last to exhibit this state was none other than the basketball god, Michael Jordan. Zhang Yunji's expression was formidable, resembling that of someone with a lethal intent. A chilling demeanor that sent shivers down my spine, even through the screen. Another commentator interjected, "No, it should be described as a commanding presence. Regardless of the circumstances, he is determined to win, exuding an aura of it must be me. Even if the outcome is a loss, it will be at his own hands." This is why he attempts those audacious, long-range three-pointers. He prefers to control his own fate. In the 77th chapter, titled Death's Entanglement Resurfaces, the Japanese team executed a broad passing strategy, creating a significant open opportunity from the perimeter, resulting in a successful three-point shot. Following this, in the subsequent play, Zhang Yunji initiated an offensive maneuver, once again confronting the relentless triple-team defense from Japan. Unfortunately, he failed to convert a mid-range shot, and the rebound was seized by the Japanese squad. The Japanese team subsequently landed another mid-range basket, showcasing a tactical prowess that significantly outmatched the Chinese team. Currently, Japan leads by 8 points with 4 minutes remaining, placing China in a precarious situation. Coach Zhu Yuzhong finds himself at a loss. The inherent disparity in strength between the two teams is glaring. The sole glimmer of hope for victory now rests entirely on Zhang Yunji's shoulders, as the team looks to his extraordinary individual talent to extricate them from the quagmire of defeat. Zhang Yunji felt a twinge of fatigue after such an intense confrontation. bearing the dual burden of offense and defense. Even a stalwart like him could not withstand strain. As he dribbled outside the three-point line, he took a deep breath, preparing for a breakthrough. However, the moment he approached within a meter of the arc, the Japanese team swiftly enveloped him with a trio of defenders, denying him any opportunity to shoot. Zhang Yunze found himself in a quandary, torn between passing the ball to a teammate in a prime position or attempting to go it alone. His rational mind urged him to pass, given the overwhelming defense against him and the open teammate. Yet a nagging doubt lingered. What if his teammate failed to convert? Would it not be better to rely on his own abilities? Thus, he stood at an impasse, unsure of his next move. Finally, spotting Jin Shengtse wide open in the paint, Zhang Yunze opted to pass. He executed a swift bounce pass, which soared through the air and landed perfectly in Jin Shengtse's hands. Without hesitation, Jin Shengtse secured the ball and executed a powerful dunk, eliciting a roar of jubilation from the crowd. A smile broke on Zhang Yunze's face as he exchanged a high five with Jin Shengtse and nodded in acknowledgement. As the Japanese team launched their offense, Takewawa Yuta held the ball while Keita Yoshihito slipped along the baseline, creating space. The Japanese center moved to set a high screen, while the power forward positioned himself near the left side of the paint, and the shooting guard lay in wait at the corner. The Japanese team operated with the precision of a finely tuned tactical machine, executing their strategy flawlessly and leaving no room for error. Their tactical acumen and execution far surpassed that of the Chinese team. The sole hope for victory lay in Zhang Yunze's individual prowess. Without a cohesive team approach or tactical execution, they stood little chance against Japan unless fortune favored them with the Japanese team's poor shooting performance. With the Japanese team adding 2 more points, the score stood at 97-91, with 3 minutes remaining as they steadily pushed the Chinese team toward their demise. Zhang Yunze attempted a three-pointer from the left arc, utilizing a screen, yet once again, it failed to find the mark, granting possession to the Japanese team. Why? Why does Zhang Yunze persist in taking these forced shots despite repeated failures, especially at such a critical juncture in the game when every point matters? His actions inflict considerable harm upon the team, remarked the commentator. However, let's not forget that without Zhang Yunze, the Chinese team might have already succumbed to a significant defeat at the hands of Japan. We must adopt a more long-term perspective. Zhang Yunze is destined to become the cornerstone of this Chinese squad. This is merely a warm-up match, and even in defeat, we bear no significant loss. Conversely, nurturing Zhang Yunze's confidence and that indomitable spirit in the face of formidable opponents is far more valuable than the outcome of a single game. Perhaps Coach Zhu recognizes this and allows Zhang Yunze the freedom to shoot at will during the match, stated Coach Long. The commentator nodded in agreement, recalling that the former star of the Thunder, Kevin Durant, a legend among the top 10 in history, was granted similar freedom in the early years of his career. As long as he was willing, he could shoot as often as he desired, and it was through this approach that Durant was developed. Indeed, it is for this reason that they cultivated their talent over several seasons to witness results. Sacrificing one warm-up match seems a trivial price to pay. Coach Long added. The Japanese team scored another 2 points, bringing the score to 99-91, with the Chinese team trailing by 8 points and just 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the match. Zhang Yunze maintained his frigid demeanor as he faced the Japanese team's double team. Rather than forcing a shot, he opted for a pass, delivering the ball from beyond the three-point line directly to Jin Shengtse in the paint. Jin then passed it further inside to the power forward, who effortlessly scored with a layup, bringing the score to 99-93, with the Chinese team still trailing. There were 2 minutes and 32 seconds left on the clock. The Japanese team, holding a 6-point advantage, intended to utilize the remaining time for their offense, effectively suffocating the Chinese team. The Chinese players felt a sense of urgency, yet it was impossible for them to commit intentional fouls at this stage. With over 2 minutes remaining, such actions would only be counterproductive. Zhang Yunze was tasked with guarding Qinchuan Yongtao, and within a mere 24 seconds, 9 seconds had already slipped away. Zhang closely shadowed his opponent, intent on intercepting the ball. However, as an NBA-caliber guard, Qinchuan's ball-handling skills were far beyond what Zhang could hope to disrupt. Yet, Qinchuan overlooked Zhang's determination to seize the ball to conquer the game. With arms outstretched, Zhang began to disrupt Qinchuan's rhythm, his entire body almost glued to his adversary, entangling him in a fierce embrace. This was his signature move, a technique imparted by Tim Melo, who had advised him to unleash it only at critical moments, boasting an 80% chance of successfully stealing the ball from the dribbler. The essence of this maneuver lay in the sudden shifts in defensive tempo, employing relentless physical entanglement and fluctuating levels of resistance to leave the ball handler in a state of disarray, thereby creating a fleeting opportunity for a steal. This technique, known as the death grip, was also taught by Tim Melo, having once been mastered by Spurs legend Kawhi Leonard. In a fleeting moment, Chongqing fumbled, losing grip of the ball. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang swiftly reached out, dislodging the ball from Chongqing's possession, and like an arrow released from its bow, he surged forward. Grasping the ball, he charged into the front court, leaving Chongqing behind, and launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc. The ball swished through the net. It was nothing short of miraculous. Zhang had successfully stolen the ball from Chongqing. Even more astonishing was his choice not to go for a fast break dunk, a far more secure option, but rather to attempt a fast break three-pointer, the riskiest yet most rewarding method of scoring. However, for the Chinese team, which was desperately trying to close the gap, that three-pointer was absolutely crucial. The commentator remarked, in fact, for Zhang Yunzhe, the three-pointer might be the more prudent choice. Did you notice? In the NBA Summer League, his three-point shooting percentage surpassed his average. Coach Long commented. The score stood at 99-96. Chapter 78. The Japanese team's momentum. The Chinese team's desperation. In the next play, Zhang once again executed a buzzer-beater block against Japan's Kota Yoshihido's layup, then followed up with a three-pointer. The score tied at 99-99 with just 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. The Chinese team glimpsed the hope of a comeback, the dawn of victory beckoning them. At this juncture, Zhang had already scored 25 points in the fourth quarter, single-handedly propelling the struggling Chinese team forward. However, after a brief timeout, the tide shifted dramatically. The situation turned against the Chinese squad. The Japanese team unleashed their renowned double screen and double backdoor cut strategy. With the center at the top of the arc as the pivot, Kota Yoshihido and Chongqing darted along the baseline, executing a cross cut, followed by the shooting guard and power forward setting screens to bewilder the Chinese defense, leaving them uncertain of where to focus their efforts. Capitalizing on this moment of indecision, the Japanese team found an open shot. Kota Yoshihido sank 2 consecutive three-pointers. Chongqing executed a series of exquisite jump shots, amassing 8 points over 3 rounds, while the Chinese team could only rely on Zhang Yunzhe, who managed a mere 2 points. Zhang Yunzhe's 2 penetrating passes failed to find the net as his teammates faltered. With just 1 minute left in the game, the Chinese team called for a brief timeout, trailing by 6 points, and the situation had seemingly cornered them into a dire predicament. Upon returning from the timeout, Zhang Yunzhe, once a beacon of brilliance, missed 2 almost open mid-range shots. Breathing heavily, he shook his head in frustration, his face etched with dismay as he hurried back on defense. It felt as though the Chinese team was teetering on the precipice of despair. As the core of the team, Zhang Yunzhe's consecutive missed mid-range shots were truly disheartening. As the commentator remarked, "You are mistaken, it is not as it seems. He is utterly exhausted, truly fatigued." It is essential to recognize that Zhang Yunzhe has nearly played the entire match, resting only for 2 minutes at the end of the second quarter. Since the third quarter commenced, he has been relentlessly double-teamed by the Japanese team, and in the fourth quarter, he even faced triple coverage. Under such defensive pressure, what he has accomplished is nothing short of remarkable. He is human, not a deity, Coach Long elucidated. Coach Long continued, "It is crucial to remember that Zhang Yunzhe is still a child yet to turn 18. Although we hold him in high regard, we must refrain from imposing excessive pressure on him, as it would only yield detrimental effects. Allowing him to develop naturally is what we, as fans, ought to do. Indeed, he has performed admirably. However, the current strength of our team pales in comparison to Zhang Yunzhe's capabilities." The Japanese team struck again with a mid-range jumper, extending their lead to 8 points with 50 seconds remaining. At this moment, the hearts of the 40,000 spectators tightened as they silently prayed for a miraculous turnaround from the Chinese team. Yet many understood that with only 40 seconds left and an 8-point deficit, hope was dwindling. Were we truly destined to lose? Observing Chongqing dribbling the ball, he felt an overwhelming weariness wash over him. He was on the brink of exhaustion. Since he began training for endurance running, he had never felt such fatigue, but today, the relentless double-teaming and the need to guard the opposing team's star player left him feeling utterly depleted, teetering on the edge of surrender. Zhang Yunzhe suddenly found himself engulfed in a haze of confusion, his thoughts gradually drifting back to over a decade ago when he was but a child. just beginning to master the art of dribbling. It was then that he made his first ever three-point shot. His grandfather praised him for his innate talent, proclaiming that he would undoubtedly one day grace the NBA. This affirmation became his unwavering aspiration and a beacon guiding his relentless efforts. Now, more than 10 years later, he had finally realized his dream of entering the NBA and representing his country on the national team, a pursuit that had always been close to his heart. His grandfather had instilled in him the principle that one should never abandon hope or surrender easily. One must not concede defeat until the very last moment. He taught him that one should fight valiantly until the end, even in death, to do so with dignity, choosing to stand firm rather than kneel in submission. Such wisdom conveyed that even in defeat, there is honor. A sudden brilliance erupted in Zhang Yunza's eyes, radiating an intense confidence that surged forth from within him. An undeniable aura enveloped him, emanating a resolute determination, a sense of unwavering commitment, as if he was prepared to charge forward with no regard for life or death. Embracing the notion of life, reborn from the brink of despair, Zhang Yunza, with a ball in hand, surged forward, a formidable force seemingly emerging from within him. His speed during this breakthrough eclipsed even that of his peak performance. Driven by an unwavering resolve, he appeared to have transcended his own limits. He deftly maneuvered past two defenders, culminating in an explosive one-handed dunk that not only concluded the offensive play, but also drew a foul from the Japanese team's center. And one, signifying a 2-1 situation. He converted the free throw with precision. In a subsequent possession, Zhang Yunza seized the moment as the Japanese center received the ball, swiftly maneuvering behind him to snatch it away, launching a long pass with remarkable distance. He chose to place his faith in his teammates. The Chinese shooting guard, already positioned for a fast break, received the ball in the front court and effortlessly made a layup, narrowing the gap to a mere 3 points. The Japanese team called for their final timeout, with only 20 seconds remaining in the match. Upon resuming play, the Chinese team executed a tactical foul, sending the Japanese team to the free throw line. Kenijishi stepped up and made both shots. The Chinese team had one timeout left, but the moment for its use had not yet arrived. Zhang Yunza dribbled the ball forward, advancing rapidly, crossing half-court in a mere 3 seconds without halting, and positioned himself beyond the three-point line. Utilizing a screen, he took a jump shot from long range. At this juncture, the Japanese team refrained from double-teaming Zhang Yunza. A defensive collapse would leave other teammates open. Although these teammates may not match the prowess of the Japanese players, they were certainly competent enough, vastly superior to the previous substitutes, and would reliably convert open shots. Previously, the Japanese team resorted to double and triple teams to disrupt Zhang Yunza's rhythm, believing that if they could stifle his scoring, they could recover even if others found the basket. However, now, in the decisive final moments, the Japanese team hesitated to double team, knowing it would inevitably leave someone unguarded, a risk that could spell defeat if they fell further behind. A three-pointer. The score stood at 107-105. The arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers, a wave of sound that crescendoed with each passing moment. The Chinese team continued to foul. Kinkaway Yuta approached the free throw line, making both shots. With just 10 seconds left in the match, Zhang Yunza pushed forward once more, with the Japanese team extending their defensive perimeter, explicitly signaling their intent to defend against his three-point attempt, allowing him a 2-point opportunity instead. Seizing the opportunity presented, Zhang Yunza, akin to a streak of crimson lightning, charged towards the basket with breathtaking speed. Chapter 79, the final outcome. LeBron James, executing his signature windmill dunk. The 2 points were secured. With 11 seconds remaining on the clock, the score now at 109-107, with the Chinese team trailing by 2. The Japanese team regained possession, orchestrating a wide ball movement to deny the Chinese team any chance for a foul. The Chinese team, too, was cautious, knowing that a foul without the ball would result in 2 free throws. At long last, after a mere 3 seconds had elapsed, the Chinese team's small forward, Lien Shooting, executed a tactical foul. The Japanese shooting guard approached the free throw line, and the hearts of the 40,000 spectators present were collectively in their throats. The audience, positioned before the basket, waved their colorful sticks fervently, generating a cacophony to disrupt the Japanese player's free throw. A fervent hope lingered that he might miss. Should he score both free throws, the Chinese team would be left with little hope. With both successful, only 7 seconds remained, and a 4-point deficit would almost certainly signal defeat for China. However, if you were to miss one, or even both, free throws. A glimmer of hope would still exist. The commentator remarked. Coach Long nodded thoughtfully, stating, "Let us pray for divine intervention." The Chinese team has remained dormant for far too long, and it is time for their resurgence, to reclaim the glory of yesteryears. A flicker of fervent light shone in Coach Long's eyes. The Japanese shooting guard missed his first attempt. Instantly, the arena erupted in jubilant cheers, the crowd applauding and celebrating the missed shot. Perhaps the pressure had indeed been overwhelming. Facing the jeers of 40,000 spectators, it was only natural to feel apprehension. With just a three-point margin, if Zhang Yunze could replicate his earlier miraculous succession of three-point shots, the Chinese team could equalize and push the game into overtime. This was the shared sentiment among the Chinese fans present. On his second attempt, perhaps due to overwhelming nerves, he missed again. The roar of celebration surged through the venue. As fans exchanged high fives, reveling in the fact that Japan had squandered both free throws. This meant that the Chinese team still had a chance for a last-minute victory. Coach Long exclaimed with excitement. Coach Zhu Yuzhong called for a timeout, marking the team's final opportunity to regroup. Upon resuming, the Chinese team executed an inbounds play. But the Japanese team applied relentless pressure, making it difficult for the Chinese players to receive the ball comfortably. The strategy was to set up Zhang Yunze for the final, decisive shot. At last, Zhang Yunze received the ball just beyond the three-point line, using a double screen for assistance. Without a moment's hesitation, he dribbled swiftly, evading his defender. And with a sweeping motion, he created a wide-open shot. From half a meter beyond the three-point line, he launched a clean jump shot. The gaze of 40,000 spectators converged upon that singular, small basketball. And at that moment, all fans watching on television across the nation held their breath. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The basketball traced a stunning arc through the air, followed by the crisp sound of the net swishing through. In an instant, the entire venue seemed to ignite, erupting in a frenzy as all spectators leaped to their feet, celebrating wildly. A buzzer beater, a miraculous buzzer beater. Zhang Yunze had achieved the impossible, sinking the game-winning shot in the final 5 seconds. It is truly astonishing. The Chinese team leads by a single point. Only 0.3 seconds remain on the clock. This shot can almost be considered a last-second victory. A timeout is called, and Japan has utilized its final pause. All the players on the court, as well as those on the sidelines, rush forward to embrace Zhang Yunze, celebrating with exuberant cheers and shouts. Zhang Yunze finally reveals a hint of a smile, as it seems that victory is within reach. At that moment, the arena erupts in a synchronized chant of MVP, MVP, MVP. The fervor of the crowd seemingly threatening to lift the roof off the venue. Suddenly, the head coach of the Japanese team approaches the referee, exchanging a few words, to which the referee nods and heads to the technical table. What is the Japanese team up to? The commentator inquires. Could they be questioning whether Zhang Yunze stepped out of bounds? However, it was evident that he could not have stepped out given the distance from the three-point line. Coach Long remarks, "Let us wait and see what the Japanese team wishes to review." Finally, the large screen and television display reveal the outcome. It appears that during Japan's timeout, when the referee's whistle blew, the timing on the technical table was delayed, causing the clock to run longer than it should have. Consequently, the Japanese team has requested to review the footage to adjust the excess time, and the referee has consented to this request. Proceeding to the technical table to examine the replay. After several minutes of deliberation, the three referees arrive at their decision. Upon review, they confirm that an additional 0.6 seconds had indeed elapsed, resetting the clock to 0.9 seconds remaining. This 0.9 seconds now offers Japan a glimmer of hope for a last-second triumph. The commentator observes, "Indeed, it now rests solely on our young players to endure these final 0.9 seconds, Coach Long remarks, as the referee announces this decision. A chorus of boos erupts from the crowd, expressing their dissatisfaction with the ruling. Zhang Yunze furrowed his brow. In the span of 0.3 seconds, hope seemed lost for the Japanese team. Yet with 0.9 seconds remaining, just a fleeting second, there remained a glimmer of opportunity for a dramatic finish. This match was imbued with an air of uncertainty, though it appeared minuscule, akin to a mere spark. One must not underestimate the potential for that spark to ignite into a conflagration, culminating in an irreversible outcome. Returning to the game, the Chinese team fortified their defenses. If they could merely withstand this fleeting moment, victory would be theirs. The focal point of their defense was the formidable Ken Kawashima, The NBA's celebrated sixth man and the linchpin of the Japanese squad, the one most likely to attempt the decisive shot. At last, Kawashima received the ball, utilizing a screen to elude Zhang Yunze. Positioned at an astonishing angle, in the right corner near the baseline, just 2 steps inside the three-point line, he caught the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped, launching a high, arcing shot over the outstretched hand of Jin Shengse. The ball sailed past Jin's fingertips, ascending to the apex of the backboard before beginning its gradual descent. The crowd held its breath, silently beseeching the heavens for the ball to miss. Yet fate seemed to play a cruel jest on Zhang Yunze and all the Chinese fans. The ball struck the front of the rim and, to their dismay, nestled itself within the hoop. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. The Japanese team had executed a last-second triumph. Zhang Yunze was utterly stunned, as were all the Chinese players and coaches. The final whistle had sounded. They could hardly believe it. How could this be? Chapter 8. The curtain falls, a new beginning. Zhang Yunze was completely taken aback, never having anticipated such a dramatic twist in the narrative. Victory had seemed within their grasp, yet unexpectedly, Kinkawayuta executed an incredibly difficult buzzer beater under such pressure. A high-arcing shot, a scoring technique that even NBA stars struggle to master, was successfully employed by Kinkawayuta to clinch the game-winning point tonight. At that moment, the entire Chinese team, along with their coaches, were left in a state of shock, evidently struggling to comprehend what had just transpired, some still in disbelief. Meanwhile, the Japanese team erupted in euphoric celebration, converging in a frenzy, embracing one another. Kinkawayuta was enveloped by his teammates and coaches, who jubilantly piled on top of him, their ecstatic cheers resonating in the air. Though merely a friendly match, the significance of this game, particularly following Zhang Yunze's appearance, transcended the ordinary. As the 3rd overall pick in this year's draft, Zhang Yunze has demonstrated through his performances in the Summer League and the recent game that the likelihood of him failing to meet expectations is quite slim. Even when considering former superstars during their rookie years on the international stage, it is unlikely they could surpass Zhang Yunze's achievements. It is essential to note that the Japanese team currently ranks among the elite in Asia. They secured an impressive 5th place in the last World Cup and nearly triumphed over the United States in the group stage, leading by 18 points in the 3rd quarter before ultimately succumbing to a 45-point turnaround in the 4th quarter. Zhang Yunze recorded an astonishing performance with 57 points, 8 assists, 11 rebounds, 4 steals, and 3 blocks. It is not merely in the realm of a rookie superstar. Even during the zenith of a superstar's career on the international stage, such statistics are rarely achieved without the perfect confluence of timing, environment, and circumstances. At this moment, the officials were diligently reviewing the footage to ascertain whether the shot had been released in time. Perhaps the only flicker of hope remaining for the audience and the Chinese team alike was that the shot had been taken before time expired. After all, with just 0.9 seconds left, one could argue it was both a fleeting moment and sufficient for a shot. However, through meticulous slow-motion replays and various angles on the big screen, it was ultimately confirmed that the shot had indeed been released with 0.3 seconds remaining, rendering it valid. Many fans sighed in quiet frustration, an ineffable sense of disappointment washing over them. Yet, at this juncture, Coach Long remarked, "I believe our fans need not lament or feel regret. On the contrary, we ought to celebrate." "Why do you say that?" Another commentator inquired. "Losing a match certainly breeds discontent, and if one were to feel joy, that would indeed be troubling. However, we must not focus solely on the win or loss. We should appreciate the broader picture," Coach Long explained. The Japanese team has been the pinnacle of Asian basketball in recent years. Aside from Teuchi Yuta, none of the players possess particularly outstanding individual prowess. Yet last year in the FIBA Basketball World Cup, Japan nearly toppled the reigning giants, the United States. Coach Long continued, "They rely on strategy, teamwork, and the ironclad discipline instilled by Coach Ader. The Japanese team is characterized by their stringent discipline and strong tactical execution. In such a context, the Chinese team came remarkably close to defeating Japan, forcing them to rely on a last-second shot to seal the victory. I believe we can take pride in our performance despite the loss. Moreover, Zhang Yunze's performance provided us with a reason for elation even in defeat. His extraordinary individual talent, fervent desire to score, keen court awareness, and exceptional passing instincts, combined with an almost obsessive will to survive and an unparalleled self-confidence. When all these attributes converge in one individual, throughout the history of basketball, I can only think of one person," Coach Long stated. "Who is that?" the commentator asked. The basketball deity, Michael Jordan. Zhang Yunze lowered his head, his expression tinged with melancholy. He glanced at the Japanese players, huddled together in camaraderie, and shook his head before making his way toward the players' tunnel. Coach Zhu Yuzhong noticed Zhang Yunze and, upon seeing his despondent silhouette, followed him as they both proceeded to the locker room. As time gradually passed and the match concluded, it seemed as though the experience had ignited a fire within Zhang Yunze. After each training session, he dedicated himself to solitary practice until the late hours of the night. He refrained from visiting bars or any form of entertainment, returning to the hotel only at 2 in the morning and rising again at 6 to arrive at the arena. Each day, he was almost always the first among the team to reach the venue. Zhang Yunze's attitude seemingly inspired his teammates, prompting many of them to engage in additional training sessions, bidding farewell to recreational venues and focusing all their energies on basketball. This Chinese team is advancing at an unprecedented pace, all thanks to the arrival of Zhang Yunze. A month swiftly passed, and the men's basketball team was soon to depart for Sanya, Hainan, for a final 3-month intensive training camp in preparation for the forthcoming Olympic wildcard qualifiers. However, prior to this, each member would enjoy a 7-day vacation to visit family. On this day, Zhang Yunze purchased a plane ticket back to Chongqing. Although the flight had yet to take off, his heart had already soared back to the side of the person he longed for. Unbeknownst to him that he had made a grave mistake. Regarding the events of that night, Zhang Yunze had indulged excessively in drink, leaving him with no recollection whatsoever. He only knew that upon waking the next day, he found himself sprawled on the hotel's king-sized bed, alone. To his surprise, he noticed a small patch of blood on the sheets. Uncertain of its origin, he presumed it might be from a nosebleed. He struggled to remember what had transpired the night before and what actions he had taken. 2 hours later, the plane touched down at Chongqing Jiangbei International Airport. Zhang Yunze refrained from calling Wang Yuehan in advance, wishing to surprise her, and for reasons beyond that. He took a taxi to a gift shop and purchased a plush teddy bear, her favorite. He knew that every night she would cuddle the stuffed bear while sleeping, and her room was filled with them, creating a whimsical atmosphere. Upon arriving at the school, he was halted by the security guard, but after producing his student ID, he was granted passage. Wearing a cap and sunglasses, he made his way towards the teaching building, as classes were likely still in session. As the clear chime of the dismissal bell rang, Zhang Yunze entered the classroom. He had stood in the corridor for nearly 10 minutes, and, as he walked in, all eyes turned towards him, including those of the teacher still lingering at the door. At that moment, he was undeniably conspicuous, cradling a plush toy nearly his own height. Chapter 81, Luo 1. Lake. Zhang Yunze entered the classroom and immediately spotted Wang Yuehan seated in the back row. At that moment, she was engrossed in writing something, completely oblivious to the presence approaching her. Wang Yuehan was diligently calculating a trigonometric problem when she suddenly noticed a furry paw, resembling that of a bear, resting on her book. She lifted her head, and before her stood the figure she had longed for day and night. Initially, her eyes sparkled with overwhelming excitement, but soon a wave of profound disappointment washed over her. She stared blankly at Zhang Yunze, her heart filled with an unsettling sensation. The conversations she had overheard that fateful night began to echo relentlessly in her mind. Zhang Yunze believed that Wang Yuehan was rendered speechless due to surprise, completely oblivious to the disappointment reflected in her eyes. Wang Yuehan shook her head, rising to her feet. Just as Zhang Yunze was about to utter something, Wang Yuehan pushed him aside and exited the classroom without a backward glance. Zhang Yunze was engulfed in confusion. He could not fathom why Wang Yuehan was behaving in such a manner. After all, he had returned with great difficulty, yet she seemed indifferent. It suddenly dawned on him that she had not called him in several days. Had something happened? He placed the bear on his seat and hurriedly dashed out. Wang Yuehan stood in the corridor, leaning against the railing, gazing downwards. Zhang Yunze approached her, positioning himself behind her, and gently placed his hand on her right shoulder, inquiring, "Xiaohan, what troubles you?" However, Wang Yuehan did not spare him a glance. She shrugged off his hand and ran towards the restroom, disappearing into the ladies' room, leaving Zhang Yunze unable to follow. Zhang Yunze felt somewhat perplexed. He truly could not comprehend where he had erred to offend Wang Yuehan. It seemed that Wang Yuehan was quite displeased with him, to the extent that she did not even wish to lay eyes upon him. At that moment, a melodious yet slightly reproachful voice resonated from behind Zhang Yunze. "Have you forgotten the good deeds you have done? Now you return seeking Xiaohan. What do you take her for?" Zhang Yunze came to his senses and noticed Ling Kersen glaring at him with evident anger. Confused, he inquired, "What have I done?" Ling Kersen replied with a chilling smile, "Oh, it seems our illustrious star has become forgetful due to his elevated status. Or perhaps fame has led him to believe that Xiaohan is no longer sufficient, prompting him to seek companionship elsewhere." Zhang Yunze was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. He inquired, "What do you mean by seeking another woman? I am a loss." Suddenly, fragmented and indistinct images began to surface in his mind. A rather indistinguishable chubby face emerging from the recesses of his memory. He vaguely recalled that during these past few days, the only interaction he had with other women was that night at the bar with a few flight attendants. However, he returned to the hotel with his teammates afterward, and nothing transpired. Their interaction had merely involved some drinks. Could this truly be construed as seeking another woman? Moreover, how did Ling Kersen and the others come to know about this? They could not possibly have been aware of his visit to the bar, as he had not disclosed it. Ling Kersen cast him a sidelong glance, her lips curling into a cold smirk as she remarked, "Men are always like this." With that, she shook her head and turned away, leaving Zhang Yunze standing there in utter bewilderment. As he stood there, a steady stream of individuals approached to greet him. He had undeniably become a figure of notoriety. The match against the Japanese team had been broadcast nationwide, etching his visage into the memories of many. Countless girls began to approach him, surrounding him as the crowd grew. Zhang Yunze realized that if he did not make his exit soon, the gathering would cause a traffic jam. Thus, he hastily bid farewell to the crowd and withdrew. He made his way to the basketball arena and headed to the storage room. Using the key that Wang Yunlong had given him for ease of access during training, he unlocked the door, intending to retrieve a basketball for a bit of practice. Just then, his phone rang. Zhang Yunze retrieved his mobile phone, which displayed an overseas call. A sense of perplexity washed over him as he answered the phone. The voice on the other end spoke first, articulating in fluent, impeccable American English. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rowan Leek, an agent from the Times Zana Economic Company." Zhang Yunze was momentarily taken aback. How could he possibly be unaware of the illustrious Zana Economic Company, esteemed as one of the most renowned brokerage firms globally? Zana Economic Company is often likened to the Microsoft and Apple of the economic sector, possessing unparalleled strength and an extensive network. Its roster of talent spans various domains, including sports, film, and music, featuring countless superstars. Statistics reveal that athletes affiliated with Zana Economic Company constitute a remarkable quarter of the participants in the 4 major American sports leagues, a truly staggering figure. Zhang Yunze was filled with confusion as to why a representative from the Times Zana Economic Company would call him, particularly one claiming to be the esteemed agent, Lon Lai-Ake. Currently, he did not have an agent, and should he decide to join the NBA, it would be essential to secure one. Thus, a call seemed remarkably well-timed. However, Zhang Yunze remained cautious. Despite the assertion of being Ake from Times Zana, the mere phone call provided no means of verifying the caller's identity. Zhang Yunze politely inquired, "Hello, may I ask what brings you here?" "Greetings, Mr. Zhang. Our company is aware that you will be joining the NBA next year. However, as far as we know, you currently do not have an agent. You see, as a player, your primary focus should be on honing your skills on the court, while the intricacies of contracts should be entrusted to a professional agent. Our company has conducted an assessment and is keen to bring you under our wing. We would like to know your thoughts on this matter," replied Leek. "Mr. Zhang, if it is convenient for you, we could arrange a meeting, as I have just arrived in China." Zhang Yunze was slightly taken aback. Leek had actually arrived in China. Could it be that he had come exclusively for him? Yet, he remained uncertain about the authenticity of the situation. Thus, he sought confirmation. A face-to-face meeting would serve as the most effective means of discerning the truth. After all, he had encountered Lake before and recognized that he could not be impersonated. Moreover, he genuinely required a manager. Consequently, Zhang Yunze arranged to meet at Wanda Plaza. Before long, he departed from school and took a taxi to a CAF within the Wanda Plaza in Nanping. This CAF, with its delightful ambience and refined decor, was rather exquisite, which justified its somewhat elevated prices. Except for weekends, it tended to be quite serene during the weekdays. Zhang Yunze entered the CAF and ordered a cup of coffee, subsequently taking out his phone to engage in some leisure activities. After a while, a middle-aged foreigner with golden hair stepped into the CAF, and Zhang Yunze immediately recognized him as Rowan Lake, the renowned agent of the Zana era, whom he had previously seen on television. Zhang Yunze waved at Lake, who noticed him and nodded before approaching. Chapter 82. Unprecedented Conditions. "Hello, are you Zhang Yunze?" inquired a middle-aged, golden-haired foreigner. As he reached out his hand at the edge of the table, Zhang Yunze promptly rose to his feet and said, "Greetings, Mr. Locke. I am Zhang Yunze. Please, take a seat." At that moment, a waiter approached and inquired in English, "Good afternoon, sir. May I offer you a beverage? I would like a cup of Italian latte." "Please," Locke replied. "Certainly. Please hold on for a moment." After the waiter departed, Locke continued, "Allow me to introduce myself further. My name is Rowan Locke, the manager of Time Zana Company. Here is my business card." With that, Locke retrieved a gold embossed card from his briefcase and handed it to Zhang Yunze. Zhang Yunze accepted the business card and glanced at it. It was entirely in English. However, he harbored no doubts regarding Lake's identity, for he had indeed seen Lake on television, and there was no question that it was the same person. "Hello. May I inquire what brings you here, Mr. Lake?" Lake replied, "Our company's board of directors has decided to recruit you as one of our athletes. I have brought 2 draft contracts with me today. One is our company's signing agreement, and the other is an endorsement contract from Nike. These contracts are merely preliminary samples for your reference. You may review our company's policies regarding you, and then decide whether to enter into a contract with us. We can discuss the specifics of the contract once you have made your decision." Zhang Yunze received 2 contracts, each comprising approximately 5 pages, written entirely in English. However, for Zhang Yunze, comprehending the content posed no significant challenge. Zhang Yunze picked up the first contract, beginning to scrutinize it closely. However, as he continued reading, disbelief increasingly filled his eyes. He rubbed them and examined the document again, confirming that he had not misinterpreted the meaning of the sentences. He found it hard to believe what lay before him. He was utterly convinced that he had not misunderstood, but rather that the contract indeed stated exactly what he was reading. Half an hour passed, and Lake maintained a serene demeanor, neither speaking nor urging him on, simply savoring his coffee with an air of gentlemanly composure. After 40 minutes, Zhang Yunze finally finished reviewing the 2 contracts. He was astounded, taking a long moment to regain his composure. The terms outlined in the contract were simply astonishing. This was an occurrence that seemed impossible, not because the terms were excessively demanding, but rather because they were remarkably favorable to the point of being unbelievable. One could say it was an extraordinary boon. The first contract was an agreement with an agency, stipulating a 4-year engagement. It specified that the commission for the first year from the Time Zana Company would be a mere 1% of Zhang Yunze's rookie contract. Typically, agencies charge between 5 to 10% of the total salary as commission. Thus, a 1% cut, while not entirely unheard of, was indeed exceedingly rare. Furthermore, it stated that he would receive at least 1 endorsement contract each year, with the endorsement amount not falling below the total of his rookie contract for that year. This clause was particularly incredible, as economic contracts seldom proactively guarantee a specified number of endorsement deals each year. Usually, endorsements are secured upon invitations, with agents conducting the negotiations. The second contract, an endorsement deal with Nike, rendered Zhang Yunze utterly speechless with astonishment. This contract was both succinct and explicit, presenting an astronomical endorsement figure, 7 years with a total remuneration of $185 million. Moreover, upon the conclusion of the 4th year of his rookie contract, Zhang Yunze had the option to forego the remaining contract and sign a new agreement. Additionally, upon signing, he would immediately launch signature sneakers. And every year he would receive a commission ranging from 2 to 5% of the total sales from a series of signature products, including shoes and jerseys. This particular clause left Zhang Yunze in a state of profound shock. It felt as though Nike was gifting him money, as if the company were his own. Should Zhang Yunze enter the NBA, leveraging the vast Chinese market, the annual sales of sneakers and jerseys would undoubtedly reach astronomical figures. Even a mere 3% commission would significantly surpass the financial rewards of any endorsement contract he might secure. If others were to glimpse this contract, their sole reaction would be, "Is Nike your family business?" It is worth noting that not only Zhang Yunze, a rookie yet to prove himself in the NBA, but even the current superstars like Ike Venice cannot enjoy such privileges from Nike. It is simply astounding. When Rowan Lake first encountered these 2 contracts, he too was taken aback, unable to fathom that Nike would proactively offer such a substantial deal and advantageous terms to a rookie, even with the backing of the enormous Chinese market. Coincidentally, the chairman of Nike, a longtime friend of his, was contacted. On the line, Mary Colwin, Nike's chairman, stated, "Rowan, although I am the CEO of Nike, Behind the company, aside from the board and shareholders, there stands a mysterious individual who wields unparalleled power. 2/3 of the board and shareholders belong to him, and his words dictate Nike's decisions. He is the true emperor of Nike, and it is he who orchestrated this contract for us to sign with Zhang Yunze. Upon hearing his friend's words, Rowan Lake fell into deep contemplation. He recalled that the economic contract had seemingly been procured directly from the highest echelons of the company, instructing him to handle it and emphasizing that any demands from Zhang Yunze must be met with utmost effort and a favorable attitude. Should Zhang Yunze express even the slightest dissatisfaction, it would not matter whether Lake was a top-tier agent. He could simply pack his bags and leave. At that moment, Lake was drenched in cold sweat, pondering the true significance of Zhang Yunze, whose importance warranted such consideration from the uppermost management. Moreover, the most astonishing revelation came when he was informed that Ford Motor Company was drafting an endorsement contract with Zhang Yunze, the specifics of which were unclear, but the estimated figure was around $250 million for 5 years. Lake was left in stunned silence. Who exactly was Zhang Yunze that even Ford was willing to offer an endorsement deal worth $50 million annually? This far exceeded any economic value Zhang Yunze could possibly achieve. Throughout history, not a single athlete, not even in the NBA, has secured an endorsement contract exceeding $50 million in a single year. This achievement is unprecedented and sets a remarkable historical precedent. Lake suspects that there must be some underlying circumstances. Even if Zhang Yunze's worth is substantial, it cannot possibly reach such extraordinary heights. At this moment, Lake scrutinizes Zhang Yunze, eager to discern what makes this young man so uniquely appealing to these major corporations, prompting them to offer exorbitant contracts. Chapter 83. The decision suddenly. Lake's phone chimed with a new email notification. It appeared to be an invitation from Ford Motor Company, seeking Zhang Yunze as a spokesperson, accompanied by a preliminary draft of the contract. Lake opened the email, his astonishment comparable to Zhang Yunze's earlier reaction. He was met with an array of exceedingly favorable terms and, at the conclusion, a staggering figure: 7 years for $360 million. It was as if money were falling from the heavens. Many NBA superstars, despite dedicating their entire lives to the sport, would never amass such wealth. Yet Zhang Yunze, before even entering the league, had already secured a contract nearing $500 million, an exaggeration that bordered on the absurd. Mr. Zhang, do you find these 2 contracts to your satisfaction? Lake instinctively adopted a respectful tone. Zhang Yunze seemed somewhat bewildered and remarked, "Is it truly you, Rowan Lake? Or are you merely a charlatan here to amuse yourself at my expense?" Rowan Lake, finding the situation both amusing and perplexing, replied, "Mr. Zhang, you possess a delightful sense of humor." Zhang Yunze chuckled lightly and responded, "I am well aware that you are indeed Mr. Rowan Lake, without a doubt. However, I am quite curious as to why both your company and Nike would extend such an extraordinary contract to me. It's almost too good to be true." Rowan Lake shrugged and said, "Mr. Zhang, despite my title as a premier agent, I am, in essence, just an employee. These contracts were determined by the upper echelons of both companies. My role is simply to present the contracts to you for your signature. Anything beyond that falls outside my purview and is beyond my control." Zhang Yunze nodded, remaining silent. Luo Wenlake continued, "Mr. Zhang, may I inquire about your intentions? Are you inclined to sign the contract, or shall we negotiate anew? Should you decide to proceed with the signing, your presence is required at Wall Street, where our company headquarters awaits. The representatives from Nike will also be present at that time. Given such favorable terms, it would be rather ungrateful to express any further reservations. Mr. Lake, however, I must ask, when might I embark on my journey to the United States? My return is limited to a mere 7 days before I must rejoin the national team, and time is of the essence." "If it pleases you, Mr. Zhang, you may depart for New York tomorrow," Lake responded. "I shall provide you with the address of our headquarters, where you will be warmly welcomed. The company's location is also inscribed on my business card." That evening, Zhang Yunze returned home and promptly booked a flight for the following day at 6 o'clock from Chongqing to New York. He then settled on the sofa to watch television. At that moment, the door opened and Wang Yuehan, Uncle Wang, and Aunt Sierra returned home. However, Wang Yuehan did not spare him a glance and walked straight into her bedroom. Wang Yunlong, puzzled, turned to Zhang Yunze and asked, "Xiao Zhe, what has transpired? Is something amiss?" Zhang Yunze rose to his feet, his expression somewhat awkward as he spoke. "It's nothing of concern, just a small misunderstanding. Uncle Wang need not worry. Xiao Han and I are perfectly fine." With that, Zhang Yunze headed towards Wang Yuehan's room. Wang Yunlong nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent. Zhang Yunze approached the door to Wang Yuehan's bedroom, gently pushing it open as he stepped inside. Wang Yuehan sat by the window, lost in thought as she gazed outside. Sensing his presence, she coldly remarked, "What do you want?" "Xiao Han, I have come to bid you farewell." Zhang Yunze scratched his head, genuinely perplexed about how he had upset Wang Yuehan. He continued, "I will be heading to the United States tomorrow, and then I will return directly to Beijing. For the next 3 months, we will be in Sanya for intensive training." Wang Yuehan's expression visibly shifted. Her apparent indifference was merely a facade. If she truly did not care for Zhang Yunze, such a reaction would be inexplicable. However, her back was turned to him, preventing Zhang Yunze from seeing her true feelings. "What are you going to the United States for?" she inquired. "I am signing a contract with an economic company, as well as an endorsement deal with Nike." Zhang Yunze replied. Wang Yuehan nodded, and upon hearing his words, a sense of joy blossomed within her. Her little brother, Ziyu, was indeed remarkable. Even before officially entering the league, he had received an endorsement offer. "You should consult with my father," she suggested. "He has more experience and may be able to offer you some valuable guidance." Zhang Yunze nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Wang Yuehan's words implied that her anger had subsided. He approached her side and sat down, gazing at her profile. "Xiao Han, please don't be mad at me. I went to the bar, but I was so inebriated that I truly have no recollection of what transpired." Wang Yuehan remained silent, yet her long lashes fluttered slightly, revealing her inner turmoil. On one hand, she was reluctant to part with her beloved brother Ziyu, and, on the other, the words from that fateful night echoed incessantly in her mind. Outside, the moon hung high, casting a serene glow that enveloped the surroundings in tranquility. Wang Yuehan turned her head, staring vacantly at Zhang Yunze's enchanting visage. Waves of feelings rippled through her heart. She sensed that Ziyu genuinely cared for her, yet she found herself unable to surmount the emotional barrier. The thought of the man she cherished reveling with other women was simply unbearable. At last, Wang Yuehan spoke. "I am weary and wish to retire for the night. Please discuss this matter with my father." She felt overwhelmed by the insurmountable obstacle before her and yearned for time to assist her in forgetting this predicament. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Zhang Yunze's face. Nevertheless, he nodded slightly and rose to exit. As Zhang Yunze departed, the soft sound of the closing door marked his exit. Wang Yuehan could no longer hold back. She embraced her knees, burying her head in despair. Her long hair cascaded down, draping over her body and spilling onto the windowsill. Her frame trembled slightly, evoking a profound sense of compassion in those who beheld her. Zhang Yunze stepped out of the room, suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of exhaustion. He made his way to the living room, refraining from mentioning anything about Wang Yuehan, and instead informed Wang Yunlong about the 2 contracts. Together with CF Fun, the 3 engaged in a discussion that lasted nearly an hour, during which Zhang Yunze's thoughts began to crystallize. Wang Yunlong, a former NBA assistant coach, was well acquainted with the intricacies of signing with an agency and was able to provide invaluable insights that would spare Zhang Yunze considerable hassle. Chapter 84. The journey to New York the following day, shortly after 10, Zhang Yunze arrived at Chongqing Jiangbei International Airport, where he was to board a flight to Beijing before transferring to a direct flight to the bustling metropolis of New York. However, he was not alone. By his side stood a middle-aged man clad in a sharp suit. This man was Nie Qingxuang, a longtime friend of Wang Yunlong and a preeminent lawyer in China, with whom he had shared university days. At Wang Yunlong's behest, Nie Qingxuang had agreed to accompany Zhang Yunze to the United States, having been informed of the contract situation, which he found quite astonishing. Thus, he offered his assistance, ensuring that Zhang Yunze would not fall victim to any deceit. It was well known that contract law was Nie Qingxuang's forte, and his proficiency in English, Japanese, French, and Korean enabled him to navigate even the most complex English-language contracts with ease. As they sat in the VIP lounge, Zhang Yunze had once again purchased first-class tickets, each costing 100. He had bought 2 tickets, including one for Nie Qingxuang, as it would be unthinkable to let his companion bear the cost of the flight to America. "I truly appreciate your kindness, Uncle Nie," Zhang Yunze expressed gratefully. "It's nothing. As Yunlong's nephew, you are also like a nephew to me. You needn't be so formal. In fact, I should be thanking you for treating me to a trip to America." Nie Qingxuang chuckled heartily. "Not all. Uncle Nie, you jest," Zhang Yunze replied, scratching his head, somewhat embarrassed. Passengers traveling to New York on flight at 3216, please proceed to Gate 8 at Terminal C for boarding. The announcement echoed through the airport lounge. At precisely 12:30, the plane took off as scheduled, first heading to Beijing, where Zhang Yunze would transfer to another flight bound directly for New York. Zhang Yunze sat in first class, donned his headphones, and began to listen to music as he gazed out at the fluffy white clouds. He found himself lost in a wave of thoughts, unaware of when he had become somewhat melancholic. After more than an hour of aerial travel, the aircraft landed at Beijing Capital International Airport. 30 minutes later, Nie Shuang and Zhang Yunze boarded the flight bound for the United States. At that moment, on Wall Street in New York City, in a penthouse office atop a skyscraper, a young man sat, while several middle-aged individuals stood before him. Upon closer inspection, one would be astonished to recognize that these middle-aged figures were the CEOs of Nike, General Motors, and Time Warner, a gathering of titans, now exhibiting profound respect towards this young man. He sat with his back to them, facing the window, revealing only half of his head from the executive chair. Through the expansive circular floor-to-ceiling window, one could overlook the magnificent panorama of Manhattan. How is everything progressing? Have we finalized the endorsement deal? The young man inquired. Sir, Mr. Zhang is en route to America and is expected to arrive tomorrow, responded the CEO of Nike. Excellent. That is his directive. I trust you will not disappoint either him or me. Zhang Yunze's significance is perhaps greater than my own in relation to that individual. Do you grasp the weight of my words? The young man remarked. Upon hearing the mention of that individual, the expressions of the three men shifted to an even greater reverence, tinged with a hint of admiration. That figure was indeed legendary. 15 years prior, during an unprecedented economic turmoil in America, amid a global financial crisis, he emerged with extraordinary resolve, nearly single-handedly rescuing the American financial market. In Britain, there exists a colossal family that once sent ripples throughout the world. This family, known as the Rothschilds, has altered the course of history. Yet, few are aware that in America, there's also an ancient and vast family that accompanied the birth of the United States. It was with their unwavering support that George Washington, the first president, successfully repelled the British and established the nation. When the Rothschild family's monetary policies swept through America, they precipitated an unprecedented financial crisis, which in turn sparked the Second World War. President Franklin D. Roosevelt, bolstered by the full backing of this family, salvaged the American economy, steering the nation away from fascism. It is fair to say that without this family's steadfast protection, America would have embarked upon an entirely different path. 15 years ago, during that financial crisis, very few recognized that it was he who rescued the American economy. Most attributed the success to the government. Only those truly in the upper echelons understood who had been the savior of the nation during that tumultuous period. The immense family thus came to light. For over 2 centuries, this venerable lineage has been in a constant struggle with the Rothschild family, and the origins of this family remain shrouded in mystery. Perhaps only those within its ranks are privy to such knowledge. No one truly comprehends the magnitude of its influence and the terrifying extent of its wealth. Everything remains an enigma. The sole certainty is that this family stands as the only entity in the world capable of contending with the Rothschilds, and it even possesses the advantage. Sir, may I inquire about the relationship between Mr. Zhang and that individual? Asked the CEO of General Motors. The young man suddenly scoffed, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. It is best not to pry into matters that do not concern you. Only then did the CEO realize the gravity of the situation, a cold sweat trickling down his back. He understood that the individual before him was the future heir of that family, wielding absolute power over life and death. If he wished for the CEO to vanish, the latter would undoubtedly never see the light of day again. My apologies, sir. I was mistaken. Please forgive me, the man stammered. The young man waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to leave without uttering another word. Once the 3 men exited, the young man murmured, Zhang Yunze, this is merely a form of compensation to atone for the debts we owe you over the past decade. He shook his head, lost in contemplation. Outside, the sky was a brilliant blue, adorned with fluffy white clouds and indescribable beauty. Yet, would everything truly proceed without a hitch? There would inevitably be some turbulence. Chapter 85, Leia. The following afternoon, Zhang Yunze and Nie Shuang arrived in New York and took a taxi to Manhattan. However, they did not rush to Wall Street. Instead, they checked into a hotel to adjust to the time difference, for otherwise, they would feel quite uncomfortable. Hotels in Manhattan were indeed exorbitant. Zhang Yunze and Nie Qingshuang searched online and found the cheapest accommodation, which still cost over $300 per night. They ended up booking a standard room in a 4-star hotel for $600, truly a staggering amount. Fortunately, Fang Tian had won a prize previously, granting him a prepaid credit card worth $10,000, which spared them the hassle of currency exchange at the bank. Early the next morning, they took a taxi to Wall Street based on the address on the business card. The Times Zona Company is situated in the heart of Wall Street, where its towering edifice can be seen from a distance, crowned by a colossal advertisement proclaiming Times Zona. As two individuals approached the entrance of this grand building, they observed the ceaseless flow of people entering and exiting. Standing at the threshold, Zhang Yunze retrieved his mobile device and dialed another number from the business card, a contact provided by Lake, instructing him to call upon his arrival at the company. The call connected, and a melodious female voice resonated on the other end. Her speech characterized by a flawless American accent. "Hello, may I ask who this is?" she inquired courteously. "I am Zhang Yunze, calling the number that Mr. Lake left for me. As instructed," he replied. The voice on the line maintained its pleasant tone, saying, "Ah, Mr. Zhang, we have been expecting you for quite some time. May I ask where you are currently? Do you require us to send a vehicle to collect you?" "No, I'm right in front of the company's entrance," Zhang Yunze responded. "Very well, please hold on a moment. I shall come down to meet you," she said before the call was disconnected. Moments later, a woman clad in a sleek black, professional outfit emerged from the building. The sight of her left Zhang Yunze utterly captivated. Standing at around 170 centimeters, she possessed long, flowing golden hair, cascading to her shoulders, and an exquisitely elegant visage, complemented by a petite pair of black-framed glasses perched on her nose. Her white blouse could not conceal her impressive figure, and she adorned her feet with stylish black high-heeled shoes, exuding an air of sophistication and a commanding presence. "Hello, Mr. Zhang," she greeted him,